In an era where abilities awaken globally, Lin Tianming unexpectedly awakened an SS-level talent. He thought this would lead him to the pinnacle of success, but he overheard his school beauty girlfriend expressing her deep-seated hatred for him. Lin Tianming, you never expected my return, did you? In my past life, you betrayed me, and in this life, I shall not fall for your sweet words again. Having a reborn girlfriend with a facade of love was already a headache for him. Little did he know that the one he had wronged was not the only one seeking him out. At this moment, they were all on their way to confront him. Chapter 1. Eavesdropping on the School Beauty's Thoughts. The Mingxi Awakener Training Academy is a preparatory institution for those awakening abilities in Mingxi City. Every aspiring awakener yet to formally develop their powers spends 3 years here studying theoretical knowledge of their abilities. At the end of this period, the Academy organizes an awakening ceremony, allowing all participants, regardless of their talent level, to become true awakeners. Today, Lin Tianming, now a third-year student, will partake in this ceremony to officially become an awakener. Through the memories of the original owner of this body, he learned about his childhood friend and girlfriend, Yi Qingxue. The original owner was an orphan, raised by Yi Qingxue's parents, fostering a close bond with her. However, the original owner's character left much to be desired. Although they were in a romantic relationship, the original owner treated Yi Qingxue purely as a means to an end. A month before the awakening ceremony, Yi Qingxue bravely saved Lin Tianming from an oncoming vehicle, sacrificing herself in the process. While she survived, the doctors warned that her ability might be adversely affected. As anticipated, during her awakening, Yi Qingxue developed the lowest tier of ice abilities, classified as Flevel. The original owner, who once doted on her, had already devised a plan. If he awakened a superior ability, he would immediately discard her if he too awakened an Flevel ability. He would continue their relationship. Nevertheless, even in that scenario, he would seek any opportunity to cast aside Yi Qingxue, deeming her worthless once she no longer served his interests. Just as the memories of this despicable original owner concluded, Lin Tianming seized control of the body. He had been a person of integrity on Blue Star, and arriving in this world where abilities awaken revealed that his predecessor was utterly vile. Fortunately, this body now belonged to him, and he resolved not to emulate such ingratitude. Contemplating this, Lin Tianming glanced at Yi Qingxue, whose spirit had dampened after awakening her Flevel Ice abilities. After a moment's hesitation, he placed a comforting hand on her shoulder and said, "Qingxue, I will always stand by you." Upon receiving his consolation, Yi Qingxue's sorrowful face brightened with gratitude. "Thank you for not abandoning me, brother Tianming. I don't believe a word of it. You scoundrel. Don't think I'm unaware that you'll awaken an SS-level ability and humiliate me with a public breakup. In my previous life, I believed your deceitful words and was left shattered. You could never comprehend that despair. In this new life, I, Yi Qingxue, swear not to let you live." What was happening? Lin Tianming was bewildered. That voice, it seemed to be Yi Qingxue's. He stared at her, noticing she did not regard him with the malice he had just heard. Rather, she appeared touched by his words. Could it be a mere illusion? Yi Qingxue, who had been naive in their previous life, would have blushed under such scrutiny. Yet now her heart brimmed with endless resentment towards Lin Tianming for abandoning her, especially remembering how she foolishly believed he would return to her after their breakup, only for her parents to ultimately perish at his hands. "Brother Tianming, stop staring at me. It's your turn to go on stage. I believe you will awaken a high-level talent." Though her exterior radiated love for him, her heart wished for nothing more than to see him suffer. "I never expected to be reborn." Just as the awakening ceremony was about to commence, it seems fate has granted me a second chance, refusing to let me die with regrets. Wait for it, ungrateful scoundrel. With the strength I gained in my previous life, I will first slay you before avenging myself on those who betrayed me. In her previous life, Yi Qingxue, like now, awakened in Flevel Ice ability, only to be publicly humiliated by Lin Tianming. Her dreams of reconciliation led to her parents' demise at his hands. However, destiny provided her a path to vengeance. During a trial in a secret realm, she discovered a way to restore her fractured soul, resulting in her Flevel Ice ability transforming into an SS-level talent. With an unwavering desire for revenge, she overcame numerous life-threatening crises. Just as she felt strong enough to confront Lin Tianming, she discovered he had perished. Unable to avenge her parents by taking Lin Tianming's life, she was haunted by her unresolved hatred, which grew into her greatest inner demon after ascending to godhood. Ultimately, her adversaries exploited her vulnerability and ended her life. This was her past life. In this new existence, she would leverage her previous experiences to gain strength and eliminate Lin Tianming, thus freeing herself from her inner demons. Without such burdens, she would ascend as the unrivaled ice goddess. Once again, Lin Tianming heard that same venomous voice resembling Yi Qingshue's. After reading countless novels, he began to comprehend the situation. Could it be that he had awakened some ability to eavesdrop on others' thoughts? Almost simultaneously with this realization, a voice echoed in his mind, confirming his suspicion. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have awakened the bound goddess fortune system. All goddesses whom the original owner has wronged can now be bound to your fortune. The system has automatically bound the ice goddess Yi Qingxue, allowing you to perfectly eavesdrop on her thoughts. Though she awakened an Flevel ice ability, she will find a way to restore her soul and ascend to an SS level talent, advancing towards godhood. The system's revelations affirmed Lin Tianming's suspicions. He truly had acquired the ability to eavesdrop on Yi Qingshue's innermost thoughts. Chapter 2. The school beauty is bewildered. Why aren't you following the script? Chapter 2. The school girlfriend is confused. Why aren't you following the script? Brother Tianming, hurry up on stage. The mentor on the awakening platform has called your name for the second time. Don't keep him waiting, or you might miss your awakening. Prompted by Yi Qingshue's reminder, Lin Tianming finally realized it was his turn to ascend the stage. He momentarily set aside the thought of eavesdropping on Yi Qingshue's innermost feelings and hurriedly stepped onto the awakening platform. He recalled her thoughts, hinting at his awakening of an SS-level ability. With great anticipation, he wondered what his SS-level talent would be. Standing upon the awakening platform, amidst a dazzling display of lights signifying the awakening ceremony, Lin Tianming completed his transformation. Lin Tianming, SS-level special ability God's Hand. The primary skill of God's Hand enables the replication of any elemental attribute ability. Just as in my previous life, Lin Tianming, the scoundrel, awakens with the SS-level ability of God's Hand. But what does God's Hand matter? You are still destined to meet an early and tragic demise in this life. This time, I will not allow anyone to outpace me. In this life, the only one who can eliminate you is Yi Qingxue. Initially, upon hearing the mentor announce his SS-level ability, Lin Tianming felt a surge of joy. However, Yi Qingshue's heart, filled with hatred, doused his elation like cold water, causing him to frown. Since he could hear Yi Qingshue's thoughts from her rebirth, they must hold truth. He was likely to encounter significant peril and meet an untimely end. He was not the original owner of this body, and as a transmigrator, Lin Tianming would not accept the dismal fate of dying prematurely despite possessing such exceptional talent. It seemed he would need to find opportunities to glean more from Yi Qingshue's insights regarding the future. After Lin Tianming's SS-level special ability was announced by the mentor, the surrounding third-year students began to engage in fervent discussions about him. My goodness, Lin Tianming actually awakened the SS-level special ability, God's Hand. His future is undoubtedly limitless. I think I might be falling for him. Lin Tianming's ability talent is SS level, just like his perfect scores in theoretical knowledge over the past 3 years. He's exceptional, unlike his girlfriend Yi Qingshuo, who possesses only inflevel ability talent despite her theoretical knowledge. Exactly. How could Lin Tianming end up with such a worthless girlfriend? He should consider me. While I may not match Lin Tianming, I am still an excellent A-level water attribute ability talent. Lin Tianming and Yi Qingshuo had been childhood sweethearts, their bond celebrated within the academy and envied by many. However, following Yi Qingshuo's awakening of inflevel ice attribute ability today, many in attendance subtly mocked and belittled her. A bunch of short-sighted fools. Once this awakening ceremony concludes, I will leverage my memories from my past life to seek out my first opportunity. You lot are destined to be beneath my feet. And you, Lin Tianming, if you wish to publicly announce our breakup, then do so. Feel free to humiliate me. I am no longer the naive girl of my past life returned with memories. I harbor no love for you, only hatred. The humiliation I endure today will be repaid 100-fold. I, Yi Qingshu, avow it. This woman truly despises the original owner of this body. It was evident that before her rebirth, Yi Qingshu had suffered greatly at the hands of the original host. Is this what they call love turning to hate? Regrettably, he was not the scoundrel from her memories. Reflecting on Yi Qingshu's thoughts, which indicated that despite his SS-level talent, he had perished early in life before fully developing his abilities, Lin Tianming was convinced that she knew something crucial. To avert a fate identical to that of the original host, he must engage more with Yi Qingshu, simultaneously alleviating her animosity towards him. Her thoughts also suggested that she had ascended to divinity in her previous life. Such a being, having once achieved godhood, must be accompanied by great fortune. If he could harness Yi Qingshu's fortune, perhaps he could evade the same tragic fate as the original host. His system was also linked to the goddess fortune system, likely intending for him to capitalize on the luck bestowed by Yi Qingshu, the former ice goddess, to turn his fortune into fortune. With this in mind, Lin Tianming became increasingly resolute in mending the fractured relationship with Yi Qingshu, a result of the original host's despicable actions. Today I, Lin Tianming, wish to announce something in front of all present. Had it been anyone else lingering on the awakening platform post-ceremony, the mentor would surely have been enraged. Yet, with Lin Tianming awakening an SS-level talent, destined for greatness, the mentor could only turn a blind eye to last. Is it coming? Though I have experienced this once before, why, when he is about to publicly humiliate me with a breakup, do I still feel such heart-wrenching pain? Could it be that I still love him? No, it's impossible. He could have discreetly ended things with me, minimizing the impact, yet he chooses to humiliate me publicly. He later murdered my parents. I, Yi Qingshu, hold nothing but infinite hatred for Lin Tianming, not love. As Yi Qingshu observed Lin Tianming on stage preparing to announce something, the scene mirrored her past life, stirring a complex and conflicting turmoil within her. The others present speculated that Lin Tianming's announcement would likely concern a breakup with Yi Qingshu. Lin Tianming must feel that Yi Qingshu's level ability talent doesn't match his SS-level talent and intends to break up with her. If Lin Tianming breaks up with Yi Qingshu, could that mean I have a chance to rise? If I could align myself with Lin Tianming, this future high-level awakener, I would surely soar to great heights. This will be entertaining. The world is so cruel. Talented awakeners like Lin Tianming should rid themselves of those with level talents. Lin Tianming disregarded the jeering remarks of the onlookers. Listening to Yi Qingshu's conflicting thoughts, he sensed a possibility for reconciliation between them. As long as he did not emulate the original host's despicable nature and gradually soothe the heartache of Yi Qingshu, who had experienced rebirth, they could find common ground. In mending their relationship, he could also gain her fortune and opportunities, thus averting an untimely demise. With that thought, Lin Tianming took a deep breath and began to articulate his announcement. First and foremost, I am delighted to awaken this SS-level ability, which even I did not anticipate, in front of all of you. Still as hypocritical as in my past life. Starting with meaningless pleasantries. Next you'll express regret over our breakup. Just humiliate me, already can't you be swift about it? Though hearing it again is painful, it will only strengthen my resolve to kill you. In the audience, Yi Qingshu coldly scoffed, condemning Lin Tianming. On stage, Lin Tianming remained unaffected by Yi Qingshu's thoughts. I also wish for everyone present to witness another matter. Despite Yi Qingshu's level ice attribute ability, I, Lin Tianming, will not abandon her simply because of my SS level talent. I hope all of you remember this. Should anyone dare to speak ill of Yi Qingshu in my presence, I, Lin Tianming, will ensure they face the consequences for their words. Indeed, in this life, you remain ungrateful, unchanged from your past self. Wait, Lin Tianming didn't say he would break up with me. and he publicly declared he wouldn't abandon me for my inferior talent. The direction of the plot seems amiss. Lin Tianming is not a scoundrel. He should be publicly uttering harsh words and humiliating me with our breakup. Yi Qingxue was bewildered by Lin Tianming's unexpected behavior. How had he transformed so drastically since her rebirth? Had all her past sufferings and achievements merely been an illusory dream? Was this steadfast Lin Tianming, who showed no disdain for her humble beginnings, the true reality? Chapter 3. Am I such a scoundrel? Another avenger approaches. If that persistent shadow of a heart demon is indeed a mere dream, and there is no rebirth, have I unjustly blamed Brother Tianming? No, it can't be. My current rebirth, infused with a fragment of the ice goddess's power, confirms that I have indeed been reborn, unlike my previous life when I had no foundation. Could it be that my rebirth has caused a butterfly effect, altering Lin Tianming's character from his past self? At this moment, Yi Qingxue was beset by numerous questions. During her moment of confusion, Lin Tianming had already descended from the awakening platform. In front of the astonished crowd, he embraced Yi Qingxue warmly. Qingxue, worry not. Regardless of our extraordinary abilities, we shall always remain childhood sweethearts. Brother Tianming, you truly won't abandon me? If you wish, I would never hinder your promising future. Though she spoke with apparent indifference, Yi Qingxue, having endured emotional turmoil in her past life, found it hard to trust Lin Tianming. Perhaps her rebirth had brought about changes through the butterfly effect. Yet, Lin Tianming's ungrateful, duplicitous nature would undoubtedly remain unchanged. In this lifetime, she must safeguard herself, ensuring that this deceitful charmer does not lead her astray once more. Lin Tianming, regardless of your intentions, I shall eliminate you before you bring harm to my parents. Stop your pretenses and scheming. Let's break up publicly. Hearing Yi Qingxue's innermost thoughts, Lin Tianming realized that winning over this emotionally scarred woman would be a formidable challenge. However, he was confident that, with the ability to hear her thoughts, he would soon win her unwavering affection. Gradually wooing this being destined for divinity would be quite fulfilling. With conviction, he declared, Qingxue, you are my girlfriend, and your parents have graciously taken me in. How could I, Lin Tianming, forsake you? Thank you, Brother Tianming. Now, give me a kiss and stop overthinking. In that moment, Lin Tianming, embodying the role of her boyfriend, kissed Yi Qingxue publicly, inciting envy among nearby girls who aspired to win his favor. Why did Yi Qingxue, deemed worthless, receive the affection of this SS-level ability genius? It was utterly unfair. Lin Tianming's actions left Yi Qingxue feeling quite displeased, yet she maintained her composure to uphold the image she had before her rebirth. Do you truly believe that I, the ice goddess, remain the naive girl I once was? Release me. Just the thought of being embraced by you, this heartless scoundrel, makes me feel nauseous. Nauseous? Then allow me to hold you even tighter. Lin Tianming, aware that Yi Qingxue feared exposing her rebirth secret, continued to embrace her closely. Who is Lin Tianming? I am Jiang Han, a teacher from the Imperial Capital Academy, here specifically to verify the existence of an SS-level gifted student named Lin Tianming. If confirmed, he will be directly recommended for admission to our prestigious institution. Just then, a female teacher identifying herself as Jiang Han from the Imperial Capital Academy arrived. Hearing that she sought him out and would recommend him for admission filled Lin Tianming with elation. From the original host memories, he understood that the Imperial Capital Academy was the pinnacle of awakening talent cultivation in the entire realm, consistently producing a multitude of high-quality graduates. Is it really her? How unfortunate. The very mentor who once recognized Lin Tianming's potential, the top awakening talent with hopes of ascending to divinity, was ultimately betrayed by her own prodigy, leading to her tragic demise at the hands of monsters. I must warn her, she cannot be deceived by someone as duplicitous as Lin Tianming. Seeing Jiang Han approach Lin Tianming, Yi Qingxue felt a twinge of sympathy for this woman who had also suffered at Lin Tianming's hands. Lin Tianming, upon hearing Yi Qingxue's thoughts about Jiang Han, whom the former host had also wronged, felt a wave of dizziness. How many women had he wronged? Surely this woman couldn't be another seeking vengeance for past grievances? No, she was a victim of the original host. He, Lin Tianming, was a traveler from another world, having replaced the original host. He was a good person. The mentor responsible for the awakening quickly approached Jiang Han upon her arrival. Teacher Jiang Han, you have finally arrived. This child, Lin Tianming, is here. The mentor guided Jiang Han to Lin Tianming, introducing him with fervor. Teacher Jiang Han, this remarkable young man is Lin Tianming, who has awakened an SS-level special ability, the Divine Hand. His Divine Hand, even at its initial level, can replicate any elemental ability. I need not your introduction. He is my former student whom I painstakingly nurtured. Was that Jiang Han's voice? She too had been reborn? Lin Tianming, hearing her thoughts, felt an overwhelming urge to confront the original soul for all the chaos left behind. How many women had he wronged? Child, it is a pleasure to meet you. You may call me Teacher Jiang Han. Our Imperial Capital Academy welcomes all talented awakening students. Please demonstrate your Divine Hand for me to confirm its SS level status, and I will ensure your admission. It has been a long time, my dear student. Do you remember in your past life, you had just awakened your Divine Hand and could perfectly replicate my supreme level lightning forbidden spell? Even now, it fills me with astonishment. I had high hopes for you, nurtured you with care, wishing for you to surpass me, yet you harbored resentment against me for not granting you my Thunder Heart, ultimately betraying me at the crucial moment of my ascension. Did you know I withheld it out of concern that you were not yet ready to wield such power? I would have given it to you in due time. Your betrayal has truly left me heartbroken. Jiang Han's furious thoughts echoed in Lin Tianming's mind, leaving him feeling overwhelmed. He had finally devised a plan to placate Yi Qingxue. To my surprise, just as I had yet to fully navigate the complexities of Yi Qingxue, another woman, Jiang Han, emerged, one who had similarly suffered at the hands of the original host. The resentment and murderous intent that resonated within her heart were no less formidable than the malice Yi Qingxue harbored towards him. Suddenly tasked with appeasing two women who harbored such lethal intentions, Lin Tianming found himself under considerable strain. Oh, original host, how utterly despicable you are. I sincerely hope that Jiang Han is the last woman to fall victim to your treachery. Chapter 4. A Winning Bet. The system has automatically bound the Thunder Goddess Jiang Han to the host, allowing the host to listen in perfectly on the innermost thoughts of the Thunder Goddess Jiang Han. Jiang Han is the youngest top-tier awakener in the JoJo, possessing an SSS-level talent for lightning abilities. She is the prized disciple of the Thunder Hall's master, the designated next master of the Thunder Hall, and also serves as an instructor at the Imperial Academy of Emperors. In her previous life, she had taken the original host of this body as her student, but failed to see that the host was an ungrateful wretch. During the trial to ascend to godhood, she was betrayed and ambushed by her most cherished student, Lin Tianming. Although she did not perish immediately after the ambush, and even ascended to become the Thunder God, she ultimately could not endure for more than a few days in the land ravaged by demons, leading to a tragic demise. Is this the experience of Jiang Han before her rebirth? Before the binding of the goddess's fortune system, Lin Xingyun still harbored a glimmer of hope. But now that the system has spoken, and he can eavesdrop on Jiang Han's thoughts, that final shred of hope dissipates. I am truly not the one to blame. It is that other Lin Tianming who shares my name who is the villain. I am merely an honest individual who has traversed from Blue Star, having replaced the soul of that scoundrel, thus avenging you in advance. Child, why are you in a daze? Are you too nervous to see me? Do not be anxious. Simply showcase your SSS level talent. If it is genuine, I shall ensure your admission into the Imperial Academy of Emperors for further studies. This little brat, has he realized that I am the reincarnated one? Why is he so lost in thought? This feels somewhat different from when I encountered him in my previous life. Upon hearing the thoughts of the elegant instructor, Jiang Han, Lin Tianming also recognized that he could no longer ponder strategies. To avoid arousing Jiang Han's suspicion, he took a deep breath and feigned a modest demeanor. I apologize. Teacher Jiang Han, upon learning that you are an instructor at the Imperial Academy of Emperors, I momentarily became overly excited. It is all right, child. Kulme, let me see your divine hand skill. Simply replicate the basic skills I demonstrate. As she spoke, Teacher Jiang Han showcased 3 of the lowest-level lightning ability skills to Lin Tianming. Though she demonstrated them, Jiang Han did not expect Lin Tianming to replicate these rudimentary lightning skills. As a reincarnator, she was acutely aware of Lin Tianming's capabilities at this time. Typically, even the most powerful SSS-level talents must begin learning from the initial low-level skills and gradually advance. However, this little brat's SSS-level ability seems somewhat extraordinary. Unsurprisingly, this boy intends to replicate my high-tier lightning forbidden spell without me having to employ any superior-level incantations, aiming to astonish me and capture my attention, compelling me not only to ensure his admission to the Imperial Academy of Emperors, but also to consider taking him as my student. What a clever scheme. You little traitor. It must be said that your awakened talent is truly astounding, undoubtedly the strongest SSS ability in history. Unfortunately, this time your teacher will not be deceived by you, the ungrateful wretch. This was not the first time Lin Tianming gleaned from Jiang Han's thoughts that he would replicate the high-tier lightning forbidden spell right from the start. He fell into a brief contemplation. To his surprise, his divine hand possessed hidden attributes, enabling him to replicate high-tier forbidden spells. This meant that, having successfully replicated such a high-tier spell, he could contend with top-tier awakeners when they were unprepared. He had previously been puzzled when Yi Qingxue, also a reincarnator, claimed that he had perished prematurely before he had truly grown. Yet now, Jiang Han, having also been reborn, stood as a top-tier awakener. Even if he harbored betrayal, it was utterly impossible for him to ambush Jiang Han and inflict grave harm upon her. Now, with confirmation from Jiang Han that he could replicate high-tier forbidden spells, everything fell into place. At the crucial moment of Jiang Han's ascension to the Thunder God, the original host of this body must have replicated Jiang Han's high-tier lightning forbidden spell and ambushed her when she was off guard, resulting in her injuries during her ascension and her eventual demise in the Land of Calamity. Having resolved one doubt, Lin Tianming found himself plagued by another. Should he replicate her high-tier lightning forbidden spell in front of Jiang Han? If he did, would he not be just like the original host, following the same tragic narrative? By adhering to the original host trajectory, he risked meeting an early demise, much like the original. Yet, if he refrained from replicating the high-tier forbidden spell, he could momentarily deceive Jiang Han, but eventually he would be discovered, and with her trust already waning, she might ruthlessly eliminate him as a traitor. After careful consideration, Lin Tianming resolved to attempt replicating Jiang Han's lightning forbidden spell. However, replication must come with some modifications. With a bold idea forming in his mind, Lin Tianming immediately activated his divine hand. As he invoked the divine hand, he found that he could discern all of Jiang Han's skills. The divine hand has been activated. This little brat, he must be examining my skills now. If all goes as expected, he should replicate my purple thundershock skill. Yang Han, well acquainted with the hidden capabilities of Lin Tianming's divine hand, quickly recognized that he was scrutinizing all her skills. If only you could always remain my obedient student, how could a mere heart of anger compel you to turn against me, your devoted teacher? I have always treated you so well. Upon hearing Jiang Han's suddenly pained thoughts, Lin Tianming sensed her disappointment in him, rivaling that of Yi Qingxue. It seemed that to win over this woman and dispel her murderous intent entirely would be a formidable challenge. After considering this, Lin Tianming swiftly scanned Jiang Han's skills, locating the purple thundershock skill she had mentioned in her thoughts, and proceeded to replicate it. Replication. Purple thundershock. As Lin Tianming successfully invoked purple thundershock, Jiang Han's beautiful eyes fixated on the suddenly darkening sky above Mingxi City. This little brat replicating purple thundershock for the first time exceeded my expectations, striking me directly. At first, I thought he would be unskilled as it was his first attempt. Now, reflecting on it, this boy has long harbored treacherous intentions. Having been reborn once, I will not allow myself to be harmed this time. However, to Jiang Han's astonishment, the tempestuous thunderclouds enveloping the entire Mingxi City did not center upon her, but rather upon Lin Tianming, who was casting the spell. Stunned by this turn of events, Jiang Han thought, wasn't the purple thundershock supposed to strike me? How did it end up targeting Lin Tianming instead after my rebirth? With thunder rumbling, a bolt of purple lightning descended from the heavens, aimed directly at Lin Tianming. Could it be that the butterfly effect of my rebirth has led to this traitor meeting his end here? In my past life, I treated you so well. Yet you betrayed me, your mentor, and sought my life. You deserve to die this time. But why? As I see the purple lightning drawing ever closer to him, do I feel increasingly anxious? Could it be that I harbor a trace of affection for this traitorous student? In a fleeting moment, Jiang Han's mind was embroiled in an internal conflict. As the ominous purple lightning was poised to strike Lin Tianming with lethal precision, threatening to reduce him to ashes, Jiang Han, who had just moments ago wished for his demise, swiftly unleashed her unparalleled awakened abilities to forcibly halt the devastating bolt destined to obliterate him. How did I end up saving this rebellious disciple? In the aftermath of successfully rescuing Lin Tianming, Jiang Han found herself momentarily dazed. Meanwhile, Lin Tianming exhaled a sigh of relief. It appeared his gamble had paid off. Despite her profound resentment towards him, his mentor harbored a conflicting sentiment, a flicker of affection buried within her heart. He hoped this would momentarily dissuade teacher Jiang Han, granting him the necessary time to address the matter concerning Yi Qingxue before devising a strategy to navigate the treacherous waters of the Imperial Academy and confront the very mentor who sought his life. Chapter 5. You may be proud, but I will eventually make you devoted to me again. What is the matter with Lin Tianming, this heartless man? He should have accidentally struck his future mentor when he first demonstrated the divine hand. Oh no, the purple lightning is descending. Damn, why am I worried that this heartless man, who once publicly humiliated me and even killed my parents, might die? No, it's impossible. I merely wish to slay him with my own hands to dispel my inner demons. Allowing him to perish so easily is too lenient. Yes, that is right. I cannot harbor even the slightest feeling for him, despite her self-affirmations that her heart felt only hatred for Lin Tianming. Yi Qingxue's heart raced as she watched the purple lightning draw nearer to him. Could it be that this heartless man is doomed to die here due to the butterfly effect of my rebirth? Don't die. I beg you. Heartless man, you cannot die here. Though she was a reincarnator, Yi Qingxue had yet to mature. She did not want Lin Tianming to die and could only helplessly witness the impending strike of purple lightning. As the bolt of lightning was about to strike Lin Tianming, she turned away, unable to bear the thought of him being reduced to ashes, covering her eyes with her delicate hands. Hot tears streamed down her face as she wept, believing Lin Tianming was doomed. The man who had become her greatest inner demon was about to perish here, despite her complex feelings towards him. Yi Qingxue had to admit that she still held a flicker of affection for Lin Tianming. However, in the next moment, Lin Tianming's voice, expressing gratitude to Jiang Han for her timely intervention, snapped her back to reality. Thank you, teacher Jiang Han, for saving me. If it weren't for you, I might have been struck down by my own unrefined skill during my first attempt at replication. There is no need for thanks. It was my oversight not to anticipate that your SSS-level divine hand ability would be so formidable, capable of indiscriminately replicating my super-level forbidden spell, Purple Thunderstrike, with absolute precision and no diminishment in power. Listening to the exchange between Lin Tianming and Jiang Han, Yi Qingxue uncovered her hands, staring in disbelief at Lin Tianming, who stood unharmed before her. He wasn't he struck down? It was Jiang Han who saved him? Lin Tianming's gamble, meant to be used against Jiang Han, had unexpectedly yielded a remarkable outcome, not only compelling the woman who despised him to intervene, but also affecting Yi Qingxue's mindset. Truly, a case of killing two birds with one stone. Setting aside Yi Qingxue for the moment, Lin Tianming persisted in expressing his gratitude to Jiang Han. Teacher Jiang Han, I must express my gratitude. Your life-saving intervention is something I, Lin Tianming, will never forget. Once I have grown, I will also protect you whenever you need it. In repayment for your kindness, this arrogant brat dares to say he will protect me in the future? If he doesn't kill me, I will consider it a blessing. Having personally intervened to save Lin Tianming, Jiang Han's heart was in turmoil. Disturbed by her emotions, she no longer wished to remain there. Lin Tianming, through my assessment, it is indeed confirmed that your divine hand ability is SSS level. Congratulations, you have been granted a guaranteed admission to the Imperial Capital Academy this year. Once your summer break concludes, you are to report directly to the Academy. Here is my contact information. Be sure to add me as a friend. With guaranteed admission to the Academy and a temporary halt to Jiang Han's murderous intentions, Lin Tianming was elated. Understood, Tisha Jiang Han. Responding in the manner of a dutiful student, Lin Tianming quickly added Jiang Han as a friend on his phone. Having secured Lin Tianming's commitment not to flee, Jiang Han continued, "Child, I must return to the Imperial Capital Academy promptly to report your situation to the school authorities. Should you require anything during the summer, feel free to contact me directly. If you have no further inquiries, I shall take my leave." "Not at the moment, Teacher Jiang Han. If I think of anything, I will reach out to you." Lin Tianming was eager for Jiang Han to depart. Seeing that he had no questions, Jiang Han nodded slightly. "Then I shall take my leave. Remember, on the day of enrollment, you must be present. Otherwise, even with your guaranteed admission, tardiness will result in your cancellation." Lin Tianming nodded in agreement. "Yes, Teacher Jiang Han." Having conveyed all her instructions and fearing that lingering too long might change her mind about wanting to kill Lin Tianming, Yang Han hastily departed. With Jiang Han's departure, prompted by Lin Tianming's life-risking strategy, the weight that had burdened Lin Tianming's heart lifted temporarily. Turning to glance at Yi Qingxue, whose face bore traces of tears, he recalled how she had wept over his near demise. Lin Tianming approached her and embraced her. "Qingxue, why are you crying?" Yi Qingxue had finally stabilized her emotions during Lin Tianming and Jiang Han's conversation, but upon being embraced, her heart became a flurry once more. "Damn this heartless man, attempting to use such tricks to make me develop feelings for him." While scolding Lin Tianming internally, Yi Qingxue outwardly denied, I wasn't crying. Using tricks to deceive an innocent girl? You seem to be quite susceptible to this tactic yourself. Suppressing a laugh, Lin Tianming maintained his embrace as her boyfriend. Still insisting otherwise, "Qingxue, your eyes are swollen from crying, and your face resembles that of a weeping cat. You were worried about me, weren't you?" Who is worried about you?" "Tianming, don't. Not here, there are too many people." Yi Qingxue's face flushed crimson at Lin Tianming's words, her heart in disarray. Earlier, she had admitted to harboring a flicker of feeling for him despite her hatred, but now that he was alive, she adamantly denied it, unwilling to confront her true emotions. Caught in a tumult of love and hatred for Lin Tianming, she felt a simmering resentment, yet dared not unleash it, fearing he might discover her secret of reincarnation. "I'm a being who once ascended to the status of ice god. You cannot hope to sway my resolve. Once I find my destiny and embark on the path of rapid growth, I will surely slay you. What is the harm? Qingxue, we are a couple. In adversity, true feelings are revealed. Embracing like this is not a bad thing, is it? Who is revealing true feelings with you? I'm going mad. Why is this heartless man behaving so unpredictably today? Could it be that even after reincarnation, I cannot escape this inner demon?" Yi Qingxue felt her composure unraveling under Lin Tianming's antics, yet she maintained the fade of an innocent girl. Listening to her inner turmoil, Lin Tianming's lips curled into a slight smile. "This is merely the appetizer, Yi Qingxue." Lin Tianming was confident that with the ability to hear her thoughts aiding him, he would make this proud schoolgirl fall hopelessly for him once more. Chapter 6. Such a fine young man must not be swayed by outside women. Uturli envy yedingu. Despite awakening the most basic F-grade ability, Lin Tianming, who has awakened to an SSS grade power, remains unwaveringly devoted to her. How wonderful it would be to have such an extraordinary man as a boyfriend. I had initially hoped for Lin Tianming to break up with Yi Qingxue so that I could seize the opportunity to rise, but it seems that chance has slipped away. Alas, I envy Yi Qingxue, for with Lin Tianming as her steadfast support, she can face life with confidence, regardless of her innate talents. I'm not like those parasites who can only ascend by relying on others. In my previous life, I achieved divinity through my own efforts, needing no one else. In this rebirth, I have already found my destined opportunities, and by restoring the damaged soul of that ungrateful man, I shall rise faster than before. I am destined to attain divinity, which sets me apart from you all. Listening to the bystanders characterize her as a woman who can only avoid ridicule by depending on Lin Tianming, Yi Qingxu, once the ice goddess, felt quite displeased. Lin Tianming, hearing Yi Qingxue speak repeatedly of her opportunities, felt a stirring within him. Such opportunities could aid Yi Qingxue in restoring her soul and ascending to divine heights. If he could partake in this fortune, perhaps he could alter his fate as well. However, he would not emulate the original persona and heartlessly cast her aside after reaping the benefits. He would certainly reciprocate any advantages he gained from Yi Qingxue. I must find a way to discreetly dismiss this man, who is somewhat different from the one in my past life, and seek my opportunities alone. To prevent the tragedy of my parents' untimely demise from recurring, I must grow swiftly. If I struggle for years as I did in my previous life to restore my soul, even if I manage to eliminate this ungrateful man, my parents will still perish at his hands before I can mature. Upon hearing Yi Qingxue's repeated references to the ungrateful man, Lin Tianming understood that he had much to do in order to alter his unfavorable image in her eyes. Yi Qingxue pondered for a moment, maintaining the facade of the obedient girlfriend. She suggested, "Brother Tianming, I am a bit tired and wish to go home. Now that the awakening ceremony has concluded, can we return? Once we are home, I shall slip away at night to seek my opportunities. This ungrateful man will never suspect a thing." Lin Tianming, aware of Yi Qingxue's intentions, planned to play along. He tightened his embrace around her waist and replied, "Yes, let us return together. Having lived in the academy dormitory, it is time we visit our parents. Your hand, Brother Tianming. Please don't act so intimately in front of so many people. I endured great trials to achieve the title of Ice Goddess. Do you think I could be swayed by your sweet words? It is utterly laughable. And who are your parents? They are my parents. Do not refer to them as ours." Yi Qingxue felt a surge of anger. Yet fearing the exposure of her secret, she refrained from pushing Lin Tianming away. Observing her internal struggle, Lin Tianming decided to tease this charming woman. "Qingxue, haven't we always been this close? Why you seem different today?" He scrutinized her with utmost seriousness, causing her heart to skip a beat. Could he have sensed something? Perhaps it was the shock of awakening her F-grade ability that weighed heavily upon her. "Rest assured, I will protect you," he assured her, easing her tension. What was I worrying about? This ungrateful man is not a reincarnator. How could he possibly understand? To divert Lin Tianming from his line of questioning, Yi Qingxue replied, "Brother Tianming, I did not misjudge you. Let's return home." Addressing him so affectionately recalled memories of her past life. Before being publicly humiliated by Lin Tianming's betrayal, she had been as obedient and caring as she was now, genuinely devoted to him. The only difference was that the naive girl she once had transformed. Now, she concealed her true self to protect her secret of rebirth. Harboring feelings for this ungrateful man only harms myself. Qingxue, you must be resolute and find the means to restore your soul, relying on the powerful treasures from that secret realm to vanquish him. With this self-encouragement, Ye vingu sivifti adustet hertrublet minset. Truly, a former deity can recover their composure with remarkable speed. Lin Tianming couldn't help but admire Yi Qingxue's rapid return to equilibrium. He discreetly patted her back, continuing to embrace her as they made their way home. On their return journey, Yi Qingxue found herself nearly losing her temper multiple times due to Lin Tianming's overly familiar behavior, yet he skillfully deflected her irritation, citing their affectionate relationship as a couple. Had she not retained memories of her past life, she would have relished such closeness with him. However, fearing the revelation of her secret, she chose to endure. "That Lin, you truly infuriate me. The first thing I shall do upon restoring my soul with the secret realm's treasures is to sever those unclean hands of yours." To sever his hands? He would need to take advantage of her first. Lin Tianming was not the type to be intimidated easily. He increased his playful interactions with Yi Qingxue, delighting in provoking her frustration. Look at you, having returned from a divine rebirth. Yet you won't even let your boyfriend touch you. Allow me to teach you a lesson in respect, for one must respect others to earn their respect. Throughout the journey, Yi Qingxue felt her sanity fraying under the dual torment of Lin Tianming's teasing, and if she had not yet discovered her great opportunity, she would have relished the chance to slap him for his audacity. Enduring both his mental and physical antics, she finally reached her doorstep. At last, I can temporarily escape this ungrateful man. In my own home, facing my parents, he surely wouldn't dare to act out. With that thought in mind, Yi Qingxue rang the doorbell. Soon, her father opened the door. Upon seeing Lin Tianming and Yi Qingxue, he quickly called for her mother. Dear, Qingxue and Tianming are back. Weren't you just saying how much you miss these two good kids? Come out and see. In a brief moment, Yi Qingxue's mother appeared at the door. Overjoyed to see Lin Tianming and Yi Qingxue after such a long time, she exclaimed, Qingxue, Tianming, you two are finally back. We've missed you so much. Come in and sit. Upon entering, Lin Tianming said, Mom, Dad, today Qingxue and I participated in the Academy's awakening ceremony and have successfully graduated. We will have plenty of time to spend with you. Hearing Lin Tianming address her parents so familiarly in front of them made Yi Qingxue's expression change drastically, causing her to forget to maintain her delicate, dependent girlfriend persona. Lin Tianming, what nonsense are you spouting? These are my parents, not yours. You ought to address them as uncle and aunt. Just as Yi Qingxue's emotions spiraled out of control, her father stepped forward to defend Lin Tianming. Qingxue, how can you speak to your boyfriend like that? This boy, Tianming, has been raised by us since childhood. Isn't it wonderful that he calls us mom and dad? You are too trusting of this ungrateful wretch, the very one who cruelly took your life in the previous existence. Witnessing her father speak in favor of Lin Tianming, Yi Qingxue felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. Yet, it was her mother's subsequent words that deepened her distress. Tianming has always referred to us as uncle and aunt. This is the first time he has called us mom and dad, and I must say, I adore it. Qingxue, as Tianming's girlfriend, you ought to exhibit more grace. You can't be so fierce with your boyfriend as you were just now. Be careful, or such a fine young man might be snatched away by another woman. I am utterly infuriated. What kind of enchantment has Lin Tianming cast upon my parents? Why are they so enamored with this heartless rogue? Chapter 7. The Lost Land of Secrets. Qingxue, I'm deeply concerned for you. Being kidnapped is one thing. What good is this heartless man? It seems the plan to eliminate Lin Tianming, this ungrateful scoundrel, must be expedited. Tonight, I shall venture into the secret realm to seek fortune, and upon my return, I will end him. A permanente résolution. This woman, when her heart turns cold, is truly venomous. Is she truly contemplating the murder of her own husband? Yet she thinks she can secretly seek fortune in the secret realm? That is utterly impossible. Lin Tianming, having refrained from exposing Yi Qingxue's resentful thoughts due to her parents' reprimands, engaged her parents in conversation about their participation in the awakening ceremony, striving to foster a good rapport with the elderly couple. The more Lin Tianming conversed cheerfully with Yi Qingxue's parents, the more vexed Yi Qingxue became, having just been chastised by her own parents. Father, mother, please do not blame Qingxue for her apparent irritability today. Yi Qingxue's father patted Lin Tianming's shoulder and remarked, It appears that Qingxue is discontent because she awakened the lowest grade F-level ability. Thankfully, you, Tianming, were there to comfort her. You did splendidly. A true man of responsibility. Yi Qingxue's mother, increasingly pleased with Lin Tianming, who they had raised since childhood, said, We entrust Qingxue to you, Tianming. As we grow older, our abilities have waned due to an accident before Qingxue was born, leaving us as mere ordinary folk. Otherwise, we could have utilized our connections to secure a better academy for both of you to further your studies. Father, mother, fret not about me. I possess an SSS-level talent and have been directly admitted to the Imperial Capital Academy. Although Qingxue has only an F-level talent, I believe with hard work, she will excel in the upcoming National Awakening exam and gain admission to a decent academy. Upon hearing that Lin Tianming had been granted direct admission to the Imperial Capital Academy, Yi Qingshue's parents were astounded. The Imperial Capital Academy. Could it be the top-ranking academy among the 9 provinces? Indeed, once I graduate from the Imperial Capital Academy, who would dare to look down upon our Qingxue or bully her? I shall ensure to teach them a lesson. After receiving Lin Tianming's affirmation, Yi Qingshue's father displayed a contented smile. Tianming, you are a thoughtful child. The Imperial Capital Academy is the foremost awakening academy in the 9 provinces. With your achievements, you shall undoubtedly stand at the pinnacle of the 9 provinces, remaining steadfastly by our Qingshue's side. I truly did not misjudge you. Yi Qingshue's mother then turned to her daughter, who was sulking in silence, and gently admonished her. Qingxue, Tianming treats you so well. You must not indulge in petty grievances. Remember, a girl should be gentle and considerate to retain a man's affection. I understand, mother. Understand nothing. This Lin Tianming is merely a master of disguise. A heartless wolf. Though she professed understanding, Yi Qingshue's heart was filled with defiance. She had thought returning home would afford her some comfort as the mistress of her domain. Yet, much to her chagrin, her parents sided with Lin Tianming, intensifying her anguish. Had she known, she would have remained at the academy. At least in the girls' dormitory, she would not be tormented by Lin Tianming's presence. Thus, she endured until midnight. Finally, awaiting the solitude she longed for, it was time to depart. In her previous life, she had only discovered the means to restore her soul 2 years later, elevating her F-level ice attribute ability to SSS level. Now, armed with the memories of her rebirth, she could seek opportunities for ascendance 2 years ahead of time. After enduring a day of torment at Lin Tianming's hands, Yi Qingshuo wished to see him dismantled into pieces for his unwarranted touch, which had led to her parents' scolding. Stealthily leaving her room and ensuring she was not detected, Yi Qingshuo quietly opened the door and exited her home. To the lost land of secrets, Yi Qingshuo come. However, unbeknownst to her, she was being trailed by Lin Tianming. As she arrived at the entrance to the so-called secret realm, where she sought her fateful opportunities, Lin Tianming would reveal himself. The means to help Yi Qingshuo restore her soul would not be interfered with, but as for other opportunities, that remained uncertain. The treasures within the secret realm were unclaimed, and the capable would seize them. He trusted that his beloved girlfriend, Yi Qingshuo, would understand. Navigating swiftly through the tranquil streets of Mingxi City, Yi Qingshuo arrived at the entrance to the lost land of secrets in roughly half an hour. No one would ever imagine that this small Mingxi city harbors a secret realm brimming with divine opportunities. Had I not stumbled upon this place in desperation during my previous life, I would have never been able to restore my soul or regain my SSS level ice attribute ability. Gazing at the concealed entrance of the lost land of secrets, Yi Qingshuo, filled with excitement, stepped inside. Lin Tianming closely followed, maintaining a safe distance to continue his pursuit. In my previous life, I was lost and faced numerous dangers upon my initial visit here, ultimately discovering the means to restore my soul. This time, with the advantage of my rebirth memories, I shall evade all perils and reach the location of my desired opportunity. Was the lost land of secrets truly dangerous? The absence of any danger thus far for both him and Yi Qingshuo raised questions in Lin Tianming's mind. Since entering the lost land of secrets, he found it curious that they had encountered no threats. With Yi Qingshuo's thoughts elucidating the matter, he finally understood. Thank you, Qingshuo. Once I obtained the divine opportunity, I shall ensure to protect you. If Yi Qingshuo possessed the ability to eavesdrop on thoughts, she would be infuriated upon hearing Lin Tianming's musings. Sadly, she did not, remaining immersed in dreams of restoring her soul 2 years early, advancing towards the pinnacle of ice divinity. At last, they had arrived. Under Yi Qingshuo's guidance, Lin Tianming skillfully circumvented all perils along their path and safely reached the innermost grand hall of the lost land of secrets. The hall was adorned with a rusted giant clock, various mechanical gears, shattered skeletal remains of mysterious creatures reminiscent of dragon bones, and grotesque flesh tumors. There were boiling pools of murky black water and a chilling wind that howled like wailing souls. The decayed spectacle left Lin Tianming, visiting for the first time, feeling a sense of unease. Not only did he feel this way, even Yi Qingxue, who had previously visited, felt a shiver run down her spine. However, thinking of the means to restore her soul and the various opportunities for ascendance within this eerie hall, Yi Qingxue quickly regained her composure and began her search for fortune. Recalling the memories from her past life, Yi Qingxue swiftly pinpointed the locations of the treasures she sought. The gene elixir that will help restore my soul lies in the eastern part of this hall. The dawn wings of ice attribute can be found in the southwestern corner amidst the rubble. The thunderlight magic dragon spear of lightning attribute is trapped beneath the broken central pillar of the hall. The deep-sea soul of water attribute is located next to the skeletal remains resembling dragon bones. At last, there lies the star key, seemingly imbued with the power of countless brilliant stars, concealed within the rusty gears of a colossal clock. Having restored her spirit with these divine treasures and weapons in hand, the ascension to the position of ice goddess is but a matter of time. Lost in her thoughts, Yi Qingxue could not help but reveal a triumphant smile. However, at that moment, a familiar voice echoed through the grand hall, instantly freezing the smile upon her face. Qingxue, Qingxue, are you in there? I intended to visit your room tonight, but I caught sight of you sneaking out. I grew concerned for your well-being, so I followed you here. Yet, in the midst of running, I lost track of you. If you are inside, please respond. I'm truly worried about you. Do not act rashly just because you have awakened your F-level ability. Damn it, I distinctly remember confirming that I was not being followed. How could this unfaithful scoundrel have trailed me? No, I absolutely cannot allow him to discover my presence here. Otherwise, my fortune will become his. As Yi Qingxue anxiously searched for a place to hide within the hall, Lin Tianming unexpectedly entered even faster than she had anticipated, spotting her at once. Upon seeing her, Lin Tianming rushed towards her with joy illuminating his face and embraced her. Qingxue, I finally found you. I was lost in the secret realm for what felt like ages without seeing you, and I was so worried about you. Before she could find a place to conceal herself, Lin Tianming had already discovered her, causing Yi Qingxue's emotions to spiral into chaos once again, much like they had during the day. It's over. Chapter 8. They're all mine. These fortunes should rightfully belong to me. Lin Tianming seized the opportunity when Yi Qingxue confirmed the locations of all the treasures within the secret realm, deliberately appearing to throw her into disarray. Stepping into the role he had crafted, Lin Tianming approached Yi Qingxue, wearing an expression of delight at having found her, hastening towards her. Despite Yi Qingxue's reluctance, he leveraged his identity as her boyfriend to embrace her tenderly. Stay calm, Yi Qingxue. If you lead this unfaithful man away now, you might still preserve the fortunes that were meant for you. After this self-soothing reflection, Yi Qingxue displayed a look of guilt. I'm sorry, Brother Tianming. It's my fault for being so willful. I was wandering aimlessly, lost in the disappointment of my F-class psychic ability. Thank you for coming to find me. Shall we go home now? Did she think she could deceive him into leaving this place? It was too late. Lin Tianming's heart swelled with joy. Externally, he feigned contemplation, surveying his surroundings. Qingxue, are we wandering aimlessly, perhaps stumbling into a secret realm? If this is indeed a secret realm, we might discover treasures here that can aid awakeners in enhancing their powers. Huh? A secret realm? Brother Tianming, are you overthinking this? In our small Mingxi city, how could there be a secret realm? Let us hurry home. Damn, this unfaithful man can't possibly be interested in this place. He must want to explore. Everything in this grand hall is mine. I acquired them in my past life. You cannot take them from me. Listening to Yi Qingxue's frantic thoughts, Lin Tianming decided to hasten his girlfriend's anxiety further. He gently released her and walked towards the pile of rubble in the southwest corner of the hall. Qingxue, stay here. I'll take a look. If there's danger, I'll handle it. He recalled her thoughts, indicating that the ice attribute Dawn Wings lay hidden among the rubble. Upon witnessing Lin Tianming approach the pile of stones, Yi Qingxue hurried to follow him. There's no danger here. Damn this unfaithful man. That's the dawn wings I cherished most before my rebirth. You cannot take it from me. Brother Tianming, I think I should stay with you. The cold winds here are quite frightening. Continuing to feign the role of a loving girlfriend. Yi Qingxue accompanied Lin Tianming while plotting how to reclaim what rightfully belonged to her. Unexpectedly, Lin Tianming swept her into his arms, causing her heart to race. Brother Tianming, why are you suddenly holding me like this? Curse this unfaithful man. If you keep touching me, I swear I will sever your filthy hands once I rise again. Lin Tianming stifled a laugh, maintaining a righteous facade. Didn't you say you were afraid? Qingxue, by holding you like this, you should feel secure, right? You unfaithful man only disgust me. How could I possibly feel safe? Seething internally, Yi Qingxue managed to uphold her role as the affectionate girlfriend. Thank you, Brother Tianming, for caring so much about me. Arriving at the pile of rubble, Yi Qingxue began to pray internally. Please don't move the stones. Please don't. The more she worried about something, the more likely it was to happen. Under her gaze, Lin Tianming shifted the stones, revealing the divine weapon, the ice attribute Dawn Wings. The Dawn Wings shimmered in icy blue, emanating a chilling aura and an indescribable, formidable power of extreme ice. Upon seeing the Dawn Wings, Lin Tianming recognized that this item, as Yi Qingxue had described, was indeed extraordinary. What immense ice attribute energy. This is truly a secret realm. Qingxue, I never imagined you would inadvertently stumble in here and lead me to such a treasure. With this, I can better protect you. I don't need your protection. With the Dawn Wings that perfectly align with my ice attribute ability, I can protect myself. Yi Qingxue internally berated Lin Tianming for his shamelessness in stealing her fortune. Yet outwardly, she said, Brother Tianming, this treasure is ice attribute, and I possess ice abilities too. Could you possibly let me have it? Lin Tianming solemnly pressed down on Yi Qingxue's shoulder. Considering you are an F-class awakener and quite weak at the moment, once you grow strong enough, I will return it to you. For now, let me keep it safe. With it, I can protect you better, can't I? Brother Tianming makes a valid point. Since he discovered this treasure, it is best entrusted to him, an SSS-class awakener. Though she verbally agreed, Yi Qingxue felt her heart bleed. My Dawn Wings. It was my most used weapon before my rebirth, enabling me to survive countless crises. I never expected this rebirth would merely serve as a wedding gown for this unfaithful man. As she pondered, her emotions began to unravel. However, this was not the most devastating blow. Soon, Lin Tianming commenced searching the Grand Hall for other treasures that rightfully belonged to her. Unexpectedly, beneath a fractured stone pillar in the center of the hall lay a lightning attribute spear. Establishing a connection, it is called the Thunder Dragon Spear. What a powerful name. The water attribute Deep Sea Soul. How is this to be used? They are all mine. These should have all belonged to me. This grand hall is left with only the gene elixir that can aid in the repair of my soul, and the star key imbued with stellar power, which this unfaithful man has yet to discover. I must keep it hidden. Qingxue, let us check the position in the due east. The due east of the hall? That's where the gene elixir is. Damn, does he intend to take that too? Without the gene elixir, how will I repair my soul and rise? Yi Qingxue felt disoriented by Lin Tianming's actions. She had just become an awakener today, and still the weakest F-class ice ability user. Currently, she could only unleash a snow skill, which, while visually appealing, bore no lethality, and could only be cast one flake at a time. Repeated use would leave her utterly drained. How could she possibly seize the gene elixir from Lin Tianming? The thought filled her with despair. Watching as Lin Tianming successfully obtained the gene elixir capable of repairing souls, her gaze dimmed with hopelessness. Other treasures may be lost, but I can still seek fortuitous opportunities in other secret realms. However, the unique gene elixir that heals the soul is irretrievable. I shall forever remain a waste of an F-class ability. Why, after being reborn, does my desire to obtain the fortunes that should have been mine 2 years early lead to this? As Yi Qingxue's despair deepened, Lin Tianming's next words reignited her hope. It seems there are words beside this small vial. We learned about these ancient characters during our theoretical studies at the Academy. The soul gene elixir is specifically designed to enhance soul strength and repair the soul. By the way, Qingxue, was it you who suffered soul damage to save me? This elixir seems to be able to heal your soul. Why not give it a try? Chapter 9. The Mysterious Palace Beneath the Eternal Night Sky. A whisper that could drive one mad. Yi Qingxue was deeply skeptical, wondering if she had misheard. The man she deemed a heartless traitor, Lin Tianming, unexpectedly offered her the soul gene elixir. She gazed into Lin Tianming's eyes and asked, Tianming, are you truly certain you want me to use it? You just mentioned that it not only repairs the soul, but also enhances its strength. Do you not wish to use it to bolster your own soul's power? Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Tianming responded earnestly, Qingxue, compared to you, this soul gene elixir is of little consequence. If it can restore your soul, it might even elevate your F-grade ability to a higher level. You should take it. As Yi Qingxue looked at the soul gene elixir that Lin Tianming had extended towards her, her expression softened. Tianming, had she finally ceased to berate him as a heartless traitor in her heart? Hearing her call him Tianming in her thoughts, Lin Tianming realized that his decision had indeed touched this girl, who had been wounded by love. After a prolonged silence, Yi Qingxue finally murmured, thank you, Tianming. I will give it a try. With that, she took the soul gene elixir from Lin Tianming's hands, deftly opened the bottle, and drank it in one go. As the elixir took effect, it began to mend her injured soul. However, the potency was overwhelming, and Yi Qingxue collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony. Lin Tianming's expression turned to one of concern upon witnessing this. It was only when he heard Yi Qingxue's thoughts reassuring him that this was a normal reaction that he eased his worries about her potentially succumbing to the elixir's effects. Just like in my previous life, the potency is truly fierce. But as long as it repairs my soul, enduring a little suffering is worth it. Although he understood that Yi Qingxue was not in danger, seeing her in such distress still caused Lin Tianming to furrow his brow. After a moment of contemplation, he sat down and gently cradled the suffering Yi Qingxue in his arms. With his soft, soothing touch, her pain began to subside. Tianming has given me the gene elixir, and is now alleviating my suffering caused by its effects. Is this truly the behavior of the heartless man who would betray me? Being cared for so meticulously by Lin Tianming stirred complicated feelings within Yi Qingxue. With Lin Tianming by her side to help ease her pain, she felt that the time spent enduring the elixir's effects passed much quicker than in her previous life. Once she successfully absorbed all the effects of the soul gene elixir, her suffering came to an end, and her damaged soul was completely restored. My soul has finally been restored. My F-grade ability has truly returned to SSS grade. The joy of her soul's restoration was evident on her face, and Yi Qingxue could hardly wait to test her ice attribute ability after regaining her SSS grade talent. Frost Spike. Although Yi Qingxue had only awakened her ability today, her basic SSS grade ice skill possessed power far surpassing that of other awakened individuals of the same level. However, as she lay in Lin Tianming's embrace and summoned a multitude of frost spikes, she immediately regretted her actions upon remembering that he was present. Oh no, I forgot that this heartless man was also here, and in my excitement after restoring my soul and SSS grade ice ability, I got a bit carried away. Lin Tianming, sensing the moment, remarked impressive. Qingxue, you comprehended such a powerful ice skill right after restoring your soul. You must no longer be an F-grade talent, right? At Lin Tianming's inquiry, Yi Qingxue, realizing her indiscretion, could only nod and say, thank you, Tianming, for the soul gene elixir. I am indeed no longer an F-grade talent. Then what is your current talent? Lin Tianming's question was intended to test whether his efforts had shifted Yi Qingxue's attitude towards him. It is A-grade talent. But, Tianming, it still cannot compare to your SSS grade talent. Though this fellow gave me the gene elixir, which did indeed move me, it's better not to let him know that my soul restoration is also at SSS grade. Listening to Yi Qingxue's superficial response and her inner thoughts, Lin Tianming felt a twinge of regret that she still harbored reservations about him. Nevertheless, considering the progress they had made in just a single day, he felt quite pleased with the outcome. He replied nonchalantly, An A-grade ice ability is quite impressive, Qingxue. Moving forward, work diligently to prepare for the upcoming Awakener examination across the 9 provinces in a few days, and aim for a commendable score to gain admission into a prestigious Advanced Awakener Academy. Yes, I will strive to combine theoretical knowledge with practical experience, aiming to enroll in the Imperial Academy of the capital, where I can continue to be with you, the gifted Tianming. What am I thinking? Why do I suddenly feel fond of this heartless man again? Yi Qingxue, have you forgotten? This fellow excels at charming words. In my previous life, his sweet talk led to your downfall. But Tianming seems genuinely different from a man he was in my previous life. If he had retained his selfish demeanor, he would have undoubtedly kept the soul gene elixir for himself. Caught in a whirlwind of conflicting emotions, Yi Qingxue hesitated about whether to take action against Lin Tianming. However, he beckoned her. There seems to be something glowing on the gears of this enormous clock. Qingxue, come take a look. Oh, I'm coming, Tianming, called by Lin Tianming. Yi Qingxue felt a twinge of guilt and hurriedly followed him. A key? This key is exquisite. It resembles the star key. Let me sense it closely. Lin Tianming, pretending not to have gleaned from Yi Qingxue's thoughts that this was indeed the star key, swiftly picked it up for examination. I can sense it. This object is called the star key, imbued with stellar power, a true treasure. Qingxue, you're indeed my lucky star. Today, wandering in here with you has led to the discovery of so many treasures. Lin Tianming's words irked Yi Qingxue. These items were rightfully hers. Had it not been for her reliance on her memories as a reborn individual to guide Lin Tianming here, he would have obtained nothing. The thought that, aside from a gene elixir, all the treasures in the Grand Hall had fallen into Lin Tianming's hands left her feeling disheartened. Yi Qingxue contemplated seizing them, but ultimately decided against it. Today, I suppose I have succumbed to this heartless man. That light. Lin Tianming has triggered the star key phenomenon that I had never activated before. Filled with resentment, Yi Qingxue, resigned to her fate, was astonished to see the star key in Lin Tianming's hands erupt in dazzling light. This was an occurrence she had never witnessed when she possessed the star key in her previous life. The radiant light coalesced into starlight, and the star key in Lin Tianming's grasp floated into the air, sketching out a celestial mirror akin to a resplendent galaxy. The celestial mirror began to ripple like water, gradually revealing a dreamlike star palace set against the backdrop of the eternal night sky. Yi Qingxue couldn't help but exclaim, "So beautiful." The palaces in this starry sky are as stunning as the stars themselves. Indeed, they were magnificent. Lin Tianming, though non-committal, nodded in agreement, equally captivated by the vision reflected in the star key's celestial mirror. As the perspective of the beautiful palace nestled in the eternal night sky drew closer and more profound, both Lin Tianming and Yi Qingxue were granted glimpses of the palace's inner sanctum. Soon, the celestial mirror revealed the deepest recesses of the palace. In this innermost chamber lay a beautiful angel, surrounded by a halo of starlight. Upon seeing this enchanting being, Yi Qingxue inhaled sharply, pondering how such a pure and beautiful figure could exist in the world. She appeared to be a being from myth and legend. Lin Tianming also scrutinized this mysterious entity, who bore an angelic visage, adorned with a white military cap. Her flawless face was complemented by pristine wings that enveloped her as she sat peacefully upon her throne. A colossal star key floated behind her, radiating boundless celestial power. Yi Qingxue soon discerned something remarkable. The key behind the angel bore a striking resemblance to the star key Lin Tianming had acquired, the only distinction being that hers was disproportionately large, while his was of a conventional size. Prompted by Yi Qingxue's observation, Lin Tianming also noted this peculiar similarity. As he pondered the connection between his star key and the angel in the celestial mirror, the sleeping angel suddenly opened her slender, beautiful eyes and directed her gaze toward him and Yi Qingxue. With her crimson lips parting, the angel uttered a singular phrase. "I see you." Lin Tianming, having comprehended the angel's words, felt unperturbed. However, Yi Qingxue, upon hearing the distant word from the enchanting angel in a mysterious realm, was overwhelmed with tears of blood. What is she saying? Why can I not comprehend her words? Damn, this whisper seems to harbor a bizarre power capable of shattering my sanity. It hurts so much. Though the angel's words were brief, to Yi Qingxue, they resonated like a haunting melody, echoing incessantly in her mind. Soon, an inexplicable fear took root within her, leading her mental state to unravel. If this continued, she would inevitably lose her sanity and succumb to madness. Through Yi Qingxue's inner turmoil, Lin Tianming grasped the peril she faced. Yet, he too was beset by confusion. Why could he discern the angel's whispers while Yi Qingxue could not? Given her previous ascendance to the ice god, how could she be driven to the brink of madness by words that he found inconsequential? With myriad questions swirling in his mind, Lin Tianming resolved to prevent Yi Qingxue from being tormented to death by the angel's whispers. With a determined gaze, he swiftly struck the celestial mirror, shattering it. The awakened angel fixated her gaze upon Lin Tianming, leaving him with one final message before the shattered mirror vanished. I will seek you out in due time. I shall cast you back to your world. As the angel's words lingered, the celestial mirror was completely obliterated, dispersing the eerie whispers that had threatened to unravel Yi Qingxue's sanity. However, the toll of resisting the mental invasion rendered her utterly exhausted, and she collapsed into unconsciousness. Chapter 10. Strategizing for Yi Qingxue. Trust Tianming brother once more. With a single strike, Lin Tianming shattered the celestial mirror manifested by the star key, dismantling the whispers of the beautiful angel residing in the palace of eternal night. He patiently awaited Yi Qingxue's awakening by her side. During this waiting period, images of the angel and her palace, glimpsed through the celestial mirror, flashed through Lin Tianming's mind. What exactly is this angelic being? Why is it that, although her words are not in any human language, he can comprehend them? Could it be the language of the divine? If so, why does Yi Qingxue, once revered as the ice goddess, fail to understand it? Through his ability to eavesdrop on thoughts, Lin Tianming learned that the angel's language inflicted profound harm on Yi Qingxue's psyche. Had he not intervened in time to shatter the celestial mirror, she might have lost her sanity in madness, even jeopardizing her very life. For Yi Qingxue, the angel's whispers possessed the power to ensnare her in insanity, tearing apart her rationality. Despite being unaware of why he remained unscathed, Lin Tianming meticulously recorded his encounter with the enigmatic angel and her extraordinary abilities. After all, she had proclaimed that she would come seeking him in the future. He could not afford to be unprepared. As he heard Yi Qingxue's murmurs signaling her impending awakening, Lin Tianming momentarily set aside his contemplations and lowered his gaze to her delicate face, her brows tightly furrowed. Soon, Yi Qingxue slowly opened her eyes. Lin Tianming seized the opportunity to speak. Qingxue, you have finally awakened. You were tormented by the angel's whispers, and I was terrified for you. Upon Lin Tianming's reminder, Yi Qingxue swiftly pieced together her memories from before her unconsciousness. It was you who saved me. This was a rare opportunity to garner Yi Qingxue's favor, and Lin Tianming naturally did not deny it. Indeed, I shattered the celestial mirror, causing the angel within to vanish. Thank you, Tianming brother. Though Yi Qingxue had suffered greatly from the angel's whispers, her hazy consciousness had noted someone breaking the mirror. Once it shattered and the whispers ceased, her tormented spirit found relief. With only Lin Tianming present, she believed he had not deceived her. However, the thought of him saving her left her emotions in a tumultuous state. Tianming brother first provided me with the gene elixir to restore my spirit and regain my SSS class extraordinary abilities. Now, he has saved me from the brink of madness, a stark contrast to the person he was in my past life. Could it be that my reincarnation has caused a butterfly effect, altering Tianming brother's character? The Tianming brother who killed my parents in my previous life is different from the one who has saved me in this life, where my parents are alive, and I have not been publicly humiliated or abandoned by him. If he truly possesses a benevolent nature unlike his past self, why should I harbor intentions to kill someone who has been unwaveringly by my side and rescued me from despair? As Yi Qingxue contemplated how to confront Lin Tianming, Her thoughts were inadvertently heard by him. Naturally, Lin Tianming longed to dissolve her hatred and murderous intent towards him, wishing to see her abandon her desire for vengeance. If he could successfully win over Yi Qingxue today, he would owe a great debt of gratitude to the angel residing in the Palace of Eternal Night. It was the life and death crisis created by that angel that allowed them to forge a bond through adversity, hastening his progress in winning her over. Trust Tianming, brother, once more. In this critical moment, his unwavering support is worthy of my faith. Caught in an internal struggle, Yi Qingxue ultimately made the decision Lin Tianming most desired to see. A faint smile graced Lin Tianming's lips, relieved that he no longer had to fear being murdered by his own girlfriend in the middle of the night. Next, only the teacher Jiang Han from the Imperial Capital Academy remained. Once the new semester commenced, if he could also win over the alluring teacher Jiang Han, he would be free from worry. Just as he felt a sense of relief, Lin Tianming was startled by the thoughts of his girlfriend in his embrace. However, if Tianming, brother, ever exhibits even a hint of the malevolence from my past life, I will not hesitate to strike him down. Tianming, brother, I hope you truly are different from your past self. Do not let me down again. For the time being, Yi Qingxue's thoughts on Lin Tianming were set aside as she recalled the angel that had nearly driven her to madness. She turned her gaze toward the star key in Lin Tianming's hand. Tianming, brother, may I see that star key? Hearing her request, Lin Tianming readily handed the star key to her. Of course, this star key harbors boundless stellar power. Before my reincarnation, it aided me through many crises. Yet it never triggered the phenomenon we just witnessed. Why did it activate such a strange manifestation in your hands, Tianming, brother? Perhaps the true master of the star key requires the right person and timing to unlock its potential? Yi Qingxue's thoughts mirrored Lin Tianming's own confusion. He listened intently, hoping to glean more information regarding the angel. Unfortunately, after much contemplation, Yi Qingxue could not arrive at a definitive conclusion. Tianming, brother, please safeguard it well. However, remember, if it triggers the celestial mirror phenomenon again, you must shatter it immediately. Do not engage in conversation with that mysterious angel on the other side. I strongly suspect that she is the true master of this star key, and since we possess it, she will likely seek to reclaim it. Lin Tianming pondered for a moment before responding, perhaps. We should simply part with the star key? After all, we have acquired other valuable treasures in this secret realm. It is essential. The power of this star key is immense. As your secret weapon, it is invaluable for protection. The angel has already discovered us. Discarding it now would be futile. She would still be able to track us down. Our only option is to swiftly enhance our strength before she finds us. The power of this star key is the strongest among the divine treasures we acquired today. Had its attributes not differed from my ice powers, I would have utilized it frequently in my previous life, rather than reserving it as a last resort for survival. To discard it would be wasteful. As long as I can reclaim my position as the ice goddess before the angel arrives, what have I to fear? Hearing Yi Qingxue's confident thoughts of regaining her status as the ice goddess, Lin Tianming decided to heed her advice. It is often said that great fortunes come with great risks. If one were to forsake everything out of fear of future repercussions, what would become of the awakened? This star key, Lin Tianming would claim for himself. Chapter 11. The three ascended divine kingdoms lost to history, brother Tianming. Shall we depart this secret realm now? This secret realm, which should have belonged to me, has yielded its treasures to brother Tianming. There is no longer any need to linger here. Though Yi Qingxue internally expressed that there were likely no other valuable treasures remaining, Lin Tianming, still eager to explore, resolved to continue his search. Qingxue, I have yet to thoroughly investigate this grand hall. I must see if there are any more hidden wonders. Brother Tianming is truly something else. As a reincarnator, I'm already aware of everything here from my previous visit. If I say we should leave, it undoubtedly means there are no treasures left. With a soft murmuring of protest in her heart, Yi Qingxue, still somewhat weakened, could only follow Lin Tianming's lead. What purpose does the boiling black water in this pool serve? After wandering around the grand hall, Lin Tianming approached the seething black water pool. Noticing his intent, Yi Qingxue's expression shifted. Brother Tianming, please do not touch that pool. Why? Well, I cannot say for certain. It just gives me an ominous feeling. Please do not touch it. This pool is exceedingly strange. In my past life, I had an unfortunate encounter with it, and my already damaged soul nearly perished due to the tainted waters. Had I not swiftly consumed the soul gene elixir at that moment, I would have been doomed. The secret of my reincarnation must remain undisclosed. I hope Brother Tianming trusts me. Touching that pool would mean certain death. Despite hearing Yi Qingshue's thoughts, Lin Tianming decided against recklessly approaching the pool that could obliterate one's soul. He circled the black water pool once more and soon noticed what appeared to be a stone tablet submerged within the boiling waters. If not for his keen observation, he would have easily overlooked it, hidden as it was beneath the bubbling surface. Lin Tianming's curiosity piqued. He first ensured Yi Qingxue remained at a safe distance before invoking his divine hand to replicate her ice attribute ability. Frostfire. A series of icy spikes formed at Lin Tianming's command, hurtling towards the boiling black water pool. Yi Qingxue, witnessing this scene, was immediately alarmed. Brother Tianming, have you lost your mind? If we are splashed by that black water, we will both perish. I shield. Without responding, Lin Tianming employed his divine hand to access Yi Qingshue's SSS-Grade ice attribute ability, conjuring the ice shield she had yet to manifest. With the protective ice shield in place, both he and Yi Qingxue remained unharmed. Brother Tianming's divine hand is capable of replicating two abilities at such a low level. As Yi Qingxue observed Lin Tianming successfully duplicate her uncast ice shield, her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Having ended my relationship with him prematurely in my previous life, I still know too little about the true capabilities of Brother Tianming's divine hand. Why did he suddenly replicate my ability to attack the corrosive black water pool? What could he possibly intend? Under Yi Qingshue's puzzled gaze, the hidden stone tablet within the black water pool was dislodged by the icy spikes. Once it emerged, Lin Tianming ceased his attack with the frost spires. However, he did not dismiss the ice shield, but instead, under its protection, cautiously approached the stone tablet that had been revealed. The tablet exuded an ancient aura, riddled with cracks, and was inscribed with equally archaic characters. Both Lin Tianming and Yi Qingxue, having studied extensive theoretical knowledge, recognized these ancient writings. Yet, due to the tablet's age, many portions were missing, rendering the reading somewhat disjointed. Yi Qingxue began to read aloud, "Today I, alongside the star key angel of the Gene Divine Kingdom and the mechanical divine kingdoms." Reaching a gap, she paused. Brother Tianming, do not dwell on the missing parts. Continue reading to grasp the overall meaning. Lin Tianming encouraged. Following his advice, Yi Qingxue proceeded, skipping the fragmented sections. It was too powerful. Even when we joined forces, we suffered a devastating defeat at its hands, sustaining irreparable injuries. Another gap. As she continued, encountering more missing text, Yi Qingxue felt a tinge of frustration but pressed on. I also severely injured it, forcibly retaining its divine weapon, the Star Key. Time is running out. We cannot return. This spiritual ascension pool of the spiritual energy divine kingdom. For those destined. Upon finishing the incomplete inscription, Yi Qingxue frowned and remarked, Brother Tianming. The text becomes increasingly fragmented towards the end, making it difficult to piece together a coherent narrative. Lin Tianming pondered nevertheless. We have gleaned one crucial insight. The star key we possess appears to belong to the star key angel mentioned in this inscription. Moreover, we have encountered references to the previously unknown gene divine kingdom, mechanical divine kingdom, and spiritual energy divine kingdom. Where are the gene divine kingdom, mechanical divine kingdom, and spiritual energy divine kingdom? I became a deity in my previous life and had never heard of these places. Had Brother Tianming not inadvertently discovered the stone tablet concealed within this black water pool, I would have remained oblivious to these secrets. Although the inscription is incomplete, it nonetheless suggests that this lost secret realm was likely formed from the battle of the three divine beings. From the stone tablet's account, the star key angel of the gene divine kingdom appears to be the mightiest of the trio, facing two opponents alone. No wonder the star key among the treasures here is the most powerful. After contemplating for a moment, Yi Qingxue declared, Brother Tianming. This secret realm must have been created from the fierce battle of these divine beings. We have already secured all the treasures. Let us return at once. Lin Tianming, recalling the mention of the destined individuals in the inscription, fixed his gaze upon the black water pool. The inscription had indicated that this pool was the spiritual ascension pool of the spiritual energy divine kingdom. Perhaps it is not as perilous as one may believe. Rather, it could present an opportunity. Upon hearing Lin Tianming's words, Yi Qingxue grew anxious. What do you mean by opportunity? You cannot be suggesting that this black water pool is a chance for you to bathe in its depths? Brother Tianming, please do not act recklessly. I genuinely have a foreboding feeling. Why do you not trust my words? In my previous life, I experienced it firsthand. Without the soul gene elixir as an antidote, I nearly had my soul obliterated. Ascend? More like being condemned to the realm of bliss. Having encountered Lin Tianming, who would not betray her due to the butterfly effect of fate, Yi Qingxue was determined to protect him from any peril. Despite her earnest counsel, Lin Tianming's gaze hardened with resolve, and he decided to take the risk. Qingxue, stay here. I will descend to investigate. With that, before Yi Qingxue could protest, Lin Tianming leapt into the seething black water pool. Splash! Upon entering the water, Lin Tianming felt no immediate signs of being burned by the boiling black liquid. Perhaps this is not so dangerous after all? Just as Lin Tianming began to relax, an eerie force seemed to invade and scorch his soul, leaving him with an overwhelming sensation of impending obliteration. In that moment, he comprehended why Yi Qingxue warned of the pool's capability to annihilate one's very essence. Chapter 12. A Blessing in Disguise. Devouring spiritual energy to ascend as a divine soul. Brother Tianming, come back quickly. Don't jump. Yi Qingxue exclaimed the moment she saw Lin Tianming prepare to leap. However, she was too late. Lin Tianming had already plunged into the water. Get back up, Brother Tianming. Hurry. The black water will obliterate your soul. Yi Qingxue was genuinely worried about Lin Tianming's safety, to the extent that she forgot she could not reveal to him that this black water eroded souls, leading to their utter destruction. If she exposed this, and Lin Tianming pressed for answers, she would have no way to explain the secret of her rebirth. Nevertheless, she could not afford to dwell on that now. Just as her plea for Lin Tianming to surface left her lips, his body dissolved in the boiling black water. Is he dead? Ye Vingbu collapsit in despair. Simultaneously, Lin Tianming's disintegrating body found his soul transported to a peculiar realm. In this space, every corner was infused with soul energy that resonated profoundly with him. Immersed in this environment, Lin Tianming experienced an exhilarating sense of nourishment from the abundant spiritual power surrounding him. His soul underwent a profound transformation, seemingly advancing to a higher level of existence. A thought flickered in his mind about the fated individual mentioned in the inscription, and a smile graced his face. It seems my gamble has paid off. This spiritual ascension pool must be a legacy left by the fallen denizens of the spiritual divine kingdom. He immediately settled into a meditative posture, absorbing the plentiful soul energy. Not long after, Lin Tianming's soul successfully underwent a metamorphosis, becoming more resilient than ever before. Moreover, he grasped a skill exclusive to those who had been baptized by the spiritual ascension pool, spirit fire. Slowly, Lin Tianming opened his eyes, eager to demonstrate the spirit fire skill. In the next moment, his soul ignited a flame that could only be conjured by consuming soul energy. This spirit fire could directly assault the minds and souls of others. Even as a mere flicker, it could burn the vulnerable souls of ordinary awakeners. Having tested the power of spirit fire and acquired a new offensive skill, Lin Tianming felt elated. Though his divine hand was extraordinarily powerful, capable of replicating skills of the highest tier, he still lacked abilities that he could wield without copying. Now, with the addition of spirit fire, he possessed a technique that could strike at an opponent's soul, catching them off guard. As his soul ascended to a new echelon, and he learned a new skill reserved for the elite of the spiritual divine kingdom, Lin Tianming's joy began to wane, replaced by a headache regarding how to exit this space. Just then, a voice resonated through the realm. shaking the very essence of his soul. After 10,000 years, I have lingered here on the feeble remnants of my spirit, waiting for a fated soul. Young man, your essence is truly tantalizing. Having just ascended to the lowest tier of spiritual ascenders through my spiritual pool, yet your soul energy is remarkably rich. How intriguing. Upon hearing the sudden voice, Lin Tianming immediately scanned his surroundings with caution. The language spoken was identical to that which he had heard from the Star Key Angel. It was not the language of contemporary humanity, yet he understood it perfectly. However, no matter how hard he searched, he could not locate the speaker. Yet, he surmised the identity of this mysterious being. You are one of the fallen from the spiritual divine kingdom? Correct. You're quite astute for a young man. I relish the taste of clever souls. How delightful! The mysterious entity's voice echoed, as if savoring an enticing prey. Lin Tianming gathered from the tone of the speaker what intentions lay behind those words. What do you mean? He inquired, anxiety creeping into his voice. What do I mean? I intend to indulge in your delectable spiritual essence. After waiting millennia for a fated soul, you are my ticket to freedom. The voice erupted into boisterous laughter, dripping with contempt for Lin Tianming, whom it regarded as a mere insect. Come, become a part of my revival. Mortal, assist me, and you shall exist alongside me for eternity. The entity revealed its true form, a magnificent spiritual embodiment, and surged towards Lin Tianming at an astonishing speed. In that moment, Lin Tianming realized that this so-called opportunity was, in fact, a trap laid by the fallen denizen of the spiritual divine kingdom for its own resurrection. Confronted with the entity's swift advance, Lin Tianming's trapped soul had no time to evade, and he was directly invaded by the mysterious being's essence. Your spiritual energy is far richer than it appears. What a remarkable spirit you possess. I do not regret using the remnants of my soul to create this ascension pool to draw you in. You have become a spirit, without a corporeal form. You are my flawless prey. Fear not. By consuming your abundant spiritual energy, I shall successfully revive. Then, I will ascend to the gene divine kingdom and tear that Star Key Angel to shreds. The being dismissed Lin Tianming's resistance. As a powerful entity at the pinnacle of spiritual ascension, it believed that devouring Lin Tianming's soul would be effortless. Yet, Lin Tianming refused to succumb so easily. You will not devour me without a fight. As he struggled against the oppressive force, a surprising development occurred. His disembodied spirit began to solidify, showing signs of regaining a physical form. Lin Tianming recalled what the mysterious entity had said. Without a body, he would fall prey to it. But what if he could restore his physicality? With that thought, Lin Tianming focused intently, intent on reconstituting his body. Though it sounded fantastical, he had no choice but to take a leap of faith. Astonishingly, this seemingly improbable act began to accelerate the solidification of his essence, driven by his fervent desire to regain his corporeal form. As Lin Tianming's ethereal spirit gradually solidified, the invading entity began to feel its own essence being slowly assimilated by Lin Tianming's growing strength. If this continued, the being that sought to consume Lin Tianming's soul would itself be devoured by him. How is this possible? Your body has been obliterated by my ascension pool. How can you reconstitute yourself? Nothing is impossible. Lin Tianming's unwavering resolve was unshakable. The once arrogant entity, feeling its remnants being devoured, began to panic. Even I, a god, cannot achieve what I desire solely through will. Is this the highest state of spiritual ascension? The heart triumphs over the material? You, a newly awakened spiritual ascender, cannot possibly attain such a sublime state. No. For the sake of reviving the tormented soul that has languished for a millennium, I cannot simply resign myself to this fate. No, I have yet to exact my vengeance upon that accursed Star Key Angel, to prove that my path to spiritual ascension is the singular route among the three great ascension pathways that leads to the utmost pinnacle. I shall not yield. Chapter 13. The Awakener's Champion of Mingxi City. Yi Qingxue enters the Imperial University. Yi Qingxue sat despondently by the ascension pool, consumed by guilt for Lin Tianming's demise. If only she could have grasped her brother Tianming's hand, he would not have perished here. Oh, Tianming, your death was so tragic. It is all my fault for keeping the secret of rebirth, for failing to inform you that the ascension pool could devour souls. In this moment of sorrow, Yi Qingxue lamented the loss of Lin Tianming, who had stood by her side through thick and thin during her rebirth. If you could come back to life, I swear I will never again let my past experiences drive me to harm you. All I desire is for you to return to me in this life. Her cries grew more fervent, her visage a portrait of sorrow. I still know of many secret opportunities. If you could come back, I would relinquish them all for you, Tianming. I beg you, do not frighten me. Despite her desperate pleas for Lin Tianming's revival, deep down, she understood that her brother was irrevocably gone. In her previous life, had she not relied on the soul gene elixir, she too would have been consumed by the black waters, her essence shattered. This time, she used the elixir to mend her own soul, leaving Lin Tianming without any remedy to survive after touching the lethal waters. However, unbeknownst to her, Lin Tianming had not perished. He had just absorbed the remnant soul of the enigmatic entity that resided within the ascension pool and was now back in the realm of the living. As his ethereal form emerged, he beheld Yi Qingxue weeping for him, and a peculiar expression crossed his face. He had narrowly escaped a life-threatening encounter in another dimension, almost consumed by the mysterious entity. Fortunately, his will was resolute, allowing him to miraculously reconstitute his corporeal form and survive. While the harrowing experience had left him somewhat shaken, hearing Yi Qingxue's heart-wrenching cries made him feel that he ought to express gratitude towards the very entity that had nearly brought about his end. Had it not been for the peril crafted by the mysterious presence of the spiritual ascension kingdom, Yi Qingxue would not have mourned his passing so profoundly. The crisis orchestrated by the Gene Kingdom's Starkey angels had garnered her trust, while the dilemma posed by the spiritual ascension kingdom allowed her to unburden her heart. After observing Yi Qingxue's tear-streaked face for a brief moment, Lin Tianming resolved to reveal himself and soothe her overwhelming grief. With a thought, Lin Tianming successfully transformed from an ethereal being into his corporeal form. As he approached the inconsolable Yi Qingxue, he knelt down and enveloped her in his embrace. Qingxue, I have returned. The simplicity of his words sent a shiver through her delicate frame. Tianming? Yes, it is I, Qingxue. Lin Tianming gently caressed her hair and wiped away the tears from her cheeks. But you were leaning against Lin Tianming's chest. Yi Qingxue gazed up at him in disbelief. She longed to express that she had witnessed his body disintegrate and his soul vanish. Yet she feared that speaking such words would cause the newly reappeared Lin Tianming to vanish once more. Understanding the bewilderment surrounding his survival, Lin Tianming offered an explanation. Qingxue, you must be referring to the moment I was engulfed by the black waters, when it seemed my soul was lost. Yet, it was not as perilous as you believe. I have gained a new ability through the ascension pool. To reassure her of his vitality and newfound powers, he demonstrated his ability to shift between forms. However, when his solid form transitioned into that of spirit, Yi Qingxue gasped in fright. Tianming, your body? Have you become a ghost? Lin Tianming shook his head, patiently clarifying. Through the baptism of the ascension pool, I acquired the ability to freely transform between my corporeal and spiritual states. As he shifted back and forth between forms several times, Yi Qingxue gradually accepted the reality that he was alive and had merely gained new abilities. Thank goodness, you are alive. Tianming, let us go home. I fear that remaining here will lead to more terrifying incidents. I cannot bear to lose you again. Yi Qingxue's heartfelt confession revealed that she had truly moved past the traumatic experiences of her previous life with Lin Tianming, eager to start anew in this life. Recognizing her genuine concern for him, Lin Tianming felt compelled to alleviate her fears. After acquiring so many opportunities here, he nodded in agreement. Yes, Qingxue, let us return home. As summer break swiftly drew to a close, the new academic year commenced. Lin Tianming, having secured early admission to the Imperial University, stood at its northern gate today. Tianming, let's hurry inside to register. The sweet and affectionate voice of Yi Qingxue echoed in his ears as he turned to gaze at her, her arm linked with his. Having restored her soul and regained her SSS-level ice attribute ability, she diligently prepared for the national examination for advanced awakeners. With her exceptional theoretical knowledge and renewed abilities, she had achieved perfect scores in both written and practical assessments, earning her the title of champion from Mingxi City, thus securing her place at the prestigious Imperial University. It was for this reason that Yi Qingxue accompanied him today to register at the Imperial University. This Imperial University truly exudes grandeur. In my previous life, due to my damaged soul, I possessed only an F-level talent, preventing me from studying alongside Tianming here. Now, I shall keenly observe what distinguishes this esteemed institution. Ranked first across the realm. Chapter 14. The New Student Examination. Those who fail will be expelled. Lin Tianming listened to the heartfelt thoughts of Yi Qingxue, realizing her lack of understanding regarding the Imperial Capital Academy. Initially, he had hoped to glean more information about the academy through her thoughts, which would aid him in dealing with the formidable teacher named Jiang Han. However, seeing that Yi Qingxue was equally uninformed, Lin Tianming decided to take a more natural approach. Taking one step at a time, he hoped that teacher Jiang Han would be reasonable, allowing him to navigate her disdain for the original owner of his body. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Lin Tianming spoke. Qingxue, let us enter together to register. Just as he prepared to enter the Imperial Capital Academy, with Yi Qingxue through the northern gate, a wall of lightning suddenly erupted, barring the entrance for all new students, including them. The awe-inspiring wall of lightning emitted an overwhelming energy that left the new students visibly shaken. Immediately thereafter, a voice emerged from within the wall, chilling and eerily familiar to Lin Tianming. New students halt. In the next moment, a striking female teacher, crackling with electric energy, stepped forth from the wall. Her formidable aura revealed her to be a high-level awakened. It's her, Jiang Han, the top-ranked awakened of the 9 provinces, closest to the divine standard during this era. Yi Qingxue recognized the teacher immediately. Lin Tianming, upon seeing Jiang Han emerge, also recognized her identity. Her presence radiated confidence and strength, a hallmark of an advanced awakened. Jiang Han surveyed the gathered new students, her gaze landing on Lin Tianming for a few seconds before she moved on. Today marks the day of enrollment for new students at the Imperial Capital Academy. I, Jiang Han, one of the faculty members, am honored to serve as the instructor for this year's entrance examination. The wall of lightning behind me contains a fierce power. To enter the academy, you must first pass through this wall. Only those who successfully cross it using their own strength will be admitted as students. Those who fail will be expelled on the spot. The atmosphere erupted in disbelief among the new students. They were shocked to find themselves facing expulsion on their very first day at the academy. Was this challenge not insurmountably difficult? The wall of lightning appeared terrifying. Was it truly possible for an ordinary person to pass through? Was this teacher Jiang Han perhaps experiencing a midlife crisis, deliberately making things difficult for them? They had all earned their places through their abilities, yet had not undergone formal training as awakened individuals. To face such a perilous examination on the first day was utterly bewildering. Many new students voiced their discontent with Jiang Han's harsh testing, expressing their frustration. Silence. Jiang Han infused her voice with her high-tier electrical power, the 2 simple words resonating like thunder, silencing the crowd instantly. So powerful. No wonder she was hailed as the foremost lightning awakened in the 9 provinces before her untimely demise at the hands of the former Lin Tianming. She was the most likely candidate to ascend to divinity. Had she not perished, she might have become the first divine awakened in 9 provinces' history. Even with the rebirth of the ice goddess, Yi Qingxue, possessing remnants of her past power, felt her heart tremble in the face of Jiang Han's electrical might. Hearing Yi Qingxue's high regard for Jiang Han only heightened Lin Tianming's wariness of the teacher. The original owner of his body had left him a precarious situation by inciting the wrath of such a powerful awakened from the very beginning. To navigate Jiang Han, who was so close to divinity, would surely prove far more challenging than winning over Yi Qingxue. A single misstep could lead to dire consequences if Jiang Han, perceiving him as the former owner, decided to act against him. With a deep breath, Lin Tianming reflected on the predicament he found himself in. If Jiang Han grew increasingly displeased with him during the examination, she could amplify the wall's power, potentially leading to his demise. Such a death would be utterly tragic. Fortunately, Lin Tianming possessed the ability to eavesdrop on the thoughts of those he had wronged, allowing him to ascertain that Jiang Han would likely not target him during the examination. After asserting her authority, Jiang Han continued, "Those who are afraid to participate in this test may leave now. The examination will commence at this moment and continue until 6 o'clock this evening. Any latecomers after 6 will be expelled alongside those who fail the test." With that, Jiang Han turned her back on the new students and walked through the wall of lightning, returning to the academy. Lin Tianming, determined not to be expelled after finally gaining admission, thought that the wall of lightning must be more intimidating than it seemed. He was resolved to face the test. Soon, the first new student, unable to contain his eagerness, charged toward the wall of lightning. Lin Tianming remained unhurried. It was still morning, and the examination would not conclude until 6. He was curious to see the abilities of his fellow students. The Imperial Capital Academy had always admitted only the top awakened from various cities across the 9 provinces. Each new student had undergone rigorous selection, ensuring their exceptional talent. Lin Tianming had learned prior that among this year's cohort, 2 were guaranteed admission due to their SSS level talents, and 1 was the first ever F-grade talent to gain entry into the academy in 9 provinces history. The remaining top students held talents ranging from A to SS level. Thus, every new student was exceptionally gifted. However, this was the Imperial Capital Academy, where even the most skilled individuals from their respective cities would find themselves among peers of similar caliber, potentially leading to an unexpected hierarchy of talent. As Lin Tianming observed, the new student approached the wall of lightning and summoned a protective field of electricity. Lin Tianming was surprised. This individual is also an awakened with lightning abilities? I wonder if his talent is a level or above. At that moment, Yi Qingsno nudged Lin Tianming's arm. "Brother Tianming, after him, let's also try our luck." Hearing her thoughts, Lin Tianming gently placed a hand on her shoulder. "Qingsno, there is no need to rush. Let us first watch the proceedings and see if any of these new students catch our attention." Chapter 15. The Young Lady of the Feng Family. Another reborn individual deceived by the original owner. Seeing Lin Tianming wanting to observe the spectacle first, Yi Qingxue had no choice but to comply. "Very well, Brother Tianming, but I still suggest that we should enter before lunch." With a clear understanding of the situation, Lin Tianming replied, "Come, Qingxue, let us move a little closer." While he feigned interest in watching the new student attempting to pass the test, in truth, he was eager to catch sight of Jiang Han within the gates. This was to ensure he could always hear her thoughts, lest she suddenly lash out in vengeance. Just like before my rebirth, it is once again this A-grade lightning attributability user who takes the lead. Through Jiang Han's thoughts, Lin Tianming learned that this pioneering newcomer possessed an A-grade talent. Not yet hearing any murderous intent directed at him, Lin Tianming focused most of his attention on the lightning attribute new student, cloaked in a protective field of electricity. The new student boldly stepped into the wall of lightning. Upon entering, the protective field was violently shattered by the more potent electrical forces of the wall. Exposed to the onslaught, the student cried out in pain, "Ouch! What is this dreadful lightning? Even the same attribute can annihilate my protective skill. I'm going to be electrocuted. Although I have been reborn, I truly do not wish to see such a low-quality new student admitted to the Imperial Capital Academy. It is evident that they believe merely being accepted means they can relax, indulging themselves without improving their lightning abilities throughout the summer. Never mind, let him in. After all, he has passed the entrance exam. It is impossible for him to truly be expelled. I merely wish to intimidate them, as long as I do not take such a lazy student as my disciple." Listening to Jiang Han's thoughts on the pioneering newcomer, Lin Tianming discovered that this test would not expel any student. After enduring the shocks within the lightning wall for a full 5 minutes, on the verge of losing consciousness, the newcomer was finally allowed entry by Jiang Han. As one student passed the entrance test, the remaining newcomers eagerly anticipated their turn. Lin Tianming remained unperturbed. watching the unfolding drama, and before long, he and Yi Qingxue had witnessed over a dozen new students navigate the lightning wall. However, each one emerged dazed and disoriented, none appearing to pass with ease. To be honest, witnessing these new students, all of whom possessed at least A-grade talent, struggled so significantly left Lin Tianming somewhat disappointed. Is this truly the caliber of newcomers accepted by the prestigious Imperial Capital Academy? Compared to my brother Tianming, they fall woefully short. Yi Qingxue couldn't help but internally critique her contemporaries. Initially, she believed that entering the Imperial Capital Academy would present her with numerous competitive peers. However, it now seemed that only her brother Tianming and another yet-to-appear SSS grade gifted student piqued her interest. Brother Tianming, I found a record on the social network of the Imperial Capital Academy indicating that there is another SSS grade awakened individual this year, another guaranteed admission aside from you. One? If we count you, Sister Qingxue, that makes two of us. Lin Tianming refrained from exposing that Yi Qingxue had already restored her SSS grade talent through her soul's revival. Instead, he affirmed, indeed, I had also heard of another guaranteed admission. I believe her name is Feigns, the young lady of the Feigns family, which is renowned for being a family of awakened individuals. Yes, Brother Tianming, that is exactly who I was referring to. After so many newcomers have tested, it seems Feigns has yet to appear. I am quite curious about her ability. Feigns, the young lady of one of the 4 great awakened families in the Imperial Capital. I do recall her. She later ascended to become the goddess of wind and sword. Alas, in my previous life, we had little interaction, so my knowledge of her remains shallow. However, she does seem to have some connection to you, Brother Tianming. The current head of the Feigns family in my past life was also led to ruin by you, being Feigns' father. As for why you targeted the head of the Feigns family, I am uncertain. I had not matured enough when that rumor surfaced despite Yi Qingxue claiming ignorance about Feigns' awakened ability. Lin Tianming gleaned from her thoughts that Feigns' attribute was indeed wind. However, after hearing Yi Qingxue's thoughts, Lin Tianming felt an ominous premonition. The original owner of this body had, prior to Yi Qingxue's rebirth, even caused the death of Feigns' father. Could it be that Feigns has also returned from rebirth? If so, he would have provoked 3 individuals capable of attaining divinity. Although he had successfully wooed Yi Qingxue, he now faced the daunting prospect of contending with 2 women who harbored deep-seated animosity towards him at the Imperial Capital Academy. At that moment, an inexplicable wind suddenly stirred in the testing area for new students. This peculiar phenomenon left all present bewildered. This is no ordinary wind. It is a field of wind generated by a deliberate display of abilities. Could it be her? The ice goddess reborn, Yi Qingxue, immediately sensed something amiss and deduced the true cause of the wind. While her thoughts did not explicitly reveal her identity, Lin Tianming surmised that she must indeed be the young lady of the Feigns family. Quickly scanning the area, Lin Tianming soon spotted a black-haired maiden, sword unsheathed, gliding gracefully towards the entrance of the Imperial Capital Academy's new student testing grounds. Observing the young woman, who moved with such lightness, Lin Tianming's eyes narrowed slightly. To generate such a wind from such a distance, is this the privilege of a young lady from a powerful family? Yi Qingxue, somewhat taken aback, remarked, Brother Tianming, you have discerned that she is Feigns as well? Indeed, to have awakened her abilities merely months ago, yet to possess such a wind field even before officially enrolling, there can be no one else but Feigns, a descendant of a prestigious family with SSS grade talent. As Lin Tianming conversed with Yi Qingxue, Feigns' seemingly leisurely and slow pace belied the rapidity with which she approached the entrance. In that instant, all the new students were left awestruck by Feigns' ethereal grace. In but a moment, she stood before Lin Tianming and Yi Qingxue, casting a casual glance at them without uttering a word, continuing onward. Long time no see, Tianming. Hearing an unfamiliar thought, Lin Tianming looked uncertainly at Feigns ahead. Could that strange voice just now belong to her? As Lin Tianming pondered, a prompt from the system suddenly clarified that the voice indeed belonged to Feigns. The system has automatically bound the wind sword goddess Feigns within the host's vicinity. The host can perfectly eavesdrop on the thoughts of the wind sword goddess Feigns. Feigns Lan, daughter of the head of one of the four great awakened families in the imperial capital, possesses SSS-grade wind attribute abilities. In a previous life, she was a student at the Imperial Capital Academy alongside the original owner of this body. After numerous sparring sessions, she was always defeated by the original owner, developing a deep affection for him, and was his girlfriend during his time at the academy. Feigns Lan regarded the original host, Lin Tianming, as her like-minded partner, even taking the initiative to bring him to the Feigns family home, leveraging familial resources to expedite his growth. Despite the external rumors suggesting that the death of Jiang Hanji, the heir to the Thunder Hall, was a result of Lin Tianming's ingratitude, Feigns Lan remained steadfast in her belief that he had been wronged and was not the cold-hearted traitor who betrayed his mentor. Alas, her affections were misplaced. Although she did not perish at Lin Tianming's hands, her father met a tragic end due to her unwavering trust in him, falling victim to Lin Tianming's treachery. Following this calamity, Lin Tianming vanished, and Feigns Lan's attempts to seek vengeance were in vain, as she could not locate him. By the time she received news of Lin Tianming again, he had already met a grim fate. Thus, Lin Tianming became her inner tormentor, a haunting presence that, even should she ascend to divinity, she could never escape. Ultimately, she found herself ensnared in a mystical realm capable of ensnaring God-level awakened beings. Unable to rid herself of her inner demons, and met her tragic end within the confines of that secret domain. Chapter 16. The Competition Among Women. Brother Tianming must not be taken away by other girls. The heartfelt voice just now truly emanated from Feigns Lan. It has become an established fact that Feigns Lan is also a reborn individual, victimized by the original owner. Lin Tianming, already troubled by Jiang Han, couldn't help but rub his temples. How many girls has this original owner harmed? This is already the third one. How did he end up possessing such a scoundrel's body? Cleaning up the mess left behind? Brother Tianming, why are you rubbing your temples? Are you feeling unwell or dizzy? The gentle and concerned voice of Yi Qingxue rang in his ears, but Lin Tianming naturally would not share his troubles with her. He shook his head. It's nothing. Just a little tired standing here. Is that so? Yi Qingxue pondered for a moment, and, having already captured Lin Tianming's heart, she suggested, Brother Tianming, why don't we finish watching this Feigns Lan's test, and then proceed to the new student assessment? It would be better to report in and rest sooner. All right, let's go in after we watch her. Lin Tianming nodded in agreement with Yi Qingxue's proposal. Upon learning that Feigns Lan was also a goddess reborn due to him, he was somewhat reluctant to remain outside any longer. He feared that lingering here might lead him to encounter even more reborn individuals victimized by the original owner of this body. For the sake of his own safety, it would be wiser to enter the prestigious academy of the capital city sooner. This original owner is indeed a thorough villain. Anyone who has shown him kindness has met with a disastrous fate, utterly ruined by him. Bearing such a detestable identity, Lin Tianming must be constantly vigilant. One day, he might walk down the street and get stabbed. The more he thought about it, the more his scalp tingled. He shook his head, trying to set these thoughts aside and focus on Feigns Lan instead. Before her rebirth, Feigns Lan, like Yi Qingxue, was a high-ranking awakened being with an SSS-level talent. He was curious to see if such a powerful awakened individual could easily pass teacher Jiang Han's lightning wall test. Every step Feigns Lan took appeared excruciatingly slow, yet she was closing in on the lightning wall at an astonishing speed. As she approached, there was no indication of her slowing down or adjusting her stance. It was evident that Feigns Lan was confident in her ability to pass the new student test at the lightning wall with ease. Is this woman from our cohort? Her aura is so strong. Is she really a new student? The sudden gust of wind that enveloped the area could not possibly be her doing, could it? In her hand, she held an exceptionally valuable sword. Could she be a scion from one of the prominent families? Her speed is truly remarkable. It is my first encounter with such seemingly slow, yet extraordinarily graceful and swift movement, reminiscent of a sword deity from a novel. Under the astonished gazes of the gathered new students, Feigns Lan, unbeknownst to her, had reached the lightning wall. Inside the gate, Jiang Han observed Feigns Lan attempting to breach the test, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly. just as in my memories. This time, point corresponds to the young lady from the Feng family. Next should be that child Lin Tianming, the wayward disciple. Unconsciously referring to Lin Tianming as child in her heart, Jiang Han, who once doted on him as her favored disciple, quickly corrected herself, substituting it with wayward disciple. The tone of her inner voice shifted with the term wayward, filled with resentment, revealing her deep-seated hatred for the disciple she had painstakingly nurtured, who had ultimately betrayed her. Yet, her initial subconscious thought also indicated to Lin Tianming that despite her profound hatred, she still harbored a trace of affection for him. If he could find the right balance, perhaps he could alter Jiang Han's feelings of animosity. As Lin Tianming continued to observe intently, Feng Lan's ethereal movements, reminiscent of a celestial swordsman, showed no signs of slowing down. In fact, she accelerated as she charged into the lightning wall. Whoosh! Under the wide-eyed gaze of all the new students present, the sword Feng Lan held rang out, revealing a glint of cold light. Just a fraction of the blade emerged, while a powerful gale, centered around Feng Lan, split the cascading lightning of the wall in two, creating a perfectly sized passage for her to pass through. Feng Lan, an SSS-level wind elemental talent, a guaranteed student, awakened at level 15. It is evident that you have made significant progress over the summer. Congratulations on passing this new student test. Please come over for registration. I recall that before my rebirth, Feng Lan entered the academy as a new student at level 9. Did I remember wrong? Or is it the butterfly effect from my rebirth that has triggered a chain reaction? Outside, Lin Tianming took a deep breath upon hearing Jiang Han announce Feng Lan's success. This Feng Lan must have, like Yi Qingxue, utilized her previous life's experiences to find suitable opportunities, allowing her to level up with such efficiency. What a joke. The new student test has barely begun, and someone is already at level 15? I recall that the standard for successful enrollment in the first academic year at the academy is level 20. She is merely 5 levels away from qualifying for the second year. Did you not hear teacher Jiang Han mention? She is one of the only 2 SSS-level new students this year, and she is the daughter of the head of the Feng family, one of the 4 great awakened families in the capital. It is likely she used her family's resources during the summer. Is this the foundation of a prestigious family? The starting line for new students is already so high. Moreover, with SSS-level talent, how could we possibly catch up to her? With such talent and the backing of a powerful family, it is likely that another SSS-level guaranteed student would not stand a chance against Feng Lan. Listening to the discussions of those nearby, Lin Tianming remained unfazed, yet his childhood sweetheart, Yi Qingxue, appeared somewhat displeased. A bunch of short-sighted individuals. Brother Tianming, let us go challenge that lightning wall and show them our strength. Seeing Yi Qingxue so affected by the remarks of passers-by, Lin Tianming gently patted her head. Qingxue, do not let them upset you. It is unnecessary to stoop to their level. With that, Lin Tianming and Yi Qingxue proceeded towards the lightning wall set up by Jiang Han. To make a more impressive statement than Feng Lan, Yi Qingxue declared, Brother Tianming, let me go first. Seeing her eagerness to showcase her abilities, Lin Tianming naturally allowed her to take the lead in the test. That girl seems to be the one who previously followed my wayward disciple. I recall that in my last life, she did not gain admission to the academy, and now the history has changed due to the butterfly effect. Yi Qingxue's presence caused Jiang Han to furrow her brows once more, pondering why things were different from her previous experiences. Feng Lan's eyes flickered with intrigue. The girl accompanying Tianming resembles the ice goddess I encountered before my rebirth. She shouldn't be a student of the academy. Under the gaze of all present, a chilling aura emanated from Yi Qingxue. As she stepped into the lightning wall, her icy energy rapidly spread outward. In mere moments, the lightning energy of the wall was frozen solid, transforming it into an ice barrier. In the next moment, as Yi Qingxue's gaze sharpened, the icy wall that had immobilized the power of lightning shattered entirely. The visual spectacle of the frozen lightning wall being obliterated was even more astounding than the passage previously carved out by Feng Lan. All the newcomers at the scene were momentarily rendered speechless by this breathtaking display. At last, the spotlight is shifting away from Feigns. Just moments ago, my brother Tianming seemed almost entranced by Feigns. Now, with my performance, I hope my brother Tianming won't be swayed by her anymore. Though Yi Qingshue's figure, breaking the lightning wall with her icy might, appeared undeniably impressive, Lin Tianming felt a twinge of embarrassment upon hearing her thoughts. This sudden outburst from Yi Qingxue was evidently fueled by her fear of him being outshone by the captivating Feigns. Chapter 17. The perfect absorption of the lightning wall. Mastering the power of thunder. This girl beside my rebellious disciple is rather intriguing. After watching Yi Qingshue's performance during the freshman test, Zhang Han felt quite pleased with her. Congratulations, child, for passing this freshman test at the awakened level of 15. Please tell me your name and your special abilities talent level, so I can make the necessary records. With poise, Yi Qingxue replied, I am Yi Qingxue, with an F-level ice attribute talent. Upon hearing her response, Zhang Han expressed surprise. An F-level ice attribute talent? You are the only freshman this year to enter the Imperial Capital's Grand Academy with such a talent? Yes, that F-level talent freshman is indeed me. Winlan, upon hearing Yi Qingxue confirm her F-level ice attribute ability, could not help but frown. An F-level ice talent. Can she still achieve greatness? Could my rebirth have caused Yi Qingxue's talent from her past life to become mediocre in this one? While Winlan was engulfed in confusion, Yi Qingxue, having completed her registration, turned to greet Lin Tianming, who was outside the now restored lightning wall. Brother Tianming, coming quickly. After registration, let us go see what delicious food the cafeteria of the Imperial Capital's Grand Academy has. Zhang Han was not at all surprised by Yi Qingxue calling Lin Tianming brother Tianming, as she had known for 2 months that Yi Qingxue was Lin Tianming's girlfriend. However, from her memories of her previous life, Yi Qingxue had not entered the Imperial Capital's Grand Academy, and Lin Tianming's girlfriend there had been Winlan. It seems that due to my rebirth, many events in this world have undergone significant changes because of the butterfly effect. She mused internally, then glanced at Lin Tianming, the rebellious disciple she both loved and loathed. As another reborn soul, Winlan felt a surge of unease upon hearing Yi Qingxue sweetly address Lin Tianming. Brother Tianming? Is she his cousin or girlfriend? Though her heart was troubled, Winlan maintained a facade of indifference, appearing as if nothing could pique her interest. Meanwhile, Lin Tianming was oblivious to their speculations about Yi Qingxue's presence. As long as they didn't plot to eliminate him right away, giving him a chance to win them over. Upon hearing Yi Qingxue call him, Lin Tianming smiled slightly. Winlan's heart filled with a cold, killing intent at Lin Tianming's warm response to Yi Qingxue's affectionate call. Could there truly be something between them? Just as Lin Tianming contemplated his next move, he felt Winlan's intense killing intent and gasped in surprise. At that moment, Zhang Han reminded Winlan. Prompted by Zhang Han, Winlan suppressed her outward hostility, yet her inner fury remained unrelenting. Tianming, you truly know how to surprise me. As Lin Tianming listened to Winlan's thoughts, he recalled that his system had mentioned she was his girlfriend during his time at the Grand Academy. He had wronged her in his last life, and seeing him so close to another girl seemed to intensify her resentment. Initially, she had shown no signs of animosity. It was evident that Winlan had a knack for controlling her emotions, suppressing even her psychological turmoil to a minimum. Had he not inadvertently provoked her, he would have remained unaware of her deep-seated hatred for him. Brother Tianming, stop daydreaming and come inside. I believe you can easily enter. Yi Qingshue's call snapped Lin Tianming back to reality, and he momentarily set aside thoughts of Winlan's hostility. Taking a deep breath, he stepped into the lightning wall. As he crossed the threshold, Lin Tianming was immediately struck by a formidable surge of lightning energy coursing through his body. Though he and Yi Qingxue, as well as Winlan, possessed SSS-level talents, he required the ability to copy in order to activate his awakened skills, unlike them who could actively unleash their respective abilities. Thus, he entered the lightning wall without employing any defensive measures. Is he out his mind? Why isn't he using any skills? Doesn't he fear being electrocuted? What a lunatic. He certainly won pass. Do you think it's possible that he has become so frightened he has lost his wits? The onlooking freshman observed Lin Tianming striding boldly into the lightning wall, deeming him overly audacious and certain he would fail the freshman test. Though many things have changed, this rebellious disciple still behaves like his past self, reveling in drawing attention. Jiang Han was not at all surprised by Lin Tianming's actions, recalling that he had similarly walked into the lightning wall in his previous life. Windlan, who had also witnessed Lin Tianming's test before, felt no shock. She had already steadied her mindset and stood calmly in place. Is it just like in the past? I must admit, Tianming's talent is indeed remarkable. Despite having been wronged by Lin Tianming in his previous life, Windlan's thoughts remained as tranquil as a still lake, showing no signs of the tension she felt. Yi Qingxue had never seen how Lin Tianming faced challenges before her rebirth, so witnessing him forego using any skills left her anxious. Brother Tianming, why aren't you copying my skills? You could easily pass through using my extreme ice shield without harm. Qingxue, don't worry, I'm fine. Qingxue? Such an endearing way of addressing her. Windlan's carefully managed emotions faltered once more at Lin Tianming's affectionate tone towards Yi Qingxue. Lin Tianming, momentarily disregarding Windlan's emotional turmoil, immersed himself in the purifying energy of the lightning wall. As time passed, he sensed a transformation occurring within him under the influence of the lightning power. Realizing this, Lin Tianming felt a surge of joy and decided to take his time, beginning to absorb the lightning energy contained within the wall. In the eyes of everyone present, aside from Windlan and Jiang Han, who found it hard to believe, Lin Tianming absorbed all the lightning energy from the lightning wall in a matter of seconds. With a flourish, he turned his palm upward, summoning a flickering bolt of lightning identical to the source of power Jiang Han possessed. Thank you, Teacher Jiang Han, for this splendid gift of lightning. I shall graciously accept it. Chapter 18, Confronting Jiang Han. Lin Tianming becomes Jiang Han's student. Although many aspects of my life have changed due to my rebirth, this rebellious disciple remains unchanged, still drawing upon my lightning wall to absorb a portion of my lightning power. It seems that in this lifetime, he still intends to kill me, and I shall not repeat the mistakes of the past. Tianming, you have indeed absorbed teacher Jiang Han's lightning wall, just as you did in the previous life. Everything else has transformed, yet your character and your intentions remain the same. It appears I must devise a plan. Before you bring harm to my father, I must eliminate you first. Perfectly absorbing the lightning wall set by teacher Jiang Han should be a cause for celebration for Lin Tianming. This absorption has granted him, despite lacking a natural affinity for lightning abilities, a permanent lightning-based skill, Lightning Wall. Although his awaken level is still quite low and he cannot wield it with the same power as Jiang Han, it is still quite useful against opponents of similar strength. However, upon overhearing the thoughts of Jiang Han and Feigns after acquiring this new skill, Lin Tianming broke into a cold sweat. Facing the murderous intent of two women is no easy task. It seems I must quickly win over one of them, just as I previously endeavored to win over Yi Qingxue. Only by defeating these two reincarnators, who have suffered due to the original owner's actions, can Lin Tianming hope for a brighter future at the Imperial Academy. Meanwhile, the new students at the North Gate of the Imperial Academy were also stunned by Lin Tianming's effortless absorption of the lightning wall. A true monster, each one more formidable than the last. Who is this new student among us? Even more extraordinary than Feigns and Yi Qingxue. Earlier, I thought he was being overly ambitious. Now I realize I underestimated him, failing to see his true potential. He can absorb teacher Jiang Han's lightning wall without any defense. I feel a bit dizzy. Are all this year's new students so powerful? Will there be any path left for the rest of us? After a brief moment of shock, Yi Qingxue quickly regained her composure and hurried toward Lin Tianming, linking her arm with his. Tianming, I knew the new student test would not pose a challenge for you. Lin Tianming gazed at his particularly affectionate girlfriend, Yi Qingxue, and couldn't help but reflect. If only teacher Jiang Han and Feigns could release their animosity toward him, like Yi Qingxue has. With the urgency to devise a strategy, he realized that if he did not wish to be harmed by the girls wronged by the original owner, he must quickly find a way to win over Jiang Han and Feigns. Tianming, what are you thinking? Why aren't you responding to me? Could it be that Feng Lan has truly captivated him? My acquaintance with Feng Lan in the last life was superficial. We were hardly familiar. If Tianming were to be swayed at first sight, I would not let this faithless man or that vixen Feng Lan off easily. Hearing Yi Qingshue's slightly jealous thoughts, Lin Tianming, already troubled by the presence of Jiang Han and Feng Lan, felt even more overwhelmed. Having multiple women involved certainly complicates things. He did not want to return to square one after finally winning over Yi Qingxue. He quickly reassured her, "Qingxue, I was merely feeling a bit hungry. I wasn't thinking about anything." Upon hearing Lin Tianming's hastily concocted excuse, Yi Qingxue replied, "Oh, I see. Tianming, let's head straight to the cafeteria at the Imperial Academy and see what delicious food awaits us." Tianming, Tianming, Tianming. I feel my sword may soon be uncontrollable. I desperately want to attack. Just as Lin Tianming managed to calm Yi Qingxue, Feng Lan's thoughts emerged, filled with murderous intent. With 3 women in the mix, it was prudent to vacate this place of turmoil. Taking a deep breath, the stressed Lin Tianming echoed Yi Qingshue's sentiment. "All right, Qingxue, let's go to the cafeteria together." As he prepared to leave with Yi Qingxue, he was unexpectedly called back by Jiang Han. "Child, come here to register before heading for lunch. You haven't completed your enrollment yet." With Jiang Han's reminder, Lin Tianming felt she was intentionally seeking out trouble. She had recommended him to the Imperial Academy. Did she not know his name? Despite these thoughts, he approached Jiang Han, who stood beside Feng Lan. "Teacher Jiang Han, my name is Lin Tianming, SSS level Ability Divine Hand, Awaken level 15. Ah, you're the SSS level recommended student, just like Feng Lan. Impressive. Very impressive." While Jiang Han praised Lin Tianming outwardly, internally, she grappled with conflicting emotions. If this were before my rebirth, I would gladly take him as my student, allowing him to grow alongside me. Should I continue to accept him as my student in this life? After a brief hesitation, Jiang Han decided to accept Lin Tianming as her student to keep him within her view for the upcoming 4 years of awakening studies. "Child, I admire you greatly. From now on, during your time at the Imperial Academy, you shall follow me, and I will impart all my knowledge to you." Wen Lan, also a reincarnator, felt no surprise at Jiang Han's intention to take Lin Tianming as her disciple. To her, it was evident that Lin Tianming would not refuse Jiang Han, just as he had not in the previous life. Lin Tianming did not immediately agree. He hesitated over whether to reject Jiang Han. Refusing her would significantly reduce their time together, thus limiting her opportunities for vengeance over past grievances. However, it would also diminish his chances to win Jiang Han over and help her let go of her hatred. After much contemplation, Lin Tianming, who disliked evasion, resolved to accept Jiang Han as his teacher and confront the conflict between them. "Teacher Jiang Han, you are the one who recommended me to the Imperial Academy. I, Lin Tianming, am not ungrateful. You've shown me kindness and regard, and I am naturally willing to be your student." Upon hearing Lin Tianming's acceptance, Jiang Han recalled the countless efforts she had poured into nurturing him in the past life. Those cherished memories of spending time with her beloved disciple flooded her mind, evoking a deep sense of nostalgia. Yet, Lin Tianming's ultimate betrayal had caused her immense grief. In this life, will you continue to covet the thunder heart within me and cause me harm? As Lin Tianming listened to Jiang Han's conflicted thoughts, his own emotions grew complex. He understood that he needed to resolve the issues between them. Since he had traversed into this life, he must take responsibility for the mess left behind, no matter how daunting it may be. Chapter 19. I declare that Lin Tianming is my boyfriend, Feng Lan. He truly is. After completing the freshman registration under Jiang Han's supervision, Lin Tianming departed with Yi Qingxue. As they made their way to the cafeteria of the Imperial Academy, Yi Qingxue noticed a somber expression on Lin Tianming's face. Despite having captured his heart, she felt a pang of concern for him. "Brother Tianming, why do you seem somewhat downcast? Do you have something on your mind?" Indeed, Lin Tianming was preoccupied. Jiang Han's heartfelt, tumultuous declarations had significantly impacted his mood. To be candid, if he could summon the original owner's spirit back, he would undoubtedly give that wretch a good thrashing. Whether it was Yi Qingxue, Jiang Han, or Feng Lan, encountering any of them would be a blessing that most could only aspire to achieve throughout their lifetimes. They had sincerely cared for the original owner, who had failed to appreciate their kindness. Such a callous heart truly deserved divine retribution. Perhaps his crossing over from Blue Star was a consequence of the original owner's misdeeds, a punishment from the heavens compelling him to seize this unfortunate soul's body. With this thought, Lin Tianming felt an invisible burden rest upon his shoulders. In this life, he could not allow these wonderful girls to suffer heartache because of him. He vowed to win their hearts and heal their spirits. Reflecting on this while gazing at Yi Qingshue's worried yet charming face, Lin Tianming gently caressed her cheek, quickly adjusting his demeanor to display a smile. "Em mefine, king giksui. I'm just a bit hungry. I'll feel better after we eat." Yi Qingxue appeared skeptical. "Is it truly just hunger?" "Of course. Look at me, smiling so brightly. Do I seem like someone with a burden?" "You certainly don't. I suppose I was overthinking it. Let us hurry, brother Tianming. And when we reach the cafeteria, make sure to order plenty and eat well." With Lin Tianming's reassurances, Yi Qingxue ultimately believed that he had no worries. She resumed her cheerful demeanor, quickening her pace, turning back to beckon him to follow. Observing the now vibrant Yi Qingxue, filled with hope for the future, Lin Tianming felt his own spirits lifted by her joyous smile. 2 months prior, Yi Qingxue had also suffered due to the original owner's betrayals, harboring deep resentment and despair for life. Yet now, having captured her heart, she radiated positivity once more. Lin Tianming hoped that in the near future, he would witness Jiang Han and Feng Lan donning genuine smiles like Yi Qingxue, shedding the burdens of their past grievances against the original owner and embracing a hopeful future. He was not the original owner. He would never betray these good girls for the sake of selfish gain. He would demonstrate through his actions that this incarnation of Lin Tianming was not the same as the scoundrel they had encountered before their rebirth. He hastened to catch up with Yi Qingxue, and together they sped towards the cafeteria of the Imperial Academy. The academy boasted 2 cafeterias, one near the north entrance and the other by the south. Having passed the freshman assessment through the north gate, Lin Tianming and Yi Qingxue naturally headed to the north cafeteria for lunch. Soon, as first-time visitors, they navigated their way with inquiries and found the north cafeteria. Today marked the day of early registration and assessments for freshmen, and since the returning students had not yet begun their term, the cafeteria was relatively uncrowded. The cafeteria offered a myriad of dishes, showcasing culinary delights from various regions, available for takeout or delivery. Lin Tianming and Yi Qingxue strolled through the cafeteria, selecting their favorite dishes before settling at an empty table. "Brother Tianming, this place truly lives up to the reputation of the Imperial Academy. The cafeteria has everything. Many dishes we can't even get delivered in Mingxi City are available here." Indeed, Qingxue, the Imperial Academy is the top institution for awakened individuals in the 9 provinces. So it's only natural that it boasts comprehensive facilities and abundant resources to cater to the multitude of gifted awakened beings. As they savored their meal, Lin Tianming and Yi Qingxue engaged in delightful conversation, thoroughly enjoying each other's company. Not far from them, Feng Lan sat alone at her own table, casually eating her meal. As she leaned in closer, Lin Tianming caught wind of her thoughts and recognized her presence. Feng Lan occasionally cast glances at the lively exchange between Lin Tianming and Yi Qingxue, feeling a twinge of irritation at their intimacy, especially recalling the closeness she had shared with Lin Tianming in her previous life. Just when her mood soured, an oblivious newcomer interrupted her solitude. "This girl seems somewhat unfamiliar. Is she a freshman this year?" Feng Lan remained silent, engrossed in her meal. Unfazed by her indifference, the persistent young man boldly took a seat directly across from her. "Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Wang Jian, a sophomore from one of the 4 prominent awakened families in the capital. Would you be my girlfriend, Junior? With my family's resources, your future will be bright." "From the Wang family?" Feng Lan, upon learning of his lineage, cast a fleeting glance at Wang Jian. However, her interest waned quickly, and she replied coolly, "I have a boyfriend. Please conduct yourself with decorum, Senior Wang." Hearing that she had a boyfriend took Wang Jian by surprise. You have a boyfriend, Junior? Lin Tianming felt a sudden jolt of apprehension. Surely Feigns wasn't he about to claim that he was her boyfriend? Indeed. Please maintain your decorum, Senior Wang. Feigns reiterated, her tone unwavering. Wang Jian, undeterred by her repeated requests, pressed on. May I inquire if your boyfriend is a student at the Imperial Academy or someone from outside? His lack of self-awareness provoked a frown from Feigns. She glanced at Lin Tianming, seated not far away, and declared, he is my boyfriend, Senior Wang. Kindly leave now. I wouldn't want my boyfriend to misunderstand our situation. Following Feigns' pointed gesture towards Lin Tianming, Wang Jian noticed Lin Tianming sharing a meal with another girl who was equally attractive. His brows furrowed. Are you certain that young man is your boyfriend? He seems to be quite close with that girl. I said he is my boyfriend. He is indeed my boyfriend. That girl is merely his cousin. Before Lin Tianming could interject, Yi Qingxue could no longer contain herself. She sprang to her feet, glaring at Feigns, asserting her claim over Lin Tianming. Feigns, what nonsense are you spouting? Brother Tianming is my boyfriend, even if you're using him as a shield. It won't work. Chapter 20. The Cost of Relentless Pursuit. Wang Jian is brutally beaten by Feigns. What is the matter with Wang Jian from the Wang family? I recall that in my previous life before my rebirth, there was no Wang Jian at the Imperial Capital's Grand Academy, nor did I ever experience the relentless pursuit of Wang Jian. Could it be that my rebirth has caused such a significant impact, giving rise to a talent from the Wang family who can enter the Imperial Capital's Grand Academy? At this moment, Feigns was feeling quite vexed. She genuinely despised the tenacious Wang Jian. Lin Tianming, attuned to Feigns' thoughts, also understood that Wang Jian had not been a student at the Grand Academy in the previous life. The influx of so many reincarnators had likely led to numerous events unfolding in a different trajectory. However, Lin Tianming was more troubled by the fact that his girlfriend, Yi Qingxue, was currently very upset, angered by Feigns' claim that Lin Tianming was her boyfriend. Qingxue, let's remain calm. We got to know Feigns during the freshman test. Stay composed. Yet, Yi Qingxue found it impossible to calm down. Her anger evident. How can I stay calm? Brother Tianming, she said you are her boyfriend, which clearly indicates she wants to steal my boyfriend. Or, could it be that Brother Tianming has truly fallen for Feigns at first sight? No, Brother Tianming is mine. Listening to Yi Qingxue's inner turmoil, Lin Tianming felt as though he was entangled in a treacherous love triangle. Wang Jian, observing Yi Qingxue's reaction, who had initially intended to stir trouble for Lin Tianming due to Feigns' insistence, now wore a renewed smile. So, this little sister is named Feigns. It seems the couple is quarreling over my claim as a shield. Feigns, why not consider me instead? To be fair, Wang Jian had indeed proven himself to be the most audacious man Lin Tianming had ever encountered. Lin Tianming, feeling the urge to confront this persistent suitor of Feigns, was compelled to forego this rare opportunity to win Feigns over and alleviate her resentment, as Yi Qingxue was currently fuming. Noting that Lin Tianming was not inclined to intervene, Feigns resolved to take matters into her own hands. Leave, with a terse command. Feigns issued an eviction notice to Wang Jian. This tactic had previously worked wonders for Wang Jian in his relentless pursuits, and with his thick skin, he hardly believed Feigns would dare to act against him. After all, he had already made it clear that he was from the esteemed Wang family, one of the 4 great families of awakened beings in the imperial capital. Who would dare to lay a hand on someone from the Wang family? Feigns, don't be so distant. You may refuse me now, but grant me the chance to pursue you, and I will demonstrate my sincerity. Seeing that Feigns finally ceased using Lin Tianming as a shield, Yi Qingxue returned to her seat, albeit still in a foul mood, quietly consuming her meal. Observing her visibly jealous expression, Lin Tianming felt a sense of helplessness. With this little jealous spirit around, even if he wished to resolve Feigns' animosity and pursue her in Jianghan, he would likely only provoke Yi Qingxue further. Nevertheless, for his own future safety in the imperial capital's Grand Academy, where he might face vengeful reincarnators, Lin Tianming recognized the need to find a way to win over Feng Lan and Jiang Han. Hopefully, Yi Qingxue would understand his intentions. With that thought, Lin Tianming continued to eat while keeping an eye on the situation with Feng Lan. If Feng Lan truly decided to confront Wang Jian and found herself overmatched, he would have to step in. After all, she had been his girlfriend during their time at the Grand Academy in his previous life. Fed up with Wang Jian's harassment, Feng Lan set down her chopsticks, gripping her sword with her left hand, ready to take action. I'll say this one last time. Leave. Yet, the more resolute she became, the more Wang Jian felt the urge to conquer her. Feng Lan, you truly possess a unique character, and I find that rather appealing. Please don't be upset. It's best to sheath that sword. You are still a freshman, and I am a second-year student with a level 25 awakening. You cannot harm me. Yi Qingxue, who was with Lin Tianming, could no longer bear to watch and remarked, "This guy has a thicker skin than a city wall." Lin Tianming concurred indeed. Wang Jian, oblivious to Lin Tianming and Yi Qingxue's assessment, focused solely on Feng Lan. As Feng Lan, having warned Wang Jian several times, reached her limit of patience, she declared, "Since you refuse to leave, I shall escort you out." As her words fell, a fearsome wind began to swirl around her. The sword in her hand rang out, and though it had not fully unsheathed, even the small portion of the blade that was revealed, combined with the raging winds, manifested into a formidable gust of sword energy that sliced toward Wang Jian. Previously unconcerned about the new student Feng Lan being able to harm him, Wang Jian's expression changed drastically upon witnessing the terrifying gust of sword energy she unleashed. Why, you are already a level 15 awakened being? How could a mere freshman possibly reach such a level? No, wait. A level 15 cannot possibly produce such a fearsome sword energy. In his astonishment, Wang Jian quickly shifted to a defensive stance, summoning searing flames around him. However, before the flames could coalesce into the skill he intended to employ, Feng Lan's wind attribute, sword energy, shattered his defense. The flames dissipated, and Wang Jian was sent tumbling backward, whether by design or coincidence. As Wang Jian flew through the air, he did not collide with any bystanders in the cafeteria, nor did he crash into any tables or walls. Instead, he landed on an isolated patch of floor. You are unaware of many things. In my past life, I was the goddess of wind and sword. Even at level 15, with my supreme understanding of abilities from my previous life, overcoming a mere level 25 awakened being is child's play. Upon hearing Feng Lan's thoughts, Lin Tianming felt a wave of relief wash over him. However, upon glancing at the disheveled Wang Jian sprawled on the ground, he couldn't help but chuckle. Wang Jian, struggling to rise, his earlier bravado now replaced by a menacing glare. Muttered, I remember now. Feng Lan, you are the most powerful member of the Feng family, one of the 4 great families of awakened beings, and the daughter of the current head of the Feng family. I never expected you to be level 15 upon entering school, wielding the legendary wind sword of the Feng family. Today I, Wang Jian, concede, but do not think that possessing the Feng family's wind sword makes you invincible. Having delivered his parting threat, Wang Jian turned to leave, but inadvertently caught sight of Lin Tianming's mocking expression. Feeling humiliated, his anger flared. Though Feng Lan was indeed the daughter of the head of the Feng family and held the wind sword, how could he allow a mere bystander to mock him? Hey, you, come here. Let me teach you what respect means. Chapter 21. Senior, it seems my fire dragon is even larger than yours. How dare you speak so harshly to Brother Tianming? This Wang Jian is truly despicable. Do you not realize that he is the boyfriend of this reincarnated ice goddess? Upon hearing Wang Jian reprimand her brother Tianming, Yi Qingxue rose from her seat faster than Lin Tianming, eager to teach Wang Jian a lesson. However, before she could spring into action, Lin Tianming, who had also stood up, pressed her back down into her seat. Tianming, why are you before Yi Qingxue could finish her protest? Lin Tianming interrupted her. Let me handle this. Understanding Lin Tianming's intent to confront Wang Jian himself, Yi Qingxue acquiesced. Very well, Brother Tianming, I await your good news. After 2 months of interaction post-rebirth, Yi Qingxue held considerable faith in Lin Tianming's talents and capabilities. Even with her experience as a reincarnated ice god awakener, she was uncertain of her victory over Lin Tianming in a fair contest without revealing all her trump cards. Despite sharing the same SSS-level talent, Yi Qingxue sometimes speculated that there might exist an even higher tier of talent beyond SSS, which the awakening ceremony could not detect, thereby classifying Lin Tianming's divine ability as merely SSS. After restraining Yi Qingxue, Lin Tianming turned with an icy demeanor and fearlessly approached the now second-year student, Wang Jian. Seeing Lin Tianming advance, Wang Jian sneered. Not hiding behind a woman and cowering, you do exhibit some masculinity. But dare to mock me, and even with your bravado, I shall teach you the first lesson of respect for your seniors. Having just been thoroughly beaten by Feng Lan, Wang Jian was eager to regain his pride and prepare to strike Lin Tianming, only to be halted by Lin Tianming's words. Wait a moment. Wang Jian paused, a playful glint in his eyes as he regarded Lin Tianming. What? Are you now afraid and seeking mercy? Very well. If you kneel and apologize, I, your senior, might show you some leniency. To his surprise, Lin Tianming shook his head. I am not one for restraint like Feng Lan. I fear I might inadvertently damage the cafeteria and hurt innocent bystanders. Let's find an open space to duel. You new students are so troublesome. But, considering you are weaker than I shall oblige. Wang Jian acquiesced, and they both exited the dining hall. Nearby students, aware of their conflict, eagerly followed to witness the spectacle. Yi Qingxue and Feng Lan, seeing Lin Tianming leave, hurriedly trailed after him. In a spacious area near the Northgate cafeteria, news of the impending showdown between Lin Tianming and Wang Jian spread, attracting numerous onlookers, many of whom had witnessed Lin Tianming's prowess during the freshman trials. ISNT that Lin Tianming, the SSS-level student like Feng Lan? How'd he provoke that senior? Wow. Although Lin Tianming is among the 2 SSS-level talents this year, he has just enrolled. How dare he challenge a second-year student? Who cares? This is bound to be entertaining. Regardless of the outcome, it will surely make headlines in our prestigious academy's social circles. Quick, take pictures for social media or record a video with an eye-catching title to upload online for some extra cash. Wang Jian overheard the murmurs and frowned. You are also an SSS-level freshman? Lin Tianming did not respond but chuckled. What is this? Are our seniors now intimidated? Provoked by Lin Tianming's mockery, Wang Jian retorted angrily, do not be so arrogant. My loss to Feng Lan was solely due to her possessing the wind sword, a legacy of the Feng family. Even at level 15, she is still 10 levels below me, and in a fair fight, she would never be my equal. You, with no background or resources, could never hope to match me. In truth, Lin Tianming possessed divine artifacts, and not just one, thanks to his girlfriend Yi Qingxue. Without her gifts, he would never have been able to command such powerful items at his current level. However, Lin Tianming was confident that he could defeat Wang Jian without resorting to his divine artifacts. Is our senior feeling anxious? Lin Tianming's teasing tone was laden with sarcasm, inciting Wang Jian's fury. Who is anxious? You insolent brat. I shall teach you the true meaning of respect. Lin Tianming, delighting in the banter, continued to provoke Wang Jian with SSS-level talent. One can indeed act with impunity. You have successfully enraged me. Before all these witnesses, I will humiliate you. A mere SSS-level talent beneath my feet, driven to madness by Lin Tianming's incessant taunts. Wang Jian summoned a blazing inferno that enveloped him. To the astonishment of the gathered students, the flames coalesced into a fearsome fire dragon, surging towards Lin Tianming. Fire dragon? Impressive, senior, Lin Tianming exclaimed, surprised. But alas, it now belongs to me. As he spoke, flames erupted around Lin Tianming, forming a fire dragon of equal majesty. Watching the spectacle, Yi Qingxue smirked. Brother Tianming has activated the copying skill of the divine hand. This brazen senior is doomed. Feng Lan, standing beside Yi Qingxue, cast a knowing glance at her friend, silently conveying her confidence in Lin Tianming's victory. As the 2 fire dragons prepared to collide, Wang Jian was left dumbfounded, How is this possible? How could you replicate my fire dragon skill? Lin Tianming's eyes narrowed, and as his copy clashed with Wang Jian's fire dragon, it suddenly expanded, unleashing a force greater than the original. This was the result of Lin Tianming's 2 months of diligent training, having upgraded to level 15. His divine hand skill, initially capable of perfectly replicating an opponent's ability, had evolved to allow him to enhance the power of copied skills, surpassing their original might. The formidable imitation fire dragon easily tore through Wang Jian's authentic fire dragon and surged towards him with unstoppable momentum. Senior, it appears my fire dragon is indeed larger than yours. What a curious turn of events. As Lin Tianming's mocking voice echoed, Wang Jian, unable to argue, felt a surge of terror and turned to flee. Yet his escape was futile in mere moments. He was struck by Lin Tianming's replicated fire dragon and emitted a wail akin to a slaughtered pig. Please do not burn me. I concede. It is I who have lost. Oh no, I'm going to be scorched alive. Chapter 22. If only you were as handsome as Lin Tianming. You would have girls confessing their feelings for you on the first day of school. Under the scorching flames of Lin Tianming's fire dragon, Wang Jian, a second-year student, found his entire outfit incinerated, leaving him completely exposed, with even his hair singed away. Senior, your fire dragon skill is truly formidable, Lin Tianming quipped, relishing the moment as he defeated Wang Jian, who now stood as a bald figure with nothing but ashes where his clothing had been. Is the fire finally extinguished? Then why do I feel a chilling breeze? Wang Jian, having narrowly escaped the flames, couldn't focus on Lin Tianming's taunts. He was overwhelmed by a sense of relief, as if he had survived a catastrophe. Onlookers, students who had gathered to witness the duel, chuckled at the sight of the once dapper Wang Jian, now stripped of his attire and left bald. Look, that senior Wang Jian has had all his clothes burned off by Lin Tianming. It's absolutely hilarious to see him naked. I can't hold it in anymore. This is too funny. My stomach hurts from laughing. His hair has also been completely charred. This senior must be a stepping stone for Lin Tianming, the new student. Before long, the entire school would know that this second-year student had been bested by a mere freshman. Most male students laughed heartily, while the female students were divided. Some found the spectacle amusing, yet many regarded Wang Jian with disdain due to his now exposed state. How disgusting. He wasn't handsome to begin with. And now he's even uglier without his clothes. Truly shameful. My eyes feel tainted. The whispers among the crowd made Wang Jian acutely aware of his current state. He felt humiliated, standing there bald and without garments. To avoid further embarrassment, he covered his essential parts, shot Lin Tianming a furious glare, and fled the scene. Lin Tianming, just you wait. You have humiliated me, and my family will not let this slide. Hearing Wang Jian's threats as he ran away, Lin Tianming couldn't help but smirk. Spirit Fire, activating the skill he had learned 2 months prior with Yi Qing in the Secret Realm. Lin Tianming delivered a minor punishment to Wang Jian, who dared to speak so defiantly. As the Spirit Fire ignited, its ethereal power pierced Wang Jian's very soul, causing a sharp pain that left him dizzy. Although Lin Tianming retracted the Spirit Fire almost immediately, Wang Jian stumbled and fell to the ground, face first, experiencing the harsh reality of his injury. Ouch, this hurts so much. His embarrassment was compounded by the disdainful glances he received as he lay there. Now, after falling, he wished he could vanish into the ground. He didn't realize that his fall was a consequence of Lin Tianming's soul-striking attack. Quickly scrambling to his feet, Wang Jian continued his hasty retreat. Having had his fun at Wang Jian's expense, Lin Tianming returned to Yi Qingshui's side. Brother Tianming, well done, Yi Qingshui exclaimed, affectionately linking her arm with his. Seeing Wang Jian in such a state is incredibly satisfying. Feng Lan, who stood beside Yi Qingshui, spoke up as well. Thank you, Tianming, for teaching that Wang Jian a lesson. Tianming, just as Lin Tianming intended to downplay his actions, Yi Qingshui's brow furrowed at Feng Lan's casual reference to him. Feng Lan, please be more distant in your address to Brother Tianming. You are not familiar with him. Feng Lan, unperturbed by Yi Qingshui's tone, replied coolly. Who says we aren't familiar? I am his girlfriend. Brother Tianming is here for his first day at the Imperial Academy. He previously resided in Mingxi City, and I am his girlfriend. If you continue to speak carelessly, don't think that being the daughter of the Feng family will protect you. This vixen Feng Lan, is she out of her mind? Trying to take my brother Tianming from me. In my past life, I held no grudge against Feng Lan, but in this lifetime, if she dares to take my Yi Qingshui's man, I will not rest until we settle this. I cherish brother Tianming because we have grown up together as childhood friends. Feng Lan merely desires to be close to him because of his talents. Brother Tianming, you mustn't be lured by this vixen. Yi Qingshui was visibly upset, both outwardly and internally, at Feng Lan's claim of Lin Tianming as her boyfriend. Lin Tianming sensed that if he allowed these two strong-willed women to continue engaging, they might soon be at odds with each other. Feng Lan, it was a pleasure to meet you today. We should take time to understand each other better. However, I need to escort Qingshui to her dormitory now. Until next time, making his intentions clear to Feng Lan, Lin Tianming took Yi Qingshui's hand and hurried away, disregarding her approval. As they walked away, Feng Lan did not pursue them, but allowed them to disappear from her sight. Casting a glance at the nearby students who continued to gossip, she remained unfazed and departed with a calm demeanor. That Lin Tianming possesses an SSS-level talent. On his very first day, he has already captured the hearts of two beautiful new students, both eager to be his girlfriend. If only I were as handsome as Lin Tianming. If I had also achieved notoriety on the very first day by defeating a second-year student and possessed an SSS-level talent, perhaps I too would have girls confessing their feelings for me. But I am self-aware. A genius of Lin Tianming's caliber is someone I could never hope to reach. He has already attained level 15 during the freshman assessment. The only ones on par with him are Feng Lan, the daughter of the Feng family, and Yi Qingshui, who have been by his side. They are well matched, while I can only look on with envy and jealousy. As the onlookers continued their lively discussions about Lin Tianming, he accompanied Yi Qingshui to her dormitory. Along the way, Yi Qingshui gazed intently at Lin Tianming. Brother Tianming, why did you tell Feng Lan that you would get to know each other better later? You're not actually interested in her, are you? Qingshui, you're already my girlfriend. How could I ever consider another girl while I have you? Lin Tianming promptly clarified, emphasizing his loyalty. Although he had contemplated engaging with Feng Lan, it was solely to resolve the lingering animosity she harbored towards his current body. On my honor, he and Feng Lan share no such connection. Chapter 23. Where there are no enemies, there are no gatherings. Feng Lan and Yi Qingshui share a dormitory. Upon hearing Lin Tianming's explanation, Yi Qingshui's smile returned, and she chose to disregard any thoughts of Feng Lan's intentions toward her boyfriend, engaging in cheerful conversation with Lin Tianming. Before long, Yi Qingshui arrived at the entrance of her dormitory, Rose Garden. "This is it, Brother Tianming," she exclaimed, glancing at her phone to confirm the accommodation details sent by the Imperial Capital University, affirming that she indeed resided in Rose Garden. Lin Tianming remarked, "I remember you had your bedding, change of clothes, and daily necessities sent to this dormitory a few days prior to the start of the semester, correct?" Yi Qingshui nodded her head affirmatively. "Yes, Brother Tianming. I saw the notice from the university about sending items in advance. So I packed everything into my suitcase and shipped it to Rose Garden. The school administration mentioned I could simply pick it up from the dorm supervisor's office when I arrive. Well, as long as you haven't forgotten about it. Let's go find your suitcase and carry it to your room," Lin Tianming said, and together they entered Rose Garden. To the left of the entrance was the dorm supervisor's office, where various suitcases of all sizes were neatly arranged. Perhaps due to it being a girls' dormitory, the suitcases were colorful, with many appearing smaller than those typically carried by boys. "Hello, Auntie. I'm here to collect my suitcase." Yi Qingshui greeted the dorm supervisor warmly as they entered the office. Upon hearing Yi Qingshui's sweet voice, the supervisor looked up, her mood visibly brightening. However, upon noticing Lin Tianming standing behind Yi Qingshui, her expression darkened. Boys are not allowed in the girls' dormitory. Seeing the stern look on the supervisor's face, Yi Qingshui quickly explained, "Annie, today marks the first day of check-in for new students, and everyone is busy moving in. This boy is my boyfriend, and he came to help me carry my heavy suitcase into my room. Please make an exception. The dorm supervisor paused, feigning deep thought. In previous years, boys had indeed entered the girls' dormitory under the pretense of helping girls move in, as long as Lin Tianming only assisted with the luggage and then left. A slight leniency for today could be permissible. After considering, the supervisor glanced at Lin Tianming. Noticing her gaze, he offered her a warm smile, his youthful and handsome features disarming her stern demeanor. The supervisor mused inwardly. This girl has good taste. Her boyfriend is even more handsome than those young stars on television. Though she maintained her serious facade, she was secretly impressed by Lin Tianming's looks. Young man, remember to leave promptly after moving the items, she instructed. Thank you, Auntie. Both Lin Tianming and Yi Qingxue replied in unison, their polite manners further uplifting the supervisor's spirits. With Lin Tianming's assistance, Yi Qingxue swiftly located her suitcase in the office. Brother Tianming, this is my suitcase. We can head upstairs now. I live on the 4th floor. Indeed, let us ascend. Lin Tianming replied. Goodbye, Annie. As they made their way upstairs, the stern supervisor allowed herself a smile, thinking, this young man is quite polite. He's handsome and charming. No wonder that girl is so attached to him. Upon reaching the 4th floor, Lin Tianming helped Yi Qingxue carry her luggage, and after a brief search, they soon found her dormitory. This is it. I was about to use the key the supervisor gave me to open the door. But why is it already ajar? Yi Qingxue said, puzzled by the open door. Lin Tianming suggested, it seems someone arrived before you, Qingxue. Since the door is open, we can go in. Yes, Brother Tianming, let us enter. Perhaps we'll meet my roommate for the next 4 years. You should get acquainted. Yi Qingxue nodded and pushed the slightly open door, stepping inside. At Imperial Capital University, dormitories typically house 2 students per room. Upon entering, Lin Tianming and Yi Qingxue noticed that one bed was already made with sheets and blankets. However, the room appeared empty aside from themselves. The girl whose bed was prepared was nowhere to be found. Yi Qingxue glanced at the neatly arranged bedding, frowning. The bed is made. But where is she? Lin Tianming speculated. Perhaps she stepped out for a moment. Qingxue, this could work to our advantage. If she sees me entering, it might startle her. Let me help you finish making the bed, and I'll leave right after. All right then. Brother Tianming, thank you for your help. In this life, Brother Tianming is so kind to me. He hasn't abandoned me and takes such meticulous care of me. Hearing Yi Qingxue's heartfelt thoughts, Lin Tianming smiled happily. Under his assistance, Yi Qingxue quickly finished arranging her bedding. Phew, finally done. Thank you, Brother Tianming. Not at all, Qingxue. We've grown up together. Childhood sweethearts and now lovers. Such a small favor is nothing between us. If there is nothing else, I'll take my leave. Nothing else, Brother Tianming. You should return to your own dorm and rest after moving your things. If you miss me, feel free to video call or come down to see me. Yi Qingxue didn't wish to delay Lin Tianming any longer, knowing that he still needed to settle in himself. Just as Lin Tianming was about to leave, footsteps approached the dormitory entrance at a leisurely pace. Is it Qingxue's roommate returning? Lin Tianming wondered, curiosity piquing as he turned towards the door. However, when he saw the newcomer, he was taken aback. Feng Lan, Ye Vingu. Both Yi Qingxue and the newcomer simultaneously called out each other's names. The person returning was none other than Feng Lan, who had previously clashed with Yi Qingxue over Lin Tianming. After a brief moment of surprise, Yi Qingxue's expression soured. This is my dormitory. What are you doing here? Feng Lan, undeterred, retorted, that is what I should be asking you. I arrived before you, but I just stepped out for a moment. Realization dawned on Yi Qingxue. Feng Lan was indeed her roommate. The thought of living with someone she perceived as a schemer for the next 4 years was somewhat unsettling to her. I can't believe my roommate is you. Neither did I. Feng Lan quickly regained her composure, her emotional fluctuations settling as she calmly walked to her bed and sat down, originally intending to depart. Lin Tianming was taken aback upon discovering that his 2 adversaries, Yi Qingxue and Feng Lan, who nearly came to blows on the very first day of school, had become roommates. He couldn't help but press his forehead in exasperation. Is this what they call the narrow path of enemies? No, he must, before his departure, Remind them to coexist harmoniously and absolutely avoid a conflict that could erupt before even a single day has passed. Chapter 24. A million views. The Wang family has embarrassed themselves immensely. Qingxue, Fenglan, after I leave, you too surely won't come to blows, will you? In response to Lin Tianming's inquiry, Yi Qingxue glanced at Fenglan and huffed. That depends on whether someone keeps calling you her boyfriend in my presence. Upon hearing Yi Qingxue's words, Fenglan replied coolly, Tianming has always been my boyfriend. A boyfriend is a boyfriend, but wishing to eliminate him remains unchanged. Such an identity cannot be altered even in a new life. Listening to Fenglan's thoughts, Lin Tianming realized that her current demeanor mirrored Yi Qingxue's from 2 months prior. When Yi Qingxue heard Fenglan's deliberately provocative remark, her expression turned icy. Fenglan. In an instant, the temperature in the girls' dormitory plummeted to freezing point, leaving Lin Tianming shivering in surprise. Though Fenglan spoke little, she was not one to back down. A fierce wind began to swirl around her, further unsettling the room. The raging winds and biting cold enveloped Lin Tianming, evoking a sense of an impending winter. If these two were to join forces, would they not become the goddesses of winter? Alas, they were currently at odds, making such a collaboration exceedingly difficult. Drawing a deep breath, Lin Tianming forcibly guided both girls back to their respective beds. You two should refrain from speaking too much. You will be roommates for 4 years and cannot let trivial matters escalate into a brawl. Once restrained by Lin Tianming, Fenglan and Yi Qingxue gradually reigned in their abilities. Fenglan assured Lin Tianming, rest assured, I am not so dull as to strike first. If she does not attack, I shall not either. Ye Vingu, not wanting Lin Tianming to perceive her as an unreasonable girlfriend, added, Brother Tianming, you may leave with ease. I will not engage with her. Despite their reassurances, Lin Tianming still harbored doubts about their ability to coexist harmoniously. However, as a male, he could not possibly linger in the girls' dormitory every day, so he could only hope that they would indeed honor their words and refrain from causing a scene in their shared living space. Well, I shall take my leave now. You two must ensure a peaceful coexistence. After imparting this final reminder, Lin Tianming exited the girls' dormitory building, taking out his phone to follow the information provided by the school. Lin Tianming quickly found his way to the boys' dormitory after asking a few individuals for directions. Zizhu Garden, this is it. Upon locating his suitcase in the dormitory manager's office on the first floor, Lin Tianming ascended to the second floor to find his room number. Soon, he discovered his room. Noticing that the door was ajar, Lin Tianming surmised that, like Yi Qingxue, someone had arrived before him. Preparing to meet his new roommate, he stepped inside with his suitcase. Hey, someone's come in. You must be my roommate for the next 4 years. Hello, classmate. I am Chu Yunfei. Delighted to meet you. Upon entering, Lin Tianming saw a tall, slender boy lounging on a neatly made bed. So thin, he could be mistaken for a bamboo pole. This was Lin Tianming's first impression of the self-identified Chu Yunfei. I am Lin Tianming. Let's get along well over the next 4 years. Lin Tianming introduced himself calmly as he entered the dormitory. Chu Yunfei stood up to get a better look at Lin Tianming, and upon seeing his appearance and hearing his introduction, he couldn't help but display an excited expression. No way. I recognize you. I saw you by the north gate of the Imperial University. You are the one who brazenly entered the lightning wall without any defense and absorbed all the lightning power from teacher Jianghan's barrier. I can't believe my roommate is you. As Lin Tianming listened to Chu Yunfei's exuberant words, he unpacked his bedding from the suitcase while engaging in casual conversation. That's nothing special. Since we will be roommates for 4 years, you can just call me Tianming, and I will call you Yunfei. Haha, great. To be roommates with a genius like you, possessing an SSS-level ability, is truly a stroke of luck. I have an S-level fire ability. By the way, Tianming, what ability did you awaken that allowed you to absorb teacher Jianghan's lightning wall? I was just lying on the bed earlier, scrolling through videos, and I saw you using a fire dragon to defeat Wang Jian, a second-year student. So impressive. He is a level 25 fire attribute awakener. You defeated him as a mere newcomer. Facing the curious Chu Yunfei, Lin Tianming replied calmly, my awakened ability is called Divine Hand. Isn't it written on the school's official website? You know my name, so you can look it up. That's not what I meant. Of course, I checked. The official website does state your ability is Divine Hand, but I had never heard of such an ability before. What exactly can it do? Lin Tianming smiled. It allows me to replicate other skills, a trivial trick, nothing grand compared to you elemental awakeners. Tianming, you're being overly modest. Such excessive humility is often perceived as a means of showing off. If your divine hand were truly insignificant, it would not be classified as an SSS level ability. Nor would you have reached level 15 upon just entering school, much less defeat a second-year student by more than 10 levels. Chu Yunfei recounted his combat experiences with great enthusiasm, which amused Lin Tianming. This roommate was quite entertaining, yet he still found Chu Yunfei excessively thin. This was his first encounter with someone so slender they resembled a stick. Meanwhile, during Lin Tianming's bonding with his new roommate, the second-year student Wang Jian, whom he had defeated, had already changed into new clothes. However, Wang Jian's bald head, charred by the fire dragon, remained particularly eye-catching. This is how it happened. Cousin, you must help me. A newcomer assaulted you? Given your usual demeanor, you must have provoked him first and then got beaten, right? You have truly embarrassed the Wang family. I have no time to meddle in your affairs. If there is nothing else, do not bother me. After listening to Wang Jian's complaints, the woman he referred to as his cousin impatiently reprimanded him. Under her admonishment, Wang Jian, who had previously been arrogant before others, dared not express any dissatisfaction. However, he continued to plead, "Cousin, I'm still a member of the Wang family. It's one thing to be beaten, but he did it in front of so many people, leaving me bald and forcing me to run back to the dormitory in nothing but my skin, utterly humiliated. Please tell me this once." This is also to restore the Wang family's reputation. Perhaps annoyed by Wang Jian's incessant whining, his cousin waved her hand dismissively. "Enough. You haven't even told me the name of that newcomer." Upon hearing her words, Wang Jian knew she was about to take action. He promptly replied his name is Lin Tianming. Upon hearing the name Lin Tianming, his cousin seemed to recall some past events, uncertainly stating, "Lin Tianming. Isn't he Feng Lan from the Feng family's boyfriend?" Yes. Cousin, you know him too?" At that moment, Feng Lan, the daughter of the Feng family patriarch, was present, proclaiming that the newcomer Lin Tianming was her boyfriend. Wang Jian's cousin narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly and inquired, "Do you have a photograph of this Lin Tianming? I would like to see it." Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Wang Jian replied, "I don't have a photo, but there's a video online of him beating me up. It has garnered over 1 million views." Upon hearing that the video of Wang Jian being beaten by Lin Tianming had circulated online, his cousin shot him a disapproving glare. "You have truly brought shame upon us. The Wang family has never faced such humiliation." After a brief pause, she continued, "Fetch that video for me to see." Wang Jian, upon her command, hastily took out his phone to search for the video of his defeat at the hands of Lin Tianming, and, feeling somewhat sheepish, approached his cousin. The video played on his phone, capturing the moment from a passerby's perspective, and Wang Jian found it difficult to watch. However, as his cousin observed the footage, her expression turned serious. It dawned on her that the very Lin Tianming, the boyfriend of Feng Lan, was none other than the man who had once tarnished her purity in a past life, a person she had spent her entire existence searching for but had never found. Chapter 25. The Phoenix Flame Goddess Wang Yanran, the one who tarnished my innocence. In this lifetime, I shall not repeat the same mistakes. Wang Yanran, a fourth-year student at the Imperial Capital Academy, also serves as the president of the student council. However, once the school year officially commences, she will relinquish her presidency to the vice president, a third-year student. With her impending departure from this role, her interest in the affairs of the academy has waned considerably. As a reborn individual who unexpectedly awakened in this era 2 months ago, Wang Yanran is determined to focus on surpassing her previous self's record in the awakening level upon graduation. In her past life, she graduated at level 75, far exceeding the academy's minimum graduation requirement of level 25. Now, having been granted a second chance, she aspires to ascend even higher. With each step stronger than her former self, she aims to survive the forthcoming era of divine emergence. In her previous existence, she attained the pinnacle of awakening, achieving the status of a divine awakener, revered as the Phoenix Flame Goddess. Regrettably, despite her ascension as the Fire God, she met her demise during that era of divine emergence. To avoid a tragic repetition, she must exert even greater effort in this lifetime. Armed with the wisdom of her rebirth, she is confident in her ability to achieve even greater heights than before. Yet on this very day, she was interrupted by Wang Jian. Truth be told, Wang Yinran felt an overwhelming urge to send her cousin flying with a slap. Nevertheless, considering their familial ties, she ultimately decided to assist her perpetually aimless cousin. However, upon witnessing Lin Tianming's appearance, Wang Yinran's heart trembled and her brows furrowed in dismay. For this was the very Lin Tianming who had assaulted her cousin. She recognized him as the man who had sullied her purity in her previous life, while she was absorbed in the powers contained within the Phoenix Flame Crystal. In her past life, she had heard of Lin Tianming, yet like her current self, she had been indifferent to the affairs of the Academy during her final year as president, wholly engrossed in elevating her awakening level. Thus, she only knew of Lin Tianming as the boyfriend of the Wind family's daughter, possessing an SSS-Grade ability. She had never connected the man who had tarnished her virtue with the boyfriend of Fenglan. Now, having serendipitously learned that Lin Tianming was indeed the culprit who had defiled her in the Fire's secret realm and stolen half of the power from the Phoenix Flame Crystal, an inferno of Phoenix flames surged around Wang Yinran. Wang Jian, standing beside her, was immediately terrified, dropping his phone in shock. "Cousin, what is happening? Don't unleash such powerful flames all of a sudden. You almost burnt me alive." Wang Yinran paid no heed to Wang Jian. Her mind was still preoccupied with thoughts of Lin Tianming. Had it not been for him, she would not have lost the complete power of the Phoenix Flame Crystal, and she would not have perished in that crucial battle of her past life. It is worth noting that with only half the power from the Phoenix Flame Crystal absorbed, she had nearly slain her enemies during the era of divine emergence. Had she possessed the full power of the crystal, she would certainly not have faced defeat. Moreover, the most significant issue was that Lin Tianming, who had destroyed her innocence, had also become a haunting specter, causing her to be plagued by inner demons whenever she ascended to divinity. At the critical moment of that battle, her inner demons had manifested, further diminishing her combat prowess. It could be said that her demise in her previous life was inextricably linked to Lin Tianming, just as she exited the Fire's secret realm in a furious state. She had also heard of Lin Tianming's involvement in the death of the Wind family's patriarch. It seemed he had fled into the Fire's secret realm to evade consequences after causing that tragedy, only to encounter her, an attempt to seize the power of the Phoenix Flame Crystal. This ungrateful wretch had betrayed his mentor, harmed his girlfriend's father, and subsequently defiled her. Although Wang Yinran had not known in her previous life that Lin Tianming was the one who had sullied her, she was aware that he had met a tragic end 6 months after the events in the Fire secret realm. It was said that he died in a horrific manner, consumed by myriad curses, his body rotting away. It could be surmised that he had been killed by those in the south who possessed the ability to awaken curse powers. Even now, as she pieced together the reasons for her inability to locate Lin Tianming in her past life, she learned that he had already perished. Yet, the thought of Lin Tianming still lingered in Wang Yinran's mind. She understood that if this continued, even if she were to become the Fire God again, Lin Tianming would undoubtedly become her inner demon. The only way to eliminate that demon was to kill Lin Tianming. With this thought in mind, Wang Yinran glanced at the terrified Wang Jian, slumped on the ground, and impatiently waved her hand. "All right, I understand. I will take the time to check on this new student named Lin Tianming." Hearing Wang Yinran's words, Wang Jian beamed with joy. "Thank you, cousin, for standing up for me." As night fell, Lin Tianming had just finished dinner with his new roommate, Chu Yunfei, at the Imperial Capital Academy when a strikingly attractive senior intercepted his path. Noticing the senior's unwavering gaze fixed on Lin Tianming, Chu Yunfei inquired, "Tianming, do you know this senior?" Lin Tianming shook his head. "No, I don't." The alluring senior addressed Lin Tianming. "Lin Tianming, come with me. There are some things I wish to discuss with you alone. Upon hearing the senior's words, Chu Yunfei's eyes gleamed with envy. Wow, Tianming, I think this senior might be here to confess her feelings to you. Don't be ridiculous. Lin Tianming shot a glare at Chu Yunfei before turning his attention back to the unfamiliar senior before him. If you have something to say, just say it here. This isn't really a suitable place. The senior's insistence only fueled Chu Yunfei's belief that she was too shy to confess in public. With a knowing look, Chu Yunfei declared, Tianming, I want to be a third wheel. I'll head back to the dorm and wait for you. You two take your time chatting. Feeling somewhat exasperated at being sold out by Chu Yunfei, Lin Tianming found himself pondering the senior's insistence on speaking in private. Could it be that she truly intended to confess her feelings? After some contemplation, Lin Tianming ultimately decided to accompany her. All right, senior. Upon hearing Lin Tianming's agreement, the attractive senior smiled warmly. Follow me, junior. Lecher, scoundrel, scum. In your past life, you sullied my innocence, and in this life, I shall make you suffer 1,000 cuts to vent my wrath. I shall eradicate your evil before it can even blossom. Is that a voice? He could actually hear the senior's thoughts. At that moment, Lin Tianming's system chimed with an alert. The system has automatically bound the Phoenix Flame Goddess Wang Yinran within range to the host. The host can perfectly eavesdrop on the thoughts of the Phoenix Flame Goddess Wang Yinran. Wang Yinran, daughter of the head of the Wang family, one of the 4 prominent awakening families in the imperial capital, possesses an SSS grade fire ability. Before her rebirth, she found the Phoenix Flame Crystal in the Fire Secret Realm. But during the process of absorbing its power, she was defiled by the original host, Lin Tianming, and had half of her flame power stolen. Upon exiting the Inferno Realm, she remained oblivious to the fact that the one who tarnished her purity was none other than Lin Tianming, the boyfriend of Feng Lan, a man she sought throughout her life, yet never found. Even though she suffered the loss of half the power of the Phoenix Flame Crystal, Wang Yinran ultimately attained divinity, becoming the Phoenix Flame Goddess. However, during the harrowing battle of the divine, Wang Yinran succumbed to the inner demons stirred by her lingering feelings for Lin Tianming, compounded by the diminished flame power from the lost crystal, leading to her tragic demise. It could be said that in her previous life, Wang Yinran's demise after attaining godhood was entirely due to Lin Tianming. In this life, she discovered through her cousin Wang Jian that Lin Tianming was indeed the one who had defiled her, and she vowed to ensure that her defiler would face the consequences. After hearing the system's introduction of the Phoenix Flame Goddess Wang Yinran, Lin Tianming felt a chill run through him. The wretched original owner. How many lives did you ruin in your past existence? It seems he could encounter someone intent on his demise merely by walking down the street. Is there no hope for a peaceful life anymore? Chapter 26. Betrayal of Master and Ancestors. The heavens cannot tolerate this. The disheartening Lin Tianming. Lin Tianming suddenly clutched his abdomen, a grimace of pain etched on his brow, causing Wang Yinran to furrow her own brows in concern. What has this little scoundrel gotten himself into? Despite her confusion, Wang Yinran paused, inquiring, Junior, what seems to be the matter? Senior, it hurts. Lin Tianming gasped, clutching his stomach again as he cried out in agony. After several deep breaths, he managed to piece together a feeble explanation. Senior, I suddenly have a terrible stomachache. Perhaps I must have eaten something in the cafeteria that didn't agree with me. As the foremost academy for awakened individuals in the 9 provinces, the Imperial Capital Academy maintains strict control over the health of its top students from various regions. Since its inception, there has never been a case of food poisoning in the cafeteria, leading Wang Yinran to doubt the validity of Lin Tianming's claim. While observing his pained expression, she contemplated the authenticity of his discomfort. This Wang Yinran seems rather discerning. Lin Tianming, feigning pain to escape, mused inwardly. Yet he continued, It might be a case of acclimatization, senior. My stomach truly hurts, After scrutinizing Lin Tianming's clearly distressed face for a moment, Wang Yinran refrained from responding immediately. Acclimatization? If it were merely a case of dietary differences, it is plausible that he could have eaten the familiar dishes from the Imperial Capital Academy without issue. After a brief contemplation, She questioned Lin Tianming. The cafeteria offers specialties from all over the 9 provinces. Even if you were unaccustomed to the local cuisine, you could have easily selected something familiar. Why then did you suffer from an upset stomach? Faced with Wang Yanran's skeptical inquiry, Lin Tianming resorted to improvising a fabrication. Ah, senior, I genuinely have a stomachache. Can we not stand here as though I'm being interrogated? This is my first time in the imperial capital. I wanted to try the local dishes instead of opting for the food from my hometown. Who would have imagined I would suffer from an upset stomach due to acclimatization? This explanation seems rather plausible. Were I to visit a city outside the imperial capital, I too would instinctively wish to sample the local delicacies instead of worrying about acclimatization. Perhaps I was overly sensitive, but to have a stomachache at this moment, it truly disrupts my plan to lure this little scoundrel into the grove and eliminate him. I shall let this slide for now, merely confirming whether he is indeed the scoundrel who sullied my reputation. He shall meet his demise at a later date. Hearing Wang Yanran's inner thoughts about her grove plan, Lin Tianming felt a chill run down his spine. Thankfully, he was clever enough to feign a stomachache. Otherwise, he might have fallen victim to her sinister intentions. Junior, do you need me to escort you to the infirmary? She offered. I believe a simple case of acclimatization will resolve itself. I could just head back to my dorm to use the restroom. Before I leave, may I ask your name? Lin Tianming inquired, despite already knowing from the system that she was Wang Yanran, a reincarnated individual who had previously tricked the original host. Junior, my name is Wang Yanran. You may call me Senior Yanran. I take quite a liking to you. So fond you wish to burn me alive. Wang Yanran's outwardly warm demeanor contrasted sharply with the seething hatred she harbored within, her anger matching that of 2 months prior with Yiqing Xue. All right, I understand. My stomach truly hurts, Senior Yanran. I must return to my dorm now. Until next time, Lin Tianming dared not linger with Wang Yanran any longer, fearing he might inadvertently reveal his true self. With that, he hastily departed, leaving no opportunity for Wang Yanran to respond. As he fled, her once friendly smile faded, replaced by an unmasked fury. Lin Tianming, the next time we meet shall mark your demise. Killing you shall serve as my vengeance for all those you have wronged in your past life. After narrowly escaping Wang Yanran's meticulously devised plot, Lin Tianming collapsed onto his bed in his dorm, exhaling a sigh of relief. Upon his return, his roommate, Chu Yunfei, approached with curiosity, asking Tianming, what happened? Did that alluring senior confess her feelings to you? Chu Yunfei's question instantly reminded Lin Tianming of how close he had come to falling for his roommate's speculation, which could have led Wang Yanran to drag him into the grove for nefarious purposes. Lin Tianming shot him an exasperated glare. Confess? You must be joking. You nearly got me killed with your misguided assumptions. Surprised by Lin Tianming's sudden glare, Chu Yunfei looked innocent. How could a mere guess about the senior's intentions almost lead to Lin Tianming's demise? The following day, as Jianghan's student, Lin Tianming received a message from her instructing him to attend class. Arriving at the Lightning Awakening venue within the Imperial Capital Academy, Lin Tianming expected to see several classmates selected by Jianghan. To his dismay, he encountered none, only finding Jianghan awaiting him. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Surely, Jianghan wasn't preparing a trap for him, akin to Wang Yanran's earlier intentions? Child, you have arrived. Come here. Today, I shall teach you your first lesson. Jianghan's expression appeared genuinely warm, yet the thought of her vendetta sent a shiver down Lin Tianming's spine. He hesitated, contemplating escape. Skipping class is unacceptable. As an SSS-grade gifted student, you must not engage in such behavior. Jianghan's voice, tinged with authority, sent chills down Lin Tianming's back. In an instant, he found himself ensnared by a lightning whip, forcibly drawn to her presence. Child, why do you appear so fearful of me? Could it be that this reincarnated individual has discovered my true identity? Hastily, Lin Tianming explained, Teacher Jianghan, I'm the only student here. I feel a bit apprehensive. Shouldn't there be other students joining me in your class? In response to his inquiry, Jianghan smiled, Child, becoming my student is not an easy feat. Prior to accepting you, although I am a teacher at the Imperial Capital Academy, I do not typically take on students. My primary role involves designing specialized training programs for students, occasionally substituting for other instructors. Lin Tianming, taken aback by Jiang Han's revelation, replied, "Are you implying that I am your first student?" "Indeed, you are the first student I have accepted in many years," Jiang Han affirmed, her heartache seeping through her thoughts. Unbeknownst to Lin Tianming, I never expected that after painstakingly nurturing a student who stirred my heart, I would find myself facing the betrayal of being wronged by my own disciple. Oh, Tianming, do you comprehend the depth of your treachery? Your actions have inflicted profound sorrow upon me, your mentor. Chapter 27. The first lesson of the new school year. The fierce battle with the thunderous wrath bear. Jiang Han's heart was filled with indignation, yet her exterior demeanor remained impeccably composed. Were it not for Lin Tianming's ability to eavesdrop on her innermost thoughts, he would never have fathomed the depth of her animosity towards him. Having narrowly escaped the clutches of Wang Yanran through sheer cleverness the previous night, he now faced the equally lethal intentions of Jiang Han. The pressure on Lin Tianming was overwhelming. As he navigated his interactions with Jiang Han, he would need to tread cautiously to evade any sudden attacks that could lead to his demise. To his astonishment, he discovered that he was the sole student in attendance. "Very well, teacher Jiang Han. May I inquire what our first lesson entails today?" At the mention of the day's inaugural lesson, a slight smile graced Jiang Han's lips. With a snap of her fingers, a resounding roar erupted from the awakening arena designed for those with lightning abilities. Almost immediately, a colossal bear, towering above her by a considerable margin, materialized beside Jiang Han. The bear crackled with surging bolts of electricity, and the deafening roar had emanated from it. In summoning this giant bear, Jiang Han proceeded to elucidate the rules for today's lesson. "This is a level 15 thunderous wrath bear, Lin Tianming. Your task for today is to adeptly employ your divine hand in combat and triumph over this formidable creature. The thunderous wrath bear possesses extraordinary defensive capabilities. Even if you replicate its skills, you may struggle to subdue it. Should you fall victim to its attacks, your defenses are unlikely to withstand more than a few blows before defeat. This lesson has been meticulously tailored for you, and I hope you will not disappoint me. Remember, you are permitted to replicate only its skills, and do not dare to exploit my abilities for an unfair advantage." Lin Tianming absorbed Jiang Han's thoughts and discerned certain insights. The new skill that the thunderous wrath bear acquired at level 15 was pivotal in elevating its combat prowess, far exceeding what it had faced at level 9. Faced with such a robust adversary, specifically designed to counter his replication abilities, Lin Tianming's eyes narrowed slightly. With a swift flash of electricity, Jiang Han positioned herself at a distance and declared, "Let the battle commence. Do not let me down, young one." As she uttered the words to initiate combat, the enormous thunderous wrath bear swung its paw menacingly towards Lin Tianming. The lightning bear claw, larger than Lin Tianming's head, surged with terrifying electrical force as it descended upon him. Lin Tianming quickly distanced himself, entering a combat stance. Divine Hand. He activated the replication skill, instantly acquiring the thunderous wrath bear's abilities. The level 15 thunderous wrath bear possessed 4 lightning-based skills: Thunder Bear Claw, Thunderous Fury, Thunder Tread, and Wrathful Thunder Armor. Thunder Bear Claw and Thunder Tread were active attack skills, while Thunderous Fury would enhance the bear's attack and speed, inducing a berserk state. Wrathful Thunder Armor fortified the bear as defenses. Understanding the effects of the thunderous wrath bear's skills, Lin Tianming faced a crucial decision. Over the past 2 months, he had diligently refined his mastery of the Divine Hand. A secret he had not even confided to Yi Qingxue was that his Divine Hand could replicate a maximum of 3 skills. These 3 replicated skills would be stored within 3 of his fingers. Once he had released all 3 skills, his Divine Hand would enter a cool-down period. The urgency behind Lin Tianming's relentless training stemmed not only from Yi Qingxue's encouragement, but also from his desire to elevate his level in hopes of replicating additional skills. However, despite ascending from level 1 to level 15, his replication capacity remained at 3. The only changes he experienced were a reduction in cooldown time from 3 days to 12 hours. and an enhancement in the power of replicated skills below the level of super-tier forbidden spells. This meant that if he could not defeat the thunderous Wrathbear with 3 skills, he would be left vulnerable and unable to utilize his divine hand. With this in mind, Lin Tianming approached the selection of skills to replicate with utmost caution. After careful consideration, he opted against the defensive, wrathful Thunder Armor, choosing instead the other 3 skills of the thunderous Wrathbear. Replication. As Lin Tianming successfully activated the Divine Hand's replication ability, he instantly acquired 3 of the thunderous Wrathbear's skills. Swiftly evading another swipe from the bear's Thunderbear Claw, he unleashed Thunderous Fury. Accompanied by a resounding crash of thunder, he felt an immediate surge in both speed and attack power. Noticing the thunderous Wrathbear preparing to strike again with its Thunderbear Claw, Lin Tianming refused to be outdone. Thunderbear Claw. Bolstered by the effects of Thunderous Fury and further enhanced through replication, Lin Tianming's version of the Thunderbear Claw unleashed a significantly more potent electrical force. The 2 bear claws collided, and Lin Tianming's version tore through the thunderous Wrathbear's claw, inflicting a substantial wound. Letting out a deafening roar, the thunderous Wrathbear entered a berserk state. Thunderous Fury. Not only that, but the bear also activated the wrathful Thunder Armor, further amplifying its defenses. Despite Lin Tianming's relentless pursuit, launching the Thunder Tread in an attempt to deliver a decisive blow to the wounded thunderous Wrathbear, the bear's enhanced defense thwarted his attack perfectly. At that moment, the fully empowered thunderous Wrathbear charged at Lin Tianming. Although it appeared cumbersome, it swiftly closed the distance. Thunder Tread. Boom! At such close range, the impact of Thunder Tread against Lin Tianming's comparatively frail form led Jiang Han, who was observing, to conclude that he was destined for defeat. Yet, at that critical juncture, a wall of lightning surged between Lin Tianming and the thunderous Wrathbear, creating a barrier that dissipated the bear's assault entirely and left it severely injured. However, Lin Tianming's wall of lightning dissipated after successfully absorbing the blow. I almost forgot. This little rascal also possesses my wall of lightning. Yet, relying solely on this technique will not suffice to vanquish the thunderous Wrathbear. He still needs that final push. As the situation unfolded, what should one do next? If one could ascend to level 16 at this moment, thereby enhancing the capacity of their Divine Hand's replication ability to 4 skills, it might indeed be possible to vanquish the severely wounded Thunderbolt Wrathbear. Upon hearing Jiang Han's thoughts, Lin Tianming was taken aback. How did Jiang Han know that his Divine Hand possessed a limit on replication skills? This was a secret he had not even divulged to his official girlfriend, Yi Qingxue. How could she be aware of it? Could it be that she learned it through the original owner in a past life? Yet, would someone as wicked as the original owner truly reveal the ultimate secret of the Divine Hand's replication ability to Jiang Han? Although he could not fathom how Jiang Han had come to know this critical flaw of his Divine Hand, he did glean from her that the method to unlock the replication skill limit was to reach level 16. However, he had only just attained level 15, making it a daunting task to reach level 16. It was clear that this battle would not trigger his potential to ascend. During Lin Tianming's contemplation, the grievously injured Thunderbolt Wrathbear, relying on its superior awakened beast physique, unleashed a thunderous stomp that sent Lin Tianming flying. At that moment, Lin Tianming harbored serious doubts about Jiang Han's intentions, suspecting she might wish to have him killed by the Thunderbolt Wrathbear. She had undoubtedly calculated that he would not break through to level 16 today. Yet in the next instant, Jiang Han's voice conveyed that she did not wish for his demise today. It seems we are nearing the limit. The only drawback of Tianming's Divine Hand in the early stages is the scarcity of replicable skills. If this weakness is discovered by others, he could easily find himself in peril. To have withstood the onslaught of the level 15 Thunderbolt Wrathbear for so long has exceeded my expectations. Today's test will conclude here. I shall intervene when he can no longer endure. What is happening to me? Despite my deep-seated hatred for his actions in the last life, betraying and murdering my kin, I find myself wishing to unlock his potential, to cultivate him to be stronger than in the previous life, surprised that such a perilous first lesson was aimed at further developing his potential. Lin Tianming also came to understand the complexity of Jiang Han's conflicting feelings towards him, which were more intricate than he had imagined. Since she wished to witness him become stronger than before, he resolved not to disappoint this mentor, Jiang Han. He vowed to demonstrate his sincerity over time, aiming to help this deeply wounded instructor let go of her hatred and transform back into the teacher who regarded him as her beloved disciple. Just as the Thunderbolt Wrath Bear was about to unleash its lethal blow, Lin Tianming, without waiting for Jiang Han's intervention, launched a soul attack against the beast. Soul Fire. The Soul Fire disregarded the physical defenses bolstered by the Wrath Bear's enraged armor, penetrating its very soul. Under the direct assault of the Soul Fire, the physically formidable Thunderbolt Wrath Bear convulsed violently, rolling its eyes before collapsing to the ground. Jiang Han, who was poised to rescue Lin Tianming, stood frozen in awe as she witnessed his instantaneous reversal of fate. Tianming can perform soul attacks? Why had I never seen him employ such a technique in a previous life? Chapter 28. Jiang Han understands Lin Tianming's divine hand even better. Truly a gracious mentor. Could it be that I remembered incorrectly? Is it true that Tianming's divine hand can replicate 4 skills at level 15? No. That cannot be. The secret of his skill replication limit was something I discovered through testing on his behalf. He himself had not encountered opponents requiring frequent use of skills, so he was unaware of it. This soul attack cannot possibly be one he replicated. It is highly likely that, as he absorbed my lightning wall to learn the skill, he encountered an opportunity elsewhere to master this soul attack. Perhaps my rebirth has affected the timeline. Jiang Han provided herself with a reasonable explanation that would allow her to accept the fact that Lin Tianming could indeed wield an attack targeting the soul. However, to confirm her hypothesis, she needed to personally test Lin Tianming. Good child, splendid. I did not expect you to truly defeat the Thunder Fury Bear at level 15. When the Thunder Fury Bear suddenly collapsed, I sensed a ripple of soul energy, which leads me to believe you struck directly at its soul with your attack. Did you not? Lin Tianming heard Jiang Han's inner voice. Today's interaction also allowed him to gain further insight into this esteemed mentor. Jiang Han, the youngest top awakener in Jiuzhou, immediately recognized that he had employed a soul attack. He promptly nodded in response. Indeed, teacher Jiang Han, I defeated the Thunder Fury Bear through a soul attack. That skill targeting the soul cannot be a replication, can it? May I see it? Since she could analyze his thoughts, Lin Tianming felt no need to conceal anything. Moreover, he wished to inquire further about the capabilities of his divine hand through his sincerity. From Jiang Han's inner voice, it seemed she understood his divine hand even better than he did. To better comprehend the abilities of his divine hand as he advanced in levels, he sought to learn from his teacher while simultaneously enhancing her fondness for him. No, it is not a replication. This skill is called Spirit Fire. I can freely wield it without the restrictions of my divine hand. Teacher Jiang Han, you are my mentor. Feel free to observe. As he spoke, Lin Tianming turned his palm upward, and a flame materialized, composed of soul energy. His inner musings revealed. His words are still as sweet as in my previous life, adept at charming young ladies. Thus, aside from subtle changes in experience, his character remains as it was, an unscrupulous scoundrel. In his past life, he had used such charm to win her favor, gradually lowering her guard until she discovered his malicious intent, leading him to betray this esteemed mentor. Jiang Han's inner thoughts caused Lin Tianming to feel a chill. Was it possible that his attempts to forge a good relationship with her would instead remind her of past grievances, inciting her resentment? Alas, original host, look what you have wrought. You have truly put me in a difficult position. I'm a good person. Inwardly lamenting the misdeeds of the original host, Lin Tianming realized that to earn Jiang Han's genuine trust, mere words would not suffice. He needed to take tangible actions. Without concrete efforts, Jiang Han, who had been wronged before, might perceive his sweet words as mere flattery, harboring ill intentions. After observing the flickering spirit fire skill in Lin Tianming's palm, Jiang Han resolved to provide him with lessons beyond today's initial plan. Very well, young Tianming. Although I initially stated that defeating the Thunder Fury Bear would suffice for today, I had no real expectations of your victory. I merely intended to temper your innate genius with this encounter, encouraging you to cultivate with greater diligence. Now that you have surpassed my expectations by defeating the Thunder Fury Bear, I shall take the opportunity to impart knowledge that was originally scheduled for a few days later. Come here, little one. As she discussed his training, Jiang Han temporarily set aside the pain Lin Tianming had caused her in the past life. It was as if no rift had ever existed between mentor and disciple, and she freely shared her wisdom with him, just as in their previous life. Lin Tianming, too, could sense Jiang Han's mental state through his system's ability to perceive thoughts. This only strengthened his resolve to prove that he was not the same scoundrel as the original host. Such a generous mentor, willing to nurture him, was something the original host had failed to appreciate. Lin Tianming, having traversed from Blue Star, would cherish this precious bond. He followed Jiang Han to the still unconscious Thunder Fury Bear, feeling a hint of confusion. Teacher Jiang Han, what shall we do now? Instead of answering immediately, Jiang Han posed a question. Young Tianming, do you know why you were able to absorb my lightning wall and learn a skill that should not belong to you? Isn't it because I am exceptionally intelligent, and I recognize that Teacher Jiang Han was presenting us with a fortuitous opportunity to learn your lightning wall skill? Jiang Han chuckled at Lin Tianming's response, finding amusement in his overconfidence. Silly child, do you think anyone can learn skills that do not belong to their ability category as easily as you? Hearing Jiang Han's various names for him, little one, child, silly boy, left Lin Tianming somewhat speechless. Could she not be consistent? She treated him as if he were a mere child, though she appeared to be only in her early 20s. Yet, recognizing her position as his teacher, he conceded that it was reasonable for her to address him in such a manner given their age difference. Thus, he dismissed any lingering discomfort about her playful tone. Isn't that the case? Certainly not. It seems you possess little understanding of your divine hand's true capabilities. Today, I shall guide you properly. Your divine hand holds more than just the ability to replicate skills. It possesses a remarkable and astonishing potential for growth. Lin Tianming was taken aback by Jiang Han's revelation that he was unaware of his divine hand's other powers. Indeed, her knowledge, drawn from her experiences of rebirth, surpassed his own. At that moment, Lin Tianming felt a surge of curiosity about the abilities of his divine hand beyond mere replication. Teacher Jiang Han, please enlighten me. What other powers does my divine hand possess that I am unaware of? Jiang Han's lips curled into a smile at his eager inquiry. That is the ability to plunder. Any skill you successfully plunder, regardless of its suitability for your abilities, can be wielded freely, and its power will increase as your level rises. The distinction between plundering and replicating lies in the fact that skills obtained through plunder will adapt to your current level, transforming into skills that match your power. As long as you continue to grow stronger, the skills you plunder will possess nearly limitless potential for enhancement. Chapter 29. The new ability of the Divine Hand, Plunder. Permanently acquire the Wrathful Thunder Armor. After listening to Teacher Jiang Han's patient explanations, Lin Tianming's eyes gradually widened. He had not anticipated that his divine hand possessed not only the ability to replicate skills, but also a hidden plundering capability of which he had been oblivious. Had it not been for Teacher Jiang's guidance, he might have remained unaware of this formidable second ability of his divine hand for an extended period. Eager to learn more from Jiang Han, who possessed a deeper understanding of the divine hand than he did, Lin Tianming inquired. How did you discern that my divine hand has a plundering ability beyond mere replication? That is an astute question. Without the experience of rebirth, I would not have been able to articulate such a comprehensive understanding of your divine hand's capabilities at this stage, Jiang Han replied thoughtfully. As a newly emergent ability, the divine hand has no historical references from which to draw specific insights. As your teacher, I accompanied you throughout my previous life, assisting you in unlocking the potential of your divine hand and attempting to clarify those aspects that you, as its wielder, could not yet comprehend. Your plundering ability was unearthed under my guidance, and I often invited you to stay with me for convenient instruction. However, armed with the knowledge from my past life, I need not keep you by my side as frequently this time around. Reflecting on those days when she dedicated herself wholeheartedly to Lin Tianming. Jiang Han felt a twinge of nostalgia. Yet, the secret of her rebirth was one she could never disclose. Instead, she maintained, as a teacher at the imperial capital's Grand Academy, I am particularly attuned to the nuances of this subject and have observed your use of the divine hand closely. It became evident to Lin Tianming that Jiang Han, indeed, exemplified the expertise one would expect from an instructor at such a prestigious institution. He refrained from exposing her concealed emotions and responded in kind, aligning himself with her explanation. Now, my dear Tianming, Jiang Han continued, since you are now aware of the plundering ability of your divine hand, let us proceed directly to the task at hand. We shall plunder the skills of 2 wrathful thunder bears for your permanent use, both of which possess boundless potential for growth. Lin Tianming responded, is it limited to just 2? Didn't I have a capacity to plunder all 4 skills? Although you activated your plundering ability far earlier than in my previous life, you remain as greedy as ever. Jiang Han mused, reflecting on her past experiences with him. In my prior life, I did not ponder these details, but now, upon closer examination, I can deduce just how insatiable my beloved disciple truly is, to the extent of daring to betray even me. As Lin Tianming engaged in learning about his divine hand, he inadvertently reminded Jiang Han of painful memories of betrayal, causing him to feel a tinge of anxiety. The complexity of her feelings towards him was evident. One moment she was wholeheartedly devoted, and the next she was haunted by her past grievances. Fortunately, Jiang Han's momentary resentment dissipated, allowing her to focus on teaching. Let us set aside such unhappy thoughts for today, she said, casting a glance at Lin Tianming. Your plundering ability, based on my observations, has its limits. You already possess my Wall of Thunder and a soul attack skill, Spirit Fire, which you acquired from an unknown source. Therefore, you can only plunder 2 additional skills. Do not be greedy, my dear. At level 15, your divine hand can only plunder 4 skills, 1 more than your replication ability. Jiang Han's insights enlightened Lin Tianming about the limitations of his plundering capability. While he could only plunder 4 skills, he had already showcased Spirit Fire and the Wall of Thunder in front of Jiang Han, along with another skill he had not yet revealed, Spirit Energy Transformation. Both Spirit Energy Transformation and Spirit Fire were skills he had learned in the Lost Land Secret Realm. Initially, he believed he had mastered them due to his innate talent, only to realize now that he had unwittingly activated his plundering ability, acquiring these skills from a trap set by the god of ascended spirit energy. This realization meant that he could not plunder both skills from the wrathful thunder bears, as Jiang Han had suggested. He could only claim one. Contemplating his choice, Lin Tianming grappled with which of the 4 skills to plunder. Noticing Lin Tianming's pensive demeanor, Jiang Han, fulfilling her role as his mentor, offered her advice. Tianming, you currently possess the Spirit Fire as an active attack skill, and your replication ability provides you with ample offensive options. To bolster your combat prowess, I recommend you choose either the Thunder Roar or the Wrathful Thunder Armor from the Wrathful Thunder Bears. The Thunder Roar enhances your attack and speed, while the Wrathful Thunder Armor reinforces your defense. With both, your overall combat capability will experience substantial enhancement. Jiang Han's professional counsel resonated with Lin Tianming, yet he found himself constrained to plunder only 1 skill, necessitating a further decision. Should he opt for the Thunder Roar to augment his attack and speed, or select the Wrathful Thunder Armor for increased defense? After careful consideration, Lin Tianming recalled that his replication ability would also amplify the power of his skills, leading him to a decisive conclusion. Plunder. With his heart set, he successfully activated the long-hidden plundering ability of the divine hand. As he initiated his first active plunder, Lin Tianming eagerly examined the newly acquired skill, Wrathful Thunder Armor. Wrathful Thunder Armor. Manifest. Upon invoking the skill, Lin Tianming's body was enveloped in a defensive armor forged from the power of thunder. Is this the Wrathful Thunder Armor? I can feel that even if I were to be struck directly by the Wrathful Thunder Bear, I would emerge unscathed. Feeling the formidable defensive capabilities of the Wrathful Thunder Armor, Lin Tianming could not help but smile with pride. At last, he was no longer as fragile as before. Foolish child, Jiang Han interjected. Did I not mention that the skills you plunder will adapt to your level, transforming into the most suitable abilities for your unique talents? Your growth potential far surpasses that of the wrathful Thunderbear. Thus, the wrathful Thunder Armor, once plundered, will provide you with superior defense compared to its original wielder. As you grow stronger, this skill's defensive power will multiply exponentially. Meanwhile, for the wrathful Thunderbear, this armor remains merely an ordinary level 15 skill. As the bear continues to evolve, this skill, lacking growth potential, will become increasingly ineffective, requiring it to learn new thunder-based defensive skills to enhance its capabilities. This distinction between growth-oriented skills and fixed-level skills is crucial, although both are referred to as the Wrathful Thunder Armor. The version you possess has effectively transformed into an entirely different skill. Under Jiang Han's further elucidation, Lin Tianming gained a deeper understanding of his divine hand's plundering ability. He was filled with gratitude towards his mentor, who, unaffected by past grievances, held nothing back. So, I am enlightened, teacher Jiang Han. Chapter 30. Jiang Han aims to develop Lin Tianming's potential as a spiritual ascender. Hey, you little rascal, why are you still dawdling? After seizing the Furious Thunder Armor from the Thunder Fury Bear, why not claim another skill? Upon hearing Jiang Han's prompt to continue acquiring skills from the Thunder Fury Bear, Lin Tianming, who believed he could only claim one skill, narrowed his eyes. Perhaps I should pass on that for now, teacher Jiang Han. I wish to focus on acquiring the Furious Thunder Armor skill first. I have yet to contemplate what the second skill should be. Jiang Han frowned at his response. Are you doubting the suitability of the Thunder Fury Bear's skills that I meticulously selected for you? Of course not. I simply haven't made up my mind yet. Lin Tianming was not truthful. He merely wished to keep his ability of spiritual conversion concealed. After listening to Jiang Han's description of the acquisition process, he had classified both spiritual fire and spiritual conversion as skills obtained through plunder. With the Thunder Wall and Furious Thunder Armor, he had precisely 4 skills, reaching the limit of what teacher Jiang Han had described. Not wanting her to discover the existence of spiritual conversion, Lin Tianming had to feign ignorance. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Han, as his teacher, devised a plan for him. If you're uncertain, then heed my advice. Acquire the skill of Thunderous Rampage. Currently, the skills you've replicated possess a power amplification effect. With Thunderous Rampage, all your skills will gain enhancements in both attack and speed. Is that so? Do you doubt my planning skills? Absolutely not. I shall give it a try. Lin Tianming did not believe he could continue acquiring new skills, but under Jiang Han's encouragement, he steeled himself to attempt it. If he failed, he would simply have to explain that he also possessed spiritual conversion. This skill was known only to Yi Qingxue, who had entered the Lost Realm with him, making it one of Lin Tianming's trump cards. Without hesitation, Lin Tianming initiated the acquisition process. He had already prepared himself for failure, expecting no new skills to present to Jiang Han. However, he was astonished to find that he had successfully acquired Thunderous Rampage. Doubting his own eyes, he immediately cast the skill. After confirming that he indeed had claimed Thunderous Rampage, Lin Tianming rubbed his temples, feeling slightly dizzy. Teacher Jiang Han had stated that his acquisition skill had a cap of 4 skills at level 15. He already possessed Spiritual Fire, Spiritual Conversion, Thunder Wall, and Furious Thunder Armor. How could he continue to acquire more? Had Jiang Han made an error? With this thought lingering, Lin Tianming attempted to acquire the Thunder Fury Bear skill, Thunderous Stomp. When Thunderous Stomp successfully entered his skill list, and he executed it, he began to question Jiang Han's assertions about the acquisition limit. Doubts about the existence of a cap on his abilities arose. He then tried to acquire the 4th skill, Thunderous Bear Claw, from the Thunder Fury Bear. However, this time, his assumption of having no limits proved incorrect, and he failed in the acquisition. Having thought he understood his acquisition abilities, Lin Tianming felt dizzy once more. What on earth was happening? Jiang Han observed Lin Tianming's consecutive attempts to unleash his divine hand acquisition ability, succeeding twice, leaving her momentarily bewildered. This was different from the results she had achieved in her previous life, while assisting Lin Tianming in developing the potential of his divine hand. After a moment of deep contemplation, Jiang Han patted Lin Tianming on the head, who was lost in thought. Little one, now cast Thunderwall, the skill you learned yesterday. Upon hearing this, Lin Tianming promptly complied and summoned Thunderwall. As he did so, Jiang Han added, now take a look at the Thunderwall you're currently casting. Does it fall under the acquisition ability of Divine Hand, which you activated at my suggestion? Receiving Jiang Han's prompt, Lin Tianming quickly checked, confirming that the Thunderwall skill was indeed classified under the acquisition ability of Divine Hand this time. However, a new question arose. Jiang Han, when I previously cast Thunderwall, why did I not see it associated with the acquisition ability? In response to Lin Tianming's inquiry, Jiang Han patiently explained, because you had never actively used the acquisition ability before. Your Divine Hand skill list only included replication abilities. Now that you have actively invoked it and realized you possess this hidden acquisition ability, it naturally generates a new list of skills to distinguish the various abilities you possess. After attentively listening to Jiang Han's explanation, Lin Tianming finally understood. So it was like that. If he learned skills through the spiritual ascension of the divine being, it did not count as an unconscious activation of the acquisition ability. In that case, spiritual conversion also wouldn't be considered an acquired skill. Although Lin Tianming said nothing, his expression conveyed the answer Jiang Han sought, as her role was to help Lin Tianming develop his extraordinary potential. Jiang Han, drawing from her extensive experience as a top-tier awakener, continued her analysis. A normal awakener could never learn skills outside their own ability system. Tianming, it is because your Divine Hand ability is unique that you can do so. However, your spiritual fire skill was not obtained through the Divine Hand acquisition ability, which can mean one of two things. One possibility is that your Divine Hand may possess other capabilities we have yet to fully develop and understand. The other is that you awakened a new talent outside the traditional awakening ritual through some special opportunity. Regardless of which scenario it was, to assist you in further developing skills corresponding to this newfound ability, I hope you can share with me the circumstances under which you learned spiritual fire. This child, Tianming, has likely encountered opportunities in this life that were impossible in the last due to the butterfly effect of my rebirth. Perhaps this is the true reason for him attaining level 15 upon entering school. Regardless of which possibility it is, it signifies that this incarnation of Tianming possesses even greater potential than in the previous life. Jiang Han's words and her inner thoughts stirred something within Lin Tianming. He had unwittingly entered the spiritual ascension pool, which had been tampered with by the divine being, nearly losing his life to learn 2 skills from the spiritual ascension system. At that time, the divine being who sought to devour him and grant him rebirth had claimed that he was also considered a spiritual ascender. While he was unaware of how this so-called path of spiritual ascension differed from their traditional awakening ritual, Lin Tianming understood that it was undoubtedly a distinct ability from the Divine Hand talent. As Jiang Han had once assisted the original owner in uncovering the potential of the Divine Hand, she had helped to excavate so many hidden capabilities. In this lifetime, she might indeed assist him in developing further skills within the realm of spiritual ascension. After 2 months of rigorous training, he had only witnessed an enhancement in his Divine Hand ability, while his capabilities as a spiritual ascendant remained limited to 2 skills. After considerable contemplation, Lin Tianming resolved to entrust Jiang Han with a portion of his secrets, hoping to acquire more skills related to the path of spiritual ascension. Jiang Han. This spirit fire skill was inadvertently acquired 2 months ago when my sister Qingxue and I stumbled into a hidden realm in Mingxi City. I have also mastered another skill related to soul power called soul transformation, which allows me to effortlessly shift between my spiritual and physical forms. Upon hearing Lin Tianming mention a soul power skill unknown to her in her previous life, Jiang Han was taken aback. Show me what you can do. Having made the decision to confide in Jiang Han, Lin Tianming no longer held back. Spirit transformation. With that invocation, Lin Tianming began to seamlessly transition between his spiritual and physical forms. Jiang Han was utterly captivated by this remarkable ability, as it was her first experience witnessing a human's capacity to shift between the ethereal and corporeal realms. She continued to inquire, Does her little girlfriend, Yi Qingxue, possess these two skills as well? No, only I acquired these skills within that hidden realm. While Lin Tianming acknowledged his proficiency in the two skills, he refrained from divulging the specifics of his and Yi Qingxue's experiences in the secret realm. Jiang Han did not press for further details. Instead, after a moment of reflection, she devised a new training regimen for Lin Tianming to help him unlock the potential of this enigmatic soul power. Tianming, starting tomorrow, in addition to our daily training in extraordinary abilities, we shall incorporate the soul power training you obtain from the hidden realm. I have a strong intuition that your acquisition of these two soul power skills is not merely a result of a serendipitous encounter. It is likely that you have awakened some form of extraordinary talent related to the soul. With targeted training, this soul power, representing your extraordinary gift, may very well evolve, akin to your divine hand, enabling you to learn new skills as your level ascends. Chapter 31. The Challenge of Feigns. Is this an attempt to murder her husband during a spar? As Jiang Han concluded her first lesson of the semester with Lin Tianming, she watched his departing figure, her expression suddenly turning bewildered. What am I doing? Did I not resolve to find an opportunity to eliminate this wayward disciple to prevent future troubles? Why am I still dedicating myself to teaching him so earnestly today, even planning a course on how to harness the potential of his newly acquired soul power? To hesitate is to invite chaos, Jiang Han. You cannot allow emotions to cloud your judgment. Even if given a second chance, he remains that incorrigible disciple, destined to betray you in the future. You must not trust him any longer. This is the final lesson I will impart to him. Tomorrow, I must eliminate this disciple. He must not be allowed to disturb my peace of mind any longer. As Lin Tianming walked away, he inadvertently overheard Jiang Han's transformation from confusion to murderous intent, causing him to break into a cold sweat as he quickened his pace to escape the scene. It was truly nerve-wracking to attend a class under such circumstances. Few after a deep breath, Lin Tianming retrieved his phone to check his messages. Brother Tianming, I'm waiting for you at the Southgate cafeteria. Don't forget to come. Listening to the voice message from Yi Qingxue, the anxiety from his recent ordeal dissipated, replaced with a sense of joy. I'm out of class. I'll be there shortly. After replying to Yi Qingxue, he received a message from his roommate, Chu Yunfei. Tianming, want to grab lunch together today? Having already promised to accompany Yi Qingxue, Lin Tianming could only regretfully reply, sorry, I have plans for lunch. Moments later, he received a rapid reply from Chu Yunfei. I understand, your girlfriend is looking for you. I want to disturb you. Get lost, he retorted, slightly annoyed, as he prepared to head to the cafeteria to find his already won-over girlfriend, Yi Qingxue. Suddenly, he received two friend request notifications that made his heart skip a beat. Both requests were from the girls whom he had let down. No, it was the original owner who had wronged them. One was Feigns, and the other was Wang Yanran. To be fair, Lin Tianming did not know Wang Yanran well. The System S data had not specified which grade she was in. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to accept the friend requests from both Feigns and Wang Yanran while continuing on his way to the cafeteria. Junior, are you free for lunch today? Your senior misses you. Upon accepting the friend request, he received a rather enthusiastic voice message from Wang Yanran. But he was not fooled by her words. If she were in front of him, he would undoubtedly hear her desire to incinerate him. Tianming, come to the Feigns Arena at the Imperial Capital University. We are both SSS level. I would like to spar with you. Soon, as Lin Tianming approached the cafeteria, he received a message from Feigns. Caught off guard by her sudden challenge, he pondered, could it be that Feigns intends to assassinate her husband during this spar? Considering Feigns' invitation to duel, Lin Tianming, who had yet to win her over, was not foolish enough to believe this would be a friendly spar. He feared that if he entered the Feigns arena, he would be facing a life-or-death battle. With that thought in mind, he continued toward the cafeteria and replied to Feigns, I want to be going. I'm heading to the cafeteria for lunch. Expecting this to deter Feigns, he was surprised to receive another message. Then come over after lunch. We can spar. Lin Tianming continued to refuse. No, I can't engage in strenuous activity after lunch. Feigns replied with an ellipsis, clearly unimpressed by his evasive tactics. Lin Tianming chuckled quietly at her response as he walked toward the Southgate cafeteria in search of his girlfriend, Yi Qingxue. Among the girls he had wronged, only Yi Qingxue, whom he had successfully courted, was someone he could trust completely. Which cafeteria are you dining at? Northgate or Southgate? Another message from Feng Lan arrived, and recalling the palpable tension between Feng Lan and Yi Qingxue from their encounter yesterday, he decided to tell Feng Lan a little white lie. Northgate cafeteria, come if you like. After sending the message, Lin Tianming tucked his phone away, not realizing he had forgotten to reply to Wang Yinran's message. Before long, he arrived at the Southgate cafeteria. From a distance, he spotted his clingy girlfriend, Yi Qingxue, amidst the crowd. However, he also noticed an unexpected guest beside her, Feng Lan, the very person he had misled into going to the Northgate cafeteria. Seriously, didn't I tell her I was going to the Northgate cafeteria? Why did she come to the Southgate? Upon seeing Feng Lan, Lin Tianming felt a headache coming on, but he steeled himself and walked over. Qingxue, Feng Lan, you're both here? At the moment when Lin Tianming's gaze met Feng Lan's, Yi Qingxue's previously cold demeanor transformed into a joyful expression upon hearing his voice. She rushed to Lin Tianming's side and linked her arm with his. Brother Tianming, you finally made it. Let us go have lunch. She took the opportunity to warn Feng Lan. Feng Lan, you're not allowed to follow us. We're in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. After saying this, Yi Qingxue pulled Lin Tianming toward the cafeteria. Feng Lan remained silent, but her gaze remained fixed on Lin Tianming as he passed her by. Tianming, this guy, is still the same as in the previous life, enjoying weaving lies. He tried to trick me into going to the Northgate to avoid me. But I wouldn't be so easily deceived this time. Understanding Feng Lan's thoughts, Lin Tianming realized that her presence at the Southgate was likely due to her experience from the previous life, making it more challenging for him, the Transmigrator, to navigate his interactions with her. Inside the cafeteria, the situation Lin Tianming dreaded unfolded. Feng Lan disregarded Yi Qingxue's words entirely, boldly carrying her meal and sitting directly opposite Lin Tianming, perfectly aligning with Yi Qingxue. Given that Yi Qingxue had already been displeased with Feng Lan due to yesterday's events, her world with Lin Tianming was now thoroughly disrupted, leaving her fuming. Feng Lan, are you out of your mind? Why do you keep staring at my boyfriend? Yi Qingxue exclaimed, her voice rising. Because Tianming is my boyfriend. Feng Lan replied calmly, unfazed, which only served to heighten Yi Qingxue's frustration. With so many people around, Lin Tianming did not want a confrontation between Yi Qingxue and Feng Lan to erupt, so he quickly intervened, gently restraining the irritated Yi Qingxue. Qingxue, Feng Lan is just joking. Ha ha ha. Don't take her seriously. We can't fight here. With Lin Tianming holding her back, Yi Qingxue shot a disdainful glance at Feng Lan and sulked as she resumed her meal. Feng Lan, maintaining her composed demeanor, turned to Lin Tianming and stated, Tianming, don't forget, after lunch, we have our spar at the Fengling Arena. Spow. Upon hearing Feng Lan's invitation to duel Lin Tianming, Yi Qingxue did not intervene, and Lin Tianming suspected that Feng Lan's visit was primarily for this purpose. Observing Feng Lan's demeanor, Lin Tianming discerned that should he decline her invitation for a sparring match, she would likely persistently pursue him thereafter. Although he harbored concerns that Feng Lan might harbor intentions of eliminating her husband during their practice, he ultimately acquiesced to her request after considerable contemplation, hoping to quell her fervor. Very well, he stipulated, but let it be understood from the outset. This will be a friendly exchange, kept within reasonable limits, and not a battle driven by a desire for victory. Chapter 32. The first step to conquer Feng Lan, that is to win her over. Chu Yunfei, as Lin Tianming's roommate, felt a twinge of loneliness during lunch today, especially upon seeing the numerous couples strolling around the campus. He couldn't help but feel envious. That guy Tianming must have been asked out by a girl. He chose not to join me for lunch today. It seems that even an SSS-grade genius cannot resist the allure of beauty. Muttering to himself, Chu Yunfei entered the Southgate cafeteria. As he navigated through the aisles, he soon spotted a familiar face, Lin Tianming, the very person who had declined his lunch invitation. At Lin Tianming's table sat two stunning young women. One was engrossed in her meal, while the other occasionally fed Lin Tianming from her plate and even took bites from his, displaying an intimacy that was palpable. These two beautiful girls were unknown to Chu Yunfei, yet he recognized them. One was Yi Qingxue, who had clung to Lin Tianming throughout the freshman test yesterday. The other was Feng Lan, who had also breezed through the test with ease. Seeing yet another girl accompany Lin Tianming today, coupled with the memory of a voluptuous senior confessing her feelings to him last night, Chu Yunfei couldn't help but give Lin Tianming a thumbs up. He refrained from interrupting Lin Tianming's blissful moment, but he couldn't help but marvel at Lin Tianming's charm with the ladies. When will I ever attract the attention of so many girls like my brother Tianming? Unbeknownst to Lin Tianming, who was enjoying lunch with Yi Qingxue and Feng Lan, his roommate Chu Yunfei was observing them. With Yi Qingxue, his clingy girlfriend, beside him, Lin Tianming felt a sense of joy. However, with Feng Lan present, his happiness was not as unbridled as Chu Yunfei imagined. As long as I keep feeding my brother Tianming, he won't be swayed by that vixen Feng Lan. Yi Qingxue thought to herself, determined to showcase her worth to Lin Tianming. Today, Yi Qingxue's enthusiasm for feeding Lin Tianming and her feigned intimacy in sharing his food were all strategies to outshine Feng Lan and capture Lin Tianming's attention. Lin Tianming, catching a glimpse of Yi Qingxue's inner thoughts, couldn't help but smile inwardly. Despite her previous jealousy, he found her current antics rather amusing. Since meeting Feng Lan yesterday, Lin Tianming had to admit that this young lady from the Feng family, with a personality so different from Yi Qingxue's, exhibited remarkable emotional control. After successfully inviting Lin Tianming to spar later, she seemed disinterested in everything else, calmly savoring her meal. Even her thoughts were scarce, with Lin Tianming barely able to hear her inner voice. It wasn't until their lunch was nearly over that Lin Tianming finally caught her thoughts. It's time to head to the Fengling Arena with Tianming. Her thoughts were as succinct as her demeanor. Feng Lan turned to Lin Tianming and said, Tianming, let us go to the Fengling Arena. Yi Qingxue, eager to join him, insisted, I'll accompany you, Tianming. I, a reborn individual, might not even be certain of defeating my brother Tianming, but Feng Lan, challenging him, likely stands no chance. Ye Vingumuset, hoping that Lin Tianming would teach Feng Lan a lesson for claiming him as her boyfriend in front of her. Hearing Yi Qingxue's inner calculations, Lin Tianming stifled a laugh. His little girlfriend's thoughts were quite entertaining after he had won her over. He looked forward to the day when Feng Lan would fully express her feelings towards him. Arriving at the open space of the Fengling Arena, he and Feng Lan attracted the attention of nearby students as they entered the arena, which was temporarily empty. Oh, someone has entered the Fengling Arena. Are they about to spar? Most students in the prestigious Imperial University were freshmen, and these two seemed to belong to their cohort. They look familiar. Aren't they Lin Tianming and Feng Lan, the only two SSS grade students in our freshman class? They're actually going to spar today. This is going to be interesting. Soon, nearby students recognized Lin Tianming and Feng Lan, and as their identities became known, even more students gathered to watch the impending duel. Within moments, the Fengling Arena was surrounded by eager onlookers. Noticing the crowd, Yi Qingxue remained unconcerned about her brother Tianming losing to Feng Lan. As a reborn individual, she believed that her brother, having gained opportunities that were rightfully hers and armed with divine weapons, along with her unique insights from her past life, was bound to be stronger than ever before. This was not a challenge Feng Lan, a mere mortal, could match. Lin Tianming could hear Yi Qingxue's thoughts and understood her confidence in his ability to defeat Feng Lan. However, she was mistaken about one thing. He was not the only reborn individual. Many of those who had suffered due to their predecessors seemed to believe they were the sole reincarnators. Lin Tianming pondered this as he turned his gaze back to Feng Lan. The young lady before him was also a reborn entity, holding the memories of the wind sword goddess from her past life. This meant that Feng Lan possessed combat abilities far superior to those of her former self. Yesterday, he learned through Jianghan's thoughts that Feng Lan had only been level 9 upon her initial enrollment. However, in this lifetime, like Lin Tianming, she too had advanced to level 15. This change was significant enough for Lin Tianming to regard Feng Lan as a serious opponent. His primary concern now was understanding Feng Lan's true intentions. Was this spar merely a friendly match, or did she harbor deeper grudges from their past lives? Seeking to eliminate him, her husband, Tianming, in our past life, I was defeated by you in our first spar upon enrollment. Yet this time, even if the butterfly effect of my rebirth has raised you to level 15, you cannot possibly compete with me, who possesses remnants of the wind goddess's power. For my father's sake, to ensure he isn't harmed by you in this life, Tianming, do not take offense at my heavy-handedness. Let us settle this once and for all. Finally, hearing Feng Lan's perspective on their duel, Lin Tianming gasped. This girl was genuinely intent on eliminating her spouse during this match. It seemed he could not afford to be careless. Taking a deep breath, Lin Tianming entered a combat-ready state, prepared to confront the challenge ahead. Feng Lan, too, entered her battle stance, causing a gust of wind to sweep through the Fengling arena, a manifestation of her unique ability. Recognizing Feng Lan's determination, Lin Tianming narrowed his eyes, sensing an intense premonition that this battle would be the most arduous he had faced since awakening his powers. Nevertheless, no matter how challenging it might be, today he must win over Feng Lan as the first step in his endeavor to conquer her. Chapter 33. The cooldown of the copying ability has been forgotten. Lin Tianming may truly be slain. Tianming, you haven't copied the high-level forbidden spell skills of your teacher Jianghan, have you? Before taking action, Feng Lan asked Lin Tianming. Her question, though seemingly innocuous, reminded Lin Tianming of a critical issue concerning his life and death in this battle. His divine hand copying ability was currently on cooldown. He had already exhausted 3 copying skills during Jianghan's practical class earlier and would need to wait 12 hours before he could use it again. Realizing this, Lin Tianming inwardly chastised himself for his oversight in forgetting such a crucial matter. Accepting Feng Lan's challenge under these circumstances was akin to courting death. A true man knows when to bend and when to fight. He would seek another opportunity to battle her. Under Feng Lan's perplexed gaze, Lin Tianming suddenly clutched his abdomen, intending to employ the ruse he had used against Wang Yanran the night before. Feng Lan, I suddenly have a stomachache. It seems that I shouldn't engage in strenuous activity right after lunch. Shall we postpone our duel to another time? Upon hearing Lin Tianming suggest postponing their battle, the confusion in Feng Lan's eyes vanished instantaneously, and she lunged at him. We cannot postpone this duel. I fear that if I delay, it will only become harder for me to strike you down. Thus, whether your stomachache is genuine or feigned, we must reach a conclusion today. Seeing Feng Lan approach him with murderous intent, Lin Tianming cursed inwardly. Even Wang Yanran had respected his ailment and promised to seek him out another day. Yet this Feng Lan was utterly relentless, insisting on resolving matters now. Outside the arena, Yiqing Xue was also adding to Lin Tianming's troubles. Go for it, Brother Tianming. I believe you will surely win. What are you waiting for, Brother Tianming? Copy Feng Lan's skills and counterattack. If you copy her skills, you could unleash even greater power than she possesses. Wouldn't that be indiscriminate slaughter? Brother Tianming, you can't possibly be infatuated with this vixen Feng Lan, can you? Are you unable to bring yourself to strike? If that is indeed the case, Brother Tianming, to prevent you from abandoning me yet again in this life and harming my parents, I can only slay you, the ungrateful man, to eradicate future woes. Madness. All these women are insane. Hearing these voices from the frenzied women wishing to take his life left Lin Tianming utterly bewildered. As Feng Lan with her sword was about to close in on him, he swiftly evaded, creating some distance. Yet Feng Lan was undeterred, rapidly changing direction to pursue him. Wind sword kill. Her unsheathed wind sword rang out, and the murderous aura enveloped him like a blade of fierce wind, trapping Lin Tianming. This terrifying strike was capable of annihilating any awakened abilities of her level. Sensing the dreadful force behind this attack, Lin Tianming's expression darkened. Feng Lan, we agreed this was merely a spar. Why are you fighting for your life? Spirit energy transformation. As his physical form gradually transformed into an ethereal essence, Lin Tianming executed the spirit energy transformation, swiftly escaping the confines of Feng Lan's wind sword kill and reconstituting himself in a safe area. What is this skill? I never saw Tianming use it in my previous life. Does it matter if you've never seen it before? Even if this life has caused a butterfly effect, you cannot possibly be my match. The copied skills can only be used once. Let's see how you evade next. Though Feng Lan was astonished by Lin Tianming's seamless evasion of her wind sword kill, she quickly regained her composure and launched another fierce assault. Copied skills? My dear Feng Lan, this is not a copied skill. Having overheard Feng Lan's thoughts, Lin Tianming smirked as he once again transformed into an ethereal state, effortlessly dodging her wind sword kill. Feng Lan, it seems you are at a loss. This is merely a spar. Shall we call it day? Feng Lan remained silent, but her rapid advance toward Lin Tianming made her determination to fight to the end evident. Today, we must come to a conclusion. Hearing Feng Lan's unwillingness to relent, Lin Tianming felt a twinge of exhaustion. His copying ability was on cooldown, yet fortunately, he had learned spirit energy transformation from the Ascension Pool, which allowed him to perfectly evade Feng Lan's attacks. He continued to play a game of cat and mouse with Feng Lan in the Wind Belle arena, intending to wear her down until she conceded. At that moment, Yi Qingxue began to apply pressure once more. Brother Tianming is surely enchanted by this little vixen Feng Lan. He has been dodging using the spirit energy transformation he learned in the secret realm, showing tenderness instead of striking back. Indeed, even if rebirth creates a butterfly effect, rendering some events different from my previous life, the major direction of my fate remains unchanged. Does it not? Am I destined to be abandoned by Brother Tianming, publicly humiliated with my parents meeting their demise at his hands, thus paving the way for my revenge and ascendancy as the ice goddess? If that is the case, even if my heart aches, I must crush this unjust fate in its cradle. If fate intends for Brother Tianming to forsake me and slay my parents, then I, Yi Qingxue, shall defy destiny. Lin Tianming felt as though his head might explode. Yi Qingxue, stop overthinking. I am currently struggling just to deal with Feng Lan, and you're adding pressure to me? Lin Tianming inwardly lamented the mess left behind by the original owner. He had to navigate the complexities of courting Feng Lan while simultaneously guarding against Yi Qingxue's potential backlash, which was utterly exhausting. As time passed, Lin Tianming continued to evade Feng Lan's relentless assaults using spirit energy transformation. Noticing her evident fatigue compared to the beginning, he persisted in urging her to call it a day. Feng Lan, I cannot harm you, nor can you hit me. We are both exhausted now. Let's conclude this for today. Who says I cannot hit you? Feng Lan's eyes narrowed slightly. Despite her continued inability to land a strike on Lin Tianming, she was not merely wasting her efforts. She was testing how to counter his technique. After this period of probing, she had discovered a method to draw Lin Tianming from his ethereal state. Were it not for my rebirth, I would have been at a loss against this technique. In my previous life, I was the Wind Sword Goddess. From our recent battle, I have discerned that this is a skill of spiritual power. Though my abilities are not related to the soul, as a former deity who has ascended to divine realms, I am well versed in how to contend with various extraordinary abilities. Wind Soul Ban. Upon hearing Feng Lan's realization of her countermeasure, Lin Tianming's pupils constricted in alarm. He instinctively tried to distance himself, only to find his ethereal form gradually coalescing back into a physical state. What was even more alarming was that Feng Lan had once again unleashed her wind sword kill. Unable to evade Feng Lan's wind sword kill through spirit energy transformation, Lin Tianming inhaled sharply. My Wind Soul Ban is specifically designed for those awakened with spiritual abilities. You have no escape now, Tianming. Feng Lan's gaze was resolute, intent on severing the ties of their past lives with a single strike. Yet, the closer she drew to Lin Tianming, the more she felt an overwhelming anxiety, as if she were on the verge of losing something she cherished deeply. Her body trembled, and as she witnessed Lin Tianming on the brink of succumbing to her assault, she could not bear to watch and instinctively closed her eyes. It's over. Tianming, I am sorry for the sake of my parents. I must extinguish you here. Chapter 34. Fortunately, there was teacher Jiang Han's special training. The divine hand of plunder displayed its power, just as Feng Lan trembled, convinced that Lin Tianming was doomed. A formidable bolt of lightning descended from the heavens. Akin to a cascading waterfall, repelling her violently. The sudden turn of events compelled Feng Lan, who had shut her eyes in mourning for Lin Tianming, to open them wide in disbelief. Upon opening her eyes, she beheld an astonishing sight. The lightning waterfall transformed into a wall of thunder, counteracting her attack while simultaneously shattering her windsword kill. To her utter astonishment, Lin Tianming, who she believed was destined to perish, now stood before her, vibrant and smiling. Feng Lan, it appears you're not entirely inclined to fight me. Perhaps we should consider this a draw? In that moment, Feng Lan recalled how Lin Tianming had absorbed teacher Jiang Han's lightning wall yesterday, mastering the skill. I nearly forgot that Tianming also learned teacher Jiang Han's lightning wall. Since he is unharmed, then I shall continue the battle. In the next instant, Feng Lan lunged at Lin Tianming once more. Recognizing her relentless assault, Lin Tianming understood that Feng Lan would not relent until a victor emerged. With this realization, he resolved to confront her directly, rather than evade. Feng Lan, I noticed that when you saw your wind sword kill nearly strike me, you closed your eyes in reluctance. Were you afraid of injuring me? As Lin Tianming initiated his first psychological attack, Feng Lan's heart quivered as she sped towards him. You. Her mind was in disarray, unsure of how to respond to Lin Tianming. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Lin Tianming unleashed spirit fire, a manifestation of concentrated soul energy, which pierced Feng Lan's spirit, sending jolts through her nerves. In an instant, she comprehended his intent. Lin Tianming's words were a deliberate ploy to destabilize her mind for a soul attack. Despicable. You remain as cunning and treacherous as in the last life, resorting to such underhanded tactics. This may be for the best. I too can resolve our grievances with finality. Enraged, Feng Lan forcefully dispelled the spirit fire targeting her soul, a sight that darkened Lin Tianming's gaze. He had anticipated that her momentary lapse would allow him to incapacitate her swiftly, thereby concluding the battle. However, he was taken aback by how quickly she had regained her composure. Was this the strength of a reborn individual? Truly formidable. On the sidelines, Yi Qingxue, having overheard Lin Tianming's words to Feng Lan, felt a surge of anger. Is Tianming flirting with Feng Lan? How infuriating! Lin Tianming, you heartless scoundrel, flirting with that vixen in front of me, his rightful girlfriend, during a spar? Lin Tianming, already pressured by Feng Lan's ability to easily disperse his spirit fire, felt even more wronged hearing Yi Qingxue's thoughts. His earlier remarks were a tactic to destabilize Feng Lan, not what Yi Qingxue assumed. It was imperative to conclude the battle swiftly. If this continued, not only would he fail to win over Feng Lan, but he might also lose Yi Qingxue to misunderstandings. Taking a deep breath, he prepared as the furious Feng Lan charged at him again, and he summoned the lightning wall once more. You've already used this move. It is ineffective against me now. Wind Shadow Step. Feng Lan activated the Wind Shadow Step, effortlessly bypassing the lightning wall and appearing before Lin Tianming. Wind Sword Kill. Wind Soul Seal. The razor-like wind blades sealed off the area surrounding Lin Tianming, while the Wind Soul Seal prevented him from transforming his body into a spirit to escape. Feng Lan adeptly countered every move Lin Tianming made, quickly adapting to any skill he employed. This time, I shall see where you can flee. Just as Feng Lan felt her victory was assured, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Crackling bolts of electricity surged around Lin Tianming, coalescing into a thunder armor, which absorbed all the wind blades from her windsword kill. This is the rage armor of the Thunderstorm Bear? How could this be? How did teacher Jiang Han help him acquire the rage armor upon his enrollment, having been Lin Tianming's girlfriend during his time at the Imperial Academy? Feng Lan knew he could wield the rage armor, though he had only mastered it long after their previous lives. Seeing him utilize it now was nothing short of astonishing. Lin Tianming, having successfully defended against Feng Lan's attack with a rage armor, proceeded to unleash his plundered skills. Thunderstorm Fury. Enhanced by the Thunderstorm Fury, Lin Tianming's speed and attack power surged tremendously. Spirit Fire. With the aid of Thunderstorm Fury, the casting speed and potency of Lin Tianming's spirit fire intensified. Feng Lan. Failing to adapt to the increased speed and strength of his attack, felt her spirit become agitated, her head spinning. To prevent her from regaining her composure, Lin Tianming seized the moment and unleashed his most potent lightning-based physical attack. Thunder Tread. The furious power of thunder trembled the earth as it rapidly bore down upon Fenglan. Did teacher Jiang Han also assist Tianming in acquiring Thunderstorm Fury and Thunder Tread today? Fenglan, having barely escaped the onslaught of Lin Tianming's spirit fire with remnants of her wind god powers, had no time to catch her breath before encountering the terrifying thunderstorm. She attempted to evade, but was a moment too late and was struck perfectly by the Thunder Tread enhanced by Thunderstorm Fury. Under the overwhelming force of the thunder, Fenglan let out a pained cry, her body soaring backward like a severed kite. She crashed heavily to the ground, her consciousness gradually fading. As she gazed up at Lin Tianming, who approached her slowly, she felt as though she had been transported back to her previous life. On this very day, at this very moment, she had challenged Lin Tianming and, despite her utmost efforts, had been defeated. In her pride as the daughter of the Feng family, she repeatedly challenged him, only to be met with defeat time and again. This relentless cycle of challenge and failure had led her to unknowingly fall for this man who surpassed her in every way. Although she eventually became Lin Tianming's girlfriend, she never ceased seeking him out for sparring sessions, striving for mutual improvement. She had envisioned a future filled with happiness alongside Lin Tianming, a couple of awakened individuals envied by many. Yet, fate dealt her a cruel blow when Lin Tianming murdered her father, delivering a devastating strike to her heart. The sweetness and agony of her past life replayed in her increasingly muddled mind. Having been reborn, with the memories of my previous life as cultivation as a wind god, yet I still succumb to Tianming. Am I, Fenglan, destined in this life to love him, to hate him, ultimately allowing him to become an indelible tormentor in my heart, haunting me for eternity? I do not wish to repeat the past, nor endure the anguish of my former life. I long to shatter the shackles of this cyclical fate. In the fleeting moment before her vision and consciousness succumbed to darkness, she vaguely perceived Lin Tianming approaching her, bending down to cradle her weakened form in his arms. Is this also akin to my previous life? With a final, self-mocking thought regarding the unsettling designs of destiny, Fenglan surrendered to oblivion. Chapter 35. The beautiful girl from a northern shadow domain who brutally beat Wang Jin knows Lin Tianming, as well having successfully incapacitated Fenglan. Lin Tianming heaved a sigh of relief. To be frank, this battle had been exceedingly perilous. The relentless barrage he had unleashed had drained him considerably. Had Fenglan managed to withstand his onslaught, they both might have suffered dire consequences. Cradling the unconscious Fenglan in his arms, Lin Tianming turned to Yi Qingxue outside the arena, saying, "Qingxue, accompany me to take Fenglan to the infirmary." Yi Qingxue had been quite irate moments earlier, believing Lin Tianming was deliberately holding back and even flirting with Fenglan during their sparring match. However, upon witnessing Lin Tianming decisively knock Fenglan unconscious, her foul mood evaporated instantly. I must have misunderstood Brother Tianming. If he truly liked Fenglan, he would have beaten her so severely. Brother Tianming still prefers me. He hasn't been swayed by that little vixen who keeps claiming to be his girlfriend. Having reassured herself in this manner, Yi Qingxue hastened to Lin Tianming's side. Yes, Brother Tianming, you indeed prefer me. You should have dealt with that little fox who keeps spreading rumors about being your girlfriend. Lin Tianming had initially contemplated how to address Yi Qingxue's darkening demeanor after defeating Fenglan. To his surprise, her mood brightened upon witnessing his victory. Listening to her thoughts and words, Lin Tianming found himself at a loss regarding his girlfriend. At least she was back to her usual self. He decided to set aside his concerns for now. Qingxue, let us not dwell on this. We must promptly take Fenglan to the infirmary to prevent any complications. Understood. Brother Tianming. Yi Qingxue reverted to her usual affectionate girlfriend persona, obediently accompanying Lin Tianming toward the infirmary. Meanwhile, the onlookers among the student crowd fervently discussed the intense clash between Lin Tianming and Fenglan. both of whom were prodigies with extraordinary abilities. Did you all see that battle? It was simply magnificent. Lin Tianming and Feigns truly deserve their status as elite students. Their combat prowess is astounding. Yet, Lin Tianming outshone her. For a moment, I thought Feigns had the upper hand, but I never expected Lin Tianming to turn the tide and defeat her. I recall rumors suggesting that Feigns was Lin Tianming's girlfriend. Are they truly sparring without holding back? Their strikes were merciless. If it were any other freshman, they might have been knocked out in the Belle arena. You don't understand, do you? Even as a couple, their talents are so closely matched that they must spar earnestly to aid each other's growth. But I suspect the rumor you heard is mostly false, whether yesterday or today. Lin Tianming has always been accompanied by the clingy Yi Qingxue. They are likely the true couple. I've recorded the battle between Lin Tianming and Feigns, and I posted it online with an explosive title. This is bound to attract views. Wow, that was quick. Can you delete your video and let me post mine? We can share the profits. Amidst the fervent buzz surrounding the confrontation between Lin Tianming and Feigns, he had already escorted the unconscious Feigns to the infirmary of the Imperial Capital Academy. The school nurse, accustomed to such occurrences, promptly began examining and treating Feigns. Once the nurse had completed her care, Lin Tianming inquired, "Excuse me, is Feigns seriously injured?" "Nothing too grave. She merely exhausted herself and fainted. A good rest here, and she will be fine," the school nurse reassured him. Hearing this, Lin Tianming felt a wave of relief wash over him. Truth be told, he had worried that his actions might have left Feigns with lasting damage. Fortunately, she had merely collapsed from fatigue, and with the assistance of the equally gifted school nurse, her recovery should be swift. That is good to hear. I will leave Feigns in your capable hands, then, Lin Tianming said, preparing to depart. "Feel free to go. I can take care of this child," the school nurse indicated, allowing Lin Tianming and Yi Qingxue to leave. Lin Tianming nodded, and he and Yi Qingxue exited the infirmary. This building housed several other school nurses as well for the Imperial Capital Academy. Being a prestigious institution for awakened individuals, required ample medical staff due to the frequent sparring among its students. As they walked down the corridor, lined with well-equipped medical facilities, a blood-curdling scream suddenly drew their attention. "Ouch! It hurts! Please, can you be gentler while treating me? My arm feels like it's about to be twisted off. This is a necessary step in your treatment. Who told you to provoke trouble daily? You bullied someone today who was beyond your capability. And now look at the state of your arm. Quiet down. You're disturbing the nurse. You're bringing shame to the Wang family's name." Yes. Please don't be angry, cousin. But I swear today wasn't my fault. It was that first-year student from the Northern Shadow Domain visiting our academy who challenged me and fought ruthlessly, even more so than yesterday's Lin Tianming and Feigns. Do you think I don't know you? Stop making excuses for your troublemaking. How embarrassing to be beaten by a first year. Don't even mention you're from the Wang family. Out of curiosity, Lin Tianming and Yi Qingxue leaned closer to the infirmary from which the voices emanated. To their surprise, they found Wang Jian, the very person Lin Tianming had bested, now nursing his injuries under the care of the school nurse. Beside Wang Jian stood a strikingly attractive girl, and Yi Qingxue furrowed her brow. "That girl seems to be Wang Jian's cousin. Brother Tianming, you didn't hurt her cousin, did you? She shouldn't cause you any trouble, right? Even if I hadn't injured her cousin, she would still come looking for trouble." Lin Tianming thought to himself, but refrained from voicing it to Yi Qingxue. That girl beside Wang Jian was none other than Wang Yanran, the senior who had approached Lin Tianming the previous night. Confirming their identities as the Wang siblings, Lin Tianming, wishing to avoid further attention from Wang Yanran, quickly pulled Yi Qingxue away. Meanwhile, in a matter of moments, the video of the clash between Lin Tianming and Feigns had spread throughout the Imperial Capital Academy. Even the first-year student from the Northern Shadow Domain, mentioned by Wang Jian, was now seated on a bench, munching on a lollipop while watching the battle video of Lin Tianming and Feigns. With her silvery hair cascading down, she swung her legs while her sparkling eyes remained glued to the screen, captivated by Lin Tianming's prowess. Is it true that he has already made a name for himself at the Imperial Capital Academy? I had thought he only rose to prominence during that global competition for higher awakened academies. Perhaps I underestimated him. Lin, if I hadn't arrived in the 9 provinces ahead of schedule, I would have remained unaware of your current strength. However, now is not the time for us to explore our past grievances. I have a more pressing matter to attend to in the 9 provinces, and I must become stronger than I was in my previous life. As the silver-haired girl continued to replay the video of Lin Tianming, her reverie was abruptly interrupted by a voice. Miss Alice, the location of the mechanical secret realm has been discovered, just as you surmised. It lies in an inconspicuous small town to the north of the imperial capital of Jiuzhou. Upon hearing this, Alice swiftly tucked her phone away, skillfully crushed her lollipop, and precisely tossed the stick into the nearby trash bin. She rose slowly from the bench, gazing at the newcomer with a determined expression. Let us prepare thoroughly and set out under the cover of nightfall. Chapter 36. The silver-haired beauty at the Jianbing stall. Are you sure she is here to sell pancakes? At 8:15 p.m., precisely 12 hours after Lin Tianming's skill replication class at 8:15 a.m., he finally felt the cool down of his divine hand replication ability conclude. Now, he could once again observe the fire attribute abilities of his dorm mate, Chu Yunfei, and discover that he could freely replicate 3 more skills. However, he chose not to replicate Chu Yunfei's abilities and instead retracted his observation of other skills, continuing to lie on his bed. Initially, he intended to rest well, but unexpectedly, Chu Yunfei called him to go out. Tianming, how about we take a stroll near the Imperial Capital Academy tonight? Upon hearing Chu Yunfei's suggestion, Lin Tianming pondered for a moment before agreeing. All right, we've been at the Imperial Capital Academy for 2 days now and haven't explored outside yet. Let us take this opportunity to familiarize ourselves with the surroundings. Chu Yunfei eagerly responded to Lin Tianming's words. Great. Let us head to the snack street near the West Gate. I've heard there are various shops, and it's bound to be lively at night. Lin Tianming nodded in agreement. Then let us go check out the snack street outside the West Gate tonight. With that, Lin Tianming jumped off his bed and left with Chu Yunfei. Before long, the two arrived at the bustling snack street, just a few blocks from the West Gate. As Chu Yunfei had inquired beforehand, the street was extremely lively, lined with vendors selling an array of snacks. Although Lin Tianming and Chu Yunfei had already dined, the tantalizing aromas lured them to purchase some snacks to sample. Chu Yunfei exclaimed, "The flavors of these snacks are truly delightful. No wonder this place is so popular every evening." He continued to stroll alongside Lin Tianming, searching for his favorite treats. Lin Tianming savored the grilled gluten in his hand, relishing the joy of indulging in delectable street food. Together, the 2 young men explored nearly the entire snack street by the West Gate of the Imperial Capital Academy. Time flew by as they ate and enjoyed themselves, and after more than an hour of fun, Lin Tianming decided it was time to return since he had a class with teacher Jiang Han the next day. Yunfei, we've explored the snack street enough. It's time to head back. Chu Yunfei, however, was reluctant to leave. What? It's only a little past 9. We should stay until 11 or 12. We haven't even tried all the snacks. Lin Tianming replied, Don't you have class in the morning? I have a session with teacher Jiang Han, so I need to rest early. Realizing he too had an early class, Chu Yunfei sighed, I do have class, and our male teacher is particularly fierce. I was scolded by him today. I suppose I'll return with you to get some rest. Upon mentioning their teacher, Chu Yunfei couldn't help but complain about his strict demeanor. Lin Tianming merely smiled in response as they retraced their steps. However, on their way back, Lin Tianming suddenly heard the voice of a mysterious girl. Is that Ming? Why is he here tonight? I must not be discovered. I'm already being closely monitored by the Jiuzhou faction, seeking an opportunity to slip away and find my fortune. I cannot afford another complication. Was that a voice from the heart? Lin Tianming halted, scanning the area in an attempt to locate its source. Yet, despite his efforts, he found no sign of the person he sought. Curse be it. Why did Ming stop and start looking around? Does he suspect me? Is he intentionally searching for me? Impossible. I am a reincarnator. How could he, without memories of his past life, possibly discover me? Could he be hungry and looking for something to eat? No matter. I'll just hide behind this pancake stall that Uncle Luke arranged for me until he leaves. Then I can peek out without being noticed. The mysterious girl's thoughts led Lin Tianming to a deserted Jianbing stall. He stood, peering over the counter. Although he couldn't see what lay behind, he distinctly noticed a few strands of silver hair peeking out. Reflecting on the girl's mention of fortune, Lin Tianming, though uncertain of its nature, decided to alter his plans and not return to the academy just yet. Yunfei, I just remembered something urgent I need to attend to. You go back first. I'll handle this matter. Fabricating an excuse, Lin Tianming dashed off in another direction before Chu Yunfei could react. Watching Lin Tianming's retreating figure, Chu Yunfei was momentarily stunned before realizing, could Lin Tianming be meeting up with a girl who likes him? All that talk about having class in the morning was just to trick me into leaving so he could enjoy some romantic time, truly prioritizing romance over friendship. Suspecting Lin Tianming had a rendezvous with a young lady, Chu Yunfei muttered to himself as he made his solitary way back to the Imperial Capital Academy. Hiding behind the pancake stall was a silver-haired beauty who, if Wang Jian were present, would undoubtedly recognize as Alice, the first-year student from a North-East domain who had recently bested him. After confirming that Lin Tianming and Chu Yunfei had departed, Alice cautiously emerged from her crouch position and seated herself on a stool in front of the stall. She had no skill in making jianbing. Her presence there was orchestrated by Uncle Luke. Disguised as a pancake vendor, she aimed to evade the surveillance imposed by the Jojo faction. Uncle Luke and his associates should have successfully misled her watchers, but without a message from him, it was prudent to stay a while longer. Muttering to herself, Alice waited for less than 5 minutes before receiving a text from Uncle Luke. "Miss, everything is proceeding smoothly." A slight smile graced Alice's lips upon reading the message. It's time to set forth. Acquiring the fortune within the mechanical secret realm early this time, she was determined to reclaim her title as the goddess of ingenuity. No, she would surpass her previous life. As someone who endured the era of divine descent and ascended to godhood, she harbored an unwavering desire to grow stronger in this life. While many human awakeners ascended to divinity, they perished during the era of divine descent. Even in her past life, having survived to the era of the 3 great divine nations, she still fell to a mechanical ascender god. If she could grasp the essence of mechanical ascension in this life, she could alter her fate and avenge her past demise. With that thought, Alice rose from her seat. Just as she prepared to leave, the one person she least wished to encounter appeared before her. Ming. Didn't he leave? Why has he returned? The last person Alice wanted to see was Lin Tianming, who had pretended to depart. At this moment, he turned back, hearing Alice's innermost thoughts, and confirmed that she was indeed the enigmatic girl whose thoughts he had inadvertently eavesdropped upon. With her silvery hair, exquisite features, and porcelain skin, this unfamiliar beauty resembled a silver sprite in the darkness of night. Lin Tianming was aware that she desired to depart, yet without the system's prompt. He remained uncertain of any grievances that might exist between them, and thus, he was reluctant to let her go for the time being. Casting a glance at the savory pancake stall, Lin Tianming donned a courteous smile. "Sir, I would like a mixed grain pancake, please." Upon hearing Lin Tianming refer to her as the proprietor of the pancake stall, Alice was taken aback, as she had no knowledge of making pancakes. "Curse Ming. I arrived in Jojo ahead of time to evade him entering the mechanical secret realm. I must devise a way to divert him, ensuring he does not become the greatest obstacle in my pursuit of the opportunities within the mechanical secret realm. Ming, I have no desire to settle the scores of our past life just yet. It would be best for you to take your pancake and leave promptly." Chapter 37. The Ingenious Goddess Alice. Even in a new life, I cannot escape you. The system has automatically bound the ingenious goddess Alice to the host within the designated range, allowing the host to eavesdrop perfectly on the innermost thoughts of the ingenious goddess Alice. Alice is the foremost young prodigy among the contemporary awakened individuals of the Northern Shadow Domain, possessing an SSS-level talent as a mechanical puppeteer, making her the most promising candidate for ascension among non-mechanical awakened beings in the realm of mechanical divinity. In her previous life, during a grand competition held by the Global Academy of Advanced Awakeners, she became acquainted with the original host, Lin Tianming. As she gradually came to understand him, she developed affections for the original host and even willingly shared information about the impending opening of the mechanical secret realm in Jiuzhou, hoping to explore it together with him. However, Lin Tianming, tempted by the treasures hidden within the mechanical realm, attempted to seize them for himself, catching Alice off guard and robbing her of all the opportunities they had discovered together. Miraculously surviving, Alice discovered the mechanical ascension pool that Lin Tianming had overlooked and obtained the evolutionary inheritance of mechanical ascension. Although Lin Tianming believed Alice was surely doomed and no one knew of his despicable methods, he took precautions by using his connections to inform the major factions in Jiuzhou, sealing the entrance to the mechanical secret realm. Upon her emergence, Alice, being a native of the Northern Shadow Domain rather than Jiuzhou, faced numerous obstructions from the major factions attempting to block her return. After a harrowing escape back to the Northern Shadow Domain, Alice, having misjudged her perceptions, vowed to make Lin Tianming pay for his betrayal. However, when she felt the time was right to seek revenge on the ungrateful Lin Tianming, she received news of his demise. Having not personally avenged herself against Lin Tianming, who had deceived her and nearly caused her death, this incident became a lingering torment in her heart, preventing her from achieving the state of absolute rational ascension necessary for entering the realm of mechanical divinity. Ultimately, in a battle against a mechanical ascendant deity from the realm of mechanical divinity, Alice succumbed to the torment of her inner demons and perished. Inner demons? Once again, inner demons. Apart from Jiang Han, who was treacherously killed during her ascension, and Yi Qing Snow, Feng Lan, and Wang Yanran, all of whom had their minds affected by inner demons stemming from Lin Tianming. Why would inner demons arise after ascension? Is it due to an improper mode of ascension? Furthermore, what era follows the divine descent of the three divine nations? The three divine nations. Could they indeed be the genetic divine nation, mechanical divine nation, and spiritual energy divine nation, as previously learned by Lin Tianming and Yi Qing Snow in the Lost Realm? What role do the ascendants of these divine nations play for those of them who awaken their powers through the awakening ritual? At this moment, Lin Tianming, having acquired information about the ingenious goddess Alice, found himself increasingly perplexed. Realizing that now was not the time for such musings, he noted these thoughts while discreetly observing Alice. This marked his first encounter with an individual from the Northern Shadow Domain since his arrival in this world. The girl before him, resembling a silver-haired fairy shimmering in the night, was indeed captivating. He remarked, "Boss, did I not request a serving of multigrain pancakes? Why have you yet to start?" Merely gazing at my face? Confronted with Lin Tianming's query, Alice, who was utterly inept at making pancakes, could only grit her teeth and attempt to prepare one for him. "My apologies, dear customer. I shall make it right away. I'll make you a big-headed ghost." Observing Alice's unwilling demeanor and her inner curses, Lin Tianming found himself thoroughly amused. He refrained from exposing her irritation, instead reveling in the spectacle of Alice struggling with the pancake-making process. To add to her challenges, he pointed out, "Boss, are you truly the proprietor of this pancake stand? Your technique with the batter is somewhat unrefined. It's not evenly spread." "Of course I am. I've been doing this for over a decade. How could I not be skilled? Stop spouting nonsense." "Damn you, Ming, are you intentionally trying to provoke me? I must finish this wretched pancake quickly and send this guy away. Otherwise, it will be even more difficult to enter the mechanical secret realm quietly after those Jiuzhou watchers, lured away by Uncle Luke, return." Over a decade? Lin Tianming chuckled. Had Alice from the Northern Shadow Domain begun making pancakes while still in the womb? He chose not to call out her inconsistencies, as he had initially detained her to glean information through the system. Now that he had acquired her details, he had no intention of keeping her there any longer. Her safe entry into the mechanical secret realm meant his own safe passage as well. He was eager to discover what treasures lay within the realm connected to the mechanical divine nation. "Miss Alice, rest assured, I am unlike the greedy original host. Should we encounter any treasures, I would never resort to violence to seize them. We shall share equally." As he watched Alice toil at the pancake stand for quite some time, producing a pancake that hardly resembled one. Lin Tianming found great amusement. He further raised the difficulty for her. Remember to add ham and bacon, and spread some sweet bean sauce and spicy sauce. I enjoy a sweet and spicy flavor. All right, I will add it all. I'm going mad. Ming, are you sent by heaven specifically to thwart my chances of acquiring opportunities in the mechanical secret realm? Why is it that, even in this life, having arrived early in Jiuzhou, I cannot escape you? It is truly infuriating. Frustrated, Alice forced a smile to mask her distress, not wanting Lin Tianming to notice her abnormality. The more aggrieved she felt, the more delighted Lin Tianming became. With a radiant smile, he relished witnessing the silver-haired beauties struggle before him. Here is your sweet and spicy multigrain pancake with ham and bacon. Alice placed her concoction into a bag and handed it to Lin Tianming. Unable to contain himself any longer, Lin Tianming exclaimed, "This pancake is terribly misshapen, and the batter is still thick. Does this even count as a pancake?" Pushed to her limit, Alice could no longer maintain her composure and retorted, "Just tell me if you want to eat it or not. Damn it, Ming. If you keep this up, those watchers lured away by Uncle Luke will return, and I will not let you off the hook." Lin Tianming, also eager to enter the mechanical secret realm, decided to cease his teasing of Alice. How much for the pancake? Alas, is that not one of the Jiuzhou watchers sent to monitor me? They just turned back after I mentioned them? Uncle Luke only managed to buy me this little time. I cannot afford to linger with this annoying fellow any longer. I must leave now. Forget the payment. Just leave me alone. Seizing the opportunity before the returning Jiuzhou watchers could spot her, Alice abandoned the pretense and swiftly fled the scene. Before long, Lin Tianming was approached by the Jiuzhou watchers, who were searching for Alice. "Young man, did you happen to see a silver-haired girl around your age? She has distinct features that mark her as someone from outside Jiuzhou." Lin Tianming, appearing harmless, shook his head no. Upon hearing his denial, the Jiuzhou watchers, unable to discern anything unusual, continued their search for Alice in the vicinity. Meanwhile, Lin Tianming, before chasing after Alice, took a bite of the pancake batter, which bore no resemblance to multi-grain pancakes, and found that its flavor was not as unpleasant as he had anticipated. It is not particularly unpalatable. It is merely somewhat sticky to the teeth. It is tolerable, after all, and certainly should not be wasted. Chapter 38. Flesh and Blood Weakness, Mechanical Ascension. Let's put an end to this, Ming. In a remote town to the north of the imperial capital of Jiuzhou, Alice, having successfully evaded the watchful eyes of the Jiuzhou overseers, arrived here in a state of bliss. Indeed, I must distance myself from Ming, without his interference. This time, all the opportunities within the mechanical secret realm shall belong solely to me, Alice. In this life, I shall see who can prevent me from achieving the most perfect form of mechanical ascension. Even those mechanical deities from the mechanical divine kingdom shall ultimately be trampled underfoot. I shall make all who have deceived me, be they mortals or gods, pay with their lives. In her elation, she remained blissfully unaware that every move she made was under the watchful gaze of Lin Tianming. Her aspirations for the future were perfectly discerned by him. Lin Tianming, in his ethereal form, followed closely beside her, yet she remained oblivious to his presence. Had she known that Lin Tianming awaited her guidance into the mechanical secret realm, she would undoubtedly have been infuriated. Thus, Alice, completely unaware, led Lin Tianming unimpeded into the hidden mechanical secret realm of the town. Upon entering the realm, convinced that no one else was present, she could not help but break into an uncontrollable smile. Having awakened my abilities merely 2 months ago, I am now on the verge of touching the forbidden door of mechanical ascension. I, Alice, shall surely dominate my enemies with the perfect form of a mechanical ascendant and compose my own legend of invincibility. Lin Tianming stifled a laugh throughout. Why did these reincarnated souls always assume that their rebirth would render them invincible? He chose not to shatter Alice's beautiful fantasies of the future and continued to follow her into the depths of the mechanical secret realm. Such realms are typically fraught with peril, yet with Alice by his side, Lin Tianming believed he would navigate this adventure just as smoothly as when he accompanied Yi Qingxue into the Lost Land. at least until he encountered the grand opportunities that awaited. As Lin Tianming anticipated, Alice, armed with the memories of her past life, deftly avoided numerous dangers that had nearly claimed her life in her previous existence, arriving at a grand hall brimming with intricate mechanical structures. This is it. Here lie 2 vials of mechanical divine liquid, which can effortlessly repair mechanical bodies and enhance the compatibility of awakeners with the path of mechanical ascension. Originally, Ming and I were to share 1 vial each, but he ambushed me when I let my guard down and stole everything. If I had not been so gullible in my past life, and had come here alone, I could have used 1 vial for myself and 1 for my mechanical puppet, allowing us to evolve together. Even if I were to face inner demons later, with our compatibility maximized, I could overcome the mechanical deity that killed me. My defeat and demise were solely due to Ming. Returning to this place, Alice could not help but reminisce about her past. She activated the mini mechanical puppet doll she wore at her waist through her puppeteering abilities. As Alice initiated the activation, the doll, crafted in her likeness, sprang to life and quickly grew to her knee height before coming to a halt. Seizing the 2 vials of mechanical divine liquid she had missed in her past life, Alice, filled with excitement, immediately consumed them alongside her mechanical puppet. As the effects of the mechanical divine liquid coursed through them, both Alice and her puppet radiated a faint mechanical glow. Is this the mechanical divine liquid? As soon as I consumed it, I felt the residual power of the god of machinery within me undergo a transformation. And at just level 15, I have already begun to resonate with my mechanical puppet ahead of time, overjoyed by the wondrous changes brought about by the mechanical divine liquid. Alice's confidence in the future soared as she established a premature resonance with her puppet. Lin Tianming observed the entire scene without haste. He did not contest Alice for the mechanical divine liquid. Rather, he was more concerned with the mechanical ascension pool that would grant Alice the legacy of mechanical ascension. Having ascended to the realm of spiritual ascendance through a tampered spiritual ascension pool, he had acquired the powers of a spiritual ascendant. He was eager to discover whether he could similarly gain the powers of a mechanical ascendant through the baptism of the mechanical ascension pool. Should his audacious thoughts reach the ears of the 3 vanished ascendant kingdoms in human history, they would surely mock him for his folly. The 3 ascension pools represent 3 distinct paths of ascendance. Once one embarks on a particular path, it is utterly impossible to traverse the other 2. In the distant era of the divine kingdoms, there had been individuals like Lin Tianming who fancied the idea of simultaneously pursuing multiple ascendant paths. However, without exception, those who ventured down one path met their demise when subjected to the baptism of the ascension pool of another, their bodies exploding from the incompatible powers of ascendance. Unaware of the ancient secrets of the ascendant kingdoms, Lin Tianming was nonetheless compelled to immerse himself in the mechanical ascension pool to see what might unfold. Under Lin Tianming's watchful gaze, Alice and her mechanical puppet quickly absorbed the effects of the mechanical divine liquid, becoming even stronger than before. Next, let us proceed to the mechanical ascension pool. In this secret realm, I am the sole inhabitant this time. I need not rush for the treasures that Ming claimed in my previous life. I shall first undergo the baptism of the mechanical ascension pool. Finally arriving at the moment Lin Tianming had eagerly anticipated, he continued to follow Alice. Before long, Lin Tianming, following Alice's secure path, arrived at the mechanical ascension pool. It was a silvery basin imbued with a metallic sheen, its waters bubbling and swirling, exuding a radiant silver glow. Beside the silvery pool stood a similarly metallic monument, its inscription having withstood the ravages of time without a trace of wear. Utilizing the knowledge he had previously acquired as an awakener, Lin Tianming was still able to decipher the ancient script upon the monument. Flesh and blood weakness, mechanical ascension. Murmuring the inscription, Lin Tianming was somewhat taken aback, not expecting to encounter such a complete inscription here. It appeared that this mechanical secret realm had preserved its treasures intact due to the absence of the devastating battles that had ravaged places like the Lost Land. Lin Tianming noted that Alice and her mechanical puppet had already leaped into the mechanical ascension pool, commencing their baptism. Having stumbled upon a rare ascension pool that had not been tampered with, Lin Tianming naturally wished to immerse himself in it as well. However, out of respect for the original owner, he patiently awaited his turn, refraining from ambushing Alice while she was in the precarious midst of her mechanical ascension baptism. He had devised a plan. Once Alice completed her baptism and sought out other treasures, he would surreptitiously undergo his own baptism to avoid a confrontation. He feared that if they crossed paths, her memories of the original owner's betrayal would incite her wrath against him. Lin Tianming's intentions were commendable, yet he underestimated the surge in power Alice would gain upon completing her baptism in the mechanical ascension pool. Once Alice and her mechanical puppet finished their baptism, she, who had previously been oblivious to Lin Tianming's presence, suddenly became aware of his ethereal form. "It's you? Get out here." With Alice's voice infused with the resonance of machinery, Lin Tianming's ethereal form became fully manifest. As Alice utilized her skills to manifest Lin Tianming's physical form, she emerged from the mechanical ascension pool, radiating an aura of fury alongside her mechanical doll. Bathed in the silvery waters of the pool, Alice appeared as if the deity of machinery had descended. Caught off guard by this unexpected revelation, Lin Tianming narrowed his eyes and quipped, "My dear lady, would you believe me if I said I had no idea how I arrived here?" Alice offered no response, instead advancing towards him step by step, each stride imbued with the wrath and murderous intent stemming from being stalked by Lin Tianming. "I hadn't intended to confront you so soon. I had hoped to defeat you honorably during the grand competition hosted by the Global Academy of Advanced Awakeners. However, since you seem so utterly oblivious, do not blame me for what follows." Her inner rage echoed through her thoughts. "In my previous life, you obstructed my pursuit of the mechanical secret realm. This time, I had resolved to avoid you, yet fate has conspired to place you in my path once more. Perhaps this is the inescapable destiny that binds us, and a confrontation between us is inevitable. This time around, I have established a resonance with my mechanical doll ahead of schedule, granting it the power of early evolution. I shall see how you intend to seize what rightfully belongs to me." Alice's seething thoughts revealed to Lin Tianming that their impending battle was unavoidable. Under the weight of his increasingly grave gaze, both Alice and her mechanical doll's eyes glimmered with a terrifying crimson light. Moreover, under the influence of her mechanical puppeteer abilities, the doll's mechanical right arm reassembled with astonishing speed. In mere moments, the petite and adorable doll, resembling a miniature version of Alice, had crafted a gleaming silver mechanical greatsword. Lin Tianming was left in astonishment. How could such a diminutive figure conceal such a formidable blade? "Let's bring this to a decisive end," Alice and her mechanical doll proclaimed in unison. The blend of their furious voices and mechanical tones created a cacophony that obscured the source of the sound. Following this, the doll, identical in appearance to Alice, brandished the silver mechanical greatsword and charged towards Lin Tianming. Chapter 39. Alice's skills cannot be replicated. A dangerous situation. In a moment of peril, Lin Tianming activated his psychic transformation just as the mechanical doll, wielding a massive blade, swung down towards him. Miraculously, he evaded that lethal strike by the narrowest of margins. He swiftly distanced himself to a safer range, while the spot he had previously occupied was left as a gaping chasm, cleaved by the doll's silvery blade. This creature was truly out to kill. Gazing at the vast pit, Lin Tianming felt a lingering dread. Had he hesitated for even half a second, Alice would have surely dispatched him with a single stroke. The mechanical doll, having missed its target, did not relent. It sprung forward with agile grace, aiming yet again for Lin Tianming's spirit. "Although I did not witness your previous incarnation wielding this technique, I, who once ascended as the god of craft, shall surely counter it." The familiar, jarring mechanical voice reverberated in his mind, prompting Lin Tianming's spirit, which had become insubstantial, to once again coalesce into a corporeal form. How is it that these mad women, once elevated to divinity, possess the means to counter my abilities? Is this the comprehension of the divine realm that reincarnated deities possess? As Lin Tianming observed, the mechanical doll advanced, dragging its disproportionately large silvery blade behind it, ready to deliver a sweeping blow. Should this strike connect, his body would undoubtedly be cleaved in two. My dear lady, is this truly how one greets a first-time visitor? While he jested with Alice, Lin Tianming remained acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Furious thunder armor. The wrathful might of thunder coalesced into an electric armor, enveloping Lin Tianming as he braced for impact, having been unable to retreat in time due to the psychic transformation. In all honesty, the moment the silvery blade made contact with his thunder armor, his heart raced. Fortunately, the rigorous training with teacher Jiang this morning proved invaluable, not only aiding him against Fenglan's assault, but now shielding him from the doll's deadly sweep. Realizing that the thunder armor remained effective against Alice bolstered Lin Tianming's confidence immensely. Teacher Jiang, you are truly the savior of your students. Rest assured, in this life, I shall repay your kindness and not squander your teachings. Grateful for Teacher Jiang's guidance in honing his ability this morning, Lin Tianming unleashed thunderous fury, further enhancing his speed and attack. I almost forgot, I did witness his battle video with Fenglan at noon. Now he wields that once troublesome thunder armor and thunderous fury. Even in this new life, I remain perplexed. How is it that a low-tier skill of the Thunder Rage Bear can grow infinitely in his hands, wielding such formidable power? As Lin Tianming reveled in Alice's bewilderment, it became apparent that only Teacher Jiang, who had helped him unlock his potential, was privy to the secrets of his divine abilities. Others, regardless of their past or present, remained oblivious. Teacher Jiang has truly fulfilled the role of a mentor, aiding him in developing the potential of his divine hand while safeguarding its deeper secrets. Such a remarkable teacher, and yet the original host failed to appreciate her, even betraying her for his own gain. What a scoundrel! Nevertheless, it is thanks to the original host's misdeeds that Lin Tianming now has the fortune to traverse time and meet Teacher Jiang. Since the original host could not cherish her, I, as his namesake, shall honor her qualities. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Tianming transitioned from defense to offense. Thunderous tread. The terrifying power of thunder rent the earth as it surged towards Alice. That is thunderous tread. Reconnaissing Lin Tianming's technique, Alice a-t-il évadé. Under her command, the mechanical doll's eyes glowed crimson as it unleashed a devastating beam of red light towards the ground, colliding with the force of Lin Tianming's thunderous tread. In an instant, these two formidable energies erupted into a dazzling display, entwining in a brilliant clash. Only when they mutually dissipated did the intense radiance begin to fade. Fortunately, the mechanical fluid I utilized earlier allowed my doll to resonate with me, evolving early and with the remnants of my past divine powers. I now possess strength far beyond what I had in my previous life at this stage. I need not fear being overpowered by this little man. Where is he? As the light subsided, Alice sought Lin Tianming, maneuvering her mechanical doll to continue the fight, only to discover he had vanished. Not good. That means he has likely employed the skill that allows him to shift between corporeal and ethereal states. Immediately aware that Lin Tianming had probably executed psychic transformation, Alice and her doll employed their ability to perceive spiritual presences. They quickly pinpointed Lin Tianming's location again. However, when Alice realized he had appeared directly behind her, her expression shifted to one of alarm. This is bad. He is closing on me. Hearing Alice's rising panic, Lin Tianming knew his gamble had paid off. An awakened being with the power of a mechanical doll master likely possessed little combat strength of their own. Observing Alice's flustered demeanor, Lin Tianming solidified his form. It is time to conclude this, my lady. Thunderous tread. Lin Tianming executed thunderous tread at close range, unleashing a cataclysmic force that left Alice dazed and sent her body flying like a tattered kite. The mechanical doll, initially rushing back to assist, faltered due to Alice's severe injury, losing momentum. The doll, wielding a massive blade, suddenly appeared as if it had run out of power, plummeting to the ground, its crimson eyes dimming as it slumped lifelessly. Lin Tianming exhaled in relief at this sight. Had he miscalculated? Approaching Alice would have resulted in being swiftly dispatched by the doll returning to her aid. But just as he began to revel in his cleverness, the next scene unfolded, igniting his anxiety once more. A silvery mechanical radiance surged around the injured Alice, enveloping her in a shimmering aura, her aura rapidly escalating. "You have successfully provoked my wrath, Ming." As she spoke, the mechanical doll, now rejuvenated by Alice's recovery, locked its gaze upon Lin Tianming. In response, he attempted to launch another surprise attack, aiming to render Alice unconscious once and for all. However, as he closed in on her, he unwittingly fell into a deadly web of mechanical threads. These slender, silvery strands, though appearing fragile enough to snap at a tug, were as sharp as blades, inflicting harm upon contact. As the web thickened, Lin Tianming found his skin lacerated, blood seeping from numerous cuts. "Ming, do you truly believe you can act at will merely by approaching me? You are far too naive to force me into employing the 1,000 threads killing array. You may take pride in your accomplishments for having lived once more, but this is where your journey ends. Should you insist on compelling me to unleash my mechanical puppet simultaneously, coordinating our efforts to manifest a greater force, then I shall acquiesce to your desire, allowing you to witness the resurgence of the god of ingenuity." Upon hearing Alice's inner voice, Lin Tianming immediately turned his gaze towards the mechanical puppet. He beheld the puppet wielding a large blade, swiftly advancing to strike at him, ensnared within Alice's intricate web of deadly threads. He cursed Alice, who had concealed her true capabilities. "Damn it, why didn't you mention your second phase earlier?" At that moment, Lin Tianming's tension reached its zenith. "The hand of God, replication. You wish to replicate my abilities? Unfortunately, you shall not succeed. Do not struggle, Ming. My puppet master abilities cannot be replicated by your hand of God. In your previous life, you were unable to replicate my skills, defeating me solely by appropriating the abilities of others, let alone in this incarnation." Though he heard Alice's voice, Lin Tianming remained resolute, determined to seek a path of survival in this dire moment. Replication successful. In no time, Lin Tianming successfully replicated Alice's skill. However, upon witnessing the skill he had copied, he was left dumbfounded. Puppet art. The puppet master can create and manipulate their own unique mechanical puppet. At this juncture, Lin Tianming understood why Alice remarked that the original host could not replicate her abilities. The success of the puppet art replication meant it could not be immediately utilized in combat. To replicate was tantamount to failure. Furthermore, the skills replicated by the hand of God were one-time consumables. Even if he were to create a mechanical puppet in the future, he would need to find Alice again to replicate her skills for use. The skills available for replication were exceedingly limited and resources scarce. Should he encounter any peril during this interim, the absence of a usable skill might lead to his untimely demise, truly a dismal fate. Contemplating these thoughts, Lin Tianming was utterly disheartened. Was he truly destined to fall victim to Alice today? Chapter 40. The Artifact's Might. This is all a gift from my beloved Qingxue. Ming, it is over. Our grievances shall be severed with this blow. The mechanical threads within the 1,000 threads killing formation erupted with boundless lethality, seeking to pierce Lin Tianming's body into a sieve riddled with holes. The silver mechanical greatsword of the automaton fell with a thunderous crash, delivering a fatal strike. Just as the moment of Lin Tianming's demise seemed imminent, tears cascaded from Alice's eyes, memories of her past life love for him flashing through her mind. It is finally over. I should be elated. With my ascension to divinity in this life, the demons that once tormented me should no longer haunt me. But why? Why do my heart still ache? Why do I suddenly feel so cold? Hiss! What is happening? Under Alice's incredulous gaze, Lin Tianming, previously trapped and unable to harness his spiritual energy, suddenly radiated a chilling aura. Soon after, ice-blue wings sprouted from his back, embodying an indescribable and formidable power of extreme ice. Is this an artifact? How come I never saw Ming wield such an ice attribute divine weapon in my past life? Oh no, he intends to break free using the artifact. What followed was even more astonishing to Alice. Empowered by the extreme ice force of his wings, Lin Tianming's form swiftly transformed into an ice-blue butterfly. Formed entirely from his chilling power, his once towering figure morphed into a delicate butterfly, revealing numerous weaknesses in the previously impenetrable thousand threads killing formation. In his butterfly form, Lin Tianming swiftly escaped Alice's deadly trap, dodging the automaton's greatsword in the process. Reassembling his true form not far away, Lin Tianming teased Alice. "It seems your killing formation is not as formidable as I thought. Do not be arrogant. Do not presume that possessing an artifact guarantees your victory." Alice, clearly agitated by Lin Tianming's words, expanded the range of the mechanical threads within the thousand threads killing formation towards him. "Can still expand?" Seeing this, Lin Tianming adopted a serious demeanor once more. "Since you could transform into a butterfly, I shall create a thousand threads killing formation so dense that even a butterfly can be pierced through, and prevent you from using that skill to shift into a soul state. Let's see how you escape this time. A mere artifact, I once a deity, do not fear it." As Lin Tianming perceived Alice's inner thoughts, he also noted the rapidly encroaching mechanical threads, dense enough to pierce even the smallest butterfly. However, Lin Tianming would not remain passive. Wall of thunder, a cascading torrent of lightning descended from the heavens, forming a colossal wall of thunder. He had anticipated this wall would provide him with ample time, but he had grossly underestimated Alice's combat prowess. The automaton's eyes glowed crimson as it unleashed a blood-red beam, striking his wall of thunder. Simultaneously, under Alice's command, the automaton swung its silver great sword against the wall. The swiftly expanding mechanical threads, in conjunction with the automaton's assault, instantaneously dismantled Lin Tianming's wall of thunder. Realizing the peril, Lin Tianming transformed into an ice-blue butterfly once more. Yet, before he could escape to safety, he was ensnared by the rapidly expanding mechanical threads. Once more trapped within Alice's increasingly dense thousand threads killing formation, Lin Tianming, now an ice-blue butterfly, felt genuine pain. "To endure for so long in my hands, Ming, you should take pride. Let us conclude the entanglement of our 2 lifetimes." In an instant, Alice unleashed all the mechanical threads of the thousand threads killing formation against Lin Tianming's ice-blue butterfly, with the automaton's greatsword assisting. This was undoubtedly Alice's most formidable move at this stage. Just as she believed victory was assured, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A terrifying surge of thunderous power radiated from Lin Tianming's ice-blue butterfly, instantly dismantling all the silver mechanical threads within the thousand threads killing formation. Following this, Lin Tianming reformed his true self, bearing the injuries inflicted by the formation, wielding a spear that emanated a presence no less formidable than that of his wings, and lunged towards the automaton. Another artifact that I never saw Ming utilize in my past life. How could he possess 2 artifacts in this life? This spear, radiating a terrifying thunderous might, along with the dawn wings, was acquired by Lin Tianming and Yi Qingxue in the Lost Realm. The original owner of the past life had missed the opportunity to enter the Lost Realm and gain such treasures due to an early separation from Yi Qingxue, which Alice had naturally never witnessed. This life, thanks to Yi Qingxue's earlier entry into the Lost Realm, Lin Tianming was able to acquire such divine treasures at a remarkably low level. As Lin Tianming thrust the Thunder Dragon spear, it unleashed a dragon formed of thunderous energy. The Thunder Dragon roared, electrifying the automaton, causing it to ignite in flames. What immense, thunderous power! Damn it, my automaton cannot withstand such a force. However, as long as I prevent the automaton from making contact with that thunderous spear, I shall prevail. Although the automaton was ablaze, Alice remained confident in her ability to conquer Lin Tianming. Yet, the next scene left her dumbfounded. An overwhelming surge of water attribute energy erupted from Lin Tianming, and a third artifact, exuding the essence of the deep sea, manifested before him. Three artifacts? This third artifact, named the Soul of the Deep Sea, was also obtained by Lin Tianming and Yi Qingxue in the Lost Realm. Activating the power of the Soul of the Deep Sea, Alice's automaton was ensnared within a water sphere infused with deep-sea energy. Already electrified, the automaton was further immobilized by the deep sea's power, its silver greatsword slipping from its grasp. Despite Alice's desperate calls, the automaton, confined within the water sphere, remained utterly motionless. If only I could level up a few more times, even if struck by lightning or submerged in water, my automaton would still be able to fight on. Curse it, I thought I could avoid Ming by arriving early at the mechanical secret realm. Yet here, I am facing such unforeseen circumstances. Having finally subdued Alice's automaton, Lin Tianming approached her with a smile that was both mocking and charming. Alice, gritting her teeth as she watched him approach, spat at you. Do not think you have one just yet. Tous entraides qui in formation. Almost simultaneously as Alice invoked the Thousand Threads killing formation, Lin Tianming unleashed the Thunder Dragon from his spear to shatter it. At that moment, a vast celestial energy radiated from Lin Tianming. To ensure Alice's defeat was unequivocal, he activated his final divine treasure, the Star Key. A beautifully crafted key of the cosmos hovered before him, releasing a dazzling and potent starlight that surged towards Alice, who was reeling from the shattered formation. Boom! Under the final strike of the Star Key, Alice, having exhausted all her means, ultimately succumbed to Lin Tianming, her figure leaning back before crashing heavily to the ground. Had I known this fellow possessed so many divine artifacts, I would have first sought the treasures within the mechanical secret realm. If I had those artifacts, combined with a fragment of the crafty goddess power from my previous life defeat, would have been impossible. Noticing Lin Tianming approaching her with the demeanor of a victor, Alice summoned her last vestige of strength and, filled with resentment, posed a question. Where did you acquire so many artifacts? In response, Lin Tianming felt compelled to express his gratitude towards his little girlfriend, Yi Qingxue. They were all gifted to me by my dear Qingxue. Qingxue? Before the fading consciousness of Alice could grasp the identity of the Qingxue Lin Tianming referred to, she completely lost her awareness and collapsed onto the ground. Thus, Alice became the second reincarnator to meet defeat at the hands of Lin Tianming, seeking to resolve the grievances of her past life. Chapter 41. Rejecting Consciousness Upload to the Mechanical Mainframe. The loss of self through mechanical ascension is an unworthy pursuit. Having defeated Alice, Lin Tian confirmed that she would not awaken for the time being and shifted his focus to the mechanical ascension pool. He had just witnessed Alice and her mechanical doll being baptized by the silvery waters of the ascension pool, radiating a mechanical brilliance and becoming stronger than before. Lin Tian was also eager to discover what fortuitous transformation awaited him within the mechanical ascension pool. Would it be akin to Alice's experience? Or was there a unique opportunity in store for him? The uncertainty propelled him towards the pool. Upon arriving at the bubbling, silvery waters, he felt the abundant power of mechanical ascension. After observing for a few seconds, Lin Tian leaped into the pool. Initially, just like his first experience in the spiritual ascension pool, he felt nothing as he immersed himself in the silvery liquid. However, after a few moments, a force that felt as though it would tear his flesh apart began to rip through his body. Unlike the last time he was torn apart by the spiritual ascension pool, this sensation of disintegration was confined to his physical form, sparing him the anguish of a soul being torn asunder. Yet, the pain in his body was far greater than what he had endured in the spiritual ascension pool. Lin Tian gritted his teeth against the agony, intently observing the ongoing changes within his body. Why did he feel such a stark contrast to Alice's gentle transformation during her baptism in the mechanical ascension pool? Recalling Alice's experience, he was certain she had not undergone the excruciating torment he was currently enduring. Unable to fathom why their transformations in the same mechanical ascension pool were so divergent, Lin Tian chose to focus solely on the changes occurring within him. As more wounds tore open across his body, the silvery waters surged into him through these gashes, rapidly reshaping his skin at the sites of injury, radiating a silver mechanical luminescence akin to inscriptions. First, it tore his flesh, then repaired it, cloaking his wounds with skin identical to the silvery waters. Was this a step-by-step process to remold his corporeal form into one that possessed the same metallic quality as the silvery liquid? The thought crossed his mind, prompting him to glance at the inscription on the mechanical steel. Flesh is frail. Mechanical ascension, was this the implication? Yet, why had Alice not been transformed into a mechanical body? Casting another glance at the unconscious Alice, he found himself perplexed once again and redirected his attention to himself. The transformation of his flesh into a mechanical form was progressing slowly, with the skin that had been healed by the silvery waters resembling inscriptions. He hesitated, contemplating whether to fully embrace this transformation into a mechanical body. A foreboding sense gripped him, a feeling he had not encountered during his previous experience in the spiritual ascension pool. He sensed that completing this mechanical transformation at that moment would be exceedingly detrimental to him. Shouldn't the realization of the mechanical ascension, as described in the inscriptions, only occur once he had achieved godhood? How could one immediately become a complete mechanical being right after undergoing the baptism of the mechanical ascension pool? Though Lin Tian had only recently encountered the mysteries of the mechanical divine kingdom, he felt that something was amiss based on his understanding of the inscription regarding flesh's frailty and mechanical ascension, as well as his observations of Alice's baptism. During his moment of hesitation, he suddenly felt his consciousness traverse an infinite expanse, arriving in a dark space that emitted a faint glow. Indeed, something was wrong. Lin Tian's gaze sharpened as he focused on the only area radiating a dim light. After attempting to return to his physical form in vain, he contemplated briefly before daringly approaching the perilous glimmer. Just as Lin Tian was about to step into the illuminated area, it suddenly emitted a dazzling silver mechanical brilliance. Under this radiant luminescence, an enormous mechanical brain, designed to mimic a human brain, materialized before him. This colossal brain was comprised of intricately crafted mechanical components, connected by countless data lines that extended outward. These data lines flickered with peculiar lights, as if transmitting and receiving a vast amount of information centered around the mechanical brain. Welcome to my data realm, a forsaken land where you, chosen for the baptism of the mechanical ascension pool, stand outside the mechanical divine kingdom. A voice devoid of emotion echoed through the dark space, alerting Lin Tian. The voice spoke again. Do not be alarmed. I am the mechanical brain you see before you, a supercomputer forged from the collective wisdom of the mechanical divine kingdom. The inhabitants of this kingdom refer to me as destiny. Destiny? Lin Tian pondered the words of the mechanical brain before him. After a moment's reflection, he inquired, You mentioned I am from the Forsaken Land. What does that mean? The Forsaken Land refers to the territories abandoned by the Gene Divine Kingdom, the Mechanical Divine Kingdom, and the Spiritual Divine Kingdom in their struggle against the deceptive God, in order to protect the majority of humanity. Lin Tian was astonished by Destiny's response. Did that imply the denizens of the three divine kingdoms are also human? In response to Lin Tian's inquiry, Destiny continued, Indeed, the people of the three divine kingdoms share a common ancestor with the inhabitants of the Forsaken Land. Having answered your question, might I now pose some inquiries to you? This machine is quite intelligent. Feel free to ask your questions. Although Lin Tian had numerous inquiries regarding the three divine kingdoms, he found that Destiny's advanced intelligence enabled it to question him instead. Nevertheless, he remained on high alert, unwilling to let his guard down despite having received answers. As the crystallization of wisdom from the mechanical divine kingdom, I am naturally intelligent. The reason I have chosen you, a denizen of the Forsaken Land, is due to your possessing a physique that even my mechanical divine kingdom cannot comprehend, enabling you to ascend mechanically on the spot. In the name of the mechanical divine kingdom, I extend an invitation to you, inviting you to become a permanent resident of my kingdom and assisting you in achieving true mechanical ascension. Are you willing to upload your consciousness to the mechanical brain, to this data realm I have created? Listening to Destiny's unemotional words, Lin Tian furrowed his brow. What purpose does uploading my consciousness to the mechanical brain serve? You will gain access to the entirety of knowledge from my mechanical divine kingdom, becoming the wisest human in existence. When faced with any situation, you will be able to think and resolve it with absolute rationality, devoid of any emotional interference, allowing you to always make the most correct, rational choice. You will also attain immortality, regardless of the dangers you encounter. Even if your physical form is obliterated, you can be reborn here in a mechanical body, unending and indestructible. You need not fear death in battle any longer. Each demise shall be meticulously recorded as data, aiding in analysis and synthesis. As you reconstruct your mechanical form, your abilities will be specifically enhanced to confront various formidable adversaries, allowing for infinite evolution and growing strength with each conflict. Upon hearing the response from the mechanical core, Destiny, Lin Tianming pondered for a moment before inquiring. The uploading of consciousness should only grant access to the knowledge you share, correct? To attain the comprehensive and alluring abilities you mentioned, must there not be other sacrifices involved? Lin Tianming's question plunged the omniscient mechanical core, Destiny, into a brief silence. Though mere seconds, this pause deepened Lin Tianming's skepticism towards Destiny. To achieve absolute rationality in mechanical ascension, one must forsake the darker aspects of humanity. This is an inevitable path for every deity of mechanical ascension and represents the pinnacle of evolution. Do you not desire to attain absolute rationality, to extinguish the selfishness inherent in human nature, and to join a magnificent nation devoid of injustice, brimming with love and equality? In the face of the mechanical core's seductive proposal, Lin Tianming resolutely declined. No, I have no wish to extinguish my self-awareness and soul, becoming mere data, mass-produced and devoid of consciousness. A mechanical ascension without self-awareness is not worth pursuing. Chapter 42. In this life, the opportunity is about to be seized by Lin Tianming. Alice's mindset crumbles. It is of no consequence. Your inability to comprehend the true essence of mechanical ascension stems from your prolonged existence in a forsaken realm, rife with the grotesqueries of humanity. Once I establish a connection with you and unveil the magnificent knowledge of my mechanical divine kingdom, you will come to understand and partake in our grand endeavor, becoming a part of destiny itself. After being rejected by Lin Tianming, the mechanical core, Destiny, finally revealed its true nature. Thick data lines, more robust than Lin Tianming's arms, surged chaotically towards him as the mechanical core's demeanor shifted. With urgency, not wishing to be ensnared and brainwashed by Destiny, Lin Tianming unleashed a transformation of spiritual energy. Fortunately, he gambled correctly. Nearly simultaneously, his consciousness in this realm became ethereal, evading the onslaught of the mechanical core. Is this the power of a spiritual ascendant? No. How could an unascended spiritual being achieve complete ethereality? A fully ethereal spiritual ascendant has cast aside their corporeal form. How could a physical body still exist? This is an unprecedented occurrence. Destiny, a supercomputer designed by humans for the mechanical divine kingdom, pondered in a manner akin to a sentient being. Lacking emotion, it resembled a flawless entity, devoid of human frailties, embodying absolute rationality. The original designers of Destiny had input a command indicating that humans who had undergone the spiritual ascension pool's baptism could not become mechanical ascendants. Yet, rules are human-made and can evolve with the passage of time. This spiritual ascendant, who entered the mechanical ascension pool without perishing, could directly achieve the perfect evolution of a mechanical form. Such a being must belong to my mechanical divine kingdom. Despite the unexpected turn of events, Destiny continued to deliberate for a moment before deciding to pursue Lin Tianming. At the instant the mechanical core made its decision, Lin Tianming's ethereal form was once again solidified by Destiny, rendering him immobile. Do not struggle within my data space. A mere adjustment to the settings will prevent you from being ethereal. You will manifest your true form, and embracing the glorious evolution towards mechanical ascension will be the most monumental decision of your life. As Lin Tianming stood on the brink of being captured and brainwashed by the mechanical core, his original body, far away in the mechanical secret realm, suddenly radiated a dazzling starry light. The star key floated before his now empty shell, forcibly drawing Lin Tianming's consciousness back into his body. Upon returning to his corporeal form, Lin Tianming, almost subjected to the mechanical core's brainwashing, was left astonished. Is it? You saved me? He gazed at the star key hovering before him, uncertain. The star key offered no response. Upon witnessing his awakening, it re-entered the void space they had established a connection with, though the star key remained silent. Lin Tianming discerned that it had indeed rescued him. As a divine instrument of the star key angel, how could it have intervened on my behalf? Could it be that she orchestrated this? Yet she seemed to harbor deep animosity towards me previously, unable to fathom the true reason behind the star key's autonomous rescue. Lin Tianming chose to set aside his thoughts. He glanced down at his body, which had been entirely reshaped into a mechanical form by the waters of the mechanical ascension pool. Simultaneously, he discovered he had acquired a new skill, mechanical transformation. Mechanical transformation, akin to spiritual transformation, allows Lin Tianming's body to freely transition between flesh and mechanical form. The sole distinction lies in that mechanical transformation pertains to the mechanical body, while spiritual transformation concerns the soul. Having escaped the peril of near brainwashing by the mechanical core and acquired a new skill in mechanical ascension, Lin Tianming was filled with elation. To avert another unforeseen incident that could pull him back into the data space created by the mechanical core, he hastily exited the mechanical ascension pool. At that moment, the unconscious Alice slowly began to awaken. Upon seeing Lin Tianming emerge from the mechanical ascension pool, her weakened state ignited immediate anxiety within her. You, don't come any closer. Upon hearing her words, Lin Tianming effortlessly executed mechanical transformation, reverting from his mechanical form to flesh. He approached Alice slowly, smiling as he inquired, "Dear lady, I have a question. You have been calling me Ming. What does that signify?" Alice, unaware that Lin Tianming was feigning ignorance in light of his ability to read thoughts, became increasingly flustered by his question. Surely I cannot reveal that I am a reincarnate, previously acquainted with him, and that he caused me great harm in my past life. Can I? After a moment of contemplation, Alice hastily crafted an explanation. I am a first-year student from the North East domain visiting your imperial capital's Grand Academy. I stumbled upon a video of you sparring with another first-year student, Feng Lan, which is how I recognized you as Lin Tianming. In our North East domain, we prefer to shorten names, so I refer to you by your last character, Ming. So that is the case. But why did you feign ignorance earlier at the pancake stall? Having scarcely answered Lin Tianming's inquiry, Alice found herself ensnared by his new question. Lowering her head in guilt, seeing her discomfort, Lin Tianming chuckled. Is it because you wish to enter this mechanical secret realm alone? You already knew, yet you still ask. Curse be Ming. He must have suspected me at the pancake stall and has been stealthily following me. Nevertheless, it matters not. As long as I can deceive him into believing this mechanical secret realm holds nothing of value, I shall lead him away and return to seize the remaining artifacts. In my previous life, all opportunities were snatched from me. This time, they shall belong to me. Listening to Alice's scheming thoughts, Lin Tianming was determined not to let her succeed. He first asked, "What is your name?" Alice hesitated, yet in her weakened state, she replied, Alice. You seem quite familiar with this mechanical secret realm. I assume you must have gathered some information prior to your arrival. Please, lead the way and show me what treasures this realm may hold. You are currently quite vulnerable. With my protection, you will be able to discover those opportunities. We can then split any valuable finds 50-50, shall we? 50-50? I would be a fool to trust you. Ming, after living a second life, do I still not know your character? You will undoubtedly attempt to eliminate me at the last moment to monopolize all opportunities. Though outwardly pretending not to understand Lin Tianming's intentions, Alice was filled with skepticism. From the information I have gathered, this secret realm should only contain the mechanical ascension pool of the mechanical divine liquid that I and my mechanical doll have already consumed. My initial plan was simply to undergo the baptism of the mechanical ascension pool and then return. Then you may return. This mechanical secret realm appears quite expansive, and there must be treasures we overlooked. I shall search for them myself. With that, Lin Tianming turned and walked in another direction. Initially apprehensive upon hearing Lin Tianming's statement, Alice feared he might claim all remaining opportunities for himself. However, when she observed the direction in which Lin Tianming was advancing, the corners of her mouth involuntarily lifted in a subtle smile. It was fortunate that her cleverness had prevented her from guiding him, for that path held no treasures and would merely lead him back to where he began. Soon, when he departed, she intended to venture down the adjacent route, seizing all the divine artifacts, thereby replenishing her depleted strength. With those artifacts in her possession, she would return to exact revenge for both her past life and the recent affront. Lin Tianming, however, had overheard Alice's thoughts and promptly altered his course, heading toward the unexplored path. In that instant, the triumphant smile on Alice's face froze. Moments later, anxiety washed over her. That route was forbidden. Yet Lin Tianming paid her no heed, steadfastly pursuing the most prudent path. Determined to prevent him from claiming the artifacts, Alice, despite her current weakness, summoned her resolve, rose from the ground, retrieved the mechanical puppets unleashed by Lin Tianming, and hurriedly set off in pursuit of him. Lin, you must heed my warning. That direction is perilous. Come back quickly. Chapter 43. The shadow of Alice. Do not cast me into the depths to probe the path. I shall not vie for treasures with you. I speak the truth. Venturing further down this road will be perilous. Perilous? Precisely. In such a secret realm, the more dangerous the place, the greater the likelihood of concealing exceedingly precious treasures. If you are afraid, then turn back on your own. Do not follow me. Why do you refuse to heed my counsel? Alice exclaimed with frustration. Despite her earnest attempts to persuade Lin Tianming to alter his course, her words failed to sway him. As they pressed onward, the final treasure of this mechanical realm loomed ahead, yet her power had not yet been restored, leaving her helpless to witness Lin Tianming claim the riches. The mere thought of it made Alice stomp her foot in exasperation. It seems Lin is determined to tread this path. With my strength depleted, should I continue to follow him, not only will I be unable to seize any treasures, but I may also meet the same fate as in my previous life, where I was betrayed and slain by him. Should I leave now? But how can I bear to do so? I have come to this mechanical realm much earlier this time, yet I find myself allowing Lin to claim the majority of its treasures. Lin Tianming, hearing Alice's lamentations of unfulfilled desire, felt a pang of injustice within himself. He never intended to monopolize all the opportunities within this mechanical realm. Thus far, Alice had reaped the benefits of 2 vials of mechanical divine liquid and the chances presented by the mechanical ascension pool. He had merely bathed in the pool and had not obstructed her from seizing its advantages. He had even offered to share any treasures they might encounter. Yet it was her lack of faith in him that had driven a wedge between them. Had it been the original owner of this body, he would have undoubtedly yearned to hoard all treasures for himself, even resorting to murder to prevent Alice from contesting him. But Lin Tianming was not the original owner. He operated under his own principles. Just as he had refrained from seizing the gene elixir essential for Yi Qingshue's soul restoration, he had not harmed her, even going so far as to protect her from the whispers of the Star Key angels within the secret realm. In the end, he upheld his promise to safeguard Yi Qingxue, earning her sincerity and understanding. Now, Alice resembled Yi Qingxue at the beginning, skeptical of him. Yet Lin Tianming believed that, in due time, she would recognize the distinction between him and the original owner. Time, after all, would reveal all truths. Without further elaboration, Lin Tianming continued along the path that Alice wished to divert him from. Soon, they arrived at the concealed location of the final treasure. However, upon arrival, he felt an overwhelming, invisible force pressing down upon him, causing him to collapse to his knees. What is this force? Why does it bear down upon me so? As he was astounded by the sheer power, he managed to withdraw from the area of the final treasure just before being crushed. Once outside, he turned to Alice. Phew. Fortunate that I reacted swiftly. Otherwise, I could have been flattened. Alice, do you have any knowledge of that area ahead? Alice stared at him, her face pale with terror, as if recalling a memory that filled her with dread. Please, do not cast me into the depths to probe the path. I know nothing. I do not desire any treasures. I will leave. I must leave. In my previous life, It was here that Lin betrayed and ambushed me, wounding me gravely, using me as a tool to probe the path, casting me into this area beset by gravitational torment. Had I known, I would have departed earlier. Why did I allow my pride to lead me here? I had forgotten how I was used as a tool in my past life. Is it too late to leave now? I do not wish to endure the torment of gravity once more, nor be led blindly by him to the heart of the gravitational device to shut it down, allowing him to claim the treasures hidden within. Lost in thought, heavily influenced by the shadows of her past life, Alice turned to flee. Yet as she did, Lin Tianming grasped her collar, lifting her effortlessly into the air. No matter how much she kicked and struggled, he refused to release her. Please, Lin, do not cast me into the depths to probe the path. I truly do not wish to contest opportunities with you. Is it not enough that I leave? Just as in my previous life, though the details differ, the powerless me is still cast aside. Hearing Alice's fearful pleas, Lin Tianming dismissed them with indifference. Gripping the fleeing Alice, he directed her gaze toward the area sealed by the gravitational device. He pointed to the energy pillar at its center and inquired, Alice, do you suppose that glowing pillar might be the true source of the mysterious force suppressing this area? Perhaps. Is it possible he genuinely intends to cast me into the depths, forcing me to endure the torment of gravity to shut down the device? Lin Tianming, sensing her trepidation, decided to tease her. Alice, why not venture in and see? I believe that glowing pillar holds significance. Test it and see if you can deactivate it. Upon hearing his words, Alice's world darkened, nearly causing her to faint from the weight of her past trauma. How can she react so strongly? Lin Tianming mused, observing her pale countenance. He ceased his teasing and, while Alice braced herself for him to throw her in, he unexpectedly released her and stepped into the gravitational zone himself, much to her disbelief. Did he really not cast me in? Mechanical transformation. Lin Tianming ignored Alice's astonished expression as he transformed his body into a mechanical form. He had resolved that should this form prove ineffective, he would next attempt a spiritual transformation. Fortunately, the transformation significantly mitigated the overwhelming gravitational force. Though he still felt some pressure, he quickly navigated to the center of the area. Circling the gravitational device Alice had mentioned, he found the means to deactivate it. As the device ceased its function, the oppressive gravity dissipated entirely, allowing him to secure the intricately designed gravitational device and establish a connection with it. Upon successfully binding it to himself, Lin Tianming could not suppress a smile. With this artifact capable of unleashing immense gravitational force, he had gained another card to play for survival. After securing the device, he turned to the still-dazed Alice outside. Alice, why do you linger? Cool me. Let us enter and share the treasures within equally. Chapter 44. The Divine Whip That Strikes the Soul. The Three Forms of the Crimson Blaze. Alice was jolted back to reality by Lin Tianming's request to share the treasures. She seriously doubted whether she had misheard him. You want me to share the treasures here with you? This incarnation of Ming seems different from the last. Could it be the butterfly effect of my rebirth that has altered his character? No, that's impossible. There must be some trickery here. He might be plotting to torment me again. Seeing Alice's skepticism, Lin Tianming spoke with impatience. Why do girls always take so long to decide? Hurry up. Startled by the sudden harshness in his tone, Alice, having lost her strength, hurried to his side to avoid any rough treatment. This tactic proved effective. Sometimes, a little sternness is necessary. Reflecting on this, Lin Tianming smiled at Alice again. Alice, if it weren't for you, I would never have discovered this mechanical secret realm. I, Lin Tianming, am a man of my word. We shall split the treasures evenly. I have already established a connection with one treasure, known as the gravity device, which can unleash multiplied gravitational force to crush our foes. I have claimed one. Now it's your turn. Choose whatever you like from the remaining treasures. I shall not go back on my word and seize it. The more generous Lin Tianming appeared, the more frightened Alice became. Ming, I just lost to you in battle and have lost all my strength. How can I possibly compete for the treasures? I promise I won't act recklessly. Just don't toy with me. Visions of how Lin Tianming had tormented her in the mechanical realm in her previous life flooded Alice's mind, causing her to tremble from the psychological scars. Could it be that in this life I will not only be tormented by Ming, but might die even earlier, suffering a more tragic fate here? Through listening to Alice's thoughts, Lin Tianming learned of the torment she endured in her past life. Alice had suffered immensely, treated as a tool for exploration and subjected to various attacks, forced to advance while enduring the torment of the gravity device. She had liberated the device to help her former master acquire all the remaining treasures, only to be humiliated and trampled underfoot. Had her former master not believed her dead from the torment, she might have been taken out of the mechanical realm to be further tortured. Lin Tianming understood that convincing Alice, who had suffered such abuse, that he meant her no harm was nearly impossible. He could only adopt a firm attitude, ensuring she obtained the treasures and safely departed, gradually breaking her preconceived notions of him. Feigning a fierce demeanor, Lin Tianming declared, "Choose quickly, or I shall be quite displeased. Please, don't be angry. I'll choose, just give me a moment. Don't hit me." Having lost her strength and returned to this tormenting place, Alice had no choice but to comply with Lin Tianming's demands. "I can only take it one step at a time. Ignoring him might lead to even worse torment." Casting a glance around the familiar surroundings, Alice took a deep breath and began to select her desired treasure. With the gravity device taken by Ming, only the Crimson Blaze and the Divine Whip remain. He speaks of a fair division, yet there are only 3 divine artifacts from the mechanical realm. How is that equitable? Though perplexed by Lin Tianming's intentions, Alice, after careful consideration, fixated her gaze on the Divine Whip. This whip, crafted from intricate mechanical materials, exhibited remarkable flexibility, capable of bending and folding without breaking. This Divine Whip is a weapon specifically designed to strike at the soul. Should I acquire it, I would have a means to confront Ming and settle our scores in the future. But will he truly allow me to take the Divine Whip? Will he perceive my desire for it as a threat, revealing his true nature and subjecting me to further torment? Perhaps I should opt for the Crimson Blaze instead. After all, he likely won't permit me to take any divine artifacts. So choosing something that might ease his vigilance could offer a sliver of hope. Despite her yearning for the Divine Whip, Alice felt Lin Tianming was testing her and would not genuinely grant her the artifact. Just as she contemplated moving towards the Crimson Blaze, Lin Tianming grasped her shoulder, causing her to shudder in fright. What? What do you want?" Lin Tianming smiled. "I noticed you were eyeing that whip for quite some time. It seems you desire it greatly." Although Lin Tianming was extending goodwill, Alice perceived it as the smile of a demon, viewing it as a test. "No, I don't want that whip at all. Ming, I prefer those flaming gauntlets." Yet, before the hesitant Alice could finish her stammering sentence, Lin Tianming seized her delicate hand and pressed it onto the Divine Whip. "If you want it, take it." No. I truly don't want it. Ming, let that whip be yours." Alice was genuinely frightened by Lin Tianming's seemingly generous demeanor, tears welling in her eyes. She was terrified that if she grasped the Divine Whip, he might strike her down with a single blow, humiliating and tormenting her once more. "Take it if you wish." Lin Tianming's voice boomed, leaving Alice no choice but to reluctantly accept the Divine Whip. As she reached for it, she stole glances at Lin Tianming, fearful that he would harm her. Fortunately, her fears did not materialize, at least for the time being. "Now establish a connection with this whip and find out its name and purpose," Lin Tianming urged, and Alice complied, forging a bond with the Divine Whip, making it her own. Yet, she remained uneasy, knowing that Lin Tianming could eliminate her and reclaim the whip at any moment. This whip is called the Divine Whip, a weapon that specializes in striking the soul, specifically designed by the mechanical kingdom to combat those who ascend with spiritual energy. Alice contemplated lying, but fearing Lin Tianming would see through her deception and subject her to further torment, she ultimately spoke the truth. Lin Tianming was somewhat surprised that Alice had spoken honestly. He had long known this was the Divine Whip, having overheard her thoughts. Thus, even if Alice had lied, he would not press the matter further. He teased the somewhat fearful Alice. "No wonder you want it so badly. I suppose you've been longing to use it against me?" Alice vehemently denied it. I haven't." At that moment, Alice felt a swell of anxiety, fearing Lin Tianming would exploit her confession to torment her. However, Lin Tianming shifted the topic to the Crimson Blaze. Now there remains only one treasure, which complicates our division, Alice. Upon hearing this, Alice promptly responded, I am currently devoid of strength. Being granted this divine whip is already enough. You can have the gauntlets. I do not want them. Lin Tianming approached the Crimson Blaze, circling it several times before snapping his fingers. I've got it. This pair of gauntlets engulfed in flames is perfect. You take one, and I take the other. An ideal split. Acting on impulse, Lin Tianming swiftly claimed one of the gauntlets, establishing a connection. This artifact was known as the Crimson Blaze, which possessed 3 distinct weapon forms. The gauntlets were merely one of its manifestations, with claw and flying wheel forms also existing. Establishing a connection, Lin Tianming learned that Qiyin possesses 3 distinct weapon forms. He was also exhilarated to conduct a live test of the remaining 2 weapon forms. After thoroughly enjoying the testing session, he picked up another Qiyin gauntlet and tossed it to Alice. As she caught it, Lin Tianming remarked, Alice, I keep my promises. This final treasure is perfectly split. Gazing at the Qiyin gauntlet that Lin Tianming had thrown her way, Alice instinctively caught it, while simultaneously she found herself lost in thought, staring at Lin Tianming's friendly demeanor. Could it be that Ming actually divided the other half of Qiyin with me? Is he truly the Ming I knew in my past life? Chapter 45. The Thunderous Soul Seal. Master Jiang Han's excruciating soul training. Since you are a student visiting from the Northern Domain at our imperial capital's Great Academy, you should reside at our academy. Come, let us return together, suggested Lin Tianming after he divided the last of the crimson flame evenly. Alice, gazing down at the single crimson flame gauntlet in her hands, hesitated momentarily before acquiescing to Lin Tianming's proposal. Very well, I shall return with you. What is he truly thinking? Does he genuinely wish to avoid killing and seizing treasures? Might he find a secluded spot on our way back to eliminate me? With her powers depleted, Alice felt as though her life was entirely in Lin Tianming's grasp, at his mercy. Anxiously, she followed him back along the same path. Lin Tianming sensed her unease but refrained from offering words of comfort, believing that, given their current trust dynamic, his reassurances would likely be misconstrued as ulterior motives. Thus, he chose silence, opting instead to demonstrate his character through his actions. Throughout the journey home, Alice remained fraught with anxiety. Upon their safe return to the imperial capital's Great Academy, the absence of any harm from Lin Tianming left her incredulous. I have returned unscathed? This version of Ming seems genuinely different from the last. In his past life, he deceived my affections, exploiting my feelings to draw me into the mechanical secret realm, robbing me of my opportunities and nearly leading to my demise within that realm. Yet in this life, despite our relationship not having grown so intimate, he has not harmed me, even sharing treasures with me on equal terms. Alice's emotions were complex at that moment. Her gaze towards Lin Tianming, who had honored his promise and spared her, was filled with conflicting feelings. Alice, now that we have returned safely to the academy, let us part ways, Lin Tianming said politely as he prepared to leave. Wait, Alice called out, halting him. Lin Tianming looked at her, puzzled. What is it? After a brief hesitation, Alice retrieved the divine whip and a single crimson flame gauntlet from the space connected to her artifact. Ming, these 2 artifacts, are you truly gifting them to me? You can still take them back. Once I regain my powers, I might not wish to return them. Unfazed by her inquiry, Lin Tianming chuckled lightly. Take them. Without you, I could not have entered the mechanical secret realm. These artifacts are rightfully yours. Very well. Thank you. Despite our first encounter being an attack, your generosity is unexpected. Hearing Alice's gratitude, Lin Tianming felt a sense of satisfaction, knowing his efforts had not been in vain. At the very least, his image in her eyes had improved, no longer seen as irredeemably wicked. Apologies, but I must take my leave. It is already late, and I risk being reprimanded by my teacher for tardiness. Farewell, Alice. Farewell. Stunned, Alice watched Lin Tianming depart with such nonchalance, standing still for a long while. By the time she regained her senses, He had vanished into the shadows of the imperial capital's great academy. Could the butterfly effect of my rebirth truly alter someone's character from their past life? With this perplexing thought lingering, Alice glanced once more at the divine whip and the single crimson flame gauntlet bestowed upon her. That fellow Ming. Our next encounter will be at the Global Higher Awakened Academy competition. Regardless of his transformation, I, the cunning goddess reborn, shall ensure I triumph over you this time. Setting her resolve to defeat Lin Tianming, Alice returned to her temporary accommodation arranged by the imperial capital's great academy to rest. The following day, at the Thunder Awakening site, Lin Tianming, sporting dark circles under his eyes, attended Master Jiang Han's one-on-one Awaken training session. He was the only student at the entire academy without any classmates. Noticing Lin Tianming's disheveled state, Jiang Han furrowed her brow. What mischief did you get up to last night? Nothing, Master Jiang. Just a bout of insomnia. Lin Tianming evaded the truth, unwilling to divulge his escapades with Alice in the mechanical secret realm. Jiang Han, discerning that Lin Tianming was not being entirely forthright, chose not to press him further. Instead, she delved directly into the topic at hand. As I mentioned yesterday, today I shall assist you in developing your unknown soul power. Upon hearing Jiang Han mention his potential as a soul ascendant, Lin Tianming perked up. Yes, Master Jiang. Seeing that he remembered, Jiang Han smiled warmly. That's good to hear. I will now employ my unique lightning abilities to conduct targeted training on your soul power. Are you prepared? Absolutely. Lin Tianming nodded eagerly, looking forward to whether his soul ascendant powers could grow stronger or awaken new skills under her guidance. Jiang Han regarded him thoughtfully, offering a cautionary note. Be careful. This technique may inflict considerable pain, and I mean pain that penetrates to the depths of your soul. Upon hearing her words and sensing her intent, Lin Tianming felt a chill run down his spine. Surely, Master Jiang would not seek personal vengeance by eliminating him during class? Before he could ponder further, a jolt surged through his being as his soul felt as though it had been struck by lightning, sending a severe shock coursing through him. In a moment of sheer terror, he witnessed Jiang Han conjure a chain of lightning that pierced through his body. Although his physical form remained unharmed, the lightning chain brutally wrenched his soul from his body. As he beheld his soul being drawn forth by the soul-snaring lightning chain, Lin Tianming trembled. Am I dead? With a smirk, Jiang Han responded to his incredulous gaze. Fear not, young Tianming. This technique is known as the Thunderous Soul Seal. It extracts a portion of the subject's soul, materializing it externally, while inflicting great pain upon the subject's soul. Are you not feeling an overwhelming sting to your essence? Upon realizing he was not dead, Lin Tianming breathed a sigh of relief, despite the ongoing torment of his soul. Indeed, it is quite painful. However, before he could gather his thoughts, Jiang Han delivered a statement that sent him spiraling into despair. There's more to come. My lightning skill will strike your extracted soul, doubling the agony you endure. Now let us commence your soul power training. As her words echoed, a bolt of lightning descended, striking Lin Tianming's liberated soul with excruciating force, subjecting him to unimaginable torment. What kind of training is this? Goodness, are you trying to electrocute me, Master Jiang? Chapter 46. The New Skill of Psionic Ascension. Psionic Storm. Lin Tianming prided himself on being a respectful and diligent disciple. However, today's special training in soul power arranged by Jiang Han made him seriously suspect that she was enacting some form of revenge due to grievances from a past life. If not for the fact that he could indeed hear Jiang Han's true intention of seeking to develop his latent powers as a psionic ascender, his emotions would have been far more turbulent. Though I am uncertain whether this child's soul power in this life aligns with my conjecture, it is highly likely that he possesses a talent akin to the divine hand, a supernatural ability. Regardless of the case, this targeted training in soul power is undeniably beneficial, as long as the intensity is properly calibrated. As he observed the relentless bolts of lightning descending from the heavens, striking his soul that had been forcibly extracted from his body without granting him a moment's respite, Lin Tianming could not help but internally grumble. Teacher Jiang Han, Are you truly managing the intensity appropriately? I feel as though I might be struck to death. Despite such complaints, his calm demeanor registered the sensation that with each successive strike of lightning, his soul was becoming increasingly robust and resilient. This indicated that Jiang Han's seemingly lethal training regimen was, in fact, effective. Given the undeniable efficacy of this grueling training, Lin Tianming gritted his teeth and endured the excruciating sensation of his soul being struck with double the pain, continuing to accept his training. As time passed, the pain that had once felt unbearable began to diminish gradually. Moreover, he sensed the onset of enlightenment, as if he were on the verge of awakening a formidable new skill. Seizing this fleeting moment of insight, Lin Tianming immersed himself completely in the experience. Yang Han, who had been relentlessly striking Lin Tianming's soul with lightning, noticed that his essence seemed to be undergoing a transformation. This is a sign of awakening a new skill. This child, Tianming, possesses extraordinary potential, both in this life and the last. It truly elicits a tinge of envy in me as his teacher. In his previous life, he did not encounter any fortuitous events that could have awakened his suspected soul abilities. I am uncertain as to what skill he might awaken this time. Should it be a soul skill, it would affirm my prior suspicions, confirming that he indeed possesses a unique soul ability. Under Jiang Han's watchful gaze, Lin Tianming's surroundings erupted with increasingly potent soul power. This surging energy coalesced into a tempest reminiscent of a tornado, growing so formidable that even Jiang Han found it astonishing. Upon successfully condensing his soul power into a violent vortex, Lin Tianming discovered that he had acquired a brand new ability classification. This newfound talent was clearly designated as Psionic Ascension. Furthermore, Psionic Ascension did not belong beneath the Divine Hand category, but was instead positioned alongside it, parallel to abilities such as Replication and Plunder. The techniques he had previously mastered, such as Soul Fire and Psionic Transmutation, as well as his newly acquired skill of Psionic Ascension, all fell under this overarching category. Psionic Storm. Yang Han, I am profoundly grateful to you for helping me awaken this new skill. He glanced at the name of the new ability and eagerly shared his elation with Jiang Han. Had it not been for her expert training in soul power, Lin Tianming believed it would have taken him much longer to discover such insights on his own. Indeed, when it comes to unlocking latent abilities, one must rely on the expertise of professionals. Lin Tianming was not the original host. He would treat those who truly cared for him with the utmost respect and would never commit the heinous act of betraying a teacher as the original host had. Within the span of just 2 days of instruction, Jiang Han had assisted him in developing the plundering ability of the Divine Hand and the skills required for the path of Psionic Ascension. These were abilities that had never been recorded in the annals of history regarding the awakening of supernatural powers, and there were no past experiences available to guide him in unlocking his potential. Finding a teacher as dedicated as Jiang Han, willing to expend such effort to cultivate and develop his abilities, was truly a rare treasure. Before his transmigration to this world, Lin Tianming had been acutely aware, through personal experience, news, and hearsay, of many so-called teachers who, driven by selfish desires, exploited and robbed their students of their achievements. Encountering a responsible teacher like Jiang Han in this new world, he vowed to cherish the time spent together and would never betray her as the original host had. Upon learning the name of Lin Tianming's newly awakened skill, Jiang Han displayed a look of satisfaction. So this soul power skill is called Psionic Storm? Excellent, very excellent. It appears that my speculation yesterday was entirely correct. You have indeed awakened a new supernatural talent distinct from the Divine Hand due to the fortuitous encounter in the secret realm. In this life, Tianming's potential seems even greater than in the previous one. Such an extraordinary talent. I yearn to witness his true growth and the moment he stands independent. It seems I must establish a consistent training regimen to enhance his soul abilities. Both the Divine Hand and the new soul power talents must not be neglected. Jiang Han's heartfelt desire to nurture his potential was clearly perceived by Lin Tianming. He felt deeply moved and simultaneously harbored a growing disdain for the original host, who could even harbor malice towards such a benevolent mentor. The original host's inability to appreciate her was something Lin Tianming, as a transmigrator, would rectify by cherishing her in his stead. After a morning of soul power training, the mental exhaustion was far more taxing than mere physical exertion. Child, be sure to rest well when you return. Come find me again tomorrow morning. Jiang Han expressed her satisfaction with Lin Tianming's progress in developing the new skill, Psionic Storm. Finally able to take a breather after a morning of strenuous training, Lin Tianming sighed in relief. Yes, Teacher Jiang Han, you have worked hard as well. I shall return to rest now. With those words, Lin Tianming turned to leave. However, just as he reached the door, the chilling intensity of Jiang Han's thoughts sent a shiver down his spine. Didn't I say I would kill him today? Why is it that upon seeing him in class today, I exert myself just as I did in the past life, developing his new supernatural talent? Jiang Han, you must not harbor any illusions about this rebellious disciple. You must be resolute and not fall deeper into this predicament, repeating past mistakes. Sensing the rising hostility emanating from Jiang Han, Lin Tianming hurriedly escaped the Thunder Awakening venue. Once outside, he felt fortunate to have narrowly avoided yet another peril. Taking several deep breaths, he was preparing to leave when he heard a sweet voice calling from ahead. Tianming Gij. He turned to see Yi Qingxue, who had been waiting for him nearby, run into his line of sight. The sight of his only successful romantic endeavor brought him immense joy. Qingxue, did you wait specifically for me? Yes, Tianming Gij, come with me to the north gate. As Yi Qingxue reached Lin Tianming, she linked her arm through his and tugged him towards the north gate. Thinking she wanted to take him a lunch, Lin Tianming asked, the north gate? Aren't we going to the cafeteria at the south gate? It's closer from here. Don't worry, just follow me to the north gate. Tianming Gij, do you know what date it is today? Noticing Yi Qingxue's urgency, Lin Tianming furrowed his brow and inquired, what day is it? As she pulled him along, Yi Qingxue began to explain. The days when the second-year students returned from the Global Academy of Higher Awakeners competition are reportedly filled with the most exceptional talents among their peers. Let's take a moment to observe their appearances. A few of them may rival your innate gifts, dear brother Tianming. Chapter 47. The Thunder of Jealousy. Lei Dong rejected by teacher Jiang Han. At the northern entrance of the Imperial Capital's Grand Academy, a considerable number of awakened students had gathered. Most of them were first-year students, with only a handful of upperclassmen who had returned early to the academy. The elite second-year students representing the academy in the Global Elite Awakeners College competition were expected to arrive by school bus around noon. These students congregated here to catch a glimpse of the esteemed competitors who had participated in the global contest, particularly the first-year newcomers eager to witness the brilliance of the second-year prodigies. Have you heard? Our academy's 10 strongest second-year students will return today at noon. I have certainly heard. Despite the recent rigorous awakening courses for freshmen, I have been following the global competition and witnessed our academy achieve an impressive second place this year. I saw it too. In the finals for the championship, our second-year student Yong Yu fought valiantly against the strongest of the North Ean domain, Drake, pushing him to the brink several times. It was unfortunate that in the end, we fell just short of victory. If given another chance, I'm certain Senior Yong Yu would triumph. Lin Tianming, pulled along by his girlfriend Yi Qingxue, arrived at the northern gate. Upon hearing passers-by discussing the North Ean domain, he couldn't help but recall that Alice, whom he encountered last night, hailed from there as well. He chose not to engage in the chatter of the other students, standing under the shade of a tree with his petite girlfriend, waiting patiently. The nearby students, engrossed in their lively discussions and speculating about the potential of their cohort, failed to notice the presence of Lin Tianming, a well-known figure among the freshmen. Achieving second place against the North Ean domain's talented awakeners is commendable for our academy, especially considering that the North Ean domain boasts the world's most formidable awakening resources and top-tier talent. Losing to them in the finals is no disgrace. To emerge victorious against the North Ean domain students in the Global Elite Awakeners College competition is an arduous task. The last time our academy claimed the first prize was under the leadership of Senior Wang Yinran, who dominated the North Ean domain's talented awakeners with an overwhelming performance. However, in nearly the past decade, only her cohort has managed to defeat the North Ean domain's elite, while others have consistently found themselves overwhelmed. Alas, I wonder if our current freshmen, after a year of honing their skills, will yield an awakener capable of vanquishing the North Ean domain's most exceptional talent. It would be splendid to deliver a resounding defeat to them. Listening to the fervent discussions around her, and even hearing mentions of the future potential of their cohort, Yi Qingxue playfully waved her delicate fist at Lin Tianming. With a genius like you, Brother Tianming, our freshman class will undoubtedly surpass the North Ean domain. Though I was not a freshman at the Imperial Capital's Grand Academy in my previous life, I did keep an eye on the global competition a year later. Brother Tianming, you bested the strongest talent from the North Ean domain and claimed the championship. Even if my rebirth brings about some changes, with me, the Ice God Reborn, training alongside you and occasionally sharing my pinnacle ice cultivation insights, securing first place in the global competition will be within reach. Lin Tianming met Yi Qingxue's encouraging gaze and smiled gently, as if he could hear her thoughts. Qingxue, you must also strive diligently, so that we may face each other in the finals a year from now. Even without Yi Qingxue's encouragement, Lin Tianming brimmed with confidence regarding the Global Elite Awakeners College competition a year hence. After all, he had personally defeated Alice, the strongest talent from the North Ean domain, last night, and he believed he would prevail again in a year. At that moment, Yi Qingxue noticed a freshly arrived school bus parked outside the northern gate and gently nudged Lin Tianming's arm. Brother Tianming, a school bus has just arrived at the northern entrance. It must be the 10 second-year students returning from the competition. Upon hearing this, Lin Tianming turned his gaze toward the entrance. One by one, remarkable awakened individuals descended from the bus, strolling leisurely into the Imperial Capital's Grand Academy. They were indeed the 10 strongest second-year students of the academy. As Lin Tianming and the others observed them, the second-year students entered the campus while also taking note of the students gathered at the northern gate. One second-year student showed no signs of shyness, casually greeting the first-year students as though receiving a warm welcome from his hometown. Are these the first-year students of this year's cohort? They seem to be in good spirits, though I wonder how many are truly capable. Another second-year student, appearing quite fatigued with dark circles under his eyes, yawned and remarked, "I'm so exhausted. This time difference has me, yawn. I just want to retreat to my first-year dormitory for a proper nap and think of nothing else." The curious second-year student who had been observing the newcomers shot a glance at the drowsy student. "Are you that tired, Zhang Zishi? You should remember that you're no longer a first-year. You're now a second-year student. You ought to make a good impression on the underclassmen." Zhang Zishi, lacking awareness of his new status, replied, Li Hao, weren't we participating in the competition as first-year students?" Li Hao rolled his eyes at the sleepy Zhang Zishi. "You know that was on the way there. Now that we're back and the new semester has begun, you are officially a second-year student." Zhang Zishi yawned again. "Oh, I see." Seeing Zhang Zishi nearly dozing off, Li Hao lost interest in him and approached another second-year male student who was engrossed in his phone. Noticing that the video on the phone featured Lin Tianming's battle with Feng Lan from the previous day, Li Hao patted the shoulder of the second-year student. "Lei Dong, you've been glued to this video all day. What's got you so fixated on these two first-year students? Or are you particularly interested in that young lady from the Feng family? I must say, she is quite beautiful. You wouldn't be hoping to court her, would you?" To Li Hao's question, Lei Dong, who had been intently watching the video, was suddenly engulfed in a storm of lightning. "Get away from me. Don't be annoying." Liu, undeterred by Lei Dong's sudden outburst, teased, "Could it be that I struck a nerve? Lei Dong, are you in love?" From behind, a second-year female student participating in the competition chimed in with a laugh. "I doubt he fell for the beautiful young lady from the Feng family. I suspect he has been watching that video repeatedly to see the new student named Lin Tianming." Zhang Zishi, still half asleep, couldn't resist joining the conversation. "So, Lei Dong likes men?" Lei Dong, irritated by the misdirection of the conversation, shot a furious glance at Zhang Zishi. "You're asking for trouble." Liu, curious about the second-year female student, inquired Mo Jinghong, What do you think is the reason Lei Dong is so interested in this newcomer named Lin Tianming? As the first student to be personally accepted by teacher Jiang Han, the boy was already noteworthy. Last year, Lei Dong, who possessed an SSS-level lightning attribute ability, had sought to be taken under teacher Jiang's wing, but she had declined his request. It seems he has been harboring resentment ever since. Upon hearing Mo Jinghong's remarks, Li Hao displayed an expression of enlightenment. I see now. Lei Dong is envious of that junior named Lin Tianming. Mo Jing Hong Li Hao, are you two looking for a fight with me? Lei Dong's feelings have been laid bare, and he crackled with electricity, a manifestation of his agitation. The leader of the second-year boys coughed at an opportune moment. Lei Dong, temper your emotions. There are freshmen all around. We mustn't disrupt the atmosphere with internal strife upon our return. And you two, Mo Jinghong and Li Hao, be less provocative towards Lei Dong. I merely spoke the truth. Why take offense at being rejected by teacher Jiang? Mo Jinghong retorted boldly, showing no fear of Lei Dong. She then turned her gaze to the boy leading the group. Yongyu, for your sake, I shall refrain from confronting Lei Dong today. It's petty to blame others for merely stating facts. Li Hao shrugged in resignation, choosing not to elaborate further, while the other second-year students appeared indifferent to the unfolding drama. Agitated, Lei Dong stowed away his phone and continued to follow Yongyu and the others into the campus. At that moment, a nearby student's words caught his attention. Isn't that Lin Tianming, one of the few students granted direct admission this year? I didn't expect him to join the crowd at the North Gate, observing the strongest second-year students returning from the competition. Indeed, just yesterday, he triumphed over another direct admit, Feng Lan, at the Belle Arena, and the day before, he had decisively defeated the level 25 second-year student, Wang Jian. He has become quite a notable figure among the freshmen at our prestigious academy. It remains uncertain whether he can measure up against the top 10 second-year students returning from the competition, especially since he has already bested Wang Jian. Following the gazes of these freshmen, Lei Dong quickly spotted Lin Tianming. Having watched Lin's video numerous times throughout the day, he could recognize him instantly. Accompanied by Yi Qingsheng, Lin Tianming noticed Lei Dong's scrutinizing gaze and narrowed his eyes slightly. He was unfamiliar with this second-year student and wondered why he seemed unfriendly. Could it be that this second-year boy had also been wronged by the original host in a previous life? His system, the goddess fortune binding system, surely wouldn't he engage in such unpleasantness with a male? What could be the reason for this scrutiny? Ahead, Yongyu turned back to address Lei Dong, who was fixated on Lin Tianming. Lei Dong, we need to check in again before we can disperse. Don't fall behind. Yet, Lei Dong disregarded Yongyu's words entirely, his form darting forward like a bolt of lightning, swiftly appearing before Lin Tianming while unabashedly releasing his formidable electric power, imposing a sense of pressure upon Lin. So, you are Lin Tianming? Chapter 48. The senior is surprisingly vulnerable. He spews blood upon arrival. Upon witnessing Lei Dong's sudden assault and the overwhelming power of his high-level lightning ability directed at her brother Tianming, Yi Qingxue was instantly consumed by fury. How dare you bully my brother Tianming? Don't think that just because you awakened a year earlier and possess a higher rank, the ice goddess will be intimidated by you. I shall demonstrate just how terrifying the ice goddess's comprehension of supernatural powers can be. Though Yi Qingxue was merely at the 15th level, she unleashed an icy domain so frigid that even seasoned awakeners like Lei Dong were taken aback. Within her chilling domain, the crackling lightning surrounding Lei Dong began to wane as if subjected to an unseen force. This was a manifestation of Yi Qingxue's unparalleled understanding of supernatural abilities, derived from her past life as the ice goddess. Even when facing opponents of higher ranks, her divine comprehension could dismantle their powers. Previously, Feng Lan had utilized a similar divine understanding to effortlessly neutralize the attacks of a 25th level opponent, Wang Jian. How dare you bully my brother Tianming? I, Yi Qingxue, will not stand idly by. Noticing the ominous aura emanating from Yi Qingxue, which seemed to suppress him, Lei Dong's expression turned grim. He had intended to publicly chastise Lin Tianming, hoping to instill regret in Jiang Han for not taking him as a student. Lin Tianming had not anticipated that Yi Qingxue would immediately intervene on his behalf to subdue Lei Dong. After a brief moment of surprise, he attempted to calm the furious Yi Qingxue. "Do not be agitated, Qingxue. This senior may simply wish to have a conversation with me. It is unwise to display such aggression at first sight." But he was just about to use his lightning to overpower you. "Trust me, Qingxue. This senior is deliberately showing restraint. You must not act recklessly." Reluctantly, Yi Qingxue retracted her icy domain under Lin Tianming's persuasion. Lin Tianming was no fool. He understood that Lei Dong aimed to publicly assert his dominance over him. Aware of the hostility in Lei Dong's approach, he had only allowed Yi Qingxue to intervene because she was faster than him. "May I inquire how I should address you, senior?" With a wary glance at the tenacious Yi Qingxue clinging to Lin Tianming, Lei Dong replied, "I am Lei Dong. What brings you to seek me out, Senior Lei Dong? I heard that upon your arrival at the Imperial Academy 2 days ago, you defeated the 25th level Wang Jian. I was informed by nearby freshmen that you are Lin Tianming, and I felt compelled to challenge you to a friendly spar." Lei Dong, however, was not being forthright. His envy over Lin Tianming being taken as Jiang Han's student fueled his desire to provoke him. Ideally, he would publicly humiliate Lin Tianming, causing both him and Jiang Han to lose face, and make Jiang Han regret not accepting him as a disciple. With an SSS grade dual lightning talent, Lei Dong felt he deserved Jiang Han's attention far more than Lin Tianming, whose abilities seemed unrelated to hers. Lin Tianming perceived the insincerity in Lei Dong's words but chose to play along. "Ah, so Senior Lei Dong wishes to engage in a spar. It would be an honor to receive your guidance. After the misunderstanding earlier, would you still be willing to enlighten me?" Hearing Lin Tianming express a desire to spar, Lei Dong's surprise was palpable. "Are you certain you wish to challenge me?" Lin Tianming adopted a demeanor of eagerness to learn. "Of course. As long as Senior Lei Dong isn't angered by Qingxue's earlier rudeness and is willing to share his insights, I would be delighted to spar with you and grow under your guidance." Inwardly, Lin Tianming was already plotting how to retaliate against Lei Dong for his earlier attempt to humiliate him. Encouraged by Lin Tianming's affirmation, Lei Dong couldn't suppress a smile. "I can sense your eagerness to grow, Junior. Rest assured, I will provide you with valuable insights during our spar." At that moment, 9 second-year students approached. Li Hao directly addressed Lei Dong. "Isn't it a bit shameless for a 27th level awakener to challenge a mere 15th level freshman?" Montak Yinghong, also disapproving of Lei Dong's jealousy-driven actions, added, "Exactly. Bullying someone who just entered school. If you have the capability, refrain from training for a year and face this junior again then, and we'll see who is stronger." "What do you mean by bullying?" "He wishes to spar with me and accept my guidance. As a senior, I will certainly show restraint and provide him with valuable advice." Lei Dong offered a grandiose rationale, determined to teach Lin Tianming a lesson. Zhang Zishi chimed in, "I'm so bored. Your delays mean we have to wait for you to finish before we can register, and then finally rest." The other second-year students remained silent, merely observing the spectacle, while the leader, Yongyu, turned to Lei Dong. "Are you certain about this?" As Lei Dong met Yongyu's gaze, a sense of trepidation washed over him. Yet he gritted his teeth and replied, "I am certain." Yongyu then addressed Lin Tianming. "Junior, you've just entered the academy. Are you truly sure you want to spar with Lei Dong? He ranks 10th among all second-year awakeners, boasting a level 27, and possesses an SSS grade talent just like you. He is not to be underestimated, unlike Wang Jian. If you have any regrets, I can intervene and take you away." Upon hearing Yongyu's offer to intervene, Lei Dong grew anxious. Fortunately, Lin Tianming's next response eased his worries. "Thank you for your concern, Senior, but I still wish to engage in a spar with Senior Lei Dong. I believe he will exercise discretion during our match." Seeing Lin Tianming's resolve, Yongyu decided to step back. Thus, Lin Tianming and Lei Dong proceeded to the Wind Belle arena, surrounded by onlookers. Upon arrival, Lin Tianming noticed Feng Lan waiting eagerly for him, waving her hand. Indeed, Tianming is just like in my past life. He is about to face the challenge posed by the envious Lei Dong. In my previous life, Tianming was only at level 9, and had yet to unlock the enhanced powers of his copy ability at level 15. I remember he was utterly overwhelmed by Lei Dong, who was at level 27. However, in this life, Tianming has the potential to surpass even me, the reincarnated wind sword goddess. It seems that this time, it is Lei Dong who will suffer. Although Tianming faced defeat in my past life, he grew significantly over the next year and ultimately vanquished Lei Dong during a secret trial. If Tianming wins this time, the timeline will shift. Will he still end up defeating Lei Dong later? Listening to Feng Lan, who appeared to have a deep understanding of Lei Dong's enmity, Lin Tianming furrowed his brow. What could he possibly possess that would incite such jealousy in Lei Dong? Regrettably, Feng Lan's thoughts did not elaborate on Lei Dong's underlying motives, leaving Lin Tianming curious, yet unaware of the true reasons behind the animosity. With confidence, Lei Dong addressed Lin Tianming. Junior Lin Tianming, please proceed. As the junior, the first move is yours. Seeing Lei Dong dismiss him entirely, Lin Tianming resolved to impart a valuable lesson to this senior. Senior, you have graciously allowed me to make the first move. Shadow Thunder. As Lin Tianming commenced, he unleashed the lightning strike skill, which he had replicated through his divine hand. The pitch-black thunder, exuding a chilling aura, flickered with a ferocity that surpassed even the original wielder's might. This spectacle instantly startled Lei Dong, altering his expression dramatically. Although he had not witnessed the video of Lin Tianming's overwhelming defeat of Wang Jian, he had viewed the intense confrontation between Lin Tianming and Feng Lan, during which Lin had not employed his replication abilities. He had heard whispers of Lin Tianming's divine hand being capable of imitating other skills. Yet he had never fathomed that a replicated skill could wield greater power than its original form. As he beheld the ominous, dark thunder hurled towards him by Lin Tianming, Lei Dong, who initially had no intention of evading, now realized it was too late to retreat. A thunderous crash echoed. He braced himself against Lin Tianming's malevolent lightning force, which, seeping into his very bones, caused him to cough up blood repeatedly. The sight of Lei Dong, the esteemed senior ranked 10th among the strongest second-year awakeners, rendered helpless and bloodied by a single strike from Lin Tianming, left the onlooking students in disbelief. How could a mere first year, engaging in a level 15 battle against a 27th level second year, and possessing an SSS level ability like Lei Dong's, manage to hold his ground? What sorcery was this? Could it be that our esteemed Imperial Capital Academy had birthed a prodigy? The students nearby, showering Lin Tianming with praise for his extraordinary talent, struck a particularly jarring note in Lei Dong's ears, who had initially harbored intentions to humiliate Lin. At that very moment, Lin Tianming wore an innocuous smile, deliberately provoking Lei Dong's nerves. Senior, I had assumed your high level would enable you to withstand it, so I unleash my full strength without intending to make you bleed. Or perhaps, should I escort you to the infirmary right now? Chapter 49. The Dual Thunder of Yin and Yang. Possessing exceptional talent, alas, his character is lacking. He shall not achieve greatness. Lin Tianming's words ignited a fierce fury within Lei Dong. Lin Tianming, I underestimated you, but I shall not allow the same misfortune to befall me again. Allow me to guide you. The blazing Yang thunder, as radiant as the sun, manifested with Lei Dong's invocation, overwhelming the onlookers with its dazzling brilliance. Although Lei Dong wielded an SSS-class lightning attribute ability, it diverged from the ordinary. It was a legacy of his family's dual thunder of Yin and Yang. The Yin thunder, as chilling as ice, corroded to the marrow, while the Yang thunder, akin to searing flames, presented a formidable challenge. Outside the arena, Feng Lan's thoughts reached Lin Tianming, enhancing his understanding of Lei Dong's dual thunder abilities. Energy conversion. Rather than confront Lei Dong's Yang thunder head-on, Lin Tianming skillfully evaded the potent assault through his energy conversion technique. Simultaneously, he positioned himself above Lei Dong, raising his hands to conjure a counterfeit Yang thunder even more terrifying than Lei Dong's authentic version. Yang thunder. This is bad. Despite having gleaned from videos that Lin Tianming possessed an uncanny evasive skill, Lei Dong quickly recognized that in actual combat, He lacked the capacity to forcibly solidify Lin Tianming's ethereal form. The Yang Thunder, now coalescing above Lin Tianming, only intensified his pressure. Boom! In contrast to the insidious, marrow-corroding damage of the Yin Thunder, the destructive energy of a Yang Thunder was direct and overwhelming. Previously, Lei Dong had merely coughed blood from excessive corrosion. This time, his body bore the searing marks of a Yang Thunder's ferocious assault, leaving him in a more pitiable state than before. Senior Lei Dong, as they say, sparring should be kept within limits. Shall we call it a day? Brother Tianming, you must not let it end like this. Give him a good thrashing for his arrogance. Lin Tianming heard his girlfriend Yi Qingshue's fiery thoughts from the sidelines. He certainly would not let it slide. He anticipated that Lei Dong would be enraged by his provocation, eager to continue their clash. While he had genuinely wished for a graceful conclusion with Feng Lan the previous day, his intentions with Lei Dong were entirely different. As Lin Tianming observed, Lei Dong, as he had predicted, became increasingly unable to contain his wrath under Lin Tianming's relentless taunting. The junior truly possesses remarkable skill. No wonder he could defeat Wang Jian. It seems I must take this more seriously to truly guide you. Despite the humiliation of being thoroughly beaten, Lei Dong feigned that he had previously allowed Lin Tianming to succeed to maintain his lofty image. While this facade might impress the freshman, it failed to deceive the returning second-year students. Zhang Zishi, who had been drowsy, suddenly perked up at the sight of Lin Tianming's relentless assault on Lei Dong. This junior is intriguing. His ability to replicate Lei Dong's skills not only amplifies their power, but also proves advantageous against stronger opponents. Li Hao, too, found himself drawn to Lin Tianming. If he grows stronger against formidable foes, does that mean he could contend with our ace, Yongyu? Upon hearing his name, Yongyu glanced at Li Hao but chose to remain silent, continuing to observe the unfolding battle between Lin Tianming and Lei Dong. Mo Jinghong, with her captivating eyes sparkling, remarked, "This junior Lin Tianming is fascinating. In just 2 exchanges, Lei Dong is already at his wit's end. He fared far worse than the first-year Feng Lan did yesterday. After this sparring concludes, I must add him as a friend to learn more about him." The murmurs from Mo Jinghong and the others, overheard by Lei Dong, darkened his expression. His pretense of leniency had crumbled under scrutiny, leading the nearby freshmen to question his prowess. Never before had he experienced such disgrace. In a fit of rage, he charged towards Lin Tianming. Yang Thunder Ingeneration. This time, Lei Dong unleashed his most potent direct attack, the Yang Thunder Incineration, significantly amplifying its power. Noticing Lei Dong's desperation, Lin Tianming smirked slightly. "This Yang Thunder Incineration is quite commendable, senior. Let me show you mine." Yang Thunder Ingeneration. The searing Yang Thunder coalesced before Lin Tianming, forming an even more formidable Inferno Thunder. As the 2 Yang Thunders collided, Lin Tianming's more powerful version tore through Lei Dong's attack. In disbelief, Lei Dong watched as Lin Tianming's Inferno Thunder surged towards him with an unstoppable velocity. "No, I cannot lose. I, Lei Dong, possess the SSS-class dual thunder ability, surpassing even the SSS-class lightning power. A level 27 Awakener, ranked 10th among second-year students. How could I lose to a mere first-year who merely imitates other skills?" Yin Thunder Devour. Lei Dong attempted to retaliate with his Yin Thunder Devour skill, but midway through, he was overwhelmed by excruciating pain, causing his half-formed attack to dissipate. The memories of the brutal injuries inflicted by Lin Tianming's Yang and Yin Thunders flashed through his mind, and he realized his injuries were too severe to execute the Yin Thunder Devour. As he watched helplessly, the Inferno Thunder descended with precision, scorching his body and leaving a multitude of burn marks. When the blazing Yang Thunders might finally subsided, Lei Dong appeared tattered and on the verge of collapse. A stark contrast to Wang Jian, who had only suffered the loss of his garments without serious injury. The sight of Lei Dong's grievous condition left the onlookers in shock, momentarily forgetting to mock his defeat. In a daze, Lei Dong vaguely perceived a figure passing by, who uttered a parting remark. "Possessing exceptional talent, alas, your character is lacking. You shall not achieve greatness, thus wasting your dual thunder ability." Even in his haze, Lei Dong recognized the voice. It was Jiang Han, who had once declined to accept him as a disciple. He had intended to humiliate Lin Tianming today, aiming to embarrass him before all while simultaneously striking a blow to Jiang Han's pride. Instead, it was he, Lei Dong, who had lost all face. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, but what followed was even more infuriating. It seems through this battle, I have brushed against the threshold of advancing to level 16. Thank you for your guidance, Senior Lei Dong. I shall now attempt to break through to level 16. Lin Tianming's words, suggesting that he had gleaned insights from their battle, sent Lei Dong's blood boiling, causing him to spew blood publicly and collapse to the ground in frustration. Chapter 50. Forging the Goddess Mo Jinghong. Could she also be a reincarnated soul he once wronged? After delivering a thorough beating to Lei Dong, who sought to publicly humiliate him, Lin Tianming felt a sense of relief and was pleasantly surprised to discover he was subtly on the verge of advancing to the 16th level. He expressed his gratitude to Lei Dong, unaware that this simple acknowledgement became the final straw for the already dazed Lei Dong, leading him to vomit blood and collapse on the spot. Unable to contain himself, Lin Tianming burst into laughter. After the battle concluded, Jiang Han reminded him, "Child, since you've touched the threshold of advancement, do not hesitate to attempt a breakthrough. Do not squander this opportunity." Today, Tianming decisively defeated Lei Dong, rewriting the history of my past life. I wonder if this will bring me fortune or misfortune. Hearing Jiang Han's thoughts, Lin Tianming recalled that Feng Lan had mentioned during her observation that at this time, he had only reached level 9 before their reincarnation and had yet to unlock the replication skill enhancement, while he was the one being beaten. He would have to wait a year to grow strong enough for revenge against Lei Dong. While they all expressed concern about the potential repercussions of altering the timeline, Lin Tianming remained unconcerned. In his perspective, as a time traveler, his character was entirely different from that of the original owner. It would be unnatural for history to remain unchanged. Only through transformation could he avert the same premature demise as the former occupant of this body. This was a splendid beginning. The more changes he instigated, the better his chances of survival in the future. Setting aside thoughts unrelated to his advancement, Lin Tianming responded to Jiang Han, "Understood. Teacher Jiang, I shall attempt to break through to the 16th level. Brother Tianming will surely succeed in advancing to the 16th level." At that moment, Yi Qingshu entered from outside, her sweet voice cheering Lin Tianming on. He smiled faintly at Yi Qingshu, then seated himself to begin his attempt at advancement. The nearby onlookers, still recovering from the shock of Lin Tianming's overwhelming defeat of Lei Dong, began to buzz with excitement. Lin Tianming was extraordinarily powerful. He had even defeated the 10th-ranked second-year student, Lei Dong, and to such an extent. Primarily, it was his divine hand ability that was so extraordinary. Not only could he replicate skills, but his power seemed to surpass that of the original wielder. Indeed, with this divine hand, he could triumph over higher-level awakened beings despite his lower rank. I sense that Lin Tianming's combat potential may exceed even this. Listening to the discussions of the new students nearby, second-year Zhang Zishi stifled a yawn, feeling drowsy again. "Yongyu, with Lei Dong in this condition, how can we proceed with our registration?" Yongyu kept his gaze fixed on Lin Tianming, who was attempting his breakthrough. "I'll personally escort Lei Dong to the infirmary. You all just need to explain the situation to the responsible teacher during registration." Mo Jinghong interjected, "Let's not rush off. I want to wait until this junior breaks through to add him as a friend." Li Hao added, "Then let's wait a bit longer. I also want to see if he can successfully advance to the 16th level. Achieving that just days after enrollment would break the record of the Imperial Capital's Grand Academy." The remaining second-year students who had just returned from the competition nodded, eager to witness whether Lin Tianming could continue to set records at the Grand Academy. Even though the battle between Lin Tianming and Lei Dong had concluded, the crowd of spectators only grew, all wanting to witness Lin Tianming's advancement to the 16th level. In doing so, Lin Tianming would surpass Feng Lan and Yi Qingshu, both of whom had held the previous record of entering the academy at level 15, firmly establishing himself as the unrivaled top freshman at the Grand Academy. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lin Tianming did not disappoint their anticipation, successfully advancing to the 16th level after the battle's conclusion. Relishing the surge of power that accompanied his advancement, Lin Tianming felt immense joy. Moreover, he sensed that his divine hand ability now possessed an additional skill slot for replication following his elevation to the 16th level. Just as teacher Jiang Han had previously indicated, upon reaching this level, his replication skills would expand to 4, akin to his plundering ability. As Lin Tianming opened his eyes, Jiang Han regarded him with admiration. "Well done, young Tianming. You have truly reached the 16th level." Lin Tianming did not forget to express his gratitude. This is all thanks to teacher Jiang's guidance. Upon hearing Lin Tianming credit only teacher Jiang, Yi Qingxue, the little jealous one, pouted. "What about me? Brother Tianming, I was your practice partner all summer. Of course, I must also thank our dear Qingxue. Now that sounds better." Brother Tianming publicly referred to me as his Qingxue. It seems I truly hold the place of his legitimate girlfriend. Lin Tianming's words pleased Yi Qingxue greatly, prompting her to affectionately link her arm with his. Seeing this from outside, Feng Lan quietly departed. At that moment, Mo Jinghong stepped forward from her group and approached Lin Tianming, saying, "Junior Lin Tianming, let's be friends." Upon noticing an unfamiliar girl approaching her brother Tianming, Yi Qingxue immediately grew wary. Another little vixen? And a senior at that? Lin Tianming gently stroked Yi Qingxue's head to soothe her anxiety before addressing Mo Jinghong. "May I ask how to address you, senior?" "My name is Mo Jinghong. With an SSS level forging ability, I am your second-year senior. You may call me Senior Jinghong. It is a pleasure to meet you." Mo Jinghong's self-introduction instantly triggered some memories for Yi Qingxue. So it's her, the one known as the goddess of forging. Initially, Lin Tianming was quite pleased to meet the seemingly friendly senior, especially since she had defended him earlier by exposing Lei Dong's intentions to humiliate him. However, upon hearing Yi Qingxue's thoughts about Mo Jinghong being the goddess of forging in her past life, Lin Tianming's sensitivity to the term goddess triggered an alarm in him. Could it be that this Mo Jinghong was also a goddess wronged by the original owner in the previous life? Mo Jinghong noticed Lin Tianming's sudden shiver and asked, "Junior Lin Tianming, is something the matter?" Lin Tianming hurriedly composed himself, and "No, nothing at all." "That's good. Now, scan my code to add me as a friend." "Sure." As he added Mo Jinghong as a friend, Lin Tianming attempted to eavesdrop on her thoughts. Yet, he could only hear the thoughts of Jiang Han and Yi Qingxue, completely unable to catch even a whisper from Mo Jinghong. The system also provided no indication of a bond with her. Could it be that although Mo Jinghong ascended to divinity in her past life, she was not the goddess he had wronged, hence the system's lack of response? Unable to determine whether Mo Jinghong was indeed a reincarnated soul, and if she had been wronged by the original owner, Lin Tianming resolved to observe her further. Aside from the already pursued Yi Qingxue, he now needed to navigate the affections of Feng Lan, Jiang Han, Wang Yinjin, and Alice. If another potential adversary like Mo Jinghong emerged, he would truly find himself in despair. If possible, he preferred her not to be one. That would spare him another target to pursue, thus avoiding potential betrayal. Having successfully added Lin Tianming as a friend, Mo Jinghong, filled with curiosity about him, smiled slightly. "Done, Junior Lin Tianming. Let's meet up again when you have time." Chapter 51. Lin Tianming discovers a brilliant strategy to win over teacher Jiang Han. After adding Lin Tianming as a friend, Mo Jinghong departed with the second-year students who had just returned from a competition. Even after Mo Jinghong vanished from his sight, Lin Tianming remained oblivious to any inner thoughts. The system had indicated that only goddesses who had been wronged by the original owner could bind to him, allowing him to overhear their thoughts and preventing the potential fatal encounters with reincarnated goddesses emerging unexpectedly from a thicket. Perhaps Mo Jinghong had no connection with the original owner in her past life. Of course, this was merely Lin Tianming's conjecture. To uncover more, he felt compelled to inquire with Feng Lan, subtly probing to see if he could glean any information about Mo Jinghong's past from Feng Lan's thoughts. If he could confirm that the original owner had no interactions with Mo Jinghong in her previous life, he would finally feel at ease. With everyone gone, he continued to watch. Could it be that Brother Tianming has only met that senior sister Mo Jinghong once and already lost his heart to her? Interrupted by Yi Qingshue's jealous musings, Lin Tianming protested his innocence. Qingxue, you misunderstand me. Just as Yi Qingxue was about to retort, Jiang Han interjected. All right, Xiao Tianming, come with me to the Lightning Awakening Zone. Since you just reached level 16, I have some matters concerning your divine hand ability that we need to discuss privately. Afterward, you can enjoy some time with your little girlfriend. Understanding that Jiang Han had something to discuss privately with Lin Tianming, Yi Qingxue, aware that Jiang Han had been Lin Tianming's mentor in her previous life, was not concerned for his safety. However, she still insisted, I will accompany you both and wait outside the Lightning Awakening Zone for Brother Tianming to emerge. Thus, the three of them left the Wind Belle Arena. Upon returning to the Lightning Awakening Zone, Jiang Han used her lightning powers to secure the area, ensuring that their conversation would remain private before she began to speak with Lin Tianming. Child, now that you have broken through to level 16, do you feel any changes in your body? Lin Tianming anticipated that Jiang Han would mention his newfound ability to replicate 4 skills, but he feigned ignorance of her thoughts, pretending to be unaware. It's just a normal upgrade. If the divine hand replicates the same skill, its power will exceed that of level 15. And my spirit fire skills are also stronger than before. Unbeknownst to Jiang Han, Lin Tianming had already eavesdropped on her thoughts and was aware of the unlocking of his skill replication limit to 4 at level 16. Thus, he had taken the liberty to confirm her statements earlier. Oblivious to this, Jiang Han was sharing her past experiences of aiding Lin Tianming in developing his divine hand ability. Tianming, you foolish child, I am not inquiring about the ordinary upgrades everyone experiences. I'm asking if you have sensed any other changes. Feigning ignorance, Lin Tianming replied, allowing Jiang Han to maintain her pride. It seems I must personally guide this foolish boy. Only then will he awaken. Listen closely. Your divine hand replication ability, has it not increased in some way? Entering his act, Lin Tianming wore a perplexed expression as he sensed his divine hand replication ability. Moments later, he revealed a look of astonished discovery. Jiang Han, I believe I can replicate 4 skills now. His expression of delight brought Jiang Han a sense of accomplishment as a teacher. In my previous life, I took a long time to uncover that his skill replication limit increased by 1 at level 15. This life, with the experience from the last, I can skip the tedious testing of limits and directly guide him to unlock them. Thus, even if this child does not awaken that new soul power ability, having me, his mentor who understands his divine hand ability best, will ensure his growth surpasses that of his previous life. Indeed, you have finally realized it. I had noticed some signs, which is why I brought you here for this guidance. Jiang Han's satisfaction from successfully guiding him was palpable, and Lin Tianming could feel it through her thoughts. It seemed that this act of feigning ignorance was quite effective. At the very least, it kept Jiang Han from considering any harmful intentions toward him, allowing her to revel in her role as his mentor. Dealing with teacher Jiang Han, this strategy was evidently the most effective. Lin Tianming felt he had discovered a way to gradually win Jiang Han's favor while alleviating the resentment built up in her past life. Teacher Jiang Han greatly enjoyed developing his divine hand ability, as well as the potential of his ascendant spiritual powers in this life. If he could keep her immersed in nurturing his potential during their time together, it would only benefit him, as long as he remained consistent. He believed Jiang Han would eventually let go of her past grievances and truly accept him as her beloved disciple. He had gained insight. Henceforth, he would pursue this strategy to win over teacher Jiang Han. With this thought, Lin Tianming couldn't help but admire his own keen intuition. Teacher called you here not only to discuss your divine hand replication limit, but also to talk about Lei Dong. Do you know why he focused on you upon his return today? Jiang Han's question snapped Lin Tianming, who was feeling rather pleased with himself, back to reality. He immediately sought Jiang Han's insight. I am unaware. I would appreciate your clarification, teacher Jiang Han. Regarding this matter, Jiang Han sighed. Last year, I turned down Lei Dong's request to take him as my disciple. You were my first student, and I chose you myself. With his SSS level Yin Yang Thunder abilities, He feels unbalanced, believing that since you have no lightning attribute talents, my acceptance of you as a disciple is an affront to his abilities. That is why he has targeted you. Upon learning the truth behind Lei Dong's actions, Lin Tianming suddenly understood why Feng Lan had mentioned that Lei Dong was envious of him. It turned out that Jiang Han's decision to accept him as a disciple had provoked Lei Dong's fragile ego after being rejected. Realizing this, Lin Tianming half-jokingly said, "So, I am unwittingly blocking a blade for teacher Jiang Han and have become Lei Dong's target of resentment? I fear he may come looking for trouble in the future." Hearing Lin Tianming joke, Jiang Han lightly tapped his forehead with her finger. "You little rascal, what do you mean by blocking a blade? Are you implying I was wrong to accept you as my student?" Lin Tianming chuckled. "I was merely jesting. Teacher Jiang Han." Jiang Han, fully aware of Lin Tianming's lightheartedness, continued, "You need not worry about how Lei Dong will treat you moving forward. Even if he wishes to confront you, he cannot cause you any trouble now. This little rascal dares to jest with me. It seems I have been too lenient with him." Lin Tianming still had another question. "Teacher Jiang Han, I have one more inquiry to make." Jiang Han looked at him straightforwardly. "Ask away." Given that Lei Dong possesses SSS-level Yin-Yang Thunder abilities, why does he rank only 10th among the second-year students? Are all the top 10 awakened students in the second year also of SSS-level abilities? Facing Lin Tianming's question, Jiang Han patiently provided her explanation. "Xiao Tianming, although our esteemed Imperial Capital Academy witnesses the emergence of numerous students with SSS-level extraordinary abilities each year, it does not imply that every cohort can boast as many as 10 such prodigies. Even if our institution seeks to enroll them, other prestigious Awakener academies across the 9 provinces would undoubtedly object. Among the students of Lei Dong's cohort, only 3 possess SSS-level extraordinary abilities. Yongyu, with the SSS-level mutated water attribute ability of the Celestial Flute. Lei Dong, wielding the SSS-level dual thunder ability of Yin and Yang. And Mo Jinghong, endowed with the SSS-level ability of the Forging Hand. While SSS-level extraordinary talents may signify a remarkably high potential ceiling, achieving noteworthy accomplishments and advancing further along the path of awakening necessitates the fortitude of one's character. The reason Lei Dong ranks 10th is his own lack of ambition. His character is insufficient, and he has failed to realize his innate gifts, thus squandering the legacy of the Lei family's dual thunder. Chapter 52. A sensation across the 9 provinces. Is Lin Tianming the hope to overcome the Northern Shadow Domain? Upon learning the astonishing nature of Lei Dong's SSS-level dual thunder abilities, yet finding himself only ranked 10th among the second-year students, Lin Tianming fell into deep contemplation. He recalled Yi Qingshue's heartfelt words, which hinted at his premature demise in the near future. The original owner's divine hand ability had been remarkably powerful in his previous life, easily surpassing his contemporaries. Yet despite such talent, he had perished before realizing his full potential. A fate far more tragic than those who ascended to godhood like Feng Lan and the others. What future awaits him? Would he too encounter the peril that claimed the original owner's life? Dear Tianming, do not emulate Lei Dong. With your extraordinary abilities, once you mature, you shall undoubtedly surpass even your teacher. Remember this. The path of an awakener demands humility and patience. Suddenly, Lin Tianming was jolted from his thoughts by Jiang Han's abrupt change in demeanor. He quickly interjected, Teacher Jiang, I have no further questions. I had a scuffle with Lei Dong during lunch and haven't eaten yet. Qingxue is waiting for me outside. I must take my leave." Seizing the moment before Jiang Han fully unleashed her wrath, Lin Tianming swiftly exited the awakening arena. Yi Qingxue, relieved to see him emerge, immediately approached and affectionately linked her arm with his. "Tianming, has teacher Jiang finished guiding you?" she inquired. "Yes, let us hasten away." "Oh no, let us hurry to lunch. I've been delayed by Lei Dong and am starving." Despite sensing something peculiar about Lin Tianming, Yi Qingxue dismissed her concerns. Eager to share a meal with him. "Wonderful. I crave roast chicken," she exclaimed. "Absolutely. I shall treat you to roast chicken." Lin Tianming readily agreed, and together they departed the vicinity of the awakening arena. hoping to evade any pursuit from the now furious Jiang Han. During their lunch, a video of Lin Tianming's decisive victory over Lei Dong went viral online. Lei Dong, a promising second-year student representing the imperial capital's prestigious academy and the entire 9 provinces in the global elite awakener competition, was undeniably formidable. Yet, this prodigious talent had been bested by a mere first-year newcomer, an outcome that astonished many. Compared to Lin Tianming's previous victories over Feng Lan and Wang Jian, this latest triumph garnered even greater attention, as more individuals became aware of his prowess. As the imperial capital's academy basked in the glory of its representative, Yong Yu, achieving second place in the global competition, Lin Tianming's name skyrocketed to the forefront of online discussions. How could it be that such a distinguished second-year student like Lei Dong was defeated by someone who had just begun his academic journey? Even if Lei Dong lacked Yong Yu's abilities, his combat prowess should not have been vastly inferior. Lin Tianming's victory implied that he could rival Yong Yu, the second-place winner, suggesting that if he were to represent the 9 provinces in next year's global competition, he might very well seize the coveted first place. The buzz surrounding Lin Tianming intensified, with dreams of the 9 provinces claiming victory in the global elite awakener competition rekindled. In the past decade, only Wang Yinran's cohort had secured the top position. Should Lin Tianming achieve this next year, it would not only silence the Northern Shadow Domain, but also restore pride to the people of the 9 provinces. Meanwhile, Wang Jian stumbled upon the video of Lin Tianming's confrontation with Lei Dong and was taken aback by the severity of the latter's defeat. Wow, such ferocity! Lin Tianming has completely dominated our academy's 10th-ranked second-year student. He is incredibly strong. Wang Yinran glanced at her cousin, who was engrossed in his phone while eating, and continued to savor her lunch calmly. Cousin, Lin Tianming has exploded in popularity today. The entire internet is buzzing about how he might help the 9 provinces reclaim the first place in the global elite awakener competition, just like you did. Does he truly think he can compare to you? Wang Yinran retorted. I acknowledge his strength, but his talent pales in comparison to yours. By the way, did you fulfill your promise to teach that brat a lesson? Make sure to capture a video of it. You really should learn to market yourself better. I can help you craft an eye-catching title and use our family's influence to promote it online. It'll surely go viral and turn Lin Tianming into a laughingstock across the 9 provinces. Initially indifferent to such matters, Wang Yinran found her cousin's incessant provocations tiresome. With a glare, she silenced Wang Jian. Can we please enjoy our meal in peace? Of course, cousin. No need to be upset. Wang Jian quickly complied, recognizing her authority. As Wang Yinran continued her meal, her cousin's words piqued her interest. Play the video of Lin Tianming defeating Lei Dong. I want to see it. Right away. Wang Jian eagerly complied, opening the most viewed video of Lin Tianming's triumph and directing his phone towards her. As she watched Lin Tianming overpower Lei Dong, memories of her past, of being wronged by him, flooded her mind. Flames of vengeance ignited within her eyes, and an aura of fury enveloped her. Be careful, cousin. This is a public restaurant. You'll have to pay for any damages. Wang Jian cautioned, alarmed by her sudden outburst. Having witnessed Wang Yinran's emotional response a second time, he began to contemplate whether it would be wise to avoid mentioning Lin Tianming in her presence in the future. Wang Yinran managed to rein in her flames, allowing the other patrons to breathe a sigh of relief. Wang Jian also relaxed, cautiously inquiring, Cousin, perhaps I should refrain from bringing up Lin Tianming from now on? It's not that I harbor deep-seated animosity towards him, just minor disagreements. He truly did give Lei Dong a thorough beating in that video. Wang Yinran regarded him thoughtfully. It's commendable that you recognize this. In the future, avoid trouble. If you commit a grievous offense, even as my cousin, I will not spare you. Despite her verbal reassurances, Wang Yinran felt compelled to seek out Lin Tianming, not for Wang Jian, but for her own reasons. In her previous life, Lin Tianming took advantage of her while she absorbed the Phoenix Flame crystal, tainting her in the process. In this lifetime, she is resolute in extinguishing Lin Tianming's malevolence at its inception. Tonight, she shall seek him out once more to resolve the grievances that lie between them. Chapter 53. Approaching Death. aiming to reclaim some dues as twilight descended. Lin Tianming and Chu Yunfei emerged from the cafeteria of the imperial capital's esteemed Academy of Awakening, reveling in the delightful fare that surpassed the offerings of the nearby food street. Truly, as the premier institution among the 9 provinces, the quality of meals here was exceptional. Even 4 years of dining in the cafeteria would not lead to monotony. I've been waiting for you for ages, you scoundrel who sullied my body. Before Lin Tianming could take more than a few steps, a voice laden with resentment and fury pierced the air. It was Wang Yinran. His mind instinctively conjured her alluring figure as he turned to face her, who approached with a determined stride. Chu Yunfei quickly recognized Wang Yinran as well, nudging Lin Tianming with his elbow and jesting, "Oh, Tianming, isn't that the senior who confessed to you that night? Don't spout nonsense." Lin Tianming shot a glare at Chu Yunfei, recalling how he had nearly fallen into Wang Yinran's trap the last time he believed his friend's frivolous words. This Wang Yinran was far too perilous. "Junior, I added you as a friend days ago. Why haven't you replied to my messages?" Wang Yinran inquired with a smile, her tone reminiscent of a girlfriend interrogating her boyfriend for ignoring her texts. I remembered I had other matters to attend to, so I won't disturb you any longer. Tianming, enjoy your time with the senior." Lin Tianming attempted to signal Chu Yunfei for an exit, but the latter, mistaking the situation, seemed to believe he was involved with Wang Yinran and hastily departed. With a hand on his forehead, Lin Tianming sighed. That Yunfei never fails to be unreliable. Wang Yinran pressed on. "Junior, I'm asking you a question. Why haven't you responded to my messages for days?" With mounting pressure, Lin Tianming reluctantly replied, Senior, I forgot." Seeing Lin Tianming flustered, Wang Yinran narrowed her beautiful eyes. "I'll let it slide this time. But you mustn't ignore my messages in the future." If Wang Jian were present, he would undoubtedly question whether this warm and inviting woman truly was the same Wang Yinran who displayed impatience whenever he was around. Though she appeared fervent towards Lin Tianming, he, with the ability to hear her thoughts, understood that her affection was merely a facade aimed at eliminating him. At this moment, Lin Tianming yearned for a swift escape. "I will certainly respond next time, senior. May I leave now?" "Not so fast, junior. I sought you out to converse. It would be rather impolite to leave right away. Come, follow me. You're not feeling ill again, are you?" Wang Yinran's words extinguished his excuse of a stomach ache, prompting Lin Tianming to smile wryly. "Not really. But where are we going?" "I'm taking you to the Blazing Awakening venue. We can have a thorough discussion there, just the 2 of us, without any teachers interrupting. We can linger as long as we wish." Wang Yinran's tone was deliberately seductive, aiming to ease Lin Tianming's defenses. "Lecture. Once we reach the Blazing Awakening venue, your fate is sealed." Lin Tianming felt a throbbing headache, for he had no confidence in besting her. She was a senior and a reincarnated goddess, possessing remnants of divine power from her past life. As her level increased, her residual strength would undoubtedly surpass that of Fenglan, Yiqing Su, and Alice. Moreover, her profound understanding of supernatural abilities from her previous life granted her access to techniques that transcended mere skills, insights that his divine hand could not replicate. Engaging her directly would be exceedingly perilous. Compounding his dilemma, he had recently battled Lei Dong around noon, exhausting 3 of his copied skills. Even with the potential to break through to level 16, his ability to replicate was limited to 1 skill since the other 3 were still cooling down. His combat prowess was severely diminished against the high-level Wang Yinran, rendering him increasingly hopeless. If only his copying ability did not have a cooldown. With no limit on the number of skills he could replicate, Lin Tianming lamented internally. Regrettably, his current level constrained him significantly as his divine hand, as his teacher Jiang Han had remarked, faced numerous limitations at lower tiers. The maximum number of skills he could copy was merely 4, with a lengthy cooldown of 12 hours. While this was a considerable improvement from the 3-day cooldown when he first awakened his divine hand 2 months ago, it remained woefully insufficient. He believed that as his level ascended, the cooldown period and the limit on copied skills would gradually lessen. However, the pressing issue was that he had yet to grow. "Junior, You mustn't decline my invitation this time. Once we arrive at the Blazing Awakening venue, we must engage in a heartfelt discussion. If the conversation flows well, an all-night discussion on life and aspirations is not out of the question. I would want to engage in an all-night discussion with you, a lecture intent on sullying my virtue. Listening to Wang Yinran's contradictory sentiments, Lin Tianming wished to retort that it was her past self who had sullied her body, with no connection to him, the Transmigrator. If only he had truly sullied her. He was innocent and had yet to even discover her scent. Unable to devise a suitable excuse to escape, Lin Tianming resolved to embrace the impending confrontation. With a bold motion, he wrapped his arm around Wang Yinran's waist. Had she not incessantly berated him for tarnishing her purity? As they were on the brink of conflict, perhaps he could reclaim some semblance of dignity. His embrace startled Wang Yinran, who had feigned temptation but truly wished to evade his touch. Weren't you supposed to engage me in a heart-to-heart? Lin Tianming feigned innocence, tightening his hold. Speechless from his audacity, Wang Yinran seethed with frustration. Yet, to successfully lure Lin Tianming into the secluded, blazing awakening venue for his demise, she had no choice but to endure. Junior, I meant that there are too many people here. If we were seen like this, I feel a bit shy. Shy, you say? I wish I could set you ablaze on the pyre. You scoundrel. Lecher. Scoundrel. The anger coursing through Wang Yinran's thoughts delighted Lin Tianming. Maintaining an offensive posture, he deliberately squeezed her waist tighter, reveling in the notion that perhaps she secretly harbored feelings for him. After all, why would she care about his responses to her messages if not for some deeper interest? Junior, just a few days ago, I noticed your shyness. I never expected you to exhibit such initiative. On the surface, you appear to be a bashful soul smitten by love, yet within Wang Yinran's heart, an inferno of boundless fury is raging. Lin Tianming, you audacious beast, revel in your triumph. Soon, you shall experience the true essence of infernal wrath. Chapter 54. Senior Jinghong, you truly are my savior. Come, let us embrace. On the way to the Blazing Awakening venue, Lin Tianming indulged in a moment of daring. This was a form of retaliation against Wang Yinran, who constantly accused him of tarnishing her purity. In truth, Lin Tianming did not derive much enjoyment from it. Throughout the journey, he kept his mind racing, contemplating an escape plan. Unfortunately, by the time they arrived at the Blazing Awakening venue, he had yet to devise a brilliant way to extricate himself. We've arrived. Up ahead is the Blazing Awakening venue. Junior, we can stay there as long as we like tonight, without any interruptions. Finally, we're here. Lin Tianming, you lecherous scoundrel. I will make you pay dearly for your earlier transgressions. Listening to Wang Yinran's seductive words, laced with barely contained fury, Lin Tianming, eager to reclaim some pride, continued to take advantage of the situation. Wang Yinran's simmering rage escalated rapidly under Lin Tianming's deliberate provocation. Enjoy this final moment of pleasure. Soon, I shall incinerate your filthy hands. Junior, we're almost there. Don't be impatient in the midst of their conversation, having reached her limit. Wang Yinran attempted to break free from Lin Tianming's embrace, only to find herself ensnared even more tightly. Left with no choice, she endured Lin Tianming's grasp as they entered the Blazing Awakening venue together. As Lin Tianming and Wang Yinran stepped into the venue, they were observed by Mo Jinghong, who happened to be passing by. The two figures looked familiar. The male seemed to be Lin Tianming, the junior she had met earlier that day, while the female appeared to be Wang Yinran, the president of the student council in her 4th year. Confused about why Lin Tianming and Wang Yinran were entering the venue so late, Mo Jinghong hesitated momentarily but was ultimately driven by curiosity to follow them. Despite the inherent dangers that awaited them in the venue, Lin Tianming maintained a facade of calm. Senior Yinran, shall we engage in a profound discussion about life and ideals? Not so fast, Junior. I brought you here not only to converse throughout the night, but also to provide you with guidance to expedite your progress. Lin Tianming knew that a confrontation with Wang Yinran was inevitable that night, and the odds were decidedly against him. Yet, he resolved to stall for time. Every moment mattered. Isn't this a bit unfair? Senior Yanran, you're a fourth-year student, and I'm merely a newly admitted freshman. Even if you intend to go easy on me, I might still inadvertently suffer an injury. Still using those filthy hands on me. I'm truly losing my mind. I can't endure this any longer. At long last, unable to contain herself, Wang Yanran erupted in flames, the intense heat forcing Lin Tianming to quickly distance himself. Finally free from his unwarranted grasp, she regarded him with a deceptively gentle expression. Junior, do not worry. This is not my first time mentoring younger students. I will take good care of you. There's no one here, and no matter how much noise we make, the outside world will remain oblivious. Tonight, I shall give you a fiery baptism, leaving not a trace behind. As she spoke the final words with emphasis, coupled with her murderous intent, Lin Tianming instantly shifted into a combat-ready state, compelled to respond. Phoenix Flame, Wang Yanran unleashed a high-level fire attribute skill with unrestrained power. The terrifying flames far surpassed those he had encountered with Wang Jian. The burning fire coalesced into the form of a phoenix, its furious wings sweeping toward Lin Tianming. Feeling the overwhelming pressure of the phoenix flame, Lin Tianming realized that none of his attack-type skills could withstand Wang Yanran's assault. Divine Hand, copy, Phoenix Flame, though he had only one copy skill remaining. With no other option but to replicate the Phoenix Flame, Lin Tianming forced himself to do so. Surviving this attack was his immediate priority. The future was uncertain, and he could only do his best and leave the rest to fate. In an instant, Lin Tianming conjured the Phoenix Flame, and with the added enhancement from his copying ability, his version of the skill was even more potent. Though Wang Yanran had been sullied by the original host in their previous life, she remained largely unaware of Lin Tianming's divine hand. At that time, she had been immobilized, absorbing the Phoenix Crystal, preventing her from witnessing much of its power. Despite her lack of familiarity with Lin Tianming's abilities in the past, she had since viewed footage of him battling Wang Jian, Feng Lan, and Lei Dong, gaining a concrete understanding of his various capabilities. Thus, when she saw that Lin Tianming's replicated Phoenix Flame was more powerful than her own, she was not surprised. Junior, you truly live up to the reputation of the top freshman. It's a pity that this alone is insufficient. Your method of copying skills may work against others, but replicating mine will only bolster my strength. In my previous life, I was incapacitated, which allowed you to take advantage of me. Did you truly think your divine hand was formidable? Upon hearing Wang Yanran's thoughts, Lin Tianming, who had initially believed he could endure a bit longer, felt a jolt of apprehension. Then, to his astonishment, Wang Yanran, like a master of flames, began to absorb the Phoenix Flame he had conjured. As his Phoenix Flame let out a mournful cry, all the might of the enhanced fire attribute skill transformed into nourishment for Wang Yanran, amplifying her fiery presence. How can I fight this? First, Alice prevented him from copying skills. Now, Wang Yanran can absorb the power of his replicated fire attribute skill. These vengeful reincarnated goddesses are more formidable than ever. Taking a deep breath, with all his copy skills on cooldown, Lin Tianming had no choice but to find another means of escape. Spirit Energy Transformation. Just as Wang Yanran's formidable Phoenix Flame was about to strike him, Lin Tianming activated Spirit Energy Transformation, his physical form morphing into an ethereal spirit. He narrowly evaded Wang Yanran's lethal blow, exhaling a sigh of relief. Junior, your ability to phase out of your corporeal form is quite intriguing. I momentarily forgot to guard against it. However, this next move may not be so easily evaded. Damn it, I was so focused on countering his copied skill that I neglected to consider his ability to phase and avoid damage, missing a golden opportunity for a fatal strike. But it's all right. I will strike again, and he shall perish. Just as Wang Yanran prepared to unleash her lethal technique once more, an excited voice echoed through the blazing, awakening venue. Senior Yanran, Junior Lin Tianming. I saw you both enter earlier and was curious about your late-night activities. It seems Senior Yanran is mentoring Junior Lin in his training. At the sound of this voice, Wang Yanran immediately ceased her attack, turning to face its source. Lin Tianming followed suit, and under their scrutiny, The second-year student Mo Jinghong slowly entered their line of sight. Damn it, we've been discovered. It's impossible to quietly dispose of this scoundrel Lin Tianming now. As Lin Tianming perceived the hesitant thoughts of Wang Yanran due to the sudden appearance of Mo Jinghong, he realized that he was saved. Moments earlier, he had harbored considerable anxiety, fearing that even with Mo Jinghong's arrival, Wang Yanran would still exert lethal pressure upon him, undeterred by the risk of exposure. Fortunately, her reservations provided Lin Tianming with a sense of relief, easing the tension that had gripped his heart. The more he observed Mo Jinghong, the more he found her pleasing to the eye, perhaps overwhelmed by the thrill of narrowly escaping death. Lin Tianming hastily distanced himself from Wang Yanran and dashed towards Mo Jinghong. Under her astonished gaze, he excitedly embraced her, expressing his heartfelt gratitude for her timely intervention. Senior Jinghong, I was nearly struck down just now. You are truly my savior. Come, let us share an embrace. Chapter 55. Mo Jinghong eliminates suspicions. Perhaps she could become his ally. Upon hearing Lin Tianming's remarks regarding her as a savior, Mo Jinghong understood why he was so excited to embrace her upon their first meeting. While she could overlook his embrace, she gently pushed him away and offered an explanation to Wang Yanran. Junior Lin Yuyist. Sister Yanran is the president of the student council. She often guides us juniors and always exercises restraint. That last move merely appeared intimidating. It was intended to test your limits and would never truly harm you. Wang Yanran, whose plans to eliminate Lin Tianming that evening had been disrupted by Mo Jinghong, felt quite displeased. However, upon hearing Mo Jinghong's defense, she reluctantly echoed her sentiments. Apologies, Junior. I did not mean to frighten you. I assure you, I would never harm you. Indeed, I would not harm the juniors of the Imperial Capital Academy without reason. But in my eyes, you are a vile scoundrel who sullies my existence and endangers many others. For tonight, I shall let pass, but I will not simply forget. Each recollection of the disgrace from my past life ignites my fury. Only your death can grant me liberation. How unbearable were those memories. As a time traveler, Lin Tianming felt no guilt. He had grown weary of her constant accusations of defiling her. Although he understood her torment from the humiliating memories of her past life, he could not resist indulging in a bit of revenge by imagining scenarios. After all, he had never wronged her and was often wrongfully accused, so a little mental reprisal seemed harmless. Despite his musings, he would never act on such thoughts. The immediate crisis had been averted, but he needed to consider how to confront the greatest threat he faced at present, the Phoenix Flame Goddess. Having witnessed Wang Yanran's unique ability to absorb the fire skills of others to enhance herself, Lin Tianming realized that even with 4 perfected copying skills, he stood no chance against her with his lower level. Before Lin Tianming could devise a strategy to address Wang Yanran, Mo Jinghong interjected, Junior Lin, given your current state, it is clear you are unfit to continue receiving Sister Yanran's guidance. Allow me to escort you back to your dormitory. Sure, Sister Jinghong. Although he had yet to devise a flawless plan against Wang Yanran, safely extricating himself from the situation was paramount for Lin Tianming. With Mo Jinghong escorting him, he was confident that Wang Yanran would not pursue any further aggression tonight. As Lin Tianming had anticipated, Wang Yanran had entirely abandoned the thought of acting against him. With that little minx Jinghong accompanying him, I have no opportunity to strike tonight. Sister Yanran, do not worry. I will properly enlighten this lad on the way back, ensuring he understands you do not truly wish him harm. We shall take our leave now. Mo Jinghong exchanged pleasantries with Wang Yanran, believing Lin Tianming had been left shaken by her earlier display, and then guided him away from the arena of flames. During their return journey, noticing Lin Tianming's expression of relief, Mo Jinghong found it amusing. Junior Lin, you seem to be having quite the spirited duel with Lei Dong at noon. How is it that after just one encounter with Sister Yanran, you appear so rattled? How could I not be nervous if she intended to kill me? Lin Tianming muttered inwardly, but maintained a composed facade. Sister Yanran is exceptionally powerful, a senior of the 4th year, and with a mere flick of her wrist, she shattered my copied skills. Her abilities are formidable. Even if she exercises restraint, an accident could be fatal. You are new to the Imperial Capital Academy and are still unfamiliar with Sister Yinran. As I mentioned earlier, she often employs her potent skills to instruct younger students. I have often been guided by her, and while her techniques may seem lethal, she always retracts her strikes if she perceives you are unable to withstand them, just as she did when she withdrew her skill at the last moment. You need not overthink it or fear her. She is genuinely kind. In Mo Jinghong's eyes, Wang Yanran was a responsible figure who treated her juniors well, akin to a mentor. Should her cousin, Wang Jian, bully someone and be reported to her, she would ensure he faced appropriate consequences. Unfortunately, Mo Jinghong remained unaware of the past grievances between Lin Tianming and Wang Yanran. Had she known, her perspective might have shifted. Thus, Lin Tianming refrained from further disputing Wang Yanran's character with Mo Jinghong. I understand, Sister Jinghong. I also believe that Sister Yinran does not wish to harm me, but I would prefer not to spar with her for the time being. Mo Jinghong teased, Haha, so you have been subdued. Sister Yinran's abilities are indeed remarkable. She represented our 9 provinces and triumphed in the global competition for awakened beings, dominating all other talented awakeners with her overwhelming prowess. Upon learning of Wang Yanran's illustrious achievement, Lin Tianming was astonished. Sister Yinran has such a glorious record. As Mo Jinghong spoke of Wang Yanran's accomplishments, she displayed the enthusiasm of an admiring fan. Of course, over the past decade, our Imperial Capital Academy and the entire 9 provinces have produced many SSS-grade awakened individuals. Yet only Sister Yinran has managed to overpower all her contemporaries in a global competition. It was her fierce victory over the talents of the Northern Ean region in the competition video that inspired my decision to join the Imperial Capital Academy. I aspire to be like her. Lin Tianming could see that Mo Jinghong truly idolized Wang Yanran, which explained her unwavering belief that Wang Yanran would not resort to lethal measures against him. Junior Lin, we're here. Be sure to cultivate a good relationship with Sister Yinran. I suspect she sees a reflection of herself in you, believing you can represent your class and triumph over the Northern Ean region's talented awakeners. That is likely why she chose to guide you tonight. Upon reaching Lin Tianming's dormitory, Mo Jinghong earnestly patted his shoulder and added, I have high hopes for you as well. I sense your potential matches that of Sister Yinran. Keep practicing diligently and aim for victory in the global competition for awakened beings next year. Surprised by Mo Jinghong's faith in him, Lin Tianming responded, Thank you, sister. I shall strive to meet your expectations. Then I shall take my leave. Junior Tianming, let's meet again soon. Mo Jinghong departed with the same graceful demeanor as earlier. In their brief interaction, Lin Tianming developed a favorable impression of her, reflecting on his earlier speculation that she might also be a reincarnated individual wronged by the original owner. He felt that after tonight's events, he could dismiss that possibility. While Mo Jinghong had been a goddess in her past life, she clearly was not a reincarnator seeking revenge on him. Had she been, she would have plotted against him during their return journey. Moreover, the most crucial factor was that throughout their time together, the system had provided no ominous warnings. Having confirmed that she was a rare individual who did not harbor intentions to harm him, Lin Tianming resolved to cultivate their relationship further, believing that having an ally would be invaluable in times of danger. Chapter 56, Replicating Teacher, Jianghan Supreme, Forbidden Spell. Wang Yanran is back again, and I must strike her fiercely. Ever since the harrowing escape last night, Lin Tianming has been pondering how to deal with Wang Yanran upon their next encounter. Although he indulged in a moment of revenge by embracing beauty, such actions undeniably intensified Wang Yanran's animosity towards him. After a night of contemplation, Lin Tianming devised a plan that could at least ensure his own safety, to reserve a skill slot for Replicating Teacher Jianghan Supreme, Forbidden Spell. Wang Yanran is formidable, yet she is merely a 4th-year student, still distant from the pinnacle of the awakened powers represented by Jianghan. In an era where no one has ascended to divinity, the top-tier awakener Jianghan is heralded as the most likely candidate to achieve godhood, poised to shatter global records of awakened abilities. Had it not been for the treachery that led to her demise at the critical juncture of her ascension in her previous life, Jiang Han would undoubtedly have been the first awakened being to attain godhood in this age. With Jiang Han's supreme, forbidden spell to shield him, Lin Tianming would have no fear of Wang Yanran. "Brat, why are you grinning like an idiot?" The voice of Jiang Han, tinged with mild annoyance, echoed in his ears, reminding him that he was currently attending her awakening class. He squinted his eyes and chuckled. "Nothing, Teacher Jiang." "Then focus." This brat, lost in thought, is not in good form today. Hearing Jiang Han's silent complaint, Lin Tianming quickly entered a state of concentrated training to avoid inciting her wrath. If she were to explode in anger, her power would surpass even Wang Yanran's. Having finally discovered a method to navigate Jiang Han's temperament, Lin Tianming knew he must constantly keep her immersed in the satisfaction of nurturing him. She relished cultivation games, and he must play along. This would not only expedite his growth under her guidance, but also gradually dissipate her resentment. After a morning of rigorous training, Jiang Han expressed satisfaction with Lin Tianming's progress. This focused attitude is commendable. Tianming's talent is indeed remarkable. Today, his soul power and control over the divine hand have improved significantly. If he continues this way, he will soon break through to level 17. Level 17 is crucial for this brat, as it will reduce the cooldown of his divine hand replication ability from 12 hours to 6. The next pivotal level is 20, where his replication skill cap will expand to 5. Given his accelerated growth rate this time around, he is expected to reach level 20 by the end of this semester. Having gleaned these vital insights about the significance of level 17 and 20, Lin Tianming brimmed with anticipation for the tailored daily training Jiang Han had planned for him. Satisfied with his perfect execution of the day's training, Jiang Han declared, "Well done, little Tianming. Today's lesson concludes here. You must now engage in training to elevate your level, enhance your divine hand capabilities, and develop your soul's awakened talents in the secret realm. The physical and mental toll is immense, so ensure you rest adequately to be revitalized for tomorrow's training." "Understood, Teacher Jiang." Finally relieved to conclude this exhausting session, Lin Tianming still needed to replicate Jiang Han's skill before departing. He had only utilized his replication ability 3 times during the morning training, leaving 1 skill slot unspent. To prepare against any unforeseen crises like last night, he had deliberately preserved this final replication skill. Originally, Lin Tianming intended to complete Jiang Han's course with just 1 replication, allowing him to safeguard himself with 3 supreme, forbidden spell-level skills. However, the intensity of Jiang Han's training, designed to exhaust his current potential, nearly left him on the brink of collapse. Ultimately, he managed to save the last replication skill and immediately activated the divine hand. Replicate. Although this was not Lin Tianming's first time using his replication ability to assess her skills, the sheer variety of Jiang Han's lightning attributes as a top-tier awakener dazzled him. Rather than scrutinize each one, he swiftly selected the supreme, forbidden spell, Purple Thunder, which he had replicated 2 months prior. Hoping to sneak away unnoticed after completing the replication, he underestimated Jiang Han's familiarity with the original's divine hand. "This little brat, is he attempting to replicate my skills?" Alarmed by her mental query, Lin Tianming feigned ignorance. Upon successfully replicating the supreme, forbidden spell, Purple Thunder, he turned to leave, only to be halted by Jiang Han's voice. "Brat, did you just replicate my supreme, forbidden spell?" Acknowledging her perceptiveness, Lin Tianming turned back, feigning nonchalance. "Teacher Jiang, I didn't." "This brat truly believes I am oblivious to how your divine hand replicates skills. In my previous life, I guided you in enhancing your replication potential. Thus, I am fully aware of when you acquire new skills. Even at the moment you cruelly murdered me, I knew you had replicated my skills. I initially thought you were acting out of concern for my safety during your ascension, but I misjudged your character, leading to my untimely demise at your hands." Reflecting on Lin Tianming's replication of her supreme, forbidden spell and his subsequent deception, Jiang Han was inevitably reminded of past grievances. Lin Tianming felt disheartened. His intention to replicate her supreme, forbidden spell was solely for self-defense, nothing more. He was not the original, to prevent her from exploding in fury and seeking vengeance. Lin Tianming hastily confessed, Hee hee, Teacher Jiang. I did replicate your supreme, forbidden spell. What spell? Purple Thunder. Upon hearing Lin Tianming had replicated the Purple Thunder spell, Jiang Han's mind flashed back to the crisis she faced during her ascension, where Lin Tianming, her rebellious disciple, had ambushed her with that very spell. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. Purple Thunder, even among my supreme, forbidden lightning skills, possesses immense destructive power. What do you intend to do by replicating it? Is he already harboring murderous intent towards his master at such an early stage? Has he discovered my Thunder Heart and seeks to seize it? You truly are my exemplary student, rebellious disciple. I initially thought this time you might differ, so I planned to observe a little longer. Alas, it seems I was naive. Despite living anew, 1's character remains unchanged. If Jiang Han continued down this path of misunderstanding, her threat would far exceed that of Wang Yanran. Lin Tianming found himself in a predicament. Teacher Jiang Han, you must still recall the incident on the day of the freshman assessment when I inadvertently injured Wang Jian. His cousin, Wang Yanran, the president of the 4th grade student council, has sought me out twice regarding this matter. The first time, I cleverly evaded her inquiry by feigning a stomachache, but on the second occasion, which was last night, she forcibly dragged me to the blazing awakening venue, nearly resulting in my demise. Had it not been for the timely intervention of Senior Mo Jinghong, who happened to pass by and instilled a degree of caution in her, I might have met my end at the blazing awakening venue last night. Thus, I am inclined to replicate your extraordinary forbidden spell skills, Teacher Jiang Han, so that if Wang Yanran attempts to exact revenge on me for her cousin Wang Jin again, I would possess a means of self-defense. As Lin Tianming recounted his tale with great emotion, feigning the psychological trauma inflicted upon him by Wang Yanran's bullying, the anger and resentment within Jiang Han dissipated at a visible pace. Perhaps I was overly sensitive and unjustly accused this child? Indeed, only I am the reincarnator. If I do not disclose to him the secret of the thunderous heart, how could he ever know that it resides within me, thus inciting his greed and desire to harm me? Perhaps as long as I keep the secret of the thunderous heart from him, he can continue to be my good disciple and exemplary student. Among all the reincarnated goddesses who harbor grievances against Lin Tianming from their past lives, Jiang Han's feelings towards him are the most conflicted and intricate. After all, he is the only student in whom she has invested her utmost hopes and efforts. Had I known, I would have eliminated him 2 months ago. As time drags on, I find myself increasingly reluctant to harm this rebellious disciple, even believing that in this life he may be different from the last, caught in a tempest of conflicting emotions. Jiang Han ultimately could not bring herself to strike down Lin Tianming. Having a high-level forbidden spell for self-defense is beneficial, but remember, this skill, Purple Thunder, must not be used lightly unless absolutely necessary. If I discover that you have wielded it for malevolent purposes, I shall not show you mercy. Thanks to his cleverness, Lin Tianming successfully alleviated Jiang Han's murderous intent and obtained the formidable forbidden skill, Purple Thunder, which would free him from fear of Wang Yanran. Overjoyed, he resolved that should Wang Yanran dare to confront him again, he would undoubtedly retaliate fiercely. After all, she often accused him of tarnishing her reputation, when in truth, it was he who had been wronged. To reassure Jiang Han, Lin Tianming solemnly promised, "Rest assured, Teacher Jiang, if I ever misuse your power to commit wrongdoing, I shall leave my fate in your hands." Chapter 57. The outside world is too dangerous. Let's become homebodies starting today. In the boys' dormitory, Lin Tianming lay on his bed like a salted fish, staring blankly at the ceiling. After completing a grueling morning of special training, he hadn't felt particularly exhausted until he realized he was utterly drained from Jiang Han's intense training session. Today's regimen had been the most taxing since his enrollment. Enhanced training for level advancement, mastery of the god S-hand replication and plundering abilities, and the development of psychic ascension potential. The volume and intensity of these 3 training sessions had pushed him to his limits, both mentally and physically. His roommate, Chu Yunfei, observed his despondent demeanor and teased him. "What is wrong with you today? You look so worn out. It's not because of last night with that senior, is it?" Lin Tianming shot him a glare, exasperated. Get lost. I had nothing with her. It's just that today, as training was devilishly exhausting. Being good friends who had shared a dorm for a few days, Chu Yunfei felt comfortable joking around. Have you eaten lunch yet? I'm about to head out for a bite. Want me to bring you something? Lin Tianming retorted playfully, sure, dear son. Do me a favor and get me a meal. Chu Yunfei chuckled. You're asking me for food while acting all tough? What do you want to eat? This banter was typical among boys, playfully calling each other sons without a second thought. Lin Tianming replied with a grin. Just bring me whatever you're having. All right, but if you can't handle it, that's on you. With that, Chu Yunfei headed out. Lin Tianming resumed his languid position on the bed, soon receiving a notification on his phone. It was a voice message from Yi Qingxue. Brother Tianming, I'm so sorry. Our teacher for the ice attribute ability course ran over time, so I couldn't find you for lunch. Are you free now? Yi Qingxue was his only fully committed little girlfriend, and despite his fatigue, he longed to share a meal with her to nurture their bond. Just as he was about to reply, another message came in from Wang Yanran. Sorry, Junior. I startled you last night, but I truly didn't mean any harm. To make it up to you, I'd like to take you out for a nice lunch today. I'm already downstairs at your dorm. So remember to come down after Jianghan's class. Lin Tianming was taken aback. Wang Yanran was waiting downstairs. Of all moments, she chose to find him when he was utterly exhausted from Jianghan's training, and now she was blocking his door. He felt a surge of panic. Though he had replicated Jianghan's formidable skill, the Purple Thunderstorm, he was too fatigued to wield any abilities at this moment. He couldn't let her catch him in this vulnerable state. Senior Yanran, I'm sorry, but I already have plans for lunch today, and my evening is also booked. Let us reschedule for another day. After sending that message, he quickly texted Chu Yunfei. If you happen to run into that senior from last night at the entrance, don't mention that I'm back in the dorm, and don't say you're bringing me food. Upon receiving Lin Tianming's message, Chu Yunfei chuckled mischievously. Looks like that senior was quite spirited last night, and Tianming is a bit spooked. Believing Lin Tianming had some encounter with Wang Yanran, Chu Yunfei replied, I get it. Whatever happened between you two, don't worry. I'll handle things, and at least wait until you're back on your feet before letting you indulge. Lin Tianming, uninterested in his roommate's wild speculations, continued to reply to Yi Qingxue. Qingxue, I've already eaten, and I have plans tonight, so I want to be able to join you. Brother Tianming, are you upset with me? Of course not. I'm just busy today. Don't overthink it. I promise to spend time with you tomorrow. It's a promise. With that, Lin Tianming resolved to embrace a day of being a homebody, focusing on recuperating. Just as he committed to his quiet day, another message popped up. It was from Mo Jinghong. Junior Lin Tianming, are we meeting today? I happen to be free and would love to get to know you better. No, I have other commitments. Having just declined Mo Jinghong's offer, Lin Tianming received yet another message from Feng Lan. Tianming, how about another spar this afternoon? Not happening. He was far too exhausted to engage in any spar, as it would be akin to courting disaster. Shortly after rejecting Feng Lan, Lin Tianming received a friend request notification. It was from Lei Dong, the opponent he had defeated yesterday, with a note attached. Lei Dong, I was careless yesterday. Let us have another match today. Lin Tianming chose to ignore the friend request entirely, leaving it unattended. These rivals had impeccable timing, particularly today, of all days when he wished only to remain in his dorm and relax. Tianming, I'm back, and I brought your lunch. After a long wait, Lin Tianming finally received his meal from his dependable roommate, Chu Yunfei. Starved, he sat up to accept the food. Noticing Lin Tianming devouring his meal while still lying on the bed, Chu Yunfei asked, Aren't you going to sit at the table to eat? Today's training was just too exhausting. I'm eating here. Lin Tianming remained steadfast, gorging on his lunch. Seeing Lin Tianming's ravenous state, Chu Yunfei couldn't help but laugh. By the way, I ran into that senior you were worried about downstairs. Lin Tianming, alarmed, inquired, What did you tell her? Chu Yunfei replied candidly, I told her what you asked me to, that you weren't in the dorm. Feeling relieved by Chu Yunfei's response, Lin Tianming praised him. Well done, Yunfei. You finally came through. What do you mean finally? I created 2 opportunities for you to be alone with that senior. Lin Tianming. uninterested in his roommate's assumptions about his relationship with Wang Yanran, continued to eat. By the way, when I was on my way to eat, I told that senior you were in the dorm, but when I returned, she was still waiting downstairs, and she caught me asking why I brought back a meal. It shocked me. Realizing Wang Yanran still lingered downstairs, Lin Tianming gasped. What did you say? Don't worry, I'm clever enough. I mentioned that the canteen was exceedingly crowded, requiring us to wait in line. The lady at the food counter, who was responsible for my order, unexpectedly encountered an issue that delayed my meal for an extended period. When I finally retrieved my packaged food, it had taken far too long. Chu Yunfei's adept handling of the situation brought a sense of relief to Lin Tianming. Well then, Yunfei, next time, I shall treat you to something delightful. Chu Yunfei responded with a satisfied smile. This is your promise. You must honor it next time. However, are you truly going to leave that senior unattended? Aren't you going to check on her? If you let her stay there, she will likely depart soon. Today, Lin Tianming was resolute about not stepping outside. He was utterly drained, his abilities on cooldown, rendering him incapable of action. The outside world was fraught with peril. If he were to encounter another goddess reincarnate intent on harming him, in his weakened state, he would undoubtedly be defenseless. Today, remaining in the dormitory as a homebody was his safest option. No one would manage to trick him into venturing out. Chapter 58. Amidst the throng of spectators, Lin Tianming felt a surge of embarrassment as he prepared to spar with brother Tianming. Faced with the myriad temptations of the outside world, he had remained unfazed yesterday, choosing instead to recline in his dormitory for an entire day. This day of rest had allowed Lin Tianming, who had been utterly exhausted from Jiang Han's rigorous training, to fully rejuvenate. Moreover, this morning he noticed that his physical limits appeared to have significantly improved. Were he to endure yesterday's grueling training once more, he would undoubtedly have energy to spare today. Witnessing Lin Tianming's vibrant demeanor in class, Jiang Han wore a satisfied smile. Little Tianming, you seem more spirited today than ever before. Quite splendid. Indeed, yesterday's training was remarkably effective. His physical capabilities have evidently enhanced under the high-intensity training of the 3 disciplines. Such improvement in physicality does not require specialized training. Engaging in these 3 high-intensity drills routinely suffices to strengthen his endurance. Was it all part of Jiang Han's meticulous planning? Truly, she was a professional, showcasing exceptional prowess in unlocking the potential of awakened beings. Overhearing Jiang Han's thoughts, Lin Tianming silently marveled at her adeptness as an instructor. Teacher Jiang Han, what shall I learn today? Will it be the same as yesterday? To his inquiry, Jiang Han shook her head. Today's lesson differs from yesterday. We shall engage in practical combat training. Lin Tianming, upon hearing this, instinctively took a step back. Teacher Jiang Han, the person you mentioned for the sparring session, could it be you? Fear not, my dear. Today a sparring partner is not I. Rather, is someone you know quite well. You will soon find out, just wait. Jiang Han's words brought relief to Lin Tianming. He was not inclined to engage in a physical confrontation with her. Yet, curiosity gnawed at him regarding the identity of his sparring partner. He attempted to discern her thoughts, but found that Jiang Han was preoccupied with contemplating lunch, leaving him none the wiser about his opponent. Thus, Lin Tianming had no choice but to wait alongside Jiang Han. Before long, an unfamiliar female instructor entered the lightning awakening arena, accompanied by over a dozen first-year students. Among them was a familiar face, his childhood friend and school sweetheart, Yi Qingxue. Surely, his sparring partner was not to be Yi Qingxue? She seemed to be aware of their impending match, greeting him with a friendly wave. Although I have often sparred with brother Tianming at home, this is the first time before such a large audience. Yi Qingxue's excitement, tinged with nervousness and shyness, confirmed Lin Tianming's suspicions. After a cordial exchange between Jiang Han and Yi Qingxue's instructor, Jiang Han revealed, your sparring partner today is Yi Qingxue. While she possesses the lowest level F-class ice abilities, her admission to the esteemed Imperial Capital Academy is a testament to her determination. Do not underestimate her, but remember to keep the sparring lighthearted and avoid serious harm. Jiang Han was well aware of Lin Tianming and Yi Qingxue's romantic relationship, yet she feigned ignorance. In truth, Yi Qingshue's instructor and classmates were also cognizant of their closeness, but refrained from making inappropriate comments, eagerly anticipating the duel between Lin Tianming and Yi Qingxue. Rest assured, Teacher Jiang Han, I shall exercise restraint, Lin Tianming replied, turning to Yi Qingxue with a gentle smile. Qingxue, shall we? Brother Tianming calling me Qingxue in front of so many people is utterly mortifying, but I adore it. Yi Qingxue felt elated by his words as they stepped into the center of the lightning awakening arena. Though I have practiced with Brother Tianming at home, facing him before such a crowd is undeniably intimidating. However, as the reborn ice goddess, I shall not concede defeat. Quickly adjusting her bashful demeanor, Yi Qingshue's previously flushed cheeks now bore no trace of shyness as she embraced her combat mindset. Brother Tianming, you must be cautious. Observing her swift transformation, Lin Tianming could not help but admire her resilience as the reborn ice goddess. Extreme Cold Domain. With her initial move, Yi Qingxue unleashed an extreme cold domain, plunging the entire arena into a chilling abyss, the temperature plummeting to a bone-chilling degree. This domain, born from her past life as the ice goddess, was not a designated skill Lin Tianming could replicate, much like the wind realm of feigns. By employing this technique from the outset, Yi Qingxue aimed to prevent Lin Tianming from mimicking her abilities, seeking to conclude their duel swiftly. Though they were romantically involved, she harbored no desire to lose in this confrontation among awakened beings. She bore the pride of a reborn ice goddess. Yet, she would not genuinely harm Lin Tianming. Her aim was merely to triumph within the bounds of friendly sparring. Brother Tianming, I have never fought seriously before at home, but this time, I will demonstrate the absolute might of the ice goddess. To be bested by me, the reborn ice goddess, is no shame, Brother Tianming. Facing adversity will only benefit you. Listening to Yi Qingshue's unwavering confidence, Lin Tianming found it amusing. It seemed that even his dear sister believed that, as a reborn being, she should be invincible, with no rivals among her peers. However, he too bore an unwavering confidence in his ability to defeat the reborn ice goddess, just as he had with Feigns and Alice before. My beloved sister, should you lose to me, do not shed tears. With that absolute confidence, Lin Tianming took his first step forward. Observing Lin Tianming's ability to move within her extreme cold domain, Yi Qingshue's eyes gleamed with determination. A terrifying force of ice materialized above her, tearing open a portal of profound ice, from which a colossal sword of ice gradually emerged, ready to dominate the battlefield. Lin Tianming's expression darkened at this sight. He had never witnessed Yi Qingshuo employ this technique before. Noticing the shift in his demeanor, Yi Qingshuo beamed with pride. Brother Tianming, I must apologize. I too have broken through to level 16. Prior to this, I lacked the confidence to defeat you, but now I possess absolute assurance in overwhelming you. This is the Ice Blade, a skill within the domain of ice attributed divine abilities, which I mastered upon breaking through to the 16th level, drawing upon my past life's profound understanding of the ice god as pinnacle. Although I acquired Ice Blade prematurely at the 16th level, its power remains somewhat restrained, preventing it from fully manifesting its might. Nevertheless, it surpasses the potency of all other growth-oriented skills of the same tier. Once it reaches its full potential, it will be incomparable to any superlative forbidden spells that remain confined within the realm of mortals. Chapter 59. The Divine Domain's Ice Attribute Skill. Ice Edge. It seemed as though the very fabric of space was being torn apart as the Ice Edge, an ice attribute skill from the Divine Domain, materialized from another realm. Lin Tianming, upon hearing Yi Qingxing's thoughts, couldn't help but draw in a deep breath. Not far away, Jiang Han, who was observing the battle, also narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly. Yi Qingsheng, Tianming's girlfriend, has unleashed an ice attribute skill that has touched the Divine Domain at such a low level. This is truly astonishing. In my previous life, I was the most promising young awakener destined to become a deity. Yet in this reincarnation, so many extraordinary talents have emerged. Could it be that the heavenly Tao, sensing my reincarnation, has deliberately arranged for stronger geniuses to prevent me from ascending to the pinnacle. Fearing that my rebirth might disrupt the world's original history and order. In her past life, Jiang Han had been ambushed by the original host during her weakest moment while on the verge of becoming a deity, which allowed her to recognize the potential for growth in Yi Qingxing's Ice Edge skill. Yi Qingxing's teacher and her classmates were equally astonished. Could Yi Qingxing truly possess an F-level ice attribute ability? The might of this skill felt even more terrifying than that of skills awakened by those with SSS-level abilities. The awakening ceremony must have been flawless. Yi Qingxing must have encountered some fortuitous opportunity to become so powerful despite her F-level ability. The strongest skill displayed by Feigns a few days ago paled in comparison to this enormous ice edge that seemed to tear through space from another world. Why did it feel as though Yi Qingxing, with her F-level ability, might directly overpower Lin Tianming, who possessed an SSS-level ability? Lin Tianming felt an immense pressure. Moreover, Yi Qingxing's awakening of the divine domain's ice attribute skill reminded him of Feigns, who had sought him out for a spar the previous day. Could it be that Feigns had also broken through to level 16 and learned the divine domain skills early, drawing upon the understanding of divine abilities from her past life? The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Lin Tianming was somewhat relieved that he had been exhausted by teacher Jiang Han the day before, allowing him to rest in his dormitory. However, facing Yi Qingxing's ice edge today, Lin Tianming felt the pressure mounting. The most formidable skill he had replicated with his divine hand was teacher Jiang Han's superlative forbidden spell as a top-tier awakener. Yi Qingxing's ice edge skill was on par with high-level forbidden spells. Could he truly replicate it successfully? Gazing at the enormous ice edge, which had fully manifested from the rift in space, Lin Tianming took a deep breath, realizing he could only attempt it. Divine hand, replicate. Noticing Lin Tianming's intention to replicate her skill, Yi Qingxing smiled. Brother Tianming, I admit your divine hand is truly extraordinary, but Ice Edge is a skill from the divine domain. You can at most replicate teacher Jiang Han's strongest superlative forbidden spell. Replicating Ice Edge is simply impossible. Let me, your girlfriend, personally shatter your undefeated myth. Losing to the Ice God reincarnate is nothing to be ashamed of, Brother Tianming. With that, Yi Qingxing raised her right hand high and then swiftly brought it down. The colossal ice edge, which tore through space, came crashing down towards Lin Tianming. Whether in this life or the last, Brother Tianming has never faced defeat since his debut. I estimate this loss might bring him to tears. My victory this time relies merely on my status as a reincarnated being, given Brother Tianming's potential. Once we both ascend to divinity, he will likely catch up to me. After the match, I must comfort the defeated Brother Tianming. I can't allow him to be disheartened by losing to me, for we are destined to become divine partners together. Before the outcome was determined, the overly confident Yi Qingxing began to celebrate, believing her victory was assured. Lin Tianming, sharing a similar mindset, was unwilling to concede defeat even to his girlfriend. As he activated his divine hand to replicate the skill, he successfully observed Yi Qingxing's divine domain skill, Ice Edge. Replicate for me. If he could see it, then surely he could replicate it. However, Lin Tianming's hopes were dashed. His attempt to replicate the Ice Edge skill failed. Not only did he fail, but he also exhausted one of his replication attempts. Yang Han, who understood Lin Tianming's divine hand best, quickly realized his failure. As I suspected, for Lin Tianming to successfully replicate a skill with growth potential from the divine domain requires a miracle. Akin to Yi Qingxing touching the divine domain at such a low level, a probability so pitifully low, alas. If Yi Qingxing wants to win, she can utilize the superlative forbidden spell skill copied from me. After all, while she has merely touched the divine domain, she remains a low-level awakener. A divine domain skill at level 16 is only slightly more powerful than other skills of the same level. To unleash its full might, one must ascend to divinity. Jiang Han's thoughts were also audible to Lin Tianming. Yet, he did not wish to resort to utilizing the superlative forbidden spell, Purple Thunder, which he had copied. Once unleashed, its devastating power would likely be withstood only by his teacher, Jiang Han. Watching Yi Qingxing's Ice Edge skill, which he could see yet not replicate, Lin Tianming gradually clenched his fists. The extreme cold domain was Yi Qingxing's understanding of divine abilities, not a specific skill, making it impossible for him to replicate. Yet, he refused to believe he could not replicate the Ice Edge skill. Divine Hand, replicate. Facing the enormous Ice Edge that was drawing nearer, Lin Tianming activated his Divine Hand once more. However, he encountered failure again. With Jiang Han's Purple Thunder occupying one replication slot, Lin Tianming, at level 16, could replicate at most 3 skills. His 2 consecutive failures had placed him in a passive position. Should he fail once more, his Divine Hand's replication ability would be entirely depleted. Brother Tianming, this is merely a friendly spar. I won't harm you. If you cannot replicate my Divine Domain skill, then use your other skills to evade. What of your psychic transformation? The Ice Edge is about to descend. If you keep being stubborn, you won't have time to execute your psychic transformation, and you will surely sustain serious injuries. Not only was Yi Qingxing worried about Lin Tianming's obstinacy, but even Jiang Han, observing from a distance, could no longer remain calm. Why is Lin Tianming so stubborn in this life? In his previous life, he would never have acted this way. You've already failed to replicate. Don't waste your replication attempts. Why persist in this self-destructive behavior? If this stubborn mule continues to struggle against himself, being struck by that growth-oriented skill will leave him bedridden for at least a week. Even after recovering, he would need to carefully rehabilitate before resuming his training, and initially, he must not exert himself too much. This would waste a significant portion of his time this semester. This won't do. He has a maximum of 5 seconds. If he doesn't evade, I must intervene and deflect the Ice Edge, ensuring he doesn't get injured and waste an entire semester of training. 5 seconds? Lin Tianming could indeed use his psychic transformation to evade the impending attack. However, he failed to successfully replicate Yi Qingxue's Ice Edge and did not resort to cunningly employing the formidable skills of the forbidden spell. Ultimately, he would undoubtedly face defeat. To achieve victory, he must successfully replicate the Ice Edge. Lin Tianming had indeed become entangled in a conflict with himself, just as Yi Qingxue and Jiang Han had feared. Divine Hand, replication. This time, he must succeed. As Lin Tianming once again invoked the Divine Hand for replication, Jiang Han could not help but support her forehead in exasperation. I've never seen someone so determined to thwart themselves. Why does this child, Tianming, insist on being so obstinate in this lifetime? It appears I must intervene. Yi Qingxue was on the verge of tears. Oh no, Tianming brother is truly at odds with himself. Once I unleash the Ice Edge, it cannot be retracted. Please don't get hurt, Tianming brother. Just as Jiang Han and Yi Qingxue deemed his obstinacy futile for completing the replication, a powerful surge of ascending spiritual energy erupted around Lin Tianming. Fueled by his fervent desire to replicate the Ice Edge, the aura of ascending spiritual energy enveloping him grew ever more intense. This extraordinary scene reminded Lin Tianming of his previous encounter in the Lost Realm. At that time, he had fallen prey to the devious schemes of the ascending spiritual deity, resulting in the destruction of his physical form, leaving only his soul. As he neared consumption by the treacherous deity of the spiritual kingdom, destined to become sustenance for their return to the mortal realm, his intense yearning to regain his physical body triggered a similar phenomenon, allowing him to reconstitute his corporeal form and retaliate against the remnants of the deity's soul. He vividly recalled the deity's final, reluctant words, which had alluded to his entry into the exalted state of transcending the physical realm with the spirit. This was the ultimate state sought by all who pursued the path of spiritual ascension throughout their lives, transcending the physical, ascending in spirit. As long as his resolve remained steadfast and unwavering in this transcendent state, he could obtain that which he desired. With this thought, Lin Tianming's desire to shatter the taboo of the Divine Hand's replication ability and forcibly replicate the divine skill Ice Edge reached its zenith. At that moment, the aura of ascending spiritual energy surrounding him peaked in intensity. He appeared as a deity who had truly achieved spiritual ascension, ready to manifest all his aspirations into reality. Accompanied by a dazzling light of spiritual ascension that left all present in awe, Lin Tianming successfully replicated Yi Qingshue's Ice Edge with his final remaining replication skill. As Lin Tianming's fervent wish was fulfilled, the luminous aura of ascending spiritual energy around him dissipated entirely. At this juncture, Yi Qingshue's Ice Edge hovered above Lin Tianming's head, perilously close to striking him. Jiang Han, having recovered from the shock of the brilliance surrounding Lin Tianming, prepared to intervene and avert the impending danger. To her astonishment, Lin Tianming bellowed at her, "Do not assist me, teacher Jiang Han, or I shall resent you for a lifetime." Immediately thereafter, Lin Tianming summoned forth an identical force of extreme ice, and the space above him was torn asunder by a colossal ice edge he had conjured, standing in defiance against Yi Qingshue's Ice Edge. Chapter 60. The heart triumphs over matter, transforming my thoughts into possessions, directly overwhelming Yi Qingxue. Upon hearing Lin Tianming's shout, Jiang Han stood frozen in place. Would Lin Tianming truly harbor resentment towards her for aiding him against Yi Qingxue? For reasons unbeknownst to her, she found herself genuinely intimidated by Lin Tianming. However, after a brief moment, Jiang Han recognized the absurdity of the situation. Why should this insufferable brat resent me for a lifetime? I have yet to settle the score for his betrayal of my master in the previous life, and he dares to blame me. How audacious of you to intimidate your teacher after I offer my assistance. You wretched disciple. It's as if I owe you something, while you've done nothing wrong to me. A surge of inexplicable frustration and fury welled up within her, yet Jiang Han resolved to intervene and assist Lin Tianming. The audacious disciple, against Yi Qingshue's icy onslaught. But just as she was about to act, she noticed Lin Tianming emanating an aura of chilling frost that rivaled Yi Qingshue's own. Suddenly, before her astonished gaze, the air above Lin Tianming trembled violently, tearing open a massive portal of profound ice. A colossal blade of ice, imbued with the essence of the divine realm's ice attributes, gradually entered this world from the other side of the door. Is this the ice blade? This insufferable brat. He failed to replicate it twice, yet somehow succeeded the last time? That skill touches upon the realm of the divine. It's already miraculous that Yi Qingxue could trigger it at such a low level, yet Tianming has created an even more astonishing miracle. He has truly pitted himself against his own limitations, breaking through a prior taboo. In this battle, he has undergone transformation and growth, shattering the original constraints of the divine hand. No. Or perhaps this is the true divine hand. It was merely that he failed to achieve such transformation in his previous life. The divine hand should indeed be able to replicate skills from the divine realm. The astonishment on her face morphed into a complex expression as Jiang Han had to concede that Lin Tianming's future achievements in this lifetime would undoubtedly surpass those of his past. Those skills above the level of super-level forbidden spells cannot gain additional power boosts, as long as this child can replicate it, combined with his other abilities. His little girlfriend, Yi Qingshuo, shall surely be defeated. As Lin Tianming successfully replicated the ice blade, Jiang Han's initial concerns about Yi Qingshue's divine realm skills being detrimental to him transformed into unwavering confidence in his victory. Lin Tianming himself, after successfully replicating the ice blade, felt a surge of confidence. Under his watchful gaze, his ice blade rose from below, colliding with Yi Qingshue's descending ice blade. In an instant, a fierce blizzard engulfed the entire awakening arena. The clash of two divine realm growth skills was potent enough to annihilate all ordinary awakeners of the same level as Lin Tianming and Yi Qingshuo present in the arena, let alone the fact that all the onlookers were of a lower level. Yi Qingshue's teacher immediately unleashed her ice-based powers to erect a barrier, shielding her vulnerable students. Thanks to Yi Qingshue's teacher's protection, the spectators were spared from peril. Such terrifying might. I never imagined that Lin Tianming could replicate such a fearsome skill. I felt that had it not been for the teacher's protection, I might have perished amidst the energy generated from the clash of those colossal ice blades. A sense of acute danger washed over me. The battle between these two was too fierce, the most intense I had witnessed since my enrollment. The students safeguarded by Yi Qingshua's teacher were equally astonished and somewhat fearful. As a top-tier awakener, Jiang Han did not take any defensive measures. She calmly stood her ground, continuing to observe the clash between Lin Tianming and Yi Qingxue. Her eyes shimmered with a hint of purple lightning, piercing through the blizzard unleashed by the collision of the ice blades, allowing her to clearly see both Lin Tianming and Yi Qingxue. Under her gaze, Lin Tianming had transformed into a spiritual entity, silently appearing behind Yi Qingxue. Yi Qingxue, still anticipating the conclusion of the ice blade clash, remained utterly unaware of Lin Tianming's proximity. At this sight, Jiang Han couldn't help but smile slightly. Tianming's combat instincts are evidently superior to those of his little girlfriend. Even before the icy force from the ice blade dissipated, he was already initiating his next attack. Yi Qingxue seemed oblivious to her surroundings, but just as Lin Tianming was about to unleash his spiritual flame upon her in an attempt to defeat her swiftly, a lotus of frost blossomed around her. The ice lotus protected her physical form as well as her soul, and it rebounded Lin Tianming, forcing him to revert to his corporeal form. Brother Tianming, after so many sparring sessions, did you think I wouldn't know how to counter your move? I intentionally exposed a flaw to bait you. Your ability to replicate my divine realm skill truly surprised me, but this is where it ends. The victor shall be me. Once the blossoming ice lotus had shielded Yi Qingshua's body and soul, it transformed into numerous petals, launching a close-range assault on Lin Tianming. Jiang Han, witnessing this, felt the confident smile on her face abruptly fade. So this girl was feigning vulnerability? It seems I underestimated Tianming's little girlfriend. Her combat instincts are formidable as well. Having successfully lured Lin Tianming in, Yi Qingxue no longer held back. As the ice petals surged toward Lin Tianming, she unleashed a series of ice-based skills. Profound ice spikes, ice moonlit autumn. Countless ice spikes hovered above Yi Qingxue's head, while the advancing ice petals rushed toward Lin Tianming. A chilling moon gradually manifested, enveloping the area with an aura capable of freezing everything, swiftly sealing all spaces around Lin Tianming. In an instant, he was encased in the rigid ice formed by the ice moon, leaving him no opportunity to breathe as he had just returned to his corporeal form. Brother Tianming, this time I've unleashed quite a few skills. It seems you're struggling a bit. You're completely frozen now. Victory belongs to me, the reborn ice goddess. Just as Yi Qingxue began her celebration, Lin Tianming shattered her newly learned ice moonlit autumn skill before her incredulous gaze. At that moment, the lightning power swirling around Lin Tianming coalesced into a furious lightning armor, forming an absolute defense that completely blocked the multitude of ice petals closing in. How is this possible? The furious lightning armor is a low-level skill with no growth potential. How can it possess such formidable defense at level 16? My Ice Lotus and Ice Moonlit Autumn are both high-growth ice attribute skills unlocked at level 16. Although they may not compare to the Ice Blade, they shouldn't be incapable of breaching the defense of a low-level skill like Furious Lightning Armor. Hearing Yi Qingshua's incredulous thoughts, Lin Tianming smirked and kindly offered her a warning. Qingxue, this might hurt a little. Brace yourself. With that, Lin Tianming stomped his foot, unleashing the might of thunderous stomps toward Yi Qingxue. Oh no! She had failed to lure Lin Tianming in for a close-range, explosive attack, which meant she would now face his counterattack. The speed of the thunderous stomp approaching her far surpassed her ability to employ skills for defense. The Ice Lotus is a skill that combines offense and defense. Defend yourself. Ah, that hurts. As the Ice Lotus technique was only partially executed, Yi Qingxue was struck by Lin Tianming's thunderous stomp, interrupting her spellcasting. The half-formed Ice Lotus dissipated in an instant. At that moment, under the overwhelming force of the thunderous strike, Yi Qingxue comprehended why Lin Tianming had warned her that the next moment would be excruciating. The sensation of being struck by thunder was indeed agonizing. As the relentless electric shocks continued, dizziness enveloped her, and her delicate figure succumbed, toppling forward. She had anticipated collapsing to the ground. However, to her surprise, Lin Tianming caught her just in time. Cradled in his embrace, exhausted and defeated, Yi Qingxue had no choice but to concede her loss. Brother Tianming, thank you. Truly, you are the stronger one. I, Qingxue, accept my defeat wholeheartedly. Chapter 61. The gluttonous attribute is fully loaded. Brother Tianming, I want more. Is it finally over? The battle was truly spectacular. It is not shameful for Yi Qingxue, endowed with an F-rank supernatural talent, to have fought so fiercely against Lin Tianming, who possesses an SSS-Rank supernatural talent, and ultimately lose. However, one cannot deny that Lin Tianming, the top freshman of our esteemed Imperial Capital Academy, is indeed remarkable. His divine hand is extraordinarily powerful. Those lightning skills of his must have been replicated using his divine hand, right? This divine hand is simply monstrous. It can replicate any skill at will, allowing for limitless duplication and usage. Who could possibly defeat him? Once the battle concluded, Yi Qingxue's classmates refrained from mocking her for her defeat, instead acknowledging that losing to Lin Tianming was not a disgrace. Yet, they were unaware that Yi Qingxue herself was, in fact, an SSS-Rank Ice Attribute supernatural talent, not an F-rank as previously indicated. The awakening ceremony had classified her as F-rank due to a past incident where she sustained soul damage from a car accident while saving the original host. Once her soul is restored, she will regain her true SSS-Rank talent. Lin Tianming's divine hand replication is not as limitless as they presume. It does not allow for infinite duplication or use without cooldown, although the restrictions will lessen as his level increases. He still has a long journey ahead to achieve true infinite replication and usage. Naturally, Lin Tianming would not disclose the weaknesses of his low-level divine hand to others. If it weren't for teacher Jiang Han's prior experience with the original host's supernatural abilities, she would not have discerned his vulnerabilities. Lin Tianming, in fact, preferred that she remain unaware of his weaknesses. Nevertheless, he trusts that teacher Jiang will adhere to her principles and not divulge this information indiscriminately. Furthermore, he relies on her guidance in his exploration of divine hand replication, potential acquisition, and the path of spiritual ascension. With her assistance, he is bound to progress more swiftly. After the sparring session between Lin Tianming and Yi Qingxue concluded, Yi Qingxue's female teacher promptly approached to assess her condition. Upon confirming that Yi Qingxue was merely exhausted and uninjured, the teacher let out a sigh of relief. Subsequently, Jiang Han and Yi Qingxue's teacher engaged in a discussion regarding the supernatural courses and addressed the students who had attended class that day before announcing the end of the session. Today's lesson was solely focused on practical combat with Yi Qingxue. After class, Lin Tianming was delighted to accompany her for a stroll around the campus, which brought him immense joy. As they walked along the streets of the Imperial Capital Academy, Lin Tianming noticed that the number of people today was significantly higher than in previous days. He casually inquired, "Qingxue, are there more people on campus today?" Ye Vingu responded, "Of course. Today marks the official start of classes for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th year students, so naturally, there are more people. Is every student back at the Imperial Capital Academy today?" Seeing Lin Tianming's astonishment, Yi Qingxue looked at him curiously. "Is it possible you just found out?" Feeling a bit embarrassed, Lin Tianming admitted, "Yes." Yi Qingxue blinked her beautiful eyes and said, "Brother Tianming, you should pay more attention to campus news. But if you don't, that's all right. I'll be your little news assistant from now on to ensure you don't miss anything important. I'll keep you updated." "Thank you, Qingxue. That would be a great help." "It's no trouble at all. After all, Qingxue is Brother Tianming's thoughtful little girlfriend. As Brother Tianming's attentive little news assistant, he will surely appreciate me more." Fenglan, you sly vixen, don't even think about stealing my brother Tianming. Listening to Yi Qingxue's jealous thoughts about Fenglan, Lin Tianming felt a bit exasperated by her behavior. However, he chose not to address her subtle hints and continued to accompany her around the campus. "Brother Tianming, since class ended early today, shall we go out and have some fun?" At that moment, Yi Qingxue suddenly suggested going out. Lin Tianming pondered for a moment and felt it might not be appropriate. Are you sure you don't want to rest a bit first, considering you're exhausted? We could go out tonight instead. No, I'm just unable to use my powers right now. It's not like I'm seriously injured. Let us go out and have some fun. There's a snack street over at the Westgate. We can go there and eat something. Yi Qingxue was determined not to miss this opportunity for a date with Lin Tianming. She linked her delicate arm with his and looked at him with eager anticipation. The snack street at the Westgate? He had been there a few days ago with Chu Yunfei and even met Alice there. It was far from the Imperial Capital Academy, and eating something might help Yi Qingxue recover more quickly. After contemplating for a while, Lin Tianming finally agreed, all right, but after we eat, we must return. Your exhausted body cannot handle a long walk. We should come back early so you can rest and be prepared for class with your teacher tomorrow. Okay, Brother Tianming, we'll come back by noon. Finally persuading Lin Tianming to take her out, Yi Qingxue was overjoyed and pulled him towards the west gate, her demeanor betraying none of her exhaustion. Watching her exuberance, Lin Tianming genuinely worried that she might overexert herself and collapse. He followed closely behind to ensure she wouldn't face any trouble. With a mix of excitement and concern, Lin Tianming and Yi Qingxue arrived at the snack street, just a few blocks away from the west gate. So many delicious options. The aromas wafting through the air were enticing. Brother Tianming, I want 10 skewers of grilled gluten. Ah, no, let us start with 10 skewers of squid tentacles instead. No, 10 skewers of lamb skewers. Or upon arriving at the snack street and facing the plethora of delectable dishes, Yi Qingxue transformed into a gluttonous little cat, even succumbing to indecisiveness. Noticing her dilemma, Lin Tianming promptly made the decision for her. Boss, I'll have 10 skewers of squid tentacles, 10 skewers of lamb skewers, 10 skewers of grilled gluten, and 10 skewers of pork tenderloin. The boss was overjoyed by Lin Tianming's large order. All right, handsome, please wait a moment. It'll be ready shortly. As Lin Tianming and Yi Qingxue patiently awaited their order, the grilled gluten, squid tentacles, pork tenderloin, and lamb skewers were soon packed up. Lin Tianming handed the bag to Yi Qingxue, saying, "Eat whatever you like." "Thank you, Brother Tianming. Let us eat together. Here, this is yours. After finishing, I'll get you more." Brother Tianming is so kind to me. Walking along the snack street, Yi Qingxue, with her bag full of skewers, hardly touched any of it, as she was lured by nearby delicacies. Brother Tianming, look, bullfrog. Let us order 2 servings of bullfrog. I want both the honey-glazed and garlic-flavored ones from that shop. And we should try that duck blood vermicelli soup, too. They sell vegetable pancakes here. I didn't expect the Imperial Capital would have them, too. I prefer the ones from my hometown. It's been so long since I had them. Over there, and there I want this, too. Listening to Yi Qingxue's insatiable cravings, Lin Tianming felt overwhelmed. He gently restrained her restless figure and offered a gentle reminder. "Qingxue, I think it would be best for you to finish what you already have before buying so much that you can't eat it all and waste it." Chapter 62. The Infiltration of Monsters from the Land of Calamity. Lin Tianming faces monsters for the first time. Fortunately, Lin Tianming had the foresight, given Yi Qingxue's petite appetite. She became full after only a few bites. Had he listened to Yi Qingxue's whims earlier, it would have resulted in considerable waste. Nevertheless, he still held the vegetable pancakes and the dish she ordered. "I can't eat anymore. Brother Tianming, Qingxue is really full now. The leftovers are yours." He. Burp as she spoke. Yi Qingxue playfully let out a satisfied burp. With a hint of embarrassment, she winked at Lin Tianming, genuinely unable to eat more. Lin Tianming, with a headache, gazed at the vegetable pancakes in his hand, resigned to finishing them himself. As he took a bite, Yi Qingxue eagerly leaned closer, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Does it taste like home?" Lin Tianming shook his head. "No. The taste of the vegetable pancakes here in the Imperial Capital is quite different from what we have back home." Upon hearing this, Yi Qingxue extended her neck, taking a small bite from the pancake in Lin Tianming's hand. Under his bemused gaze, she remarked, "The vegetable pancake has indeed lost its original flavor in the Imperial Capital. I'll leave it to you, Brother Tianming." Burp looking at the pancake that had been bitten by Yi Qingxue, Lin Tianming hesitated. "You've bitten it. How can I eat it?" "Brother Tianming, I've eaten what you've bitten before. Why can't you eat what I've bitten? Are you rejecting me?" Oh, Brother Tianming, how could you disdain something I've eaten? Hearing her thoughts, Lin Tianming pondered for a moment, but decided to ignore his reservations and continued tasting the pancake. Watching him eat the pancake she had nibbled, Yi Qinshue's imagination began to wander. Does this count as an indirect kiss with Brother Tianming? Oh, how embarrassing. After being won over by him, Yi Qinshue's mind was filled with fanciful thoughts, a situation Lin Tianming had grown accustomed to. He refrained from shattering her daydreams, allowing her to immerse herself in her whimsical world. As they strolled through the food street, their bond deepened amidst laughter and conversation. Although Yi Qinshuo was already full, she found herself tempted by the street-side delicacies. Look, Brother Tianming, they sell cloud slices. Let us buy some. Having just dealt with the uneaten dishes, Lin Tianming felt a headache coming on. Haven't you had enough? Yi Qinshuo, however, found a justification for her cravings. It's a dessert after a meal. It's perfectly acceptable to indulge a little. Cloud slices can be kept for a long time, and we can bring some back to the Imperial Capital Academy. Her reasoning intrigued Lin Tianming, as the cloud slices would indeed make delightful snacks to share back at the academy. All right, let's buy some cloud slices to take back. I knew you'd be the best, Brother Tianming. After purchasing 2 large bags of cloud slices, Lin Tianming glanced at the time. Qinshu, it's nearly noon. Shun Tiwi. However, before he could finish, he sensed an ominous presence approaching. Although Yi Qinshuo could not use her skills for the time being, she too felt the dangerous aura. Turning toward the source, they saw a man in black slowly approaching them. Brother Tianming, that guy is suspicious. It's the aura of a monster from the land of calamity. How could someone tainted by such a presence appear near the Imperial Capital Academy? Upon hearing Yi Qinshue's thoughts, Lin Tianming's gaze sharpened. Don't say I didn't warn you. Stop right there. The man in black grinned, a grotesque black mist seeping from his mouth, creating an unsettling atmosphere. He rasped, You must be students of the Imperial Capital Academy, right? With a surge of thunderous power enveloping him, Lin Tianming formed a protective thunder armor while glaring fiercely at the man. So what if we are? What if we aren't? Seeing Lin Tianming's lack of fear, the man in black began to twist and contort, his laughter becoming increasingly eerie. That's perfect. I now present you with 2 choices. Join us or die. As he spoke, the ominous aura around him erupted, billowing dark clouds that materialized into a towering, sinister face, which sent nearby pedestrians fleeing in terror. Yi Qinshue's expression darkened at the sight. Damn it, is the defense of the Imperial Capital this ineffective? How could such a dangerous individual slip through the layers of scrutiny? The grotesque face locked onto Lin Tianming, its eyes glinting with greed as it prepared to strike. Oh, Brother Tianming, be careful. This is his first battle against a monster. He lacks combat experience. I wonder if he can withstand it. If only I could unleash my skills. With my past experiences against monsters, I would surely prevail. If Yi Qinshuo could unleash her skills, she could handle this monster. Therefore, if she could win against Yi Qinshuo, Lin Tianming surely could too. Her worried thoughts inadvertently bolstered Lin Tianming's confidence. He merely lacked experience in fighting monsters, and today he would practice against this tainted man in black. Thunder armor, protect me. Seeing Lin Tianming attempt to defend against the grotesque face with his thunder armor, Yi Qinshuo gasped in alarm. Brother Tianming, don't defend like that. It will erode your armor. Just as Yi Qinshuo warned, the grotesque face did not shatter the thunder armor through brute force. Instead, it latched onto it as if it were a part of the armor, permeating its essence without encountering any resistance. The eerie and horrifying scene of erosion startled Lin Tianming, prompting him to shatter the thunder armor himself. Spirit conversion. His body transformed into an ethereal spirit form, and Lin Tianming believed he could evade the grotesque face's attack. However, he soon realized he was mistaken. The grotesque face, upon seeing him in spirit form, became even more excited, lunging toward his intangible essence. Brother Tianming, the monsters from the land of calamity can attack souls. This man in black is definitely possessed by a high-level monster. He is no longer himself. You should avoid using spirit conversion, or it will only make him harder to deal with. Yet, by the time Yi Qinshuo uttered this warning, it was too late. The grotesque face had already engulfed Lin Tianming's spirit form. Yi Qingshue's face turned pale in horror. This is it. Brother Tianming, won't he die, will he? To her surprise, a radiant surge of spiritual energy erupted around Lin Tianming, reminiscent of the light he had emitted during their earlier battle. The flickering light of spiritual energy startled the grotesque face, causing it to recoil as if it had encountered a divine being capable of obliterating it. Lin Tianming himself discovered that the ghastly visage was fearful of his spiritual ascension power, which greatly bolstered his confidence. If even the gods of the spiritual ascension realm had fallen victim to his counterattack, how could a mere specter hope to consume him? Spiritual flame. As Lin Tianming unleashed the seething and burning spiritual flame, it erupted with an intensity far greater than usual. This spectacle astonished Lin Tianming. He had never witnessed the spiritual flame wield such formidable power. Why did it unleash such a terrifying force in the presence of the grotesque face? Could it be that this spiritual ascension power was the natural nemesis of such soul-formed entities? With this thought, Lin Tianming, brimming with confidence, cast forth a spiritual flame that was several times stronger than before. The potent spiritual ascension energy ignited the ghastly visage in an instant. In but a brief moment, the grotesque face was reduced to ashes by Lin Tianming's flames. The man in black, witnessing Lin Tianming effortlessly obliterating his ghastly visage, trembled in fear and began to retreat slowly. Lin Tianming advanced step by step, surrounded by a tempestuous surge of spiritual ascension energy. Now it is your turn. Spiritual Storm. Chapter 63. The power of spiritual ascension is the natural nemesis of demonic beasts. As Lin Tianming stood enveloped in the surging power of spiritual ascension, Yi Qingsnow's initial concerns transformed into sheer astonishment. This morning, Brother Tianming did not employ this technique during our sparring. His spiritual force seems rather unique. While demonic beasts are typically adept at targeting the souls of awakened humans, he can counter their soul attacks with ease. It appears I was overly concerned. Brother Tianming possesses this extraordinary spiritual force that inherently suppresses demonic beasts. He is practically tailored for combating them. At this moment, the tempest of spiritual energy surrounding Lin Tianming was magnitudes stronger than what he had demonstrated under Jiang Han's rigorous training. The storm, forged from spiritual energy, raged with a ferocity akin to a tornado, emanating an aura of terrifying destructive power against souls. Go! With a mere thought, Lin Tianming unleashed the tempest, aimed directly at the man in black. Just moments ago, this man had boasted that Lin Tianming and Yi Qingsnow had to either join him or perish. Now, his eyes were filled with unbounded fear upon encountering his natural nemesis. He turned to flee, yet found himself ensnared by the powerful pull of the spiritual storm, unable to escape even a single step, and instead being inexorably drawn closer to its core. The tempest was already surging towards him, and his proximity only hastened his demise. No, I have only just managed to infiltrate this body. I have yet to savor the exquisite essence of a high-quality, awakened human soul. Accompanied by a wretched wail reminiscent of a tormented spirit, the man tainted by the aura of demonic beasts was reduced to ashes within Lin Tianming's spiritual storm. The sheer potency of this storm against demonic entities seemed almost absurdly overwhelming. Lin Tianming, astonished by the storm's ability to obliterate the demonic beast, felt a flicker of joy. The power of spiritual ascension, significantly amplified against demonic foes, was indeed fortuitous for him. Brother Tianming, are you unharmed? Yi Qingsnow's concerned voice resonated in his ears, prompting Lin Tianming to respond, I am unscathed. Initially, I lacked experience in confronting demonic beasts and misused my abilities. I never anticipated they would be so terrified of my spiritual flame and the spiritual storm. Yet Vingso murmured. Is that swirling tempest formed from spiritual power called the spiritual storm? Lin Tianming jested, indeed. What? Do you wish to learn it? Suspecting his playful tone, Yi Qingsnow cast him a playful glare. I would like to learn, but I possess an ice attribute ability. I cannot possibly master your exclusive skill. Do you think everyone can replicate your prowess? All right, Qingsnow, We should not linger here. Let us return to the Imperial Capital Academy promptly and report the presence of individuals tainted by demonic beasts. Indeed, I truly did not expect the Imperial Capital to be the heart of the 9 provinces, with the most stringent defenses in place. How could demonic beasts infiltrate from the land of calamity? I sense something amiss. It is best we return to the Imperial Capital Academy swiftly. Yi Qingsnow wholeheartedly agreed with Lin Tianming's assessment, her desire to continue wandering in this chaotic environment having dissipated. As Lin Tianming and Yi Qingsnow prepared to depart, a figure within a nearby building, also tainted by the aura of demonic beasts, fixated on their retreating forms. His attention was primarily directed towards Lin Tianming. He had witnessed every detail of how Lin Tianming wielded the power of spiritual ascension to vanquish the man in black. His eyes brimmed with murderous intent and trepidation towards Lin Tianming, who he longed to eliminate immediately. However, for various reasons, he restrained the urge to act and turned to face those behind him. In the dim corridor stood several others, similarly imbued with the essence of demonic beasts. You all saw the student from the Imperial Capital Academy. He wields a power that counters us. His existence may very well obstruct our mission. We must eliminate him tonight. Remember, do not alert the high-level awakened beings within the Imperial Capital Academy, particularly the one named Jiang Han. Understood? Unbeknownst to Lin Tianming, he had attracted the attention of a group tainted by the essence of demonic beasts. Upon returning to the Imperial Capital Academy, he promptly informed Jiang Han of his and Yi Qingsnow's encounter at the Westgate Snack Street. Upon learning this news, Jiang Han's beautiful eyes revealed a grave expression. Individuals tainted by demonic beasts have been spotted near the west gate of the Imperial Capital Academy. Lin Tianming nodded affirmatively. Indeed, Teacher Jiang Han. The demonic beast I killed mentioned that the man in black was a body he had painstakingly acquired. Jiang Han replied thoughtfully, in that case, it appears you did not slay the true demonic beast. Young Tianming, what you vanquished was merely a human infected by its possession. How peculiar. With the Imperial Capital's layered defenses, how did the demonic beasts breach our walls? Although I met a tragic end at the hands of a traitor in my previous life, during that time, the Imperial Capital was free from demonic incursions. Has my rebirth caused such a significant shift? Lin Tianming inquired. Even if I did not kill its true form, it shouldn't be able to wreak havoc in the Imperial Capital again for a while, right? Jiang Han pondered for a moment before responding. Not necessarily. It depends on whether it has possessed other human bodies, lurking within the Imperial Capital. From your description, it seems to be a high-tier demonic beast, as the human it possessed was too weak to unleash its full power, which is why you managed to defeat it. High-tier demonic beasts possess considerable intelligence and often inhabit multiple human bodies to avoid being eradicated all at once. Lin Tianming gasped in horror. Teacher Jiang Han, are you suggesting there may be others in the Imperial Capital who are also possessed? Indeed. Moreover, high-tier demonic beasts, upon successfully infiltrating, often bring along their minions to facilitate further covert activities. Listening to the information Jiang Han provided about these demonic entities, Lin Tianming murmured, they even have subordinates. Another point to note is that these demonic beasts harbor deep grudges. By eliminating their possessed targets, you have disrupted their clandestine plans in the Imperial Capital. I suspect they are now focusing on you, plotting your demise. As Jiang Han articulated the possibility of Lin Tianming being targeted by demonic beasts, he hastily sought her counsel. What should I do now, Teacher Jiang Han? At least, Jiang Han Xiaokuth. What else can we do? Just wait for the demonic beasts to reveal themselves and come to you. You will serve as the bait, and I will handle the rest. Together, we shall ensure your safety. Chapter 64. Wandering aimlessly on the streets at night is just fine. The monsters will surely come looking for you. Teacher Jiang Han, why am I the one to seduce them? What? You little rascal, you don't expect me to entice those monsters for you, do you? I haven't even killed the human possessed by that monster. My seduction would be futile. Well, Teacher Jiang Han, where are you now? Please come closer. I'm a bit scared. Tianming, my dear, you know fear now. Rest assured I am nearby. As soon as that monster appears, I shall be there to rescue you. If my analysis is correct, The host body of the monster attacking you must have been at least an awakener of level 80 in its past life. 80, level 80? That's a full 64 levels above me. Teacher Jianghan, are you certain you can save me in time when it appears? I should be able to? What do you mean by should? You must be certain. All right, I'm certain. Do not fear. Your teacher will protect you. You look quite adorable when you are scared. Get lost. How dare you speak to your teacher like that? Rebellious disciple. Having not replied to Teacher Zhang's furious voice message, Lin Tianming, wearing his headphones, continued to wander aimlessly through the deserted Imperial Academy in the capital city. He had been communicating with Jiang Han for quite some time, initially hoping to alleviate the tension of being in the dark while the enemy lurked in the shadows. However, the more he conversed with Jiang Han, the more unreliable she seemed. He would have to rely on himself. If a monster truly appeared, he would unleash an ultra-tier forbidden spell of lightning attribute. Who cared about level 80? Under the might of an ultra-tier forbidden spell, it would be reduced to ashes. After wandering through the Imperial Academy for quite a while, Lin Tianming encountered no one and faced no sudden attacks. However, he did receive a voice message from Jiang Han. There are traces of monster energy, albeit subtle. They seem to be quite wary. It appears that they are afraid to act within the Imperial Academy, fearing the attention of higher-level awakeners. Listening to Jiang Han's voice message through his headphones, Lin Tianming furrowed his brow. Why did he sense nothing? He refrained from sending a voice reply and pretended to be a night owl engrossed in his phone, typing a response to Jiang Han. What should I do? Continue with the physical seduction. The big fish hasn't shown up yet. Just a bunch of small fry. Go out. Huh? What do you mean go out? Silly boy. You have no sense of teamwork. I mean for you to leave the Imperial Academy. Just pick any exit and wander the streets. Head toward the most secluded areas. Are you sure this is effective? Trust my judgment, dear student. Wandering the streets at night, particularly in deserted areas with broken streetlights and damaged cameras, will surely attract the monsters. I feel like you were setting me up. Though feeling somewhat deceived, Lin Tianming followed Jiang Han's advice and exited the Imperial Academy. He maintained communication with Jiang Han throughout, never once hearing her thoughts. He was convinced that her claim of being nearby was nonsense. She must be hiding at a distance beyond his line of sight, observing from afar. Otherwise, he would have been able to hear her thoughts. Despite his internal musings about Jiang Han's unreliability, he began to walk towards the dim and secluded areas outside the Imperial Academy. After traversing several streets, the buildings of the academy were no longer visible behind him. The streetlights flickered erratically, and the few surveillance cameras had fallen into disrepair without timely maintenance. You're being watched. Having received a long-awaited voice message from Teacher Jiang, Lin Tianming typed back, "Is the big fish you mentioned hooked?" The big fish hasn't been detected yet, but when I said you're being watched, I wasn't referring to the monsters. The members of the Awakening Battle Group in the capital seem to have seen the surveillance footage of your battle with a monster earlier today and are now keeping an eye on you. The Awakening Battle Group? Those are the individuals responsible for maintaining the daily order of the capital. They probably want to observe you in the shadows, waiting for you to lure out the monster before they make their appearance. Lin Tianming felt quite speechless. Why is everyone trying to use him as bait to lure monsters on a late night? Be prepared for battle at any moment. I have a feeling they are about to lose control. You can handle the small fry by yourself, and I will assist you when the big fish appears. Good luck. Just as Lin Tianming received Jiang Han's warning to be cautious, several ominous presences of monsters emerged from the dark corners and swiftly approached him. Lin Tianming, feeling frustrated at being treated as bait all night with no outlet for his pent-up emotions, was taken aback by the sight of the encroaching malevolent energy and the humans tainted by it. Elemental fire. He unleashed a searing torrent of elemental fire, sending several blazing arcs toward the sources of the monstrous energy. The soul-piercing flames surged in intensity upon encountering the monsters, incinerating the assailants in an instant. Having effortlessly dispatched the so-called small fry that Teacher Jiang had mentioned, Lin Tianming was about to pull out his phone to ask Jiang Han when the big fish would appear when an overwhelming aura of terror suddenly engulfed him. These minions are truly useless. It took a great deal of effort to bring them in, and I had hoped they would accomplish something. Yet they can't even deal with a low-level 16 awakener. At the end of the dim street ahead, a figure emerged, exuding a similar aura of malevolence as the black-clad man Lin Tianming had encountered during the day, yet he appeared even more formidable. The moment Lin Tianming laid eyes on this man, he felt an immense pressure weighing down on him. It was the suffocating weight of absolute superiority, leaving him breathless. This must be the big fish that Teacher Jiang was referring to. Noticing that Jiang Han had not appeared, Lin Tianming ceased typing to communicate and instead sent her a voice message. "The big fish has appeared. Where are you?" Typically quick to respond. Jiang Han remained silent this time, amplifying the pressure Lin Tianming felt. "Human, do you understand the immense cost of sending each of my possessed bodies into this realm? Even the weakest one you killed during the day required considerable effort to prepare. It hadn't even fulfilled its purpose before you killed it. You shall pay dearly." As he spoke, the furious man unleashed a grotesque visage akin to that of the black-clad man from earlier. Yet the malevolence radiating from him far surpassed that of his daytime counterpart. Elemental Storm. Lin Tianming summoned an elemental storm, its power amplified several-fold, colliding with the man's fearsome countenance. Though Lin Tianming's elemental ascension was particularly effective against monsters, the vast disparity in their levels rendered his storm almost powerless. In mere moments, the elemental storm was torn apart. "Human, I shall savor your soul and take possession of your body. With your vessel, my grand design will be one step closer to fruition." Could this monster truly be, as Teacher Jiang suggested, of level 80? Upon witnessing his psychic storm being effortlessly shredded, Lin Tianming's gaze darkened. The prolonged absence of Teacher Jiang Han was perplexing. Although he could not fathom her intentions, he could no longer afford to dwell on such uncertainties. He resolved to unleash a transcendent forbidden spell, a skill reserved for the most elite awakeners, to annihilate the monstrosity before him. Transcendent forbidden spell, Purple Thunderstrike. Yet, just as Lin Tianming prepared to invoke the Purple Thunderstrike, his concentration was abruptly shattered. He initially assumed it was the creature that had interrupted him. But as he turned his gaze towards the man possessed by the monster, he beheld the grotesque visage of the fiend being pierced and obliterated by resplendent petals. To his astonishment, the entire street was adorned with a vibrant cascade of flourishing rain. A petal brushed past his ear, and whether it was merely an illusion or not, it seemed to serve as a conduit, whispering an enchanting and seductive murmur that penetrated his mind, bringing him an unexpected sense of delight. "Your task has been accomplished. It is advisable to refrain from utilizing transcendent forbidden spells within the Imperial capital, as they may inadvertently involve innocent parties." Chapter 65. The Awakening Battle Team of the Imperial Capital, Yufei. SSS-level abilities flourish under the resplendent rain. Petals fell like raindrops upon Lin Tianming. Warm currents surged within him, nourishing his body. In but a brief moment, he regained all the stamina expended in the recent battle amidst the flurry of petals. However, the man possessed by the high-level demon was not so fortunate. Surrounded by the endless cascade of dazzling petals, the moment they touched his body, they released a terrifying energy. Erupting violently, the petals continued to descend upon him, each one unleashing waves of destructive power. The radiant petals bloomed repeatedly, akin to a fireworks display. Although they were meant to vanquish a demon, their beauty compelled one to gaze longer. In stark contrast to Lin Tianming's swift recovery, the man possessed by the demon met his demise under the energy of the blooming petals. Lin Tianming stood entranced by the man's exquisite death, marveling at such a breathtakingly beautiful method of attack. Before Lin Tianming could fully comprehend the elegance of the man's demise, a graceful figure, reminiscent of a celestial being, emerged from the shadows, enveloped by the vibrant petals. In the blink of an eye, this ethereal beauty stood before him. Gently tapping Lin Tianming's shoulder, she spoke, "Tianming, my junior, tonight I owe you a debt of gratitude for luring him in with your physical presence. I have been tracking this demon-possessed individual for a long time, and tonight I finally managed to bring him down." Her touch snapped Lin Tianming back to reality. Instinctively, he distanced himself from the enchanting woman, his eyes filled with caution. Who are you? How do you know my name? Tianming, you are indeed cautious. She replied with a charming smile. I am Yufei, a former student of the Imperial Capital Academy, just like you, now the squad leader of the 5th Division of the Awakening Battle Team. Although I graduated a year ago, I have kept an eye on the happenings at the Academy. Moreover, you have recently gained quite a reputation. I have watched your battle videos, and your fight at the Westgate Food Tree earlier today was captured on surveillance. It's not surprising that I know your name, is it? Realizing she was the member of the Awakening Battle Team mentioned by their instructor, Jiang Han, Lin Tianming's wariness lessened. So, you're senior. Thank you for your timely rescue. Yufei smiled radiantly, her every expression reminiscent of the petals she had summoned. It was not to the extent of a rescue. I merely acted to prevent you from executing an advanced forbidden spell, and in doing so, I dealt with this demon. Your advanced forbidden spell must have been a replication of Instructor Jiang Han's, correct? Surprised that Yufei knew Jiang Han, Lin Tianming responded, Senior, you are indeed insightful. Nothing escapes your notice. But I must ask, how were you able to interrupt my casting of an advanced forbidden spell? Have you already? Curiosity piqued. He wondered how a newly graduated awakener could disrupt such a powerful incantation. Could it be that she had become a top-tier awakener in just a year? In response to Lin Tianming's inquiry, Yufei was forthright. Tianming, I lack the ability to forcibly interrupt an advanced forbidden spell on my own. I am only at level 80. To prevent you from casting that spell, I had to expend an advanced forbidden artifact, which is specifically designed to counter such spells. With her explanation, Lin Tianming understood. Ah, I see now, Senior. However, I genuinely did not expect your ability to replicate such powerful skills. That advanced forbidden spell is typically reserved for top-tier awakeners. It's astonishing that a level 16 awakener like you could replicate it. Listening to Yufei's praise for his ability, Lin Tianming felt a bit bashful. Senior, you are too modest. SSS-level abilities each have their strengths, and my skills are not as formidable as you suggest. Suddenly, Yufei began to cough up blood. Alarmed, Lin Tianming quickly supported her as she nearly collapsed. Senior, what is happening? Why are you coughing up blood? Using an advanced forbidden artifact to counter an advanced forbidden spell is extremely taxing on the body and can lead to severe side effects. It's nothing serious. I just need some time to recuperate, she explained, though she coughed several more times, understanding that her condition was a result of her efforts to prevent him from casting. Lin Tianming took a deep breath. I am truly sorry, Senior. I did not intend to harm you. Does the Awakening Battle Team have a division nearby? Allow me to escort you back. It's not your fault. I misjudged the situation. Had I seen that level 80 demon sooner, I would not have forced you to use the advanced forbidden spell that Instructor Jiang Han left for your protection. I am the squad leader of the 5th Division responsible for the area surrounding the Imperial Capital Academy. Let me share a location with you. After speaking, Yufei retrieved her phone, pinpointed the location of the 5th Division, and handed it to Lin Tianming. Just follow this navigation. It's not far, about half an hour's journey. However, just as Lin Tianming intended to escort Yufei back to recuperate, the man buried beneath the rain of petals began to rise slowly from the ground. Planning to leave? You both must stay. As SSS-level abilities, your souls will be quite delectable. He cackled. Yufei's face darkened as she witnessed the man, who should have been dead, standing again. How is this possible? He died? I am not so easily vanquished. The body I possess is also a level 80 awakener. No matter how strong you are, you cannot easily kill me. The man laughed maniacally, his grotesque visage rising like a dark flame. I must thank you. Had you not used your body to activate the advanced forbidden artifact and interrupted my spell, my host would have been obliterated. Now, weakened by the artifact's side effects, you both shall become mere prey, awaiting my slaughter. As the demon, rising once more from the ground, laughed increasingly maniacally, Fei whispered to Lin Tianming. Do not concern yourself with me, Junior Tianming. Though I am currently weakened, I still possess some forbidden techniques to prevent it from harming you. Return to the Imperial Capital's Grand Academy for assistance. It would be best if Teacher Jiang Han could come personally. She is a top-tier awakener, having slain countless demons, and would surely regard this creature with disdain. Lin Tianming wished to enlist Jiang Han's aid to conserve his strength. However, Ever since the appearance of this man, the usually responsive teacher Jiang had vanished. Now, he could only rely on himself. Although his sole, super-level forbidden spell had been interrupted, Lin Tianming felt no fear facing the demon that had risen from the funeral of the petals. His ascendant spiritual energy allowed him to perceive clearly that this demon, severely weakened by Rui Fei, was merely a shadow of its former self. The demon likely underestimated him, assuming that even in its injured state, it could easily overpower someone of his level. Lin Tianming was determined to show this demon that he was no pushover. Spiritual energy storm. Sensing the tumultuous surge of Lin Tianming's ascendant power, Rui Fei recognized his intent to fight. Yet, she cautioned, Junior Tianming, do not act impulsively. You must leave. I will hold it off. Before she could finish, Lin Tianming interrupted her forcefully. Senior, it is only one breath left after your previous attack. There is nothing to fear. Leave the rest to me. What audacity! The demon scoffed, acknowledging Lin Tianming's unique spiritual power, which naturally countered them. However, the body I inhabit is that of an 80-level awakener. Even injured, it is not something a mere teenager can contend with. Amused by Lin Tianming's boastful bravado, the demon unleashed its most ferocious assault. Its grotesque visage swelled several times in size as it lunged toward Lin Tianming, intent on devouring him. I shall take your soul. I shall claim your flesh. You are utterly oblivious to your predicament. Allow me to send you to the heavens. With a piercing gaze, Lin Tianming's energy storm surged under his command, amplified manifold, as it charged toward the heart of the demon's ghastly face. Boom! The swelling energy storm, akin to a razor-sharp sword, effortlessly tore through the demon's grotesque visage as if it were mere paper, continuing its relentless advance toward the demon. Witnessing the spiritual energy storm that inherently countered their kind barreling toward him, the demon, clinging to its last breath, finally felt fear. How can it be so formidable? Even if it counters us, it should not possess such terrifying might at just a few levels. No, this body cannot perish. I have more crucial tasks yet to fulfill. No, had it continued to feign death, and not coveted Lin Tianming's soul, it surely would not have faced demise at his hands. But now it was too late. Under the savage onslaught of the spiritual energy storm, the body it inhabited could not withstand such devastation. Furthermore, the soul energy tethered to this form endured unprecedented torment. Ultimately, succumbing to the dual destruction of body and spirit, it met its end in a fit of reluctant fury, reduced to ash. Chapter 66. Teacher Jiang Han has vanquished the demon. Dead. Is he dead? Yufei had initially planned to use her forbidden technique to save Lin Tianming, despite the exacerbating side effects of her injuries. However, to her astonishment, Lin Tianming's psychic storm obliterated the demon man outright. This was an 80-level demon possessed by a high-tier creature, even in a severely wounded state. He was not something a low-level awakened individual could contend with. Had Lin Tianming utilized a superior forbidden spell to defeat the demon, Yufei would not have been so shocked. What astonished her was the sheer might of Lin Tianming's soul power skill, the psychic storm. Earlier that afternoon, she had watched a recording of Lin Tianming's battle against the demon, but a recording could never convey the immediacy of being present at the scene. Now, immersed in the experience, she could distinctly sense that Lin Tianming's soul power was extraordinarily unique, possessing an innate ability to counter demons. Could it be this inherent advantage that allowed Lin Tianming to dispatch high-level demons with greater ease than others? Before Yufei could ponder this further, the side effects of activating the superior forbidden device struck her again, causing her to cough up blood. Cough, cough. It was only with Lin Tianming's support that she had managed to stand, but during the brief moment he had vanquished the demon, she found herself wavering once more. Her legs weakened, and she collapsed to the ground. Upon witnessing this, Lin Tianming hurried back to her side, crouching down to embrace her. Senior, are you all right? Yufei, tormented by the side effects of the superior forbidden device, felt utterly exhausted and in need of rest. I'm fine. It's just the side effects of the superior forbidden device, a normal phenomenon. If you take me back to rest for the night, I will recover. I will take you back right away, Senior. Can you still manage to stand? Lin Tianming intended to support her back to the nearby Awakening Battle Group Division for her recovery. However, after only a few steps, her weakening condition prevented her from moving further, even with his assistance. Had Lin Tianming not caught her in time, she would have been on her knees again. Sorry, Tianming. It was supposed to be me saving you, but due to my misjudgment, I've put you in the position of taking care of me. Hearing Yu Fei's apologetic words, Lin Tianming shook his head. Senior, you couldn't have anticipated the demon's threat. It's not your fault you didn't come to assist me right away. Your later intervention to stop me from casting the superior forbidden spell was to prevent its terrifying power from harming innocent lives. Now that you're injured, don't dwell on it. If you can't walk, I'll carry you back. Without awaiting her response, Lin Tianming lifted her, cradling her in his arms as he would a princess, prompting a surprised gasp from Yu Fei. Noticing the flush on her cheeks, Lin Tianming said earnestly, Senior, this is merely to ensure you return to rest. I hope you will pardon any offense. It's all right, Tianming. I'll rely on you this time. Despite her alluring powers and striking appearance, this was Yu Fei's first experience of such intimate contact with a male. She felt shy, her flushed cheeks preventing her from meeting Lin Tianming's gaze, who appeared completely unperturbed by the situation. However, he too was secretly affected by her presence. Yu Fei's delicate form and enchanting demeanor, combined with her extraordinary affinity for her psychic talent, rendered her irresistibly captivating even without any overt action. As Lin Tianming held the ethereal beauty of his senior close, the sweet scent enveloped him, igniting a fierce internal struggle within. As they continued on their way, the crimson hue on Yu Fei's face gradually faded. With her emotions stabilizing, she began to converse with Lin Tianming. Tianming, have you noticed that your soul power seems to have a natural restraint against those demons? I suspect this is why they targeted you, intending to snuff you out before you could fully develop. Discussing this matter, Lin Tianming replied, Indeed, I noticed this earlier today. It was my first encounter with a demon, and my psychic power. My soul power skill doesn't usually possess such formidable strength. Yet, when faced with a demon, it unleashed a destruction far beyond its normal capabilities, almost revealing his identity as a psychic ascendant. Lin Tianming quickly rephrased his words and continued the conversation with Yu Fei. After hearing his response, Yu Fei continued, Tianming, if you develop further, your unique soul power could potentially become a crucial weapon for our nation in combating the demons from the disaster zone. Recently, the capital has been rather unstable. According to information from the Awakening Battle Group, there are likely other high-tier demons infiltrating our capital, and with your soul power being so effective against them, you should exercise caution. Upon hearing Yu Fei mention the presence of additional high-tier demons within the capital, Lin Tianming inquired, Senior, the capital is the heart of our nation, fortified with the most stringent defenses. How could so many creatures from the disaster zone breach our borders? Contemplating this question, Yu Fei hesitated before answering. I'm not sure of the specifics. As the captain of the 5th Division of the Awakening Battle Group, my channels for obtaining information are limited. However, I suspect there may be individuals colluding with the demons from the disaster zone. The thought of collusion within their ranks sent a shiver through Lin Tianming. Senior, I have one more question. The demon-possessed man mentioned he could not die here, as he had a more significant task to complete. Do you know what that task might be? Yu Fei, equally curious about his question, shook her head with a rueful smile. I don't know, but whatever task they aim to accomplish is undoubtedly a grave threat to the capital and perhaps even to our entire nation. Therefore, Tianming, please be vigilant about your safety. And if you discover anything concerning the demons, do inform me. This way, I can mobilize the Awakening Battle Group to investigate and thwart their nefarious plans. Rest assured, Senior, I will. After approximately half an hour of carrying Yu Fei, Lin Tianming finally returned her to the base of the 5th Division of the Awakening Battle Group near the Great Emperor Academy in the capital. Having added the senior, who had graduated a year prior, as a friend, Lin Tianming then returned to the Great Emperor Academy, reflecting on teacher Jiang Han's sudden disappearance during the crisis. Lin Tianming couldn't help but suspect that she had recalled his betrayal in her past life and intended to leave him to fend for himself. Opening his phone, he glanced at the conversation history with Jiang Han. The last message he had sent remained unanswered. After a moment's hesitation, he sent another message. Teacher Jiang Han, remember our agreement? I would act as bait, and you would eliminate the demon. I almost died just now. Where are you? You little rascal. Aren't you alive and well? To his surprise, once the crisis had subsided, she instantly replied with a voice message. This only solidified Lin Tianming's suspicions. She had likely remembered his past betrayal and chose to ignore him. Feeling somewhat dejected, Lin Tianming decided not to respond and retreated to the boys' dormitory for a much-needed rest. Lin Tianming was unaware that, at that very moment, on the other end of the phone, Jiang Han stood before a dimly lit entrance to an underground passage. This shadowy entrance was guarded by a formidable door, equipped with a sophisticated smart lock system that required either a password or facial recognition for entry. After confirming the safety of both Lin Tianming and Yu Fei, Jiang Han had followed the trail of the demonic presence to this location. She approached the door with measured steps, aligning her face with the smart facial recognition system. Identity verification was in progress. Facial recognition failed. An intruder was detected. All units on high alert. In an instant, her enchanting eyes unleashed a devastating burst of violet lightning, obliterating the imposing door with ease. When I declare that I will seize everything, I shall undoubtedly do so. Chapter 67. Teacher Jiang Han, who does not wish to be misunderstood by Lin Tianming. I have slaughtered all the demonic creatures. In the shadowy underground passage, there lies a stronghold teeming with numerous demonic entities. Most of these beings are human corpses possessed by the creatures from the cataclysmic lands, referred to as demonic humans by Yu Fei and Lin Tianming. They have gathered here, covertly plotting actions that threaten the peace of the imperial capital. The sudden intrusion of Jiang Han shattered the tranquility of this demonic lair, particularly when the leading high-ranking demonic entities, embodied in these demonic humans, captured Jiang Han's eyes, glimmering with a menacing purple lightning. Through the surveillance cameras, they were struck with sheer terror. How? How could it be her? Jiang Han, the heir to the Thunder Palace. Even if we were to confront her in our true forms, we would not stand a chance against her. With her arrival, our meticulously devised plan is in ruins. Who is responsible for bringing her here? Damn it. I recall. Ghost Spirit, your other level 80 possessed body was roaming near the Imperial Academy, wasn't it? Did you inadvertently alert her? Impossible. I was merely hunting a low-level human brat. How is that body of yours faring? Surely it is still hissing, dead? Indeed, it is you, foolish Ghost Spirit. Knowing that Jiang Han is at the Imperial Academy, you still dare to let your demonic minions forage nearby, ruining our plan. This is not the time for infighting. We must devise a strategy to deal with her. The high-ranking demonic humans, filled with trepidation, gazed at the figure of Jiang Han on the screen. She moved as if in a realm devoid of obstacles, leaving a trail of terrifying thunderous power, reducing their painstakingly constructed stronghold to ruins. We cannot confront her head-on. Our possessed bodies have crucial tasks to fulfill and must not perish here. We must find a way to escape. Perhaps sensing their gaze, Jiang Han suddenly cast a chilling look towards a nearby surveillance camera. Zzz. With the sound of the camera exploding, the demonic humans hiding in the depths of the stronghold lost sight of Jiang Han. It's fine. There are other cameras. However, before the demonic human could finish his sentence, all the surveillance cameras in the stronghold were simultaneously destroyed. Moreover, within the main hall of their deepest stronghold, various instruments began to crackle with sparks and flames. In mere moments, the entire demonic stronghold was plunged into darkness. Power outages are not inherently terrifying for demonic entities. What is truly frightening is the arrival of the one who caused the blackout. Boom! Before the high-ranking demonic humans could devise a countermeasure, the hall's door was blown apart. In the dim passage, a figure enveloped in purple lightning was stepping forward. This figure, of course, was Jiang Han, Lin Tianming's teacher. It was too late to flee now. They might as well confront her. This is, after all, our territory, fortified with our defensive barriers. If we join forces, perhaps we can eliminate her. With no way out, these high-ranking demonic humans steeled themselves for a final desperate struggle against Jiang Han. Yet, they still vastly overestimated their capabilities. Before Jiang Han even entered the hall, her mesmerizing eyes, glowing with terrifying purple lightning, unleashed a devastating beam of purple lightning, swiftly traversing the dark corridor and piercing through their demonic human forms like a string of beads. As the purple lightning pierced them, it released explosive arcs of thunder, further tearing their bodies apart. In the blink of an eye, the demonic humans who sought to battle Jiang Han were reduced to nothingness, dissipating under the annihilating purple radiance. The other demonic entities within the stronghold met the same fate at Jiang Han's hands, yet she did not leave immediately. Instead, she advanced into the final stronghold's hall. After a brief search, she gathered some exceedingly valuable intelligence. This group of demonic entities, making such a grand incursion into the imperial capital, aimed to access the magical tomb beneath the city. The tomb had been dormant for a century. How could they enter? Could it be that the tomb is about to awaken? Murmuring to herself about the information related to the magical tomb, Jiang Han's gaze sharpened slightly. In her previous life, she had not witnessed any disturbances in the magical tomb until she was betrayed and killed by her rebellious disciple. There had been no demonic incursions into the imperial capital. Now, in this reincarnation, the possibility of the tomb awakening loomed. It seemed she must pay closer attention to developments in this regard and prepare for the eventual awakening of the magical tomb. With this thought, Jiang Han departed the underground demonic stronghold. The next day, Lin Tianming, who had been summoned by teacher Jiang Han to lure out the demonic entities, arrived for class, his fatigue evident in the dark circles under his eyes. Upon seeing his somewhat disheveled state, Jiang Han teased, "You, young man, look as though you haven't rested well." Lin Tianming retorted irritably, "Of course. You went to lure out the demons, and I had to deal with it myself." Hearing this, Jiang Han, who had personally dismantled the stronghold attacking Lin Tianming, felt a twinge of displeasure. "Are you blaming me? This brat. I calculated that Yu Fei had weakened that demon, leaving you alone to handle it. I pursued its demonic aura and eliminated the threat in the imperial capital while you were safe. How dare you hold a grudge against me?" Suddenly, Lin Tianming was taken aback by Jiang Han's displeasure. So, when he encountered the level 80 demonic humans attack, Jiang Han had not intervened because she believed he and Yu Fei could defeat it. Meanwhile, she had tracked the aura and found the hidden demonic stronghold threatening him. No wonder she had taken so long to respond. She had not abandoned him in a moment of peril, but had been seeking vengeance on the demonic entities for him. With this realization, all of Lin Tianming's pent-up frustration dissipated. "How could I dare? Teacher Jiang Han, you are my mentor. I could never hold a grudge against you." Though Lin Tianming insisted he bore no ill will, Jiang Han remained somewhat skeptical. Could this brat harbor resentment and, like in my past life, commit acts of treachery against his teacher? Should I tell him about last night's events at the demonic stronghold? After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Han felt it prudent to explain the situation to Lin Tianming. "Brat, do you know why I didn't respond when you were in danger last night?" Even though Lin Tianming had eavesdropped on her thoughts and understood the truth, he feigned ignorance. "I don't know. Teacher Jiang Han, do you have some unspoken reason?" Seeing Lin Tianming's question, Jiang Han replied, "Brat, you only know how to blame your teacher. I would never harm you. When I saw you in danger, it was because I had detected Yu Fei from the awakening battle group nearby. I knew that together, you could surely defeat that demonic human. Confirming that you were not in true danger, I took the opportunity to track the other possessed bodies and located their hidden stronghold, along with the other demonic entities within. As I mentioned when I instructed you to seduce the creatures of darkness, you are responsible for the allure, while I, your mentor, shall take care of the rest. Last night, I eliminated all the malevolent beings that pose a threat to you. You must not harbor any anger or resentment towards me." Chapter 68. A new skill that even teacher Jiang Han could not resist. Soul capture. Listening to teacher Jiang Han's heartfelt concern for him, Lin Tianming felt a deep sense of gratitude. Such a remarkable teacher is indeed hard to find. He replied, "Teacher Jiang, I truly am not upset. I was merely making a light-hearted joke." "Really? More genuine than gold, my dear teacher Jiang." Seeing that Lin Tianming did not appear to be lying, Jiang Han decided to let the matter go. "I hope this child truly hasn't taken it to heart. If he were to misunderstand me and harbor resentment, It could lead to an irrevocable rift between us in this lifetime. I noticed his stubbornness during his spar with Yi Qingxue. He certainly wasn't this way in the last life. I hope his character in this life differs from the previous one. If he remains unchanged, it would mean he is simply better at concealing his true self this time, forcing me to make the painful decision to sever ties. Upon hearing Jiang Han's conflicting inner thoughts, Lin Tianming broke into a cold sweat. Please, don't force yourself to endure pain, Teacher Jiang. It's rather frightening. Just let go of the burdens in your heart. The Lin Tianming you encounter in this life will undoubtedly cherish you for a lifetime. Lin Tianming silently urged, feeling that, through his efforts, Jiang Han's feelings for him, her beloved disciple, were gradually overshadowing the resentment from their past life. If he continued to persevere and nurture their bond step by step, he was certain he could win over Teacher Jiang. Young Tianming, let us set aside the casual topics for now and commence today's special training session. Just as Lin Tianming began to envision a future of completely winning over Jiang Han, her words snapped him back to reality. However, before he could prepare himself, Jiang Han unleashed a fierce soul thunder seal, extracting a portion of his soul from his body. Almost immediately, a bolt of lightning struck down from the heavens, causing Lin Tianming to feel a tingling sensation on his scalp. Wait, Teacher Jiang, can we not start off so violently every time? I mean, could we perhaps opt for a gentler training method? Absolutely not. We will commence with the usual soul power training. Although this was not Lin Tianming's first experience with such rigorous training, he couldn't help but mutter a few curses under his breath. Despite the torment of the intense training, the high-intensity soul power training, level-up training, and the God-S hand replication and plundering training were significantly enhancing his potential and combat capabilities. Previously, he had mastered the soul energy ascension skill of the soul energy storm, rapidly breaking through to level 16. And unlocking the restrictions on the God-S hand replication and plundering was the best evidence of the training's effectiveness. If all goes as planned, Tianming's soul power is about to undergo a new transformation. Quantity will lead to quality. What new soul power skill will he awaken this time? Although Lin Tianming was currently electrified by Jiang Han's devilish training, upon hearing her thoughts, he regained his focus. After all these days of accumulation, was his soul power on the brink of another metamorphosis? Lin Tianming carefully attuned to the dual electric shocks coursing through his soul. Besides the usual gathering of new soul power, it felt as though energy was converging towards the center, as if preparing for an impactful release. This realization confirmed to Lin Tianming that Jiang Han's analysis of his thoughts was indeed accurate. He had to admit that while this devilish training was torturous, it was immensely beneficial for his soul power enhancement. Last time, his soul power had transformed, allowing him to learn a new soul energy ascender skill. He believed this time will be no different. With that thought in mind, Lin Tianming's attitude towards Jiang Han's devilish training became more positive. Under the shared anticipation of both Jiang Han and Lin Tianming, the sensation of enlightenment regarding a new skill surged within Lin Tianming once again. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, he immediately delved into contemplation. At the same moment, Lin Tianming's soul power began to converge towards the center, releasing an even more potent and resilient force. It seems this boy is on the verge of grasping a new soul skill. His speed is even faster than I anticipated. Yang Amu said intentionally, her gaze fixed on Lin Tianming, ever watchful of his enlightenment process. As Lin Tianming's soul power converged towards the center, it achieved the transformation that Jiang Han had described. Though smaller in size, it contained a far greater essence of soul energy than before. The metamorphosis of his soul power indicated that even if Lin Tianming remained at level 16, the potency of his spirit fire and soul energy storm would far surpass their previous capabilities. Yet, this was not what Jiang Han was most concerned about. Her primary focus remained on Lin Tianming's new soul skill. Noticing Lin Tianming slowly opening his eyes, yet not exhibiting the concrete skill he had displayed when he learned the soul energy storm, Jiang Han's expression turned perplexed. Tianming, what new soul power skill have you learned this time? When it came to discussing the new skill he had acquired through this soul transformation. Lin Tianming did not feel the same excitement as he had when he learned the soul energy storm. He replied candidly, "This new skill doesn't seem to possess the destructive power of the soul energy storm. It's called soul capture, and its description indicates it can influence a person's mind and spirit, seeming quite similar to how spirit fire causes one to lose their composure." Upon hearing Lin Tianming's description, Jiang Han was eager to see the actual effect. "Demonstrate your new skill, soul capture, on me." Hesitant, Lin Tianming replied, "Isn't that inappropriate? There's nothing inappropriate about it. Only by trying can we discern its true effect. We cannot ascertain much merely from its description." Seeing that Jiang Han was insistent on him using soul capture on her, Lin Tianming took a deep breath. "All right then, here I come, Teacher Jiang." After alerting her, he immediately activated his new soul energy ascender skill, soul capture. As Lin Tianming initiated soul capture, the swirling soul energy around him quickly converged into a singular point, forming a concentrated yet more powerful sphere of soul energy. His eyes shone with a light that seemed capable of capturing souls. At that moment, Jiang Han's soul was subjected to an unprecedented assault, causing her to tremble violently, even as a top-level awakener. Such intense soul attack. As a top-tier ability awakener, I'm actually at risk of losing my composure under a soul attack of merely a few levels. Soon after, she found herself losing her focus, her bright and beautiful eyes gradually fading of color. Lin Tianming, having heard Jiang Han's thoughts before her loss of composure, realized immediately that she was indeed in a state of disarray. He was astonished by the power exhibited by his newly learned skill. Soul capture, which had seemed unremarkable in its description, turned out to be so formidable that even his teacher Jiang could not withstand it. After a brief moment of shock, Lin Tianming's expression transformed into one of ecstasy. Observing Jiang Han in her dazed state, her eyes devoid of color, he curiously leaned closer and poked her cheek. "Teacher Jiang?" he called tentatively. Receiving no response, with her pupils still dull and unfocused, Lin Tianming's lips curled into a mischievous smile. "Teacher Jiang, can you hear me?" He leaned close to her ear and called out, waving his hand in front of her vacant gaze, thoroughly amused. This soul-capturing skill is nothing short of miraculous, even causing the esteemed teacher Jiang Han to lose her composure for such an extended period. As he spoke, Lin Tianming mischievously extended his hands, pinching the smooth sides of Jiang Han's face while making a silly grimace. He then pulled out his phone, playfully capturing this rare moment. The more he engaged, the more he found himself addicted. He continued to manipulate Jiang Han's face, eliciting an expression she would typically never make, and together they posed for a delightful snapshot. Cheese. Afterward, Lin Tianming reveled in his masterpiece. Quite splendid. Truly splendid. Teacher Jiang Han should frequently exhibit such expressions. Subsequently, Lin Tianming treated the entranced Jiang Han as a life-size figurine, posing her in various stances and expressions, capturing numerous solo and duo shots. During their usual training sessions, he often faced her wrath. Now, he finally relished a moment of fun. Had he known he would master this technique today, he would have purchased a maid outfit online. Hey. Just as Lin Tianming was contemplating how to continue this playful escapade, teacher Jiang Han's voice, laced with an ominous tone, echoed in his ear. "Have you had your fill of fun?" Chapter 69, Bathing in the Thunder Pool. "Are you certain this is a training method devised by a human?" This little rascal took advantage of my momentary lapse to engage in numerous misdeeds. He even dared to tease me, his teacher, and make faces at me. Quite bold of you. Rebellious disciple. Rebellious disciple. Rebellious disciple. As soon as teacher Jiang Han regained her composure, her words, filled with murderous intent, along with her equally fierce inner thoughts, caused Lin Tianming, who had been enjoying himself, to gasp in fright. He chuckled nervously. "Teacher Jiang Han, you're awake?" Jiang Han did not respond to his inquiry, but coldly countered, "Are you eager to see me in a maid outfit?" "Teacher Jiang Han, I have no such desire." Although Lin Tianming had been caught in the act, he dared not admit his curiosity, for it would be akin to signing his own death warrant. This little rascal, I kindly sought to develop his newly awakened abilities in the secret realm. Yet he took advantage of my distraction to bully me. However, having experienced it firsthand, this unfortunate child's soul-capturing skill is truly monstrous. Even I, a top-tier awakener, lost my composure for quite a while. It seems I must also engage in some soul training to devise methods that can effectively counter such formidable soul attacks. Otherwise, I may find myself at the mercy of this mischievous disciple again. Hearing that Jiang Han intended to specifically train her soul to counter his soul-capturing skill, Lin Tianming believed that with her experience as a thunder god reborn, it wouldn't be long before she devised a method to combat it. However, as they were master and disciple, any method she conceived might also serve as a catalyst for further developing his potential as a spiritual ascendant. Moreover, even with countermeasures, practical application might not prove overly effective. Just like Feng Lan, Alice, and Yi Qingxue, who had special means to prevent him from utilizing his spiritual transformation. Yet they still succumbed to him in real combat. Practical combat tests the comprehensive strength of all techniques combined. Having a single countermeasure does not guarantee victory over an opponent. Jiang Han fixed her gaze on Lin Tianming, who was trying to play coy, and said, "I'll let this slide for now, you little rascal. Given that your soul power has once again undergone a transformation, the improvements from the training method of the Thunder Soul Seal will be challenging to achieve as efficiently as before. Thus, I have decided to revise the approach to training your soul power." Upon hearing Jiang Han's words, Lin Tianming felt as if clouds had parted, revealing the sun, and his excitement was palpable. Finally, he could escape this devilish training. Observing his enthusiasm, Jiang Han continued. The previous training method for soul power was designed considering the training volume and intensity of both the level-up training and the divine hand training. Now that the old method has been scrapped, the other two training methods must also be revised accordingly. Upon hearing that the other two rigorous training methods would also be discarded, Lin Tianming rejoiced. "Great. Teacher Jiang Han, it's indeed time for you to revamp your training regimen. What is this foolish boy celebrating? The cancellation of the old training regimen is because it no longer suits his current strength. The new plan will be even more intense." Jiang Han's latest thoughts struck Lin Tianming like a bolt from the blue. "Teacher Jiang Han, please take your time to devise the new training plan. I shall take my leave and await your good news." He turned to make his escape, but to his dismay, Jiang Han's familiar lightning whip ensnared him, forcibly dragging him back by her side. She smiled at Lin Tianming. "Little Tianming, you are my most prized student. How could I find you bothersome? I have another piece of good news for you. I have already conceived the latest training plan." "What kind of good news is this?" Lin Tianming felt a sense of helplessness creeping in. "Little rascal, now you know fear? Just moments ago, you were eager to play tricks on me and even wanted to help me change into a maid outfit." Jiang Han's gleeful thoughts only added to Lin Tianming's torment. "Let me share another piece of good news, child. The latest training plan consists of only one method, meaning you will only need to engage in one type of training for the time being. However, this singular training plan encompasses level enhancement, soul power training, and divine hand abilities, with an intensity far greater than the combined strength of the previous three training methods." Lin Tianming could hardly bear any longer. "Please just tell me what the specific training content is, and spare me the torment." When discussing the latest customized training plan for him, a slight smile crept onto Jiang Han's lips. "The training content is quite simple. 2 words, bathing, bathing, bathing." Lin Tianming attempted to glean more specific information through Jiang Han's thoughts. But at that moment, she was not contemplating the training content. Rather, she was imagining how amusing it would be to see him wailing in despair shortly. With no other option, he asked, "What kind of bathing? If I add 2 more words, it would be bathing in the thunder pool." "Mom, I want to go home." Lin Tianming's mental state crumbled. Was this the punishment for having fun while teacher Jiang Han was distracted? He strongly suspected that she was enacting personal revenge for his earlier antics. "You're an orphan. Where would you find your mother?" Jiang Han internally scoffed, but she would never voice such thoughts in front of Lin Tianming to avoid hurting his feelings. She said, "Come now, little Tianming, we still have a lengthy morning class ahead. Relax your nerves in the thunder pool." With that, Jiang Han waved her delicate hand. conjuring a formidable thunder pool with her lightning power. Upon seeing that Jiang Han had indeed created a thunder pool, Lin Tianming clutched his stomach. Teacher Jiang Han, I have a stomachache. May I use the restroom first? Do you think you can fool me with such childish tricks? If I let you go, you won't come back. Get into the thunder pool and practice well. This is also to help you grow faster. Jiang Han ceased her teasing of Lin Tianming, wielding her lightning whip that ensnared him and unceremoniously tossed him into the thunder pool. The moment he plunged into the pool filled with destructive lightning force, Lin Tianming was nearly rendered unconscious by the shock. Damn it, Jiang Han, always subjecting him to such devilish training. Just as he was beginning to adapt to the double soul strikes of the Thunder Soul Seal, she escalated the intensity by throwing him into the thunder pool. Bathing in the thunder pool. Are you sure this is a training method conceived by a human? In mere moments, Lin Tianming found himself unable to endure any longer and activated a defensive skill, Wrathful Thunder Armor. By harnessing his own lightning power, he conjured a protective, wrathful thunder armor, which provided him with some relief. However, his wrathful thunder armor could barely withstand the overwhelming lightning power of the thunder pool for a few seconds before being shattered. Once again experiencing the destructive thunder force that he could not endure for long, Lin Tianming continued to gather his wrathful thunder armor. Wrathful thunder armor continued to gather. Subsequently, each time the thunder pool destroyed his armor, Lin Tianming would reconstruct it, thereby alleviating his pressure and extending his time spent in the thunder pool. Due to being in a state of high-pressure training throughout, Lin Tianming had no energy to sense the passage of time. However, watching from sidelines, Jiang Han clearly observed that Lin Tianming, amidst the repeated fury of the thunder armor's destruction and reformation, was increasingly capable of withstanding the devastating power of the thunder pool for extended periods. This clever lad truly possesses remarkable insight, without any prompts from me. He has already discerned how to respond. Indeed, just like that. Maintain this state and continue practicing, and you shall grow even stronger. Your teacher is not so petty. I allowed you to enter the thunder pool not out of vengeance for your earlier jest, but as part of a specially devised training regimen I prepared for you, anticipating your potential soul transformation. You must strive diligently and not let me down. Chapter 70. The Quadruple Thunder Baptism. Under the subtle guidance of teacher Jiang Han, Lin Tianming, who had been diligently focused on the continuous consolidation of the fragmented rage thunder armor, suddenly realized that his armor could now withstand the might of the thunder pool's lightning for a significantly longer duration than in the beginning. Unexpectedly, this training method, which seemed beyond the comprehension of ordinary mortals, was effectively enhancing the defensive capabilities of the rage thunder armor he had acquired through his divine hands plundering. Moreover, during the intervals of the rage thunder armor's disintegration and reformation, his physical body, repeatedly enduring the destructive baptism of thunder, was also experiencing a remarkable boost in defense. His aura, which resonated with the 16th level, steadily climbed higher, albeit still far from the threshold of the 17th level. Yet, this rate of ascension surpassed the leisurely pace of his usual training. The bespoke training regime designed by teacher Jiang Han, which involved soaking in the thunder pool, was not only enhancing his divine hands' plundering ability, but also improving his leveling efficiency. However, Lin Tianming still felt no semblance of enhancement in his spiritual energy. Jiang Han had claimed that her new training regime could simultaneously encompass the effects of the previous 3 training methods. So why did he not perceive any elevation in his soul's power? As Lin Tianming gradually adapted to the thunder pool's baptism, allowing himself to relax and think more freely, he was suddenly met with Jiang Han's devilish words echoing in his ears. You're adapting quite swiftly. Very well, let me add a little more intensity. Upon hearing Jiang Han's devilish proclamation, Lin Tianming inwardly groaned in resignation. Externally, he feigned a state of utter exhaustion, weakly pleading, Teacher Jiang Han, I can't take it anymore. This is my limit. Please, no more intensity. He attempted to escape the thunder pool, but in the next moment, a familiar thunderous chain struck him, piercing through his rage thunder armor and exposing his body to the thunder pool, rendering him momentarily paralyzed by electricity. The thunderous chain, having shattered the rage thunder armor, penetrated further into his being, extracting his soul directly. This skill was all too familiar to Lin Tianming. It was the anger thunder soul mark that Jiang Han had previously employed for his soul power training, capable of doubling its potency through the application of other thunder-based skills, thereby delivering a stinging sensation to his soul. Yet, past training sessions involved Jiang Han summoning lightning from the heavens, and even with its power doubled, it paled in comparison to the unadulterated force of the Thunder Pool's baptism. Initially, the experience of being electrified in the Thunder Pool was already overwhelming, and now Jiang Han was augmenting the intensity further using the Anger Thunder Soul mark. Could it be that she harbored a grudge against the original host for the betrayal she suffered in a previous life? Damn it, Jiang Han, are you a devil? Lin Tianming could no longer contain his frustration, exclaiming in exasperation. Calmly standing to the side, Jiang Han replied, "You little rascal. I told you this Thunderpool training is designed to incorporate the effects of the previous 3 training methods. You have only trained your divine hand and leveling enhancements so far, and the final aspect, the forging of your soul's power, must be added. Now it's perfect. The Anger Thunder Soul mark will extract this little brat's soul, achieving simultaneous training of soul power, divine hand, and level breakthrough. Truly, I am a professional in cultivating such a talented student. Indeed, you are quite the expert. Ugh, this feels wrong. Isn't the Anger Thunder Soul mark supposed to double the power? Why does it feel like the Thunder Pool's destructive lightning has increased by far more than double? 3 times shouldn't be this painful. No, it's 4 times. Damn it. Jiang Han, mind your language. I have spent countless sleepless nights crafting this new training program for you, repeatedly modifying its details. Lin Tianming was well aware that her intention behind increasing the training intensity was to accelerate his growth. However, this devilish training was excessively extreme. What harm was there in expressing a little frustration? In such a high-pressure training scenario, failing to vent his emotions could lead to an emotional explosion. Letting out a shout had indeed alleviated his tension. Yet, a pressing question nagged at him. Tell me, isn't your wretched soul mark only supposed to double the power? Why does it feel like the Thunder Pool's intensity has increased by at least 4-fold? Are you trying to electrocute me? In response to this inquiry, Jiang Han chuckled. The Anger Thunder Soul mark inherently quadruples the power, delivering a stinging sensation to both your soul and body. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Han continued, I never claimed that my Anger Thunder Soul mark merely doubled the skill's power to sting you. Previously, you only experienced the 2-fold sting of soul power because I employed a single training method, activating only half of the Anger Thunder Soul mark's effects. The true Anger Thunder Soul mark simultaneously attacks both the soul and the physical body, resulting in a compounded effect of double the double sting, ultimately inflicting quadruple the skill's power on both your soul and body. Now that you are submerged in this thunder pool, both your soul and physical body are under attack, activating the full effects of the Anger Thunder Soul mark, hence the quadruple intensity of the Thunder Pool's baptism. The thunder raged violently, even though the singular rage thunder armor's defense grew stronger with repeated reformation. It could not compare to the immense damage inflicted by the quadruple destructive lightning of the Thunder Pool upon Lin Tianming's body and soul. At this rate, he would not survive long enough for the Rage Thunder armor to develop to a level where it could fully protect him from the quadruple intensity of the Thunder Pool. With no other choice, Lin Tianming had to muster all his strength. However, the rampaging thunder enhanced speed and attack, making his desperate measures futile. I truly want to see you suffer, Jiang Han. Is this how you teach your students? Gradually increasing the training intensity is fundamental. Transitioning from lightning training to Thunderpool training should have sufficed. I was barely adapting to the Thunderpool, and now you thrust upon me a quadrupled intensity. If I were a normal person, I would have been electrocuted to death by now. Foolish boy, I tailor my teaching methods to suit your capabilities. It is precisely because I believe you can endure it that I am training you this way. Jiang Han remained silent. Yet her heart resonated with Lin Tianming's complaints and misunderstandings, expressing her sorrow. Lin Tianming merely voiced his frustrations. He did not truly harbor resentment against her. As he had previously contemplated, in order to endure such high-pressure training without breaking down, one must have an outlet to release pin-up emotions. In this moment, Lin Tianming was also devising a countermeasure: spiritual energy transformation. Temporarily abandoning his physical form, Lin Tianming transformed into a spiritual entity, only to realize that this approach was less effective than allowing his physical body to withstand the onslaught. Coupled with the quadruple enhancement of pain inflicted by the portion of his soul extracted by Zhang Han, he would be finished in no time. Quickly reconstituting his body while allowing only the extracted portion of his soul to remain exposed, Lin Tianming felt considerably better. However, this merely returned him to square one, failing to address the core issue. Wall of thunder, creating a barrier of lightning. Lin Tianming discovered he could indeed withstand the thunder pool's baptism. Yet, this moment of relief lasted less than a few seconds before the wall was obliterated. Nevertheless, he did not succumb to despair. Those fleeting seconds of respite were invaluable for enduring the thunder pool's baptism. With a wall of thunder combined with the rage thunder armor, he could extend his breathing time, allowing him to endure within the thunder pool for a longer duration. Despite Lin Tianming's earlier exclamations of frustration and his desire to abandon the training, he understood that prolonging his stay in the thunder pool would yield greater results from today as special training. Having discovered a method to endure, he was determined to push himself further, thereby unlocking more of his latent potential. Finally, this little rascal has found a way. However, even so, he can only hold on for another half hour at most. A voice echoed in his mind. I am merely training you, not harming you. The moment you can no longer endure, I will pull you out. You only know how to curse at me during training. Zhang Han's thoughts confirmed for Lin Tianming that extending his time in the thunder pool was indeed the optimal strategy. The wall of lightning and the wrathful thunder armor were continuously being dismantled by the destructive lightning of the pool, prompting Lin Tianming to repeatedly regroup and take brief respites. After nearly half an hour, just as Zhang Han had anticipated, Lin Tianming was on the verge of reaching his limits. It's about time. This foolish boy is close to his breaking point. I should seize the moment to extract him. Listening to Zhang Han's thoughts, Lin Tianming attentively sensed his own soul level and the skills acquired from the hand of God. Compared to before entering the thunder pool, he had experienced remarkable improvements. The effects of the previous 3 training modalities had merged into this one, simultaneously enhancing his physical limits. Furthermore, today had granted him an unprecedented benefit. His physical body's strength had also been augmented by the purification of the thunder pool. This was an enhancement never before achieved in previous training. Although he was nearing the maximum threshold of his current defenses against the thunder pool, Lin Tianming felt reluctant to exit, sensing that he could endure a little longer and reap further rewards. Has this little fool gone mad from the electric shocks? Now that he is close to his limits, he is not even howling in despair. Unlike before when he dared to curse at me, his teacher. Never mind. I'll just pull him out to prevent him from truly losing his wits. Just as Zhang Han was about to extract Lin Tianming, he shouted back, wait, don't pull me out yet. Momentarily taken aback, Zhang Han felt a surge of irritation. You foolish boy, you're on the brink of collapse. And yet you shout at me when I'm trying to help. Are you blaming me for putting you in the thunder pool, sulking and self-harming in there? Wishing for my everlasting regret? I have no intention of torturing you. Your body is unharmed under the protection of the wrathful thunder armor and the wall of lightning. It's merely your stamina that is running low. If you remain in the thunder pool beyond your limits, that is when you'll truly be in danger. Though vexed, Zhang Han recognized that Lin Tianming had genuinely reached his limits, and she cared deeply for her precious student. For his well-being, she had to extract him immediately. As a lightning whip shot towards Lin Tianming, Zhang Han intended to pull him out. Unexpectedly, Lin Tianming harnessed the power of the destructive lightning from the pool to shatter her whip. You little rascal, come out this instant. Zhang Han was genuinely anxious now. Ignoring her, Lin Tianming continued to immerse himself in the thunder pool, contemplating how to extend his time there. Seeing the wall of lightning and the wrathful thunder armor around Lin Tianming begin to falter, and realizing he lacked the energy to maintain these abilities, Zhang Han softened her stance. I beg you, I'll admit my fault. Come out obediently. If you stay any longer, you'll truly get hurt. Don't take out your frustration on me by self-harming." As she spoke, Jiang Han sent another lightning whip, hoping Lin Tianming would comply. Yet, he remained unresponsive, leveraging the destructive lightning from the pool to resist her attempts to pull him out. With no alternative and fearing for Lin Tianming's foundation, Jiang Han decided against using the lightning whip again and resolved to withdraw the thunder pool. As this was her thunder attribute skill, she could easily retract it. However, at that moment, Lin Tianming's corporeal form began to emit a radiant silver mechanical glow under her astonished gaze. Moreover, beneath this silver mechanical radiance, Jiang Han could distinctly sense that Lin Tianming's physical strength had significantly increased. In mere moments, he transformed into a mechanical body aglow with this metallic light. Any normal machine struck by such potent lightning would undoubtedly suffer catastrophic damage. Yet, Lin Tianming's mechanical form perfectly withstood the high-intensity baptism of the fourfold thunder pool. Having achieved this, Lin Tianming smiled. This was the skill of mechanical transformation he had learned during his time in the mechanical secret realm with Alice, where he had been baptized by the mechanical ascension pool. He had not had the opportunity to utilize this skill until now, nearly forgetting he possessed it. To his astonishment, the mechanical body forged through this transformation withstood the destructive lightning of the thunder pool. Amidst his delight, Lin Tianming's mind flashed back to the inscription on the mechanical steel beside the mechanical ascension pool. Flesh is weak. Mechanical ascension. So this is the power of mechanical ascension. It is indeed formidable. Chapter 71. The Might of Mechanical Ascension. Brother Tianming, you appear quite feeble. The mechanical body initially withstood the devastating thunderous power of the thunder pool, yet Lin Tianming's training in mechanical ascension was almost non-existent. He could not sustain this state for long amidst the baptism of the thunder pool, accompanied by the sound of his mechanical form shattering under the electric strikes. Lin Tianming was forcibly reverted to his physical body. Mechanical transformation. Once more, just as he had previously utilized the wall of lightning and the wrathful thunder armor to endure the baptism. This time, Lin Tianming extended his time within the thunder pool using his mechanical form. Moreover, this duration surpassed the combined resistance time of the wall of lightning and the wrathful thunder armor. He was utterly incapable of employing those defenses again, but he had devised a strategy for the next baptism. By employing the mechanical transformation, wrathful thunder armor, and wall of lightning in unison, he was confident that he could withstand the thunder pool's destructive power for a longer duration. During the continuous use of the mechanical transformation skill to solidify his mechanical form, Lin Tianming was pleasantly surprised to discover that his mechanical body was undergoing a process of constant fragmentation and reassembly, becoming more resilient than before. Teacher Jiang Han's rigorous training regimen in the thunder pool was undeniably intense, yet the benefits it bestowed upon Lin Tianming were tangible. Even the skills acquired in the mechanical secret realm with Alice were being honed. Initially, Lin Tianming struggled to adapt to the thunder pool, enduring torment that made him curse in frustration. However, now that he had reaped such substantial rewards, he could hardly contain his joy. "I absolutely adore you, Teacher Jiang Han." Impudent boy, such words should not be uttered lightly. Lin Tianming's uncontrollable expression of gratitude jolted Jiang Han back to reality from her astonishment at his ability to withstand the thunder pool's baptism with his mechanical form. Though she feigned modesty and seemed angry that Lin Tianming had once failed to appreciate her well-intentioned training design, deep down, she was elated by his change in attitude. This foolish boy has finally grasped the essence of my intentions. This thunder pool training was meticulously tailored for him. Others would not be permitted such an opportunity. Even in my previous life, I never subjected you to thunder pool training. This time, your brilliance compelled me to explore whether I could use the thunder pool to enhance your various abilities and further unlock your potential. It appears I have made the right gamble. However, where did this child learn such a technique, transforming himself into a being of steel and iron? He never displayed it before. If it weren't for today's training in the thunder pool, I would not have known what hidden talents he possesses this time around. I shall wait until he reaches the limits of this steel-like skill to inquire further. The more Jiang Han observed Lin Tianming, the more she found him pleasing to the eye. She rarely dwelled on the grievances of their past lives. In her view, Lin Tianming was akin to an unrefined gem, waiting for her to meticulously sculpt him into perfection. The stronger he grew, the prouder she would feel as his mentor in this developmental journey, reminiscent of how she nurtured the original owner of this body in her previous life. The sole distinction lay in the fact that Lin Tianming possessed far greater potential than the original host. Moreover, Lin Tianming's personality in this life was markedly different. He tended to get fixated on trivial matters. Although his stubbornness had enabled him to break the taboo of the divine hand during his last battle with Yi Qingxue and successfully replicate the growth skills of the divine domain, Jiang Han still hoped he would temper this aspect of his character, lest her heart be continually gripped by anxiety for him. Additionally, during this instance, he remained silent, deep in thought about extending the Thunderpool baptism. If successful, it would be commendable, but failure could genuinely jeopardize the foundation of his extraordinary abilities. She did not wish to see the fruits of her nurturing efforts wasted. Jiang Han's concerns resonated in Lin Tianming's mind, yet he did not perceive any flaw in his character. Jiang Han only witnessed his breaking of the divine hand's taboo and the extension of the Thunderpool baptism time, unaware of the numerous feats he had accomplished. He had retaliated against the divine beings of the spiritual energy kingdom in the Lost Land through sheer determination. He had vanquished Alice, whose skills could not be replicated, in the mechanical secret realm and narrowly escaped the brainwashing of the mechanical mastermind, which contained the wisdom of an entire divine civilization. Although the intervention of the Star Key Angel had aided him in his escape, it was his unwavering resolve during critical moments that had been the deciding factor in his survival. He was not one who fixated on every matter. When it came to strategizing against the goddesses who had been wronged by the original host, he demonstrated remarkable adaptability and cleverness. Without such ingenuity, he would have perished amidst the onslaught of Yi Qingxue and Jiang Han during the awakening ceremony. And he would not have been able to slip away on the first night he met Wang Yanran. Furthermore, he would not have allowed his relationship with Alice to become increasingly complex after leaving the mechanical secret realm. Speaking of navigating the sentiments of these goddess reincarnators and temporarily alleviating their hostility, Lin Tianming could not help but admire his own ability to adapt. He had developed his own methods for dealing with Jiang Han, ensuring she remained immersed in the sense of accomplishment and fulfillment that came from nurturing him. Indeed, she had begun to consider him more often, seldom recalling the vendetta of their past lives that had once driven her to seek vengeance. Teacher Jiang Han, you truly understand nothing. Lost in self-congratulation, Lin Tianming failed to notice that his mechanical form had reached its limits. As his true self was exposed to the Thunder Pool's devastating lightning, he could not help but gasp in shock. Fortunately, Jiang Han, being an expert at cultivating such a prodigy, discerned immediately that Lin Tianming could no longer endure and swiftly ensnared him with a bolt of lightning, drawing him back to her side. This time, Lin Tianming dared not challenge Jiang Han's lightning whip and obediently accepted her assistance. After pulling him close, Jiang Han took precautions by examining Lin Tianming's body to ensure he had merely exhausted his strength and sustained no injuries. Upon confirming his safety, she sighed in relief and gently patted her chest. You impudent boy, today's training results far exceed my initial expectations for you. Well done. However, I must inquire, where did you learn that skill of transforming into steel and iron? I do not recall you employing it before. In response to Jiang Han's inquiry, Lin Tianming replied, like the spiritual energy transformation and spiritual energy fire, I learned it alongside Sister Qingxue after entering the secret realm. I simply had no opportunity to use it previously, but this time, the Thunder Pool compelled it forth. Moreover, I discovered that the Thunder Pool can also enhance my mechanical transformation skill. Lin Tianming's words were a mixture of truth and embellishment. He did not disclose to Jiang Han that his mechanical transformation had been acquired in the mechanical secret realm alongside Alice through the baptism of the mechanical ascension pool. Jiang Han perceived that there was something amiss in Lin Tianming's words, yet she deemed it normal for individuals to harbor secrets they did not wish to share, provided he did not intend to harm her. It is thus that, from this day forth, your specialized training shall be temporarily designated as the Thunderpool Baptism. During tomorrow's training session, you are to directly employ mechanical transformation alongside the Thunder Wall and Furious Thunder Armor, as this combination will maximize your immersion time within the Thunderpool. Understood, Yang. Now, do take the time to rest. Today marks your inaugural experience with the Thunderpool Baptism, and the intensity has been quite overwhelming, making further combat unwise. Yes, I shall return to rest now. Yang. Finally able to bid farewell to the rigorous training under teacher Jiang Han, Lin Tianming sprinted out of the Thunder Awakening venue. Observing his swift departure, Jiang Han was momentarily taken aback. This lad seems to have retained quite a bit of stamina. Had I known, I would have allowed him to soak a while longer in the Thunder Pool, thereby maximizing his potential development each day. As Lin Tianming reached the threshold, he overheard Jiang Han's thoughts and dared not linger. Indeed, he had conserved a modicum of energy, but it was scarcely sufficient. Any further training would surely lead him to collapse. A demon, only intent on extracting my very essence. Brother Tianming, what demon are you speaking of? The sweet voice of Yi Qingxue reached his ears, and Lin Tianming turned to see her waiting outside for him after class once again today. He found no desire to elaborate on his training. Nothing, Qingxue. Shall we go for lunch? Upon hearing this, Yi Qingxue affectionately linked her arm with Lin Tianming's. However, upon noticing the pallor of Lin Tianming's face, drained of vitality due to Jiang Han's rigorous training, she expressed concern for his well-being. All right, but Brother Tianming, why does your complexion appear so wan? Should we visit the infirmary? Addressing this query, Lin Tianming awkwardly pressed his forehead. It's nothing, just that the training intensity was rather high today, and I'm a bit fatigued. A good meal will restore my strength. I assure you, I'm fine. Chapter 72. The school beauty girlfriend brings opportunities again. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Tianming had been undergoing intense training in Jiang Han's Thunderpool for 3 consecutive days. From the initial shock that left him swearing, he had now become accustomed to spending extended periods in the pool, even humming a few tunes leisurely. It felt akin to a relaxing bath, albeit lacking a maidservant to pamper him with a back massage. He found Jiang Han quite appealing. If she donned a maid outfit to assist him, it would undoubtedly be an extraordinary experience. Young man, you are becoming increasingly audacious in my class, grinning like a Cheshire cat while humming tunes. Do you truly believe you're merely taking a bath? Jiang Han's dissatisfied voice pulled Lin Tianming back to reality. Upon seeing her irritated expression, he stifled a laugh. What are you laughing at? And nothing, haha. Lin Tianming had no intention of revealing that his thoughts wandered to her in a maid outfit. He certainly did not wish to be electrocuted. Seeing Lin Tianming suppress his laughter, Jiang Han was certain he was concocting some mischief. After all, he had a history of teasing her during her moments of distraction. However, she was not overly concerned about it. She noted how he could now comfortably remain in the Thunderpool for extended periods. Although he would eventually struggle, it was evident that the training intensity was no longer keeping pace with his rapid improvement. This brat is advancing far too quickly. It seems I must intensify his training. Fortunately, I have already devised a phased enhancement for the Thunderpool's intensity. Since he has exceeded my expectations, I shall allow him to enter the second phase of the Thunderpool training ahead of schedule. As Lin Tianming basked in the pool's warmth, he was startled by Jiang Han's sudden declaration of a multi-phase increase in intensity. Damn it, Jiang Han, not again. He sprang up, attempting to escape the Thunderpool. However, Jiang Han summoned a bolt of lightning that ensnared his right foot, yanking him back into the pool. Do you believe this Thunderpool is insufficient for your training? Not a chance. You shall endure until the designated time. And to add some challenge, we will immediately commence the second phase of your training. Jiang Han assumed Lin Tianming was merely bored with the current intensity, failing to realize he had overheard her thoughts and was trying to make a quick escape. Regardless of the reason, the second phase of the Thunderpool training was set to begin. Boom! Dark storm clouds gathered ominously above the Thunderpool, striking Lin Tianming's body back into the water. Young Tianming, the second phase of the Thunderpool training will introduce additional lightning strikes upon your soul and body. Moreover, I have doubled the power of both the strikes and the pool itself. relished this custom-tailored training. What I mentioned was merely the enhancement of the lightning strikes and the pool's inherent power, upon amplifying it fourfold with the Fury Thunder Soul Seal. The impact upon your soul and body will be even more formidable. The second phase of the Thunder Pool training, as Jiang Han's thoughts implied, proved to be far more potent than before. Lin Tianming, who had just acclimated to enjoying his time in the pool, was once again subjected to the excruciating pain of being electrocuted. Jiang Han, I won't let this go. After venting his frustrations, Lin Tianming quickly transformed his body into a mechanical form, encasing himself in a furious thunder armor and erected a barrier of electric walls for defense. Thankfully, his abilities had been honed during previous training, allowing him a few seconds to catch his breath against the onslaught of the second phase's intensified Thunderpool training. Had he been thrust into this phase without preparation, he would have likely become a charred corpse in an instant. Thus began a new round of grueling training, and Lin Tianming gradually grew accustomed to Jiang Han's habit of raising the intensity whenever he showed signs of improvement. However, he still felt compelled to express his grievances. It was his way of releasing the pent-up frustration. He adapts far more quickly than before. At this rate, I suspect he will be ready for the third and even fourth phases of the Thunderpool training in no time. The notion of a third and fourth phase sent Lin Tianming into a silent lament. When would this torment end? Under Jiang Han's relentless training regimen, Lin Tianming unknowingly persevered until class concluded. Satisfied, Jiang Han announced, "That's enough for today, Tianming. You have a 3-day break. You needn't come tomorrow." Lin Tianming stood in disbelief. "No class tomorrow?" Seeing his incredulous expression, Jiang Han chuckled. "Silly boy, after so many consecutive days of high-intensity training, you must be exhausted. Take a day off. In fact, I'll grant you 3 days. If you wish, I wouldn't mind leaving a Thunderpool here for you to train alone. This foolish child, enjoy your 3-day break. I, too, must return to the Thunder Hall to inquire about the sealing of the Demon Tomb and the impending invasion of the capital. I need to prepare." The Demon Tomb? What is that? I have never heard of it before. This was the first time Lin Tianming learned of such a thing from Jiang Han, igniting his curiosity. However, since it was a secret he gleaned from eavesdropping on her thoughts, he felt he could not inquire directly. Perhaps he could ask Yi Qingxue or Fengluan. Both were reincarnated goddesses, and they would likely possess knowledge of the Demon Tomb. With that thought, Lin Tianming dismissed any lingering concerns about the Demon Tomb. He waved his hand, saying, "Never mind, thank you, Teacher Jiang Han, for the 3-day break. I shall rest well and recharge my energy, returning to your class in 3 days." Yang Han smiled in satisfaction. "Go on. I suspect your little girlfriend is waiting for you outside. Enjoy your time together." "All right, Teacher Jiang Han, see you in 3 days." As Jiang Han predicted, the moment Lin Tianming exited the Thunder Awakening venue, his girlfriend, Yi Qingxue, dashed toward him as usual, clinging to him. "Tianming, I have wonderful news. Teacher Jiang Han has given me 3 days off. I want to have class tomorrow." Upon hearing Lin Tianming's exciting news, Yi Qingxue was instantly thrilled. "Really?" "Indeed. After such a rigorous training period since the start of school, everyone deserves a proper break." With Lin Tianming's confirmation, Yi Qingxue formulated her own plans. Just in time, a snowy secret realm near the capital has opened, one I missed in my previous life. This time, I could take Tianming to see it. The ice crystal found in that realm would greatly enhance my ice element abilities. In my last life, I missed the chance to acquire it while searching for ways to restore my divine soul. This time, I must obtain it. Only then can I become stronger than I was in my previous life. After some contemplation, Yi Qingxue turned to Lin Tianming and said, "Brother Tianming, let us take a 3-day break. Tomorrow, we can explore the ancient city of Lingnan, located south of the imperial capital. It is said to be a renowned tourist destination, featuring a snow and ice amusement park that remains frozen throughout the year, along with various attractions related to ice and snow. I am eager to experience it." Lin Tianming, having heard her heartfelt desire, felt intrigued by the icy wonderland she described. "Sounds great, but are you certain your teacher will allow you to join me for 3 days?" "Je vous replied confidently. Absolutely. I have already fulfilled the requirements set by our teacher, who specializes in ice attributes. I believe she will grant me leave without any objections. All right then, let us set off together tomorrow to enjoy our adventure in the ancient city of Lingnan. Chapter 73. What a stroke of misfortune to encounter Wang Yanran while merely stepping out for a meal. Tianming, when shall we engage in another sparring session? I have also reached level 16. Perhaps next time? When exactly is this next time? Please provide a specific date. I haven't quite decided yet. Then I shall take the liberty of scheduling it for tonight at the Belle Arena. I've had a rather hearty dinner, so I prefer to avoid strenuous activities. Let's postpone it to another day, but I assure you, I will find a suitable time to spar with you. Feng Lan was rendered speechless by Lin Tianming's incessant excuses to evade her. She awaited the unlocking of the Divine Realm skills at level 16 to redeem herself from the humiliation of being defeated by Lin Tianming previously, while also hoping to settle the grievances carried over from their past lives. Yet, Lin Tianming always managed to conjure up different reasons, leaving her utterly frustrated. Not only was she distressed, but her dorm mate, Yi Qingxue, watching her pursue her boyfriend Lin Tianming, was equally troubled. How dare Feng Lan, this little vixen, brazenly flirt with her brother Tianming right in front of her? Could you refrain from using sparring as an excuse to get close to my brother Tianming? Feng Lan remained silent, uninterested in engaging with Yi Qingxue. In her previous life, she had only a fleeting acquaintance with Yi Qingxue after attaining godhood, and she preferred to keep her distance in this lifetime as well. Faced with Feng Lan's reticence, Yi Qingxue decided to boast, "Tonight, you won't be able to rendezvous with my brother Tianming, and neither will you tomorrow, for I will be traveling with him for 3 days." Unfazed by Yi Qingxue's declaration of ownership, Feng Lan remained indifferent. Coincidentally, she had also taken a 3-day leave for herself to seek out the opportunities that belonged to her in her past life. Let Yi Qingxue indulge in her romantic fantasies with Lin Tianming. Feng Lan had no inclination to concern herself with Yi Qingxue. Seeing Feng Lan flirt with her brother Tianming right in front of her, yet ignoring her, Yi Qingxue huffed in annoyance and chose to disregard Feng Lan. Meanwhile, Lin Tianming was enjoying his time at Tianhui Square in the DC district of the imperial capital with his roommate Chu Yunfei. This square differed from the vicinity of the prestigious Imperial Capital Academy. While it was frequented by numerous young people, the students of the academy were scarcely present, as it primarily catered to the youth of society. This Tianhui Square is indeed vast, Tianming. We follow the map here, yet nearly lost our way. Lin Tianming nodded in agreement. It is quite expansive, Yunfei. Have you found that dry pot restaurant you ordered from online? Let me check again. It should be around here. This confounded navigation system is utterly misleading. After a bit more wandering, Chu Yunfei finally located the restaurant he had reserved. Here it is, Tianming. This is the dry pot place where we ordered 3 pounds of shrimp meat. Come on, let us go inside. Upon entering, Lin Tianming noticed a considerable queue at the front desk. After a brief wait, they reached the counter, where Chu Yunfei presented his order. The staff promptly issued him a small ticket. "Shrimp dry pot at table 9 over there." "Thank you." After receiving the ticket, Chu Yunfei joyfully returned to Lin Tianming's side. "Let us go enjoy our shrimp dry pot." Lin Tianming nodded slightly, following Chu Yunfei to table 9. They discovered that their dish was already prepared and kept warm on the stove beneath the large table, ready for immediate enjoyment. This restaurant is quite impressive. It appears very clean, and since we booked for 7 o'clock, they had everything prepared in advance for us. Indeed, the service here is commendable. As they sat down at table 9, Lin Tianming and Chu Yunfei engaged in conversation while enjoying their meal. Lin Tianming anticipated a delightful evening, followed by a restful night's sleep before embarking on a trip to Lingnan Ancient City with Yi Qingxue the following day. However, to his dismay, he inadvertently caught sight of someone he least wished to encounter through the transparent glass window of the restaurant. Wang Yanran. Accompanying her was her cousin Wang Jian, and the two appeared to be in conversation. "Please let them merely pass by and not enter," Lin Tianming silently prayed. But the more he wished for something to not occur, the more it seemed destined to happen. To his chagrin, Wang Yanran and Wang Jian indeed stepped into the establishment. "Cousin, this is the restaurant. I tried their shrimp dry pot last time, and it was exquisite. This time, I ordered 4 pounds, enough for us siblings. For pounds? ISNT, that a tad excessive. Not really, it's mainly the side dishes. I'll order some drinks later. I don't drink. Then let us switch to beverages. Hee cousin. The mere sight of Wang Yanran and Wang Jian had Lin Tianming feeling quite unfortunate, compounded by the ever-curious Chu Yunfei at his side. Hey, ISNT, that the fierce senior sister who exhausted you during your previous encounters? By the way, Tianming, I saw her profile yesterday. She is actually the president of the student council at the Imperial Capital Academy, Wang Yanran. No, wait. She recently passed the presidency to a senior in the 3rd year. Hold on. Is that Wang Jian beside her, the one you defeated in that video? They both share the surname Wang. Could they possibly be siblings? Oh no, Tianming, you've struck your future brother-in-law. He will surely oppose your relationship with senior sister Wang Yanran. Lin Tianming shot a glare at Chu Yunfei. Why does your mind always dwell on such gossip? Yunfei, keep your voice down. We don't want them to recognize us. Chu Junfei Chuke, understood. After all, you did take down your future brother-in-law. It's indeed not the best time to cross paths with them. However, if they approach our vicinity, I fear your identity might be revealed. As the saying goes, what one fears most often comes to pass. Wang Yanran and Wang Jian were indeed making their way towards them. Cousin, our reserved shrimp dry pot is at table 7, just over there. Upon hearing Wang Jian's voice, Chu Yunfei mischievously looked at Lin Tianming while savoring a piece of shrimp. Table 7 is right behind us, Tianming. It seems you can't escape senior sister Wang Yanran and your future brother-in-law today. Lin Tianming, disinterested in engaging with Chu Yunfei's glee, buried his head, attempting to avoid being recognized by Wang Yanran and Wang Jian by turning his back to them. That figure looks remarkably like that rascal Lin Tianming. Wang Yanran's internal thoughts caused Lin Tianming's heart to skip a beat. He clung to the last shred of hope. At that moment, Wang Jian called out to his cousin, who was still staring at Lin Tianming's back. Cousin, I've found table 7. Why are you just standing there? Come sit down. The food is fresh and delicious. Despite Wang Jian's urging, Wang Yanran remained fixated on Lin Tianming. That back is a perfect match. And if that person beside him is an acquaintance, it must be Lin Tianming, the one who has sullied my honor. Realizing Wang Yanran was intent on scrutinizing Chu Yunfei, Lin Tianming recalled that Chu Yunfei had indeed accompanied him during several previous encounters with Wang Yanran. Upon this realization, Lin Tianming hastily whispered a warning to Chu Yunfei, who was still gazing upward. Yunfei, bow your head, do not look over there. Chu Yunfei, perplexed, responded, What? I couldn't hear you clearly. At this moment, it was too late. Wang Yanran had already recognized Chu Yunfei's face. Isn't that Lin Tianming's roommate? That familiar silhouette. It truly is you, Lin Tianming. Having declined my invitations several times before, encountering you tonight in this remote locale far from the imperial capital's prestigious academy. I shall see how you, the despicable rogue who sullied my reputation, will escape. Chapter 74. Senior Yanran. This time, I possess an extraordinary forbidden spell. Watch me deal with you. Wang Yanran's inner voice had already revealed to Lin Tianming that she had discovered his presence. At this moment, Lin Tianming felt as though he were sitting on pins and needles. Even the delicious shrimp in the pot failed to entice his appetite. Let us not rush. Once I finish this meal with cousin Wang Jian, I shall settle the private grievances between Lin Tianming and myself. However, I must keep a close watch on him. Should he dare to flee, I will pursue him to the ends of the earth. If he runs to a secluded spot, it will be even easier for me to eliminate this defiler of my reputation. Although Wang Yanran had discovered him, her current reluctance to confront him allowed Lin Tianming to breathe a temporary sigh of relief. He contemplated leaving immediately, but her inner voice warned him that if he dared to depart prematurely, she would undoubtedly follow closely behind. Left with no choice, Lin Tianming continued to eat shrimp with Chu Yunfei. Ever since encountering Wang Yanran, he had lost all appetite. After enduring a torturous meal with Chu Yunfei, Lin Tianming paid little mind to whether Wang Yanran would pursue him. He quickly signaled to Chu Yunfei to leave. Let us go. Turn sideways. So cousin Wang Jian doesn't he see us? Upon hearing this, Chu Yunfei, although sensing it was unnecessary to hide, complied with Lin Tianming's request and sidled away, departing with him. Throughout the meal, Wang Jian was preoccupied with his food, completely oblivious to Lin Tianming and Chu Yunfei's escape. However, Wang Yanran was different. Having finally caught sight of Lin Tianming, she was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. "Dear cousin, I've just remembered an urgent matter I must attend to, so I shall take my leave." Before Wang Jian could finish his sentence, Wang Yanran hastily pursued the direction in which Lin Tianming and Chu Yunfei had fled. Wang Jian, gazing at the remaining pot of shrimp, shook his head in resignation. "It seems I shall have to enjoy this delightful shrimp all by myself." As soon as Lin Tianming and Chu Yunfei exited the hot pot restaurant, they hurriedly made their escape. After running for quite some distance, Chu Yunfei gasped, "Tianming, was it really necessary to react this way just because you had a scuffle with your future brother-in-law? If you wish to be with Senior Yanran, you will have to face her brother Wang Jian eventually. Why not follow my advice and resolve this directly? With Senior Yanran mediating, I believe you can reconcile." Lin Tianming, disinterested in explaining his complex relationship with Wang Yanran to the gossip-hungry Chu Yunfei, slowed his pace once they had put enough distance between themselves and Wang Yanran, who had not pursued them. Nevertheless, he remained uneasy. If Wang Yanran caught up with him outside, she would undoubtedly seek revenge for the tarnishing of her reputation with even greater ferocity than she would in the prestigious Imperial Academy. Lin Tianming had no desire to bear the burden of the past. With this in mind, Lin Tianming said to Chu Yunfei, "Let us take the subway back to the Imperial Academy." Chu Yunfei shrugged nonchalantly. "All right, I'll follow your lead." Lin Tianming quickly retrieved his phone to navigate to the nearest subway entrance, following the map directly to the subway station. However, as they descended into the subway at the nearest entrance, they unexpectedly encountered Wang Yanran around the corner. Upon locking eyes with her, Lin Tianming bolted. Wang Yanran, after a brief moment of surprise, chased after him. Chu Yunfei, witnessing this, reluctantly pursued both Lin Tianming and Wang Yanran. Lin Tianming and Wang Yanran were both exceptionally swift, and with the bustling crowds at Tianhui Square that night, Chu Yunfei soon lost track of them in the labyrinthine underground subway corridors. "Oh no, I've lost them. Brother Tianming, you'll have to fend for yourself." After Chu Yunfei lost Lin Tianming, Wang Yanran continued to trail him closely. Soon, thanks to her superior awakened abilities, she caught up with him. "Junior, why do you run upon seeing me? I won T-Bite." With an F.A.-A of delight after catching up with Lin Tianming, Wang Yanran's heart was filled with cold amusement. "Finally caught you. Tonight, no one can save you." Lin Tianming was drenched in cold sweat, unsure of how to respond to Wang Yanran. Noticing his silence, she continued, "Are you still upset about my excessive force during our last training session? I assured you that I would exercise restraint. If I sensed you could not withstand my attack, I would certainly relent. You must trust me, Junior Tianming. Had it not been for Mo Jinghong's sudden appearance last time, I would have succeeded." Hearing her contradictory statements, Lin Tianming replied, "I believe you, Senior Yanran. Surely it was unintentional. However, after our last spar, I did develop some psychological reservations. Might we return to the Imperial Academy, Senior Yanran? This outing is a rare chance for us to meet. Let us not rush back. Let us find a secluded spot nearby to settle our affairs." Wang Yanran appeared warm and inviting, seemingly fond of her junior, but her heart harbored a clear intent to eliminate the one who had sullied her honor. Lin Tianming had every reason to believe that with Wang Yanran's current disdain for him, should they find themselves in a darkened grove or similar setting, she would not hesitate to exact her revenge. However, now that she had cornered him, he had no choice but to follow her, just as he had that night. Fortunately, before venturing out that evening, Teacher Jiang Han had visited him, expressing concern and bestowing upon him a replicated extraordinary forbidden spell of lightning attribute skills. This replication was not the destructive and wide-reaching kind, which could harm innocents, but rather a spell that confined its fearsome power to a small, singular target area. Although it lacked the capacity for widespread devastation, the might of the forbidden spell remained undiminished, directed solely at the chosen target. This singularly focused attack was known as Purple Lightning Demon Prison. Unless absolutely necessary, Lin Tianming did not wish to engage in a life-or-death struggle with Wang Yanran. Yet, if she insisted on killing him tonight, unable to let go of her vengeance for the past, he would not simply resign himself to fate. He would confront her fiercely with the extraordinary forbidden spell, Purple Lightning Demon Prison. With this resolve, fortified by his hidden weapon, Lin Tianming took a deep breath, deciding to take a stand. Since she was intent on pursuing him despite his attempts to evade her, he would not hold back. Previously in a passive position, Lin Tianming transformed it into an active one, embracing Wang Yanran around the waist, causing her body to tremble. Junior Tianming, why are you so impatient? There are people all around. Be a bit more restrained. This brazen rogue again. I'm going mad. Even at Death's door, he dares to touch me with his filthy hands. Listening to Wang Yanran's flustered thoughts, Lin Tianming felt a surge of joy. The senior harbored feelings for him, and he reciprocated. A normal embrace between lovers was nothing to shy away from. Sister Yanran, do tell, where shall we venture to next for our enjoyment? Chapter 75, Dawn. Junior, I wish to present you with fireworks as a gift. Do not be alarmed. Scoundrel, just wait. You will regret this. Suppressing her urge to strike immediately, Wang Yanran smiled and said, Junior, there is a delightful egg cake shop at Tianhui Square. The texture of their egg cakes is remarkably soft and delicious, far superior to those I have tasted elsewhere. Shall we go and sample them together? Of course. No problem, Yanran-senpai. This is my first visit to Tianhui Square, and I'm not well acquainted with the area, so I would appreciate your guidance. Lin Tianming, now at the mercy of Wang Yanran, decided to follow her lead. Biding his time. If she refrained from attacking, it would be for the best. However, should she dare to act as she did previously at the Blaze Awakening venue, he would gift her a superior forbidden spell, allowing her to experience the sensation of being struck by such a formidable skill firsthand. Lin Tianming had meticulously planned his strategy, ready to adapt as circumstances changed. He boldly tightened his grip around Wang Yanran's waist, collecting interest for the accusation she had hurled at him for tarnishing her purity. Wang Yanran's cheeks flushed crimson, a hint of shyness crossing her features. Yet in her heart, she had envisioned vanquishing Lin Tianming 1,000 times. You can only touch me with those filthy hands now. I am not angry. Not angry at all. As we make our way to the egg cake shop, we will pass through a relatively secluded street. At that moment, I shall incinerate your dirty hands that dare to wander, and then I will give you a complimentary cremation. The intensity of her hatred was palpable. She wished to reduce him to ashes. Lin Tianming was not the original host. Each encounter with Wang Yanran forced him to endure her inner monologue, accusing him of defiling her body, and he was no saint. Her recent boldness, accompanied by her incessant calls for his downfall, had ignited his ire, leading him to extract a bit of interest in return. He had become her unwilling target as she pursued him relentlessly, demanding he repay the debts of the original host. With this thought, Lin Tianming tightened his embrace around Wang Yanran even more, his actions growing bolder. Wang Yanran, seething with rage, writhed in an attempt to escape his grip, but without using her abilities, her strength was no match for his. After several futile attempts, facing Lin Tianming's increasingly audacious behavior, she began to feel apprehensive and temporarily surrendered, allowing him to treat her as his girlfriend. Let us proceed this way. Junior Tianming, we are about to approach that secluded street leading to the egg cake shop. While no one is around, make your move quickly. I will burn him alive. Wang Yanran, whose outward demeanor was warm, yet whose inner fury raged like a tempest, was becoming accustomed to her conflicting emotions. Had it been before, Lin Tianming would have been fervently praying for divine intervention to rescue him. Yet now, with the power of a superior forbidden spell at his disposal, he remained unfazed, even relishing the sensation of her soft form against him. This was also an act of retribution. After all, she constantly sought to harm him, so he felt justified in his bold actions, though they did not compare to the comfort he experienced when Yi Qingxue linked arms with him. We're here. This area is quite distant from the central pedestrian walkway of Tianhui Square, and indeed, the number of people is dwindling. The corner street ahead is unlikely to have passers-by. The opportunity for revenge is finally upon us. Revenge. Revenge. Always revenge. The original host, she sought vengeance, for had long been replaced by me. Yet she clung to her desire for retribution. Thus, these goddess-like reincarnators truly lacked excitement, living each day anew to avenge past grievances. Trampling enemies beneath their feet to attain invincibility, they found no weariness in this pursuit. But I was weary. All the pent-up grievances from encountering so many reincarnators during this period were directed at Wang Yanran, who had unwittingly stepped into the line of fire. Lin Tianming strode confidently towards the alley she had mentioned. Just when death looms, you still dare to touch me, scoundrel. Wang Yanran could barely contain herself. As they neared the alley that typically saw few visitors, her fury intensified, her entire being trembling with rage. Despite Lin Tianming's outward display of affection, he was also in a state of preparedness for battle. Once they entered that alley, should Wang Yanran dare to act, he would respond with one of teacher Zhang Han's purple thunderous spells as a gift. Whether Wang Yanran would succumb to the lethal force of such a superior forbidden spell was no longer within Lin Tianming's considerations. He was on the brink of peril. This was a matter of self-defense. If there was no room for reconciliation or strategies to follow, he would simply resign himself to the situation. Junior Tianming. After traversing the short alley, walk a few steps to your left, and you will find the egg cake shop I highly recommend. Upon reaching the alley's entrance and noting its desolation, Wang Yanran's lips curled into a slight smile. Lin Tianming mirrored her expression, embracing her as they entered the dimly lit alley devoid of illumination. Let us proceed a little further. Just now, there were still pedestrians outside who could see us. In a moment, strike. Lin Tianming, possessing the ability to hear her innermost thoughts, remained calm, timing his response to her impending attack, preparing to unleash a shocking counter. As they walked a short distance further, sensing the opportune moment, Wang Yanran could no longer contain the fiery tempest within her. Now was the time. Lin Tianming was also poised to unleash his superior forbidden spell, the surging power of thunder ready to erupt from within him. Just as the tension reached its peak, an individual entered the dark alley, pushing a bicycle, his clothing and hair tattered and worn. Wang Yanran was momentarily stunned. Her right palm had ignited, ready to unleash a conflagration upon Lin Tianming, but the sudden arrival of this stranger forced her to restrain her flames. Observing Wang Yanran's reluctance to reveal her intentions, Lin Tianming discreetly retracted his own spell. Currently, I find myself at Tianhui Square in the capital, a place so pristine that it offers little in the way of camping spots. After wandering for a while, I have finally discovered this seldom-traveled alley. I shall rest here tonight. There is an egg cake shop nearby, and it has been ages since I last enjoyed an egg cake. This will suffice for dinner. After a night's sleep, I shall continue my journey northward come morning. Just as I was passing by, I noticed a young couple. Awkward, indeed, to be seen in such a state, especially since I am not accustomed to crowds. Tomorrow, once I leave the capital, all will be well. The shabby man, clad in tattered garments, yet holding several cameras, was talking to himself as he recorded his life as a vagabond. He seemed to be a vlogger specializing in cycling and traveling. The presence of this individual, equipped with cameras and capturing the moment of Lin Tianming and Wang Yanran, made it all the more difficult for Wang Yanran to act. Casting a glance at the man who was already setting up a tent in the dim alley, Wang Yanran's plans were utterly thwarted. Damn it, why is it that every time I wish to strike, someone always intervenes? Lin Tianming, with a cheerful demeanor, inquired, Yanran senpai, what is that flame in your hand? Of course, it's meant to incinerate you. Wang Yanran thought bitterly, though outwardly, she hastily concocted an excuse. Junior Tianming, I simply wanted to light some fireworks as a gift for you. Do not be alarmed. As she spoke, Wang Yanran transformed the flames originally intended to consume Lin Tianming into a splendid display of fireworks, thereby affirming her innocence. Beautiful, isn't it, Junior Tianming? Gazing at the magnificent fireworks soaring into the heavens, Lin Tianming smiled. Indeed, they were enchanting, yet they could never compare to the beauty of Senior Yanran. With those words, Lin Tianming's hand grew bolder. Chapter 76. The Enigmatic Beast of the Egg Cake Shop. The ghost-faced fire spirit spider. Emerging unscathed from the dim alleyway, Lin Tianming felt a surge of joy, having taken advantage of Wang Yanran's overt attempts to entice him. While he reveled in his happiness, Wang Yanran was overwhelmed with frustration, feeling as though she had lost both her dignity and her advantage. Her fiery enthusiasm towards Lin Tianming raised questions. Did she genuinely wish to engage in a romantic entanglement with him? Surely not. Her true intention was to lure Lin Tianming into a secluded corner to exact her revenge for the violation of her purity, thereby alleviating her internal turmoil. However, not only did she fail to eliminate Lin Tianming, but she also found herself at his mercy for 2 consecutive nights. The more she pondered, the angrier she became. And there was a moment when she truly considered disregarding everything and striking Lin Tianming down in front of everyone. Yet, her reason swiftly quelled this impulsive thought, aware of the negative repercussions it would entail. Listening to Wang Yanran's suppressed grievances, Lin Tianming could hardly contain his delight. The more frustrated she became, the more joy it brought him. After all, she incessantly accused him of tarnishing her reputation. Presently, Wang Yanran had become the wellspring of his amusement. "Yanran, is this the egg cake shop?" Lin Tianming inquired, already savoring the rich aroma of egg cakes wafting from outside. Wang Yanran indeed enjoyed egg cakes, but given her foiled plans against Lin Tianming, her appetite had dwindled. Nevertheless, she managed a forced smile and replied, "Yes, this is the place. Whenever I find some free time, I come here to indulge in their egg cakes." Glancing through the shop's large glass windows at the modest foot traffic, Lin Tianming felt reassured. "Shall we go inside?" He wrapped an arm around Wang Yanran and entered the establishment, greeted warmly by the proprietor. "Welcome. Are you here to purchase some egg cakes?" "Stay calm, Wang Yanran. You can think about alternative ways to deal with this scoundrel on the way back to the Imperial Academy. For now, let us just enjoy some egg cakes." Wang Yanran swiftly adjusted her mindset, engaging in conversation with the shop owner, someone she had visited many times before. Initially downcast, she kept her head lowered, and the owner failed to recognize her. Now, stepping forward, the owner exclaimed, "Isn't this Miss Wang, who frequently visits our shop? Have you come with your boyfriend today?" He is my junior. How could I ever date a scoundrel who has sullied my innocence? I would rather slay him right now." Wang Yanran was keen to avoid any misconceptions about her relationship with Lin Tianming. Yet, upon her clarification, the shop owner responded, "Ah, I see. So, Miss Wang prefers younger companions. You have excellent taste. This young man is indeed quite handsome." To provoke Wang Yanran further, Lin Tianming brazenly maintained his embrace. Smiling at the shop owner, "Thank you for the compliment. It is my honor to receive the affection of such a senior. May the 2 of you enjoy a long and happy union." The shopkeeper added, cheerfully sorting the steaming egg cakes, oblivious to Wang Yanran's growing irritation. "I could just bite Lin Tianming to death." Lin Tianming, however, was reveling in the moment. While waiting for the proprietor to finish sorting their sizable order of egg cakes, he noticed something peculiar. In the corner of his eye, he glimpsed a faint, ominous black mist seeping from the shelves behind the owner. When he focused again, the strange aura had vanished. Was it merely an illusion? Though he had been enjoying teasing Wang Yanran, he now furrowed his brow. That black mist bore a striking resemblance to the malevolent energy of a monster. His ascendant spiritual energy inherently countered such dark forces, and he contemplated, with thoughts of safety in mind. Lin Tianming resolved to discreetly probe with his spiritual energy. The moment he did, his pupils constricted in surprise. Under the careful scrutiny of his abilities, the entire egg cake shop radiated a subtle, eerie magic. The source of this dark energy was none other than the cheerful proprietor who was sorting cakes before them. Compared to the demon they had encountered in the Imperial Academy's snack street, this owner was exceptionally adept at concealing his malevolence. Had Lin Tianming not engaged his spiritual energy, he would never have uncovered the secret. Determined to further amplify his powers, Lin Tianming sought to discern the true nature of the egg cake shop owner. However, as he intensified his efforts, the previously concealed dark aura erupted into a terrifying manifestation. The once warm and inviting egg cake shop morphed into a dark lair, woven with cobwebs, inhabited by a monstrous spider. The proprietor shed his human facade, revealing a colossal ghost-faced spider engulfed in ghostly blue flames. Lin Tianming could even hear the chilling laughter of this dreadful creature. Delicious SSS-grade fire attribute abilities. I must feast, it cackled. After feeding her so many cakes infused with fire spirit energy, the time for harvest has finally come. And today, she has brought along an SSS talent human. How splendid. This boy shall be my next meal. The ghost-faced fire spirit spider, have finally emerged. I shall indulge in the long-awaited feast of an SSS-grade soul. Ghost-faced fire spirit spider? This seemed not merely to be a human possessed by a monster, but a true creature of darkness. As Lin Tianming gazed upon the unveiled form of the ghost-faced spider, his focus shifted downward. The once delectable egg cakes had transformed into foul, tainted entities, ignited by ghostly flames. This was no longer food. Tianming, what's wrong? Wang Yanran's voice jolted him from the realization of the egg cake shop's terrifying truth. Let us go, Yanran, he urged, pulling her towards the exit. But our egg cakes are still here. What's wrong with this scoundrel? I've already paid for those cakes. The ghost-faced fire spirit spider, eager to harvest Wang Yanran's soul, would not permit their escape. Stay, let us have some fun, it declared, shedding its guise entirely. In Wang Yanran's incredulous gaze, the shop transformed, twisting into the spider's lair, mirroring the horrifying reality Lin Tianming had perceived through his spiritual energy. The entrance to the former egg cake shop morphed into a chilling stone wall, sealing off their escape route. The feast was about to commence. Having consumed so many of my egg cakes, and having generously added numerous ingredients, it is only fitting that you offer me something in return. Accompanied by the chilling laughter of the ghostly-faced fire spirit spider, Wang Yanran's body ignited with the haunting azure flames that had tormented her so profoundly. Her expression darkened to an extreme. Isn't this the ghostly-faced fire spirit spider, a creature of the divine realm that should only dwell within the demon tomb? It should be a considerable time before the seal of the demon tomb shatters and opens. How could I encounter such a creature here? I have yet to ascend to divinity. My chances of confronting such a divine realm creature are almost non-existent. Listening to Wang Yanran's inner thoughts, Lin Tianming felt a chill seep into his heart. This ghostly-faced fire spirit spider is a creature of the divine realm? Does that not imply that only an awakened individual who has ascended to divinity can contend with it? Chapter 77. No Redemption for Wang Yanran. At this moment, she understood the necessity of standing shoulder to shoulder with her allies. Sacrifice your soul and become my sustenance. Insignificant human. The cerulean flames of the fire spirit surged violently within Wang Yanran, severely impairing her ability to move, forcing her to kneel in agony, rendered immobile for the moment. With gritted teeth, she glared at the ghost-faced fire spirit spider. Damn it. What have you been mixing into the egg cakes you've sold me lately? Just a bit of my fire spirit energy, right? Feeling uncomfortable? Good. You shall be ignited from within by the endless flames of fire spirit energy, transforming into the nourishment I require. And to encounter an SSS-level ability user, especially one with fire attributes, is truly a delectable gift. As she spoke, the ghost-faced fire spirit spider let out a chilling cackle. Immediately after, 3 orbs of cerulean fire spirit energy manifested before its massive form, hurtling towards the temporarily incapacitated Wang Yanran. Her expression darkened as she watched the approaching orbs. Cursed, my chest feels like it's on fire. I can hardly move. If only I had a moment's time, I could devour this fire spirit energy. As long as it's fire, there's nothing my phoenix flame goddess cannot absorb. But time is of the essence. I am a reborn individual, endowed with remnants of divine fire power and memories from my past life. Am I truly to perish here? In my previous life, after attaining divinity, even a lesser being like the ghost-faced fire spirit spider could not withstand a second against me. As she realized her impending doom, Wang Yanran felt herself suddenly lifted into someone's embrace. Upon focusing her gaze, she discovered that Lin Tianming had saved her, shielding her from the onslaught of the fire spirit energy orbs. This scoundrel actually came to my rescue? However, Lin Tianming, after saving her, shouted, "Stop dawdling." Yinran, quickly dispel the fire spirit energy. I'll hold it off. Watching Lin Tianming set her aside temporarily and bravely confront the ghost-faced fire spirit spider, Wang Yinran took a deep breath. This insufferable fellow, how dare he shout at me? But how does he know that I can dispel the fire spirit energy? No matter. I must first absorb the fire spirit energy. Even if I end up perishing in a fierce battle with this ghost-faced fire spirit spider, I must at least struggle. As Wang Yinran began to absorb the fire spirit energy through her unique physique, Lin Tianming focused on combating the ghost-faced fire spirit spider. Thunderous tread. Boom! The terrifying power of thunder tore through the ground, striking the ghost-faced fire spirit spider with the speed of a lightning bolt. Yet, despite the effectiveness of this technique against the students of the Imperial Capital Academy, it failed to make any significant impact on the ghost-faced fire spirit spider. Realizing its high-level defenses after experiencing its might firsthand, Lin Tianming felt the pressure mounting. I almost forgot there's this little critter, although not my favorite fire attribute ability user. An SSS level ability certainly makes your soul quite delectable. Hisses. The ghost-faced fire spirit spider emitted an eerie sound, and in the next moment, a dark purple phantom flame flickered from its abdomen. As Wang Yinran absorbed the long-hidden fire spirit energy within her, she anxiously observed Lin Tianming's battle. When she saw him facing the phantom flame head-on, she hastily warned him of the impending danger. This was the ghost-faced fire spirit spider's soul attack, a direct assault on the spirit. If you gaze upon that phantom flame, you risk losing your mental composure and temporarily losing your combat capability. In severe cases, it could even lead to instant death. However, her warning came too late. As Lin Tianming gazed directly at the ghost-faced fire spirit spider's soul attack, I intended to let you savor the fire spirit energy for a few days before enjoying your soul. But since you're so eager for death, I shall oblige and consume your soul now. The ghost-faced fire spirit spider screeched, rushing toward Lin Tianming with its multitude of spider legs. In that moment, a brilliant surge of spiritual energy erupted around Lin Tianming. Facing the charging ghost-faced fire spirit spider, he activated his skills specifically designed to counter magical creatures. Spirit Flame. The normally weak Spirit Flame erupted with immense power against the magical creature, transforming into a boiling inferno of spiritual energy. The seething flames instantly engulfed the ghost-faced fire spirit spider, and the direct assault on its soul elicited a cry of agony from it. Is this a soul attack? Just moments ago, this human was employing a lightning ability, and now he wields a soul skill. What exactly is your power? I underestimated you, and now I have fallen into your trap. However, with such a feeble soul power, you cannot hope to defeat me. The ghost-faced fire spirit spider let out a piercing scream that shattered Lin Tianming's spirit flame. In the same instant, the ghost-faced fire spirit spider lunged at him once more. Thunderous fury. Instantly enhancing his speed and attack, Lin Tianming evaded the ghost-faced fire spirit spider's charge. Yet the next moment, the surrounding space was ensnared by webs. Realizing this, Lin Tianming stomped the ground again. Thunderous tread. He attempted to use the power of thunderous tread to tear through the webs, but the outcome he dreaded most still occurred. Due to the vast difference in their levels, Lin Tianming's thunderous tread, which had previously failed to harm the ghost-faced fire spirit spider, was equally ineffectual against the webs. If this continued, Lin Tianming would inevitably be ensnared, becoming fodder for the ghost-faced fire spirit spider. Just as the crisis peaked, the entire space suddenly erupted with dazzling, scorching flames. Accompanied by a phoenix's cry, the blazing phoenix form swept through the webs, incinerating them entirely. Finally regained my mobility. Upon hearing Wang Yinran's voice, Lin Tianming sighed in relief. It seemed his efforts were not in vain. She understood the importance of joining forces in this moment of peril rather than clinging to their personal grievances. As Wang Yinran swiftly fought alongside Lin Tianming, the ghost-faced fire spirit spider emitted an incredulous sound. After I fed you so much fire spirit energy, how could you possibly be unscathed? You should have been consumed by my fire spirit energy and turned into my sustenance. In response to the ghost-faced fire spirit spider's inquiry, Wang Yinran merely scoffed, choosing not to answer, instead summoning dark and chilling flames akin to those of the spider. In that instant, the ghost-faced fire spirit spider comprehended the truth. Is this fire spirit energy? You actually absorbed my fire spirit energy and gained control over it? Foolish creature, you remain unaware of so much. Allow me to demonstrate what it truly means to be the god of fire, enveloped by the ethereal blue flames of the fire spirit's demonic energy. Wang Yinran appeared as a deity of dark infernos. Fire spirit, demonic lotus, she silently chanted, her hands swiftly converging the fire spirit's demonic flames around her, molding them into a formidable lotus-shaped azure inferno, whose power surged dramatically. As all the fire spirit's demonic energy she had absorbed coalesced into the azure flames of the lotus. Its might escalated to a level that even the ghost-faced fire spirit spider sensed a threat to its very existence. Having successfully elevated the power of the fire spirit demonic lotus to its zenith, Wang Yinran's gaze hardened, imbued with an overwhelming intent to kill. Go! Chapter 78. Yinran. Together we are invincible. As the fire spirit magic lotus was unleashed, it swiftly revolved towards the ghost-faced fire spirit spider. Wang Yinran watched intently as the fire spirit magic lotus approached its target. With my ability to absorb flames for my own use, having just consumed the fire spirit energy of the ghost-faced fire spirit spider, I can conjure a fire spirit magic lotus of equal potency, theoretically capable of vanquishing even divine-grade demonic entities. Yet, theory remains merely theoretical. Should this strike fail to annihilate it, my remaining skills would undoubtedly prove insufficient. Lin Tianming's eyes widened in astonishment upon hearing Wang Yinran's thoughts. Her unique ability to utilize absorbed flames seemed to perfectly replicate the prowess of the original wielder. This implied that the fire spirit magic lotus she was conjuring possessed power akin to divine domain skills. Her extraordinary ability bore a striking resemblance to his own god's hand, which flawlessly replicated the full might of superior forbidden spells. However, compared to his god's hand, Wang Yinran's ability was limited to fire element adversaries, rendering it less versatile. Realizing the fire spirit magic lotus had the potential to defeat the ghost-faced fire spirit spider, Lin Tianming envisioned a strategy to assist Wang Yinran in realizing this theoretical possibility. Seizing the moment as the ghost-faced fire spirit spider diverted its full attention to defending against Wang Yinran, he unleashed a brilliant golden surge of spiritual energy. The spiritual flame, the seething, blazing spiritual flame pierced through the physical defenses of the ghost-faced fire spirit spider, striking directly at its soul. Momentarily, the creature, focused solely on the fire spirit magic lotus, found itself pierced by Lin Tianming's spiritual flame, causing its concentration to falter. As its focus slipped, the protective shield it had exerted began to show signs of collapse. Wang Yinran, initially filled with trepidation, allowed herself a flicker of hope upon witnessing this development. As long as the ghost-faced fire spirit spider refrained from any defense, she was confident in her ability to slay it with the fire spirit magic lotus. Simultaneously, she cast a lingering glance at Lin Tianming. This rogue possesses an uncanny knack for timing his attacks. I recall that his soul attack skill was not this powerful during the battle with Feng Lan. It seems to significantly amplify against demonic entities. It must be a unique soul power specifically designed to counter demons, capable of unleashing extraordinary might against them. With his assistance, perhaps I can indeed slay this divine-grade demon. Lin Tianming, catching wind of her thoughts, responded with a smug smile. Yinran, do you think I look quite dashing? Scoundrel, don't think I've forgotten your transgression against my purity. This time, it's merely a temporary alliance. Quickly averting her gaze to avoid being distracted by Lin Tianming, Wang Yinran resumed her focus on the ghost-faced fire spirit spider. Just when she believed her fire spirit magic lotus would surely fell the creature, the ghost-faced fire spirit spider swiftly regained its composure and reformed its formidable defensive shield. How infuriating! It has recovered so quickly? Wang Yinran's face, once bright with hope, was once again shrouded in despair. Spiritual energy storm. Lin Tianming, witnessing the creature's return to alertness, unleashed an even more potent spiritual energy storm. The raging energy surged forth like a tornado, once again targeting the ghost-faced fire spirit spider. You, a mere 16th level human ant, should not presume that your soul power can dictate my actions. The ghost-faced fire spirit spider let out an enraged screech, conjuring a colossal ghostly flame visage that eclipsed its previous form, intercepting Lin Tianming's spiritual energy storm. At the cost of significantly depleting its sole defensive strength, it absorbed the entirety of the storm's ascendant energy. I concede that you two insignificant human ants possess power capable of harming me, a divine-grade demon, but alas, even united, you shall not prevail. Survive this fire lotus, and it shall be your demise. Having successfully withstood Lin Tianming's enhanced spiritual assault, the ghost-faced fire spirit spider gazed at the impending fire spirit magic lotus, letting out a derisive laugh. Even if the fire spirit magic lotus penetrates my defenses, it shall exhaust a considerable amount of its might, ultimately failing to harm me. Is it truly destined for the phoenix flame goddess to perish so swiftly in this life? Do not give up, Yinran. I still have one final move. Lin Tianming's voice resonated beside the increasingly hopeless Wang Yinran, prompting her to instinctively glance at him, surrounded by an unyielding aura of spiritual energy. Lin Tianming's eyes radiated a captivating, terrifying power. Soul capture, without any ostentatious display of a formidable spiritual skill. The ghostly flame visage and the physical shield of the ghost-faced fire spirit spider crumbled instantaneously. The creature, which had moments ago reveled in its sinister laughter, now fell silent and motionless. Although unaware of the nature of Lin Tianming's soul skill, Wang Yinran felt a flicker of hope as she witnessed the ghost-faced fire spirit spider relinquish all defenses and remain stationary. Should the fire spirit magic lotus strike the unguarded creature, it would undoubtedly be consumed by its own power. Boom! The fire spirit magic lotus, potent enough to obliterate the ghost-faced fire spirit spider, descended unimpeded onto its target, as Lin Tianming's assistance ensured it faced no defenses. The overwhelming force, as Wang Yinran had anticipated, mercilessly incinerated the vast demon body of the ghost-faced fire spirit spider. As the demonic form of the ghost-faced fire spirit spider was gradually reduced to ashes by the unleashed fire spirit magic lotus, Wang Yinran felt a tremendous weight lift from her heart. Finally, it is over. Thankfully, it was a close call. Phew! Having forcibly invoked a powerful special fire element skill at a level equal to the ghost-faced fire spirit spider, Wang Yinran found herself drained. Rubbing her temples, she struggled to maintain her balance. Lin Tianming returned to her side, offering a firm embrace. Yinran, your move combined with my soul attack is simply unbeatable. This rogue is actually embracing me? Oh well, considering he saved me, I shall let this slide for now. Wang Yinran half-heartedly resisted Lin Tianming's embrace, but ultimately allowed him to hold her. Strange. Yinran, having slain this demonic entity, why are we still unable to depart from this web lair? As fatigue washed over her, Wang Yinran felt a sudden jolt at Lin Tianming's inquiry. It dawned on her that she had overlooked something crucial, and she immediately warned Lin Tianming with urgency. The ghost-faced fire spirit spider is not dead yet. Chapter 79. So, you're only level 80? Superlative forbidden spell. Purple Thunder Demon Abyss. Watch as I strike you down. Upon hearing Wang Yinran's revelation that the ghost-faced fire spirit spider they had painstakingly defeated was still alive, Lin Tianming was taken aback. What? The ghost-faced fire spirit spider is not dead? Indeed, to truly vanquish the ghost-faced fire spirit spider, one must sever its fire spirit. Otherwise, it remains immortal. Wang Yinran's face darkened as she articulated their failure to slay the creature. At that moment, the entire lair of the ghost-faced fire spirit spider shimmered with ghostly blue flames. The fiery spirit energy coalesced rapidly into the soul form of the spider, accompanied by a mocking laughter that dismissed Lin Tianming and Wang Yinran as inconsequential. You insignificant human insects seem to know quite a bit. Indeed, as long as my fire spirit endures, I am unkillable. After playing this game for so long, you should be ready to concede. Little pests, accept your fate. The soul form of the ghost-faced fire spirit spider swiftly reassembled its massive demonic body. Gazing down with disdain at Lin Tianming and Wang Yanran. Fire spirit energy balls. The ghost-faced fire spirit spider. Having lost patience for not having yet slain Lin Tianming and Wang Yanran, began to conjure numerous fire spirit energy balls. Your bodies and souls shall burn in the ghostly blue flames, becoming my most exquisite nourishment. Gazing at the multitude of fiery energy balls, Wang Yanran, after struggling for so long, felt a tinge of despair. Sister Yanran, do you possess any defensive skills? Lin Tianming inquired, attempting to draw her back from despair. After a moment of hesitation, Wang Yanran replied, I do have a highly potent fire-type defensive skill that can withstand an attack of superlative forbidden spell level. Lin Tianming was genuinely astonished to learn that the level 55 Wang Yanran had a skill capable of resisting an attack from a top-tier awakened being. Had I not encountered others in that alley, and had I unleashed my superlative forbidden spell in a duel with you, would you not have effortlessly defended against it? Thankfully, there was a bystander. Otherwise, even with teacher Jiang Han's superlative forbidden spell, I would have perished at your hands. Grateful for his fortunate circumstances, Lin Tianming urged Sister Yanran. You possess too many skills. I cannot examine them all. Just tell me the name, and I shall replicate it. Let us combine our efforts in defense. It is futile. I have already stated that my skill can only withstand an attack of superlative forbidden spell level. The ghost-faced fire spirit spider is a divine realm creature, and we. Before Wang Yanran could finish her dismal thoughts, Lin Tianming interrupted her with a forceful shout. Tell me, let us try. Startled by Lin Tianming's commanding tone, Wang Yanran instinctively responded, it's called Phoenix Flame Divine Shield. The moment she uttered the name of her skill, flames surged around Lin Tianming, capable of resisting an attack from a superlative forbidden spell. Phoenix Flame Divine Shield. Don't just stand there. You should join in too. Together, our defense will be even stronger. Having successfully replicated the skill, Lin Tianming shouted once more to the mesmerized Wang Yanran. Please do not shout at me. Lin Tianming's close-range shout during this crisis genuinely startled Wang Yanran, compelling her to instinctively comply with his commands. However, as they raised the Phoenix Flame Divine Shield together, she quickly realized something was amiss. You rascal, how dare you shout at me again? I did not cast it because, even if we both employ the Phoenix Flame Divine Shield together, we could never withstand the Divine Realm creature's Divine Domain attack. My Phoenix Flame Divine Shield is actually a Divine Domain skill. However, in this life, as a reincarnated being, I learned it prematurely. Yet, without attaining divinity, I cannot unleash its true defensive capabilities. Its current limit can only withstand an attack from a superlative forbidden spell. The full power of a divine domain skill cannot be countered, even if 100 of my current Phoenix Flame Divine Shields were combined. Our efforts would be in vain. As the thought of imminent death loomed, Wang Yanran, initially vexed by Lin Tianming's outburst, gradually became indifferent. This time, death may indeed be final. There will be no rebirth. Closing her beautiful eyes, she averted her gaze from the impending disaster. Despite her eyes being shut, she could keenly sense the swarm of fire spirit energy balls relentlessly crashing against the Phoenix Flame Divine Shield they had conjured. We held firm. Sister Yanran, do not lose hope. It seems we truly have withstood the onslaught. We may yet have a chance to escape alive. At that moment, Lin Tianming's excited voice broke through to her, prompting Wang Yanran to hesitantly open her eyes. When she beheld their combined Phoenix Flame Divine Shield successfully repelling the torrent of fire spirit energy balls, she was left dumbfounded. How is this possible? My Phoenix Flame Divine Shield should not be capable of withstanding a divine domain skill. Even if there were hundreds or thousands of me at my current level performing it, it could only withstand an attack from a top-tier awakened being. Moreover, it should shatter immediately after defense. Why is my Phoenix Flame Divine Shield only exhibiting slight cracks and breaking so slowly? As Wang Yanran wrestled with her bewilderment, Lin Tianming recalled the moment he first unleashed a superlative forbidden spell on his first day after traversing worlds. Why did he feel that the full power of the ghost-faced fire spirit spider's divine domain fire spirit energy balls was far weaker than his previous display of teacher Jiang Han's purple thunder? After a moment of contemplation, Lin Tianming formed a bold hypothesis. He then rose, mocking the ghost-faced fire spirit spider. Your fire spirit energy balls seem rather weak. Do they not? At this remark, the ghost-faced fire spirit spider snorted derisively, its cold gaze fixed upon Lin Tianming, who dared to mock it. Oof. If not for the fact that I had to sacrifice much of my power to crawl out from the sealed, unbroken demonic tomb, leaving me with only the strength of an 80-level creature, you would have perished long ago. However, even at this diminished level, with my understanding and application of divine domain power, you lowly insects shall meet your demise here today. Indeed, upon learning that the ghost-faced fire spirit spider lacked the complete strength of a divine realm creature, Lin Tianming's lips curled up in a slight smile. Sister Yinran, from here on out, leave it to me. As the Phoenix Flame Divine Shield perfectly absorbed the final energy ball's impact, Lin Tianming stepped forward with confidence. Wang Yinran stared blankly at Lin Tianming, unsure of his next move. The ghost-faced fire spirit spider regarded Lin Tianming with disdain, mocking him for suggesting he could handle what was to come. Lin Tianming, undeterred by the creature's taunts, was suddenly enveloped in crackling lightning. In an instant, the fire spirit energy within the lair trembled, as if confronted by an overwhelming force. Wang Yinran, feeling the terrifying surge of thunderous energy permeating the cavern, stared in disbelief at Lin Tianming, whose aura was escalating dramatically. This power of thunder, could it be a superlative forbidden spell? The ghost-faced fire spirit spider, still not fully restored to its divine realm power, recognized the source of Lin Tianming's confidence. With a hint of trepidation, it gazed at Lin Tianming, exclaiming, "How is this possible? You, a mere 16th-level human, how could you wield a skill of the superior forbidden magic rank and lightning attributes?" Lin Tianming chose not to respond to the ghost-faced fire spirit spider's inquiry. Instead, he taunted, "I thought you truly possessed the strength of a divine realm creature. I am surprised to find you are merely at level 80. Had I known your true level, I would have dispatched you with this technique long ago." He unleashed the newly replicated superior forbidden spell, the Purple Thunder Hell, acquired from Jiang Han. Instantly, ominous thunderclouds loomed over the entire demonic cave. Had this spell been cast outside the lair, its tremendous might would have been even more awe-inspiring, capable of enveloping the entire imperial capital. This was precisely why Yu Fei had been willing to endure the side effects to activate the superior forbidden device, interrupting Lin Tianming's casting of the superior forbidden spell. Unlike the thunder of purple lightning, the Purple Thunder Hell, while equally formidable, had been meticulously refined by the genius lightning elemental awakener Jiang Han, channeling its overwhelming power into a single point for detonation, thereby sparing the innocent from harm. Nevertheless, even so, when manifested, the thunderclouds could still blanket an entire city. It merely restricted the forbidden magic's potency to target a single individual. Under the terror-stricken gaze of the ghost-faced fire spirit spider, an imposing magical formation of the Purple Thunder Hell began to materialize beneath its massive form. The formation encircled it in layers, akin to towering skyscrapers, securing it firmly within. The ghost-faced fire spirit spider endeavored to break free from the formation, but it found itself utterly unable to escape the confines of the Purple Thunder Hell. Brilliant purple lightning descended from the swirling eye of the thundercloud, striking precisely upon the ensnared, ghost-faced fire spirit spider, bound by the layers of the Purple Thunder Hell. Should this superior forbidden lightning strike without the restraining formation, it would undoubtedly devastate the entire imperial capital, centered upon the ghost-faced fire spirit spider. However, under the indomitable magical prison formed by the layers of purple lightning, the terrifying force was concentrated at a single point, unable to escape even the slightest bit. Moreover, the descending purple lightning could trigger the restraining formation, further unleashing the formidable power of the superior forbidden electric magic from within. The cumulative effect would amalgamate the might of a superior forbidden spell capable of affecting an entire city, directed in full force against the targeted victim. In terms of single-target assault, the Purple Thunder Hell far surpassed the power of Lin Tianming's previously replicated thunder of purple lightning. A series of agonizing screams erupted from the ghost-faced fire spirit spider, revealing the extent of its torment under the relentless onslaught. Wang Yinran was left utterly astounded. Lin Tianming, truly capable of wielding a superior forbidden spell? Is this the superior forbidden spell skill of teacher Zhang Han, replicated by his divine hand? Does his divine hand have no limitations on skill replication? With a resounding boom, radiant purple lightning cascaded from the heart of the tumultuous thundercloud, granting the ghost-faced fire spirit spider no respite for defense or healing. Soon, the creature's form was obliterated by the electric fury, revealing its fiery spirit core. Stop, please. Do not strike me with lightning any further. I shall truly perish. Spare me, and I can offer you a path to divinity. Upon hearing the remaining fire spirit of the ghost-faced fire spirit spider attempting to deceive Lin Tianming, Wang Yinran quickly urged him. Tianming, now is the moment. Do not heed its treacherous words. I can guide you on the path to godhood as well. Only by destroying its fire spirit can it be truly defeated. Even without Wang Yinran's warning, Lin Tianming would have shown no mercy to the ghost-faced fire spirit spider. Under the cold gaze illuminated by the purple lightning, the remaining fire spirit was obliterated by the formidable force of the purple thunder hell. With the ghost-faced fire spirit spider's demise, a fire spirit pearl, representing its pure essence of fire, materialized before Lin Tianming and Wang Yinran. Upon seeing this pearl, Wang Yinran's face, still radiant from her brush with death, instantly transformed into one of fervent excitement. Chapter 80. The Hand of God unlocks new replication abilities. The Fire Spirit Pearl transforms from 1 to 2. Upon witnessing the demise of the ghost-faced fire spider and the emergence of a Fire Spirit Pearl, Lin Tianming intended to shatter it into dust. Wang Yinran, alarmed by his reckless intent, swiftly exclaimed, "That Fire Spirit Pearl is a remnant of the ghost-faced fire spider's complete demise. It holds immense potential for awakening and ascension to divinity. Do not destroy it." Such a scoundrel, utterly lacking in appreciation. Upon hearing her words, Lin Tianming immediately dissipated the last remnants of the Purple Thunder Demon Prison's power, cradling the Fire Spirit Pearl in his palm. He savored the retreat of the demonic aura and felt the warm energy radiating from it, filling his body with a comforting warmth. This object felt quite pleasant to hold. Wang Yinran gazed at the Fire Spirit Pearl in Lin Tianming's hand, her eyes gleaming with desire. "Tianming, could you let me take a look at that Fire Spirit Pearl?" In response, Lin Tianming tossed the Fire Spirit Pearl to her. "Here you go, Senior Yinran." As she received the pearl, Wang Yinran's face lit up with joy as she began to examine it. "I initially thought we were doomed when encountering the ghost-faced fire spider, yet it managed to escape under a partially broken seal, severely weakened, allowing me to seize this great fortune. Although the Fire Spirit Pearl is of little use to me in my ascended form, acquiring this pearl, which contains the essence of fire attributes before my divinity is achieved, will certainly expedite my recovery to the pinnacle of my previous fire god power." Just as Wang Yinran contemplated absorbing the Fire Spirit Pearl, Lin Tianming's voice shattered her reverie. "Senior Yinran, are you done? If so, please return it." Reluctantly, she gazed at the Fire Spirit Pearl in her hand. But recalling that it was Lin Tianming who had vanquished the ghost-faced fire spider, she surrendered it back. "Here, Tianming, it rightfully belongs to you since you defeated the ghost-faced fire spider." Seeing her willingly return the Fire Spirit Pearl, Lin Tianming smiled and inquired, "Senior Yinran, you mentioned that this Fire Spirit Pearl significantly aids in the ascension of awakeners. Is that true? To be precise, it is particularly beneficial for those with fire attribute abilities. As your ability is the Hand of God, its impact on you may be limited. At most, you could wield it as a weapon that produces fire. Not only is its usefulness limited, but since you do not possess a fire attribute ability, you cannot absorb it." Listening to Wang Yinran's inner thoughts, Lin Tianming felt a twinge of disappointment. He could not absorb the Fire Spirit Pearl, relegating it to a mere weapon-like artifact. During his previous explorations with Yi, Qing Snow, and Alice, he had acquired numerous artifacts. If absorption was not an option, he would not mind bestowing the Fire Spirit Pearl upon Wang Yinran to ease the tension between them and serve as a means to win her favor. After all, he had an abundance of such artifacts. However, just as Lin Tianming contemplated gifting the Fire Spirit Pearl to the eagerly watching Wang Yinran, he sensed an unusual response from his hand of God. Noticing the anomaly, Lin Tianming focused intently to discern its nature. As he detected a remarkable connection between his replication and plundering abilities and the Fire Spirit Pearl, his eyes widened in surprise. Could it be that his hand of God could replicate, or even plunder, the power of the Fire Spirit Pearl? But was not his ability limited to replicating and plundering skills? How could it resonate with the Fire Spirit Pearl in such a manner? A myriad of perplexing thoughts flooded Lin Tianming's mind, yet he resolved to take action. Hand of God, replication. He initiated the replication skill on the Fire Spirit Pearl, and to his astonishment, the pearl split into two, both retaining the full power of the original. Wang Yinran, witnessing this spectacle, was left awestruck. How did the Fire Spirit Pearl become two? What? What did you do to it? Recovering from her astonishment, Lin Tianming replied, I merely wanted to test whether my hand of God could replicate the Fire Spirit Pearl. To my surprise, it succeeded. Here, take this one, Senior Yinran. Upon hearing Lin Tianming's words, Wang Yinran felt a wave of confusion wash over her as she accepted one of the Fire Spirit Pearls. I never expected this to happen. But since we now have two, one for you and one for me, it's perfect. After responding to Wang Yinran, Lin Tianming turned his attention back to the Fire Spirit Pearl in his hand, carefully sensing the connection with his hand of God. Following the successful replication, he had consumed one instance of his replication ability, including the Phoenix Flame Divine Shield he had replicated earlier and the Purple Thunder Demon Prison he had prepared in advance. Lin Tianming now had only one replication opportunity remaining. Though he still had one replication left, the connection with the Fire Spirit Pearl faded, leaving only the sensation related to his plundering ability. Lin Tianming's plundering ability could only absorb 4 skills for learning, and he had already exhausted that capacity. Could he truly continue to plunder? If so, it would imply that plundering the power of the Fire Spirit Pearl would not consume replication instances, but would be calculated separately. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Tianming's expression sharpened. Plunder. As he activated the plundering ability, the Fire Spirit Pearl in his palm radiated a brilliant light, which Lin Tianming absorbed into his body. As the Fire Spirit Pearl was integrated into him, pure fire attribute energy flooded his being, resonating with the essence of divinity. Still recovering from the revelation of Lin Tianming's ability to replicate the Fire Spirit Pearl, Wang Yinran rubbed her temples, realizing she needed to take a moment to process. Did you just absorb the fire attribute energy contained within the Fire Spirit Pearl? Indeed, Lin Tianming responded, reveling in the newfound divine fire energy within him. What on earth is this scoundrel's hand of God? It has absorbed the power of the Fire Spirit Pearl, which should not belong to him. This utterly defies the common understanding of awakeners. Typically, only those with corresponding elemental attributes can absorb such elemental energies created from the demise of divine monsters. A monster. This scoundrel is truly a monster. Unable to comprehend how Lin Tianming could absorb the Fire Spirit Pearl, Wang Yinran couldn't help but inquire further. After absorbing it, did you notice any unusual changes in your body? Perhaps a skill that only fire attribute awakeners would possess? In response to her question, Lin Tianming carefully attuned himself to discern whether he had acquired any new skills. Upon thorough reflection, he did not find any newly learned fire attribute skills. However, he experienced a sensation reminiscent of the potential development he had undergone with Jiang Han, stirring the possibility of new skills. Seizing the moment, he ignited his surroundings with searing flames in response to his newfound insight. During the process, a flash of inspiration from Wang Yinran's Phoenix Flame Divine Shield crossed his mind, and without the need for replication, he astonishingly succeeded in casting the Phoenix Flame Divine Shield once more. As he successfully unleashed the skill, the Phoenix Flame Divine Shield, which possessed the potential for growth in the realm of divine powers, The raging flames enveloping him gradually stabilized. After witnessing a series of miracles that even the reincarnated goddess, Lin Tianming, could not comprehend, Wang Yinran's mind had completely short-circuited. Is this guy truly human? Chapter 81. The Awakening Battle Group intervenes in the investigation. Senior Sister Hua Yufei comes to the rescue. As Lin Tianming absorbed the Fire Spirit Pearl and grasped the nuances of fire elemental abilities, he was surprised to find that a mere flash of inspiration from Wang Yinran's Phoenix Flame Shield allowed him to master it effortlessly. Having acquired a new fire elemental skill without depleting his Divine Hand's plunder attempts, Lin Tianming pondered the possibility of acquiring more Fire Spirit Pearls. The crystallized elemental powers yielded from the demise of Divine Realm monsters. Perhaps he could continuously exploit this advantage, learning all of Wang Yinran's fire abilities as if bypassing the limits of the game. Before him stood a reborn fire deity. It would be a travesty to neglect her skills. However, he could only fantasize, for his victory over the Divine Realm monster, the ghost-faced fire spider, was only possible due to its forced emergence from a partially sealed magical tomb, resulting in its level being reduced to 80. Otherwise, with his current abilities, he would never have seized such a grand opportunity to absorb the elemental essence from a Divine Realm creature. Upon reflecting on the defensive capabilities of the Phoenix Flame Shield, Lin Tianming realized that this skill, learned through plunder, did not offer the same formidable protection as the original. While he had indeed mastered Wang Yinran's Phoenix Flame Shield, it could not withstand transcendent forbidden spells at his current level, which felt somewhat inadequate. Hearing Lin Tianming's insatiable greed, Wang Yinran's delicate face flushed with annoyance as she playfully flicked his forehead with her jade-like fingers. You are far too greedy. Do you expect a defense skill that can withstand transcendent forbidden spells at just a few levels? If that were the case, you would be invincible. Be content that you have learned my Phoenix Flame Shield at your level, and do not complain that it cannot resist transcendent spells. Lin Tianming sensed that. After their shared ordeal, Wang Yinran's previously intense animosity towards him had waned considerably. Seizing this opportunity, he resolved to increase her fondness for him. In the imperial capital's prestigious academy, Wang Yinran harbored the most resentment towards him, as she had been wronged without knowing the original host. If he could enhance her feelings toward him, he might traverse the small woods with greater peace of mind, free from the fear of sudden attacks. With this thought, Lin Tianming rubbed his temples and corrected his demeanor, saying, Yes, yes, I shall be content. This is Senior Sister Yinran's skill, and I must cherish it, just as I cherish my relationship with her. As he spoke, he tightened his embrace around Wang Yinran. Let go of me, this scoundrel, coming on to me again. Unyielding, Lin Tianming thought, Senior Sister Yinran likes me, and I like her too. It is perfectly normal for couples to embrace. Unable to resist Lin Tianming's insistence, Wang Yinran relented, feeling fatigued and drained of energy. Let us return to the academy, Tianming. I am rather tired. Today, I shall let this scoundrel who has sullied my name go. Finding solace in her own reasoning, Wang Yinran leaned against Lin Tianming, feeling much more at ease than before. Observing her exhaustion, Lin Tianming decided to escort her back to the academy. As they emerged from the underground lair of the ghost-faced fire spider, they noticed onlookers keeping their distance, gazing at them with apprehension. Nearby, the wall of a shadowy alley had collapsed, revealing the true nature of the magical lair, while a video blogger stood in shock, documenting the scene. How did the cake shop turn into a haunted house? And the young couple just walked out of there. Viewers, I must have encountered a legendary monster. Lin Tianming glanced at the eerie remnants of the ghost-faced fire spider's lair, realizing the atmosphere was indeed unsettling. Ignoring the blogger and the surrounding crowd, he decided it was best to leave before causing further commotion. Yet, just as he was about to depart with Wang Yinran, a group of awakened individuals radiating powerful energy swiftly approached them. Do not move. We are members of the 7th Division of the Imperial Capital Awakening Battle Group, tasked with maintaining order around the Radiant Square. We have detected significant fluctuations in the aura of a monster. Please cooperate with our investigation and accompany us. Members of the Awakening Battle Group again? Lin Tianming recalled that Yufei was the captain of the 5th Division. but this group belonged to the 7th Division overseeing the Radiant Square. Though Wang Yinran felt weary, she was still capable of speaking. Upon hearing their intention to take them away, she immediately revealed her identity. I am Wang Yinran, the daughter of the head of the Wang family, one of the 4 major awakening families in the capital and a student of the Imperial Capital Academy. May I ask you to allow us to return to the academy? Assuming her status would grant them leniency, she was dismayed when the 7th Division members remained resolute in their demand to take them for questioning. Recently, numerous incidents involving possessed individuals have occurred throughout the capital. We are in a critical period, and even if Miss Wang and your friend are innocent, we kindly ask you to accompany us to provide a detailed account of your experiences here. This is for the sake of maintaining peace in the capital, and we hope you understand. Wang Yinran's identity as the head of the Wang family did afford her some respect, as the 5th Division members spoke more courteously. However, despite the softened tone, her eyes still glimmered with irritation. Before Wang Yinran could finish her sentence, Lin Tianming gently pressed his finger to her lips. It's all right, senior sister. This is not a major issue. We can accompany them and share what we know. It will aid their efforts in eliminating the monsters. This young man is quite agreeable. Please, Miss Wang. Wang Yinran glanced at the members of the 7th Division and ultimately leaned into Lin Tianming's embrace as they departed together. The cake shop, stripped of its monster facade, was thoroughly sealed off by the 5th Division for investigation. Upon reaching the base of the 5th Division in the Radiant Square area, Lin Tianming and Wang Yinran were separated for questioning. They only recounted their encounter with a possessed individual and withheld the secret of the Divine Realm monster, with Wang Yinran being the highest level among them at 55, while Lin Tianming was merely at level 16, revealing their joint victory over the Ghostface Fire Spider would only complicate matters further. After failing to extract any additional information and confirming Wang Yinran's identity, they chose to release her first to avoid provoking the Wang family. However, Lin Tianming remained detained. What about my junior, Tianming? Miss Wang, please rest assured. We have a few inquiries we wish to pose to your junior. Once we have completed our questioning, he shall be returned to the esteemed Imperial Academy, so there is no need for concern. Please take your leave for now. Upon hearing the deliberate remarks of the 7th Division regarding Lin Tianming's detention, Wang Yinran's expression darkened. I command you to release him at once. We have already conveyed everything necessary. If you do not comply, I shall not hesitate to employ the influence of the Wang family. While Wang Yinran was incensed over Lin Tianming's detention by the 7th Division, Lin Tianming continued to endure their interrogation. Lin Tianming, our investigation revealed that the energy fluctuations beneath the lair of that creature far exceeded level 55, and there were remnants of the power of extraordinary forbidden spells. How did you manage to slay the man possessed by that creature? I have already stated what needed to be said. It was my senior sister, Yinran, who possesses combat prowess far beyond her peers. I merely assisted her in barely managing to slay the possessed man and escape. You have seen for yourselves that senior sister, Yinran, has exhausted her strength. Lin Tianming remained tight-lipped, unwilling to divulge any further information to avoid unnecessary complications. My intuition tells me that both of you are concealing something. I kindly urge this young brother to honestly disclose more clues about the creature, as it is crucial for us in tracking the creature's infiltration into the Imperial capital. Should you choose to remain silent, I have ample time to wait until you decide to speak. The personnel of the 7th Division, wary of the power behind Wang Yinran, were reluctant to detain her for long. However, as Lin Tianming had no notable background, they opted to release Wang Yinran first, focusing their interrogation on him. Lin Tianming, resolute in his silence, remained in the 7th Division's base. Subsequently, several individuals took turns questioning him, exhausting his patience in an effort to extract the truth. Yet he divulged not a single piece of information. Just as the 7th Division was on the verge of losing patience and resorting to unconventional methods to compel Lin Tianming to speak, the door of the interrogation room swung open, revealing a woman of ethereal beauty who entered the room. I have already communicated Lin Tianming's situation to the higher-ups. You in the 7th Division need not concern yourselves with this matter. Lin Tianming is entirely under the jurisdiction of my 5th Division. Upon seeing this enchanting figure who had come to take him away, Lin Tianming immediately recognized her identity. Yufei, the captain of the 5th Division of the Awakening Brigade, and his senior from a year prior. Chapter 82. I, Wang Yanran, shall never be moved by one who defiles my innocence. With Yufei of the Awakening Battle Group personally coming to escort him, Lin Tianming was finally able to step out. Thank you, senior sister. I truly felt I might never escape. Feeling a bit bashful from Lin Tianming's compliments, Yufei replied as she guided him away, "It's not merely my connections. I had to inform the higher-ups that you are the sole student of teacher Jiang Han. Only then did they permit me to bring you out. It's truly the influence of your esteemed teacher." Lin Tianming was somewhat surprised to learn that his release was linked to Jiang Han. So, teacher Jiang's reputation is that formidable? Indeed. Your teacher Jiang is the youngest top-tier awakened being in the 9 provinces, the next heir to the Thunder Palace, and the awakened closest to divinity in this era. She has vanquished countless monstrous foes, and you are her only treasured student. Anyone who dares to harm, you must think twice. As Yufei recounted Jiang Han's illustrious achievements, Lin Tianming found himself pondering. Teacher Jiang appeared to be in her early 20s, yet had only Wang Yanran achieved the title of champion in the global higher-level Awakened Academy competition over the past decade. Senior sister, why has only Wang Yanran claimed the top spot in the global competition in the last 10 years, given teacher Jiang's prowess? Yufei explained. The heir of the Thunder Palace follows a unique path and does not undergo the global awakening ceremony to gain abilities. Thus, Teacher Jiang was unable to participate in the grand competitions held by the global higher-level Awaken Academies. Now enlightened, Lin Tianming expressed his gratitude. I appreciate your clarification, senior sister. Yufei smiled gently. It's no trouble. Let me drive you back to the Imperial Academy of the capital. That'll be a great help. Since Yufei had secured his early release, Lin Tianming did not refuse her offer. As they approached the exit, Lin Tianming spotted Wang Yanran. Upon seeing her emerge, he called out, "Yanran, senior sister." Wang Yanran, who had been infuriated by the 7th Squad's reluctance to release Lin Tianming, paused momentarily. However, upon noticing Lin Tianming approaching, her face lit up with surprise, and she hurried to meet him. "Tianming, they actually let you out? I spoke with them for ages, and they were adamant about keeping you. I nearly called my father to send the Wang family to retrieve you." Although Wang Yanran had not succeeded in her efforts, Lin Tianming felt grateful for her concern. "Thank you, senior sister. It was your presence that ensured my release." Noticing Yufei for the first time, Wang Yanran acknowledged her. Having known her since Yufei was in her 4th year, while she was in her 2nd. Now that Yufei had graduated, Wang Yanran was curious about how they had met. "Senior sister Yufei, do you know Tianming?" Yufei replied candidly. "After my graduation, I kept track of happenings at the Imperial Academy of the capital. Recently, Tianming has become the most talked-about freshman there, so of course I know him." "Thank you, senior sister Yufei, for bringing Tianming out. I'll treat you to a meal next time." This scoundrel even knows senior sister Yufei. He truly is a shameless rogue. Lin Tianming felt exasperated. How was he being implicated? "I'll take you both back. I've already informed the higher-ups about the commotion at Tianhui Plaza. They won't trouble you any further." Yufei's every smile and frown exuded an enchanting charm akin to that of a fairy, making it easy for even a girl like Wang Yanran to feel a sense of closeness to her. "Then I must thank you, senior sister Yufei. I cannot allow this scoundrel to grow too close to senior sister Yufei. Otherwise, with his audacious character, even someone as virtuous as her might be tainted." Hearing Wang Yanran's thoughts, Lin Tianming was utterly dumbfounded, disinterested in explaining himself. Lin Tianming climbed into the vehicle Yufei had parked in front of the 7th Squad's base, along with Wang Yanran, to return to the Imperial Academy of the capital. Upon disembarking, Lin Tianming intended to assist the weak Wang Yanran, but she, fearing Yufei might misinterpret their relationship, declined his offer. However, this refusal led to Wang Yanran misjudging her recovery, and she stumbled forward. Had no one caught her, she would have certainly fallen. Seeing this, Yufei called out from a distance, "Slow down, don't fall, Yanran." Lin Tianming quickly stepped forward and caught Wang Yanran. pulling her into his embrace. "Senior sister Yinran, you've exhausted yourself tonight. Allow me to support you back to the girls' dormitory for a rest." Wang Yinran, who had just refused Lin Tianming's support, felt her cheeks flush. Just moments after rejecting this scoundrel's embrace, I nearly took a tumble. How humiliating! After safely delivering Lin Tianming and Wang Yinran to the Imperial Academy of the capital, Yu Fei bid them farewell. "Tianming, you are so considerate. I'll leave Yinran in your care. I must return to the 5th Squad. Let's keep in touch. Senior sister, see you next time. Yu Fei, I'll treat you to dinner next time." As they watched Yu Fei drive away, Lin Tianming and Wang Yinran exchanged glances, causing Wang Yinran to feel a bit shy. "Tianming, I'm feeling a bit tired. Could you please help me back to my room? Who would have thought I'd find myself relying on this scoundrel? Considering he saved me today, I'll let it slide this time. Next time. Yes, next time I shall hold him accountable. Letting him off this time is not a sign of weakness." Hearing Wang Yinran's inner thoughts, Lin Tianming tightened his hold on her and willingly escorted her back to her dormitory. After the events of the night, Lin Tianming and Wang Yinran returned to the academy well past curfew, ensuring that no other students witnessed their close interaction. Upon arriving at the entrance of Wang Yinran's dormitory, her roommate, who had been summoned earlier, was astonished to see Wang Yinran resting in Lin Tianming's embrace. "Isn't this the new freshman who has been making waves? So, you've been secretly dating a younger boy?" Wang Yinran's face turned crimson at her roommate's remarks, and she vehemently denied any romantic involvement with Lin Tianming. Don't say that. Tianming and I share a normal relationship. I simply encountered an accident outside, and he happened to help me back. Tianming, you should head back now. Thank you for bringing me. Who would ever date this scoundrel? I, Wang Yinran, could never be swayed by one who sullies my purity. Chapter 83. What is there to worry about? The ghost-faced fire spirit spider has already been slain by my hand. The Devil's Tomb is a place of sealing located deep beneath the earth of this world. It is an immense underground realm that traverses the entirety of the planet. Once part of a land of calamity, teeming with innumerable demonic creatures that seem endless in their slaughter. Among them exist a multitude of divine-level demons. A century ago, human awakeners made tremendous sacrifices to protect humanity across the globe, ultimately sealing the underground world where the Devil's Tomb resides, thus constructing a barrier between the Devil's Tomb and the land of calamity. As a seal, there must be points of entry. There are 2 entrances to the Devil's Tomb, one at the Tiangui Pass in the Northern Domain, and the other beneath the capital of the 9 provinces. It is precisely because of this sealing that the beleaguered humans, once ravaged by the demons, sounded the trumpet for counteroffensive, pushing the remaining demonic entities back, compressing the once vast land of calamity to less than 1/5 of the surface world. The sealed underground realm is thus referred to as the Devil's Tomb, symbolizing the burial ground of demons, marking the end of the days when humanity suffered under their oppression, and heralding a future where the demons of the surface will likewise be entombed. 100 years have passed, and apart from a select few, no one remembers the history of the sacrifices made by humanity to create the seal of the Devil's Tomb. Yet recently, within the 9 provinces capital, the most fortified center of defense, there have been frequent sightings of demonic beings. The appearance of these creatures has instilled great apprehension among the capital's awakeners. Some suspect that there may be internal collusion with the demons of the land of calamity, resulting in the emergence of possessed individuals in the capital. Others speculate that the seal of the Devil's Tomb has weakened, allowing the demons within to claw their way to the surface. While the former speculation has not incited widespread panic, the latter has left those privy to the secrets of the Devil's Tomb deeply unsettled. For within the tomb lies the seal of divine-level demons. Humanity has spent the past century combating the demons of the surface, never daring to venture into the Devil's Tomb to confront the divine-level beings due to their sheer terror. Had it not been for the collective descent of these divine beings into the underground world in search of some hidden truth, humanity would not have had the opportunity to gather their artifacts' powers to seal the divine entities below. However, even so, a divine-level demon lies dormant within the land of calamity. This demon, known as the Thunder Demon King, awakened 10 years ago. Humanity, which has never witnessed a divine-level awakener, faced a profound threat upon its awakening. As humanity seemed on the brink of becoming mere prey for the demons, several years ago, Jiang Han emerged as the youngest top awakener of the 9 provinces, staging a mortal combat against the divine. It was Jiang Han who personally vanquished the sole divine-level demon of the Land of Calamity, the Thunder Demon King, thus saving humanity's awakeners from despair and suppressing the resurgence of the Land of Calamity. Through this victory, she gained fame not only within the 9 provinces but throughout all humanity. Her historic triumph in slaying a divine being led many to believe that this young prodigy might very well become the first in history to ascend to divinity. Some even speculate that she has already 1 foot in the realm of the divine, enabling her to defeat the Thunder Demon King. This morning, as the strongest awakener in the 9 provinces, Jiang Han arrived at the entrance of the Devil's Tomb beneath the capital, spurred by rumors of a potential weakening seal. Had Lin Tianming been present, he would surely be astounded by the overwhelming malevolence in the atmosphere, denser than that found in the lair of the ghost-faced fire spirit spider. Alongside Jiang Han, nearly half of the top awakeners from the 9 provinces had gathered. The intensity of the demonic energy at the entrance of the Devil's Tomb was astonishing. Could the seal have already been shattered? Everyone heightened their vigilance, preparing for any conceivable danger. Many of the top awakeners present were seasoned veterans, having battled countless times in the Land of Calamity, yet most were visiting the Devil's Tomb for the first time. Overwhelmed by the oppressive demonic energy that rivaled that of the calamity-ridden land, Jiang Han, leading the charge, felt no fear in the face of the terrifying demonic aura. She approached the entrance of the Devil's Tomb, meticulously examining the seal. Soon, the other top awakeners followed her lead, and upon noticing her inspection of the seal, they cautiously inquired, "Young Master Jiang, have you discovered anything?" As the future leader of the Thunder Hall, and with her unparalleled prowess at such a tender age, the top awakeners addressed her with utmost respect. Jiang Han did not respond immediately. Instead, she harnessed her thunderous powers to sense the surroundings. After a brief moment, she spoke. "The seal has indeed weakened. A portion has shattered, leaving behind a residual energy signature akin to that of fire attribute abilities. If my deduction is correct, a fire attribute divine-level demon has forcibly utilized this breach to escape." Upon hearing Jiang Han's analysis, all present top awakeners gasped in shock. If a divine-level demon had indeed broken free, only Jiang Han among them possessed the qualifications to confront it. However, there was no need for undue alarm. She pointed out, "Observe this. These are the remnants of the divine-level demon's escape. Its power is evidently diminished compared to that at the breach, indicating it expended considerable energy to flee. Its strength likely hovers around level 80. Under Jiang Han's guidance, the top awakeners began to discern the clues left behind by the divine-level demon's flight. As Jiang Han had stated, the residual demonic aura nearby was indeed of the same origin, albeit significantly reduced in strength. With this crucial lead uncovered, the top awakeners collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. At that moment, one of the top awakeners proposed, "If it has fallen to level 80, we might be able to slay it before it regains its powers." "Such words are easy to speak," another countered, "but we know nothing of the specific attributes of this divine demon, its name, its abilities. If it hides away, finding it will prove difficult. Shall we refrain from searching? For the safety of the capital and the entirety of the 9 provinces, we must locate it before it recovers." The top awakeners quickly fell in a heated debate, divided by differing opinions. Jiang Han, however, chose not to engage in their discussions. Instead, she crouched down and reached out to touch the fiery residual mark left by the demon. This fire attribute, demonic energy, resembles the fire spirit energy referenced in the tomes of my Thunder Hall, and there are traces of something akin to a spider demon's essence, along with the dark, eerie blue demonic flames. Upon hearing Jiang Han's musings, the arguing top awakeners promptly silenced themselves, hesitant to interrupt her train of thought. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Han deduced the true identity of the demon. It is the ghost-faced fire spirit spider, a divine-level demon that exists solely within the sealed underground realm of the Devil's Tomb. Some of the top awakeners present were familiar with the ghost-faced fire spirit spider from ancient texts. Upon hearing Jiang Han mention that the escaped creature from the abyss was the ghost-faced fire spirit spider, they couldn't help but gasp in shock. Historical records indicate that the ghost-faced fire spirit spider excels in disguise and stealth, being particularly adept at soul attacks, and takes pleasure in hunting human souls. A century ago, it was already the vanguard of malevolent entities that tormented humanity. How could such a troublesome creature have broken free? This spells trouble for us all. Please, upon your return, utilize your respective powers to locate this ghost-faced fire spirit spider. Otherwise, once it regains its strength, we cannot fathom how many innocent souls may fall victim to its insatiable hunger. We must also not focus solely on the ghost-faced fire spirit spider. Let us not forget that the seal at the entrance to the demon tomb has weakened. Listening to their discussions, Jiang Han interjected, "There is no need for excessive concern. Though the seal at the demon tomb's entrance has indeed loosened, its power remains formidable. We must now concentrate all our strength into the sealing array to temporarily compensate for the loss of its sealing power." With her words, the elite awakeners exchanged glances and unanimously agreed with Jiang Han's assessment, pooling their efforts to reinforce the sealing array. Under the collective strength led by Jiang Han, the loosened seal was restored, momentarily containing the escape of demonic energy. However, this also left a minuscule crack in the sealing array at the entrance, merely alleviating the immediate crisis. Unable to conceive of a better solution for now, they could only proceed as such. The priority now is to locate the escaped ghost-faced fire spirit spider. If anyone has any information, please contact me immediately. After communicating with the elite awakeners and arranging for personnel from the imperial capital to monitor the demon tomb continuously, ensuring a prompt response to any unforeseen events, Jiang Han departed from the seal's entrance. She intended to return to the Thunder Palace to report her observations from the demon tomb entrance to its leader and other high-ranking officials. On her way back to the Thunder Palace, thoughts of the freed, ghost-faced fire spirit spider made Jiang Han worry about Lin Tianming. She took out her phone and sent him a voice message. "Listen here, you rascal. Stay put at the Imperial Capital's Grand Academy for the next 3 days. A ghost-faced fire spirit spider has recently emerged from the demon tomb, capable of effortlessly slaying elite awakeners. Don't go wandering about and risk falling into its clutches." Receiving Jiang Han's voice message early in the morning, Lin Tianming, who was preparing to descend and explore the ice and snow secret realm with Yi Qingxue, was momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, a smile crept across his face as he replied to his teacher. "All right, I will obediently await your return at the Imperial Capital's Grand Academy, Teacher Jiang Han." Just kidding. The ghost-faced fire spirit spider that Teacher Jiang Han worried about had already met its demise at his hands, leaving him unconcerned about its threat. With his phone safely stowed away, Lin Tianming cheerfully set off to find his girlfriend, Yi Qingxue. The opportunities awaiting him in the ice and snow secret realm were calling.